Cush, which is probably the Nile River. So he may be referring to some place like Arabia or Yemen or someplace like that. And he tells an amazing, fantastic story of his travels, and more significantly, of what it's like to be among the 10 lost tribes. And in fact, he describes a full civilization of Jews who are very active with, an active political culture, an active and functioning bureaucracy, and right away you can tell it's a fantasy, and they get along. That's even more amazing. Jews getting along with each other. And he really, his message of hope for a contiguous region that actually was governed by Jews reverberated throughout the Jewish world, and actually was felt for several centuries and was seen in the writings of many great commentators such as Rashi, Maimonides, and others, who quoted Eldad's teachings, his description of his travels and so on, with a certain degree of credulity that was not universal, but was nevertheless remarkable for its presence in the Jewish mind. So we're going to look at what exactly he said about those 10 tribes living somewhere outside, perhaps in Arabia. Try to understand and unpack the meaning of what he's saying, try to understand to some degree the veracity of his statements, and then look at its impact on the Jewish world and on the non-Jewish world as well. This picture here, I was just scrambling for pictures. I wrote Chinese Jews, and I came up with a picture of a Chinese family with one Jewish guy in the background, or maybe it is a Jewish family with one Chinese guy wearing a yarmulke in the background. I'm not sure. But that was it. So that's basically Eldad Hadani. There's been very little research on his work really in the last century. In the 19th century, with the burgeoning of the Jewish national movements, particularly Zionism, there was a lot more interest in who this person was and what he represented and the veracity of his statements. But for most of the 20th century, the work has become more abundant. There's been very little research on him at all. Perhaps this lecture will spur someone to do more work on it. The actual story comes to us from its first printed version in the 15th century, and then it was embellished and added to, and there are at least 8 different versions of his tale, which have come down to the present day, although we definitely know that figures several hundred centuries before that first printing of his story were familiar with his story and were quoting it in their response and so on. Okay, so let's look at the actual story. First of all, we should understand who were these 10 lost tribes. So, according to the Bible, you can read in great detail how the land of Israel was split into 2 regions with an extended civil war that followed the monarchy of King Solomon. The southern tribes were based roughly in the area of Jerusalem and further south, Yehuda, Shomron, places like that. And there were 10 northern tribes who followed a different leader fighting against Solomon's son. And they had extended amount of conflict, and ultimately in the late 8th century before the Common Era, so we're talking now roughly 3,000 years ago, a little shy of 3,000 years, they were conquered by the Assyrians and deported outside of Israel. According to the Talmud, the king Sancherib came, and he was mevalbel et ha'amim. He mixed up all of the peoples, and those 10 lost tribes, 10 out of 12 tribes, simply disappeared from Jewish history. Since then, there have been many contenders for the claim to being the inheritors of the 10 lost tribes. There's been a constant romance about who were those Jews, where did they settle, did they retain their political unity, did they retain their identity, did they retain any of their religious activity. All of that is in a very dark and murky area of history, but that has not stopped many peoples from at one point or another claiming descent from them, including, for example, there's a very strong movement in 19th century England to argue that they were in fact descended from the tribe of Menashe. So let's go back to where I was. The 10 lost tribes, right? The 10 lost tribes are somewhere in the Near East. According to Talmudic tradition, they are largely lost, although no less a figure than Rabbi Akiva. Once again, we're going back to the Bar Kokhba period. No less a figure than Rabbi Akiva argued that in the Messianic era, the 10 lost tribes would reassemble, that they would come back to the land of Israel, that they would participate in the great end of days. They would all be reunited once again, one complete body politic, and this has been a desire of Jews for the last 3 millennia, to return those lost souls and their descendants, obviously, to the Klal Yisrael, the Jewish people as a whole. Yes, Ms. Abramson, excellent question. The question, to repeat for the studio audience, for the non-studio audience, is the return of the 10 lost tribes a prerequisite of the return of the Messiah, or is it a consequence of the return of the Messiah? Did I say that correctly? I think you're asking an excellent question. I said no hard questions tonight, so I'm not going to be able to answer it directly, but I will tell you that precisely that question is at the core of 20th century discussions of religious orthodoxy. Not to go on too far a tangent, but one of the reasons why some of the ultra-Orthodox movements of the early 20th century were opposed to modern Zionism was because modern Zionism was largely led by secular Jews, non-observant, in some cases anti-clerical Jews. And they said, this is ridiculous. We have passages in the Bible that say that we're not supposed to rush the arrival of the Messiah by forcing the word of God's hand, demanding that he send the Messiah along with the return to Israel. And that was a body of thought that affected many Orthodox Jews in the early 20th century. On the other hand, other Jews, led in particular by Rabbi Rothschild, who later became a very prominent rabbi in Israel, said that no, it's not that the return of the lost tribes is a consequence. It is the prerequisite. And in fact, if secular, non-observant Jews through the Zionist movement are attracting Jews back to Israel, that is a sign in itself of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so the question of which comes first, the gathering of the tribes or the Messianic era, is very material to modern Israeli experience. Mr. Deckelbaum. Yes, and we lost 10. Did I answer your question properly? The other two are, it's us. We as them, right? Because the modern Jews are descended from the two that remained in the southern kingdom. Exactly. Okay. Ms. Abramson, another hard question. Right. See, this is what happens when you pay for day school education for like 12 odd years, right? There is the Chatzi Sheva. There is one half tribe that's also saving with it. But in general, we kind of round out the numbers to 12 and 10. It's hard questions. I'm cutting that out of the internet for sure. Okay, so, but the thing is, they've been lost for 2,000 years. That's the 8th century before the Common Era. And now, roughly 1,900 years later, comes this Eldad figure who starts appearing in various large concentrations of Jews, for example, in Thailand, which is in modern North Africa, and starts saying, I come from the tribe of Dan. That's why they call him the Danite or Dani, because he comes from the lost tribe of Dan, and he starts telling what his experience was like living there. So let's learn a little bit about his story. He claimed to come from beyond the Kush River, which is probably the Nile. And as I mentioned, that many historians who looked at these tales in the 19th century were trying to place it in Arabia, perhaps in Yemen. It's difficult to say. And again, there are many textual variants to the story, so it's not at all clear. His story was that he went out with a friend of his who was a member of the tribe of Asher, also a lost tribe, and they were doing a sea journey when their ship sank. God saved them by sending a plank of wood, which they clung to tenaciously until they were shipwrecked on this island. Unfortunately, the island was inhabited by cannibals, and Asher, which in Hebrew means wealthy, 13
also
years
means
old.
happy. So at
And
least
at the time, prior to that,
level,
honor roll scholarship
health
student,
is
dreams of being
equivalent to
a doctor,
happiness.
artist.
Asher
I wanted to be a doctor because I felt
very
like
healthy.
that was an occupation
he was
where I
not very
felt like you
svelte.
can
He
help
was another
people.
year's word. He was a little
And
bit overweight,
unfortunately,
and so he
when I
was
ran
eaten
away, I thought
immediately,
that
which is
I
of
would
course the
basically
exception
just
for
kind
you.
of
And wealth and
get
happiness don't always go
welcomed
hand
into
in
the home
hand.
of someone who
So
would see this
Asher was
kid and be like,
immediately
oh,
eaten,
this kid
and
just deserves love or
Eldad,
whatever.
who was,
But I found
not
myself
so
on the east side of
they
Detroit
put him in a
in
pit,
an apartment
and
with
they
a
were
gun to my head.
overfeeding him because they wanted to
And
fatten up
it was my
for the
introduction to
next
the street culture. I was
Thanksgiving
being
feast that they
robbed.
would have.
And I was being
By the way,
robbed by this
it reminds me of a
guy
quick joke,
who
which I
later
tell
we
you very
realized his
quickly
name was
because
Tiny.
the whole wealth
Even though he was
money
like
thing.
big,
So the joke
fat,
goes like
probably
this:
about 6 feet tall. And him and his partner really
there's
robbed
this
me at gunpoint, took
extremely
my
good
drugs,
Jew
took money.
who's very, very
And
pious.
I think that was like one of those moments
helpful to
where
people all the time.
the innocence of
Always
being a
doing good
kid
deeds, always doing
just
mitzvot.
was shattered.
And one day
It's like,
God appears to
now I'm in
him
this
and
world
says to him,
where my life
"Shlomi,
is in
you
danger.
have been such a good
But I
Jew,
stayed in that
such a
culture.
faithful
My childhood
servant.
friend was murdered.
As a reward, I'm going to give
I was
you
beaten nearly to death.
one
And
wish.
despite
You can
that, I
have
just
either
continued to sell
the
drugs.
of
It's
Solomon,
one of the things
you
that
can
when I
have
think
his
back to,
tremendous
even
holdings in
that part of my
jewels and
life,
his
there's the
properties and his
glorification of like
everything,
the hustler, right? It's
or
like
you
you're
may
out here
choose the
making money,
wisdom
we're
of Solomon.
doing things,
You may
but
have his insight,
the
his
reality
brilliance,
is a
his
kid navigating a
memory.
very
You can have all
dangerous
the.
adult
Which one
world
would you like?
at the time that
So
crack
Shlomi
is
thinks
just
for a minute,
penetrating
and
the
he says,
community.
I'll
And
take
one of the
wisdom
things
of
that
Solomon.
always go
I would
back
like
to
to be
this
as
image
wise
of
as
the first time
Solomon.
I made a lot
And
of money.
immediately wakes up
I
and
just had
suddenly
this
he
wild
realizes
cash,
his
like it's like,
mind
oh,
has
Sam
a
was fat up, it
phenomenal
was
grasp.
$10 bills.
All those
And I
equations
went
that
to
he
the
did in
store in the
calculus that
corner
he could never figure out,
and
they
I
suddenly
bought all
pop
the
into his head.
cereal
Everything
that I
becomes
can
totally
think
clear.
of, like all the cereal that I could not. You know, my parents,
First thing he
they,
says is,
even though my dad made decent money, like we couldn't always get all the cereal because like all these kids. And then I bought like chocolate milk and
anyway, so
strawberry
here's
milk. And then I
Eldad.
went back
He's
to the
sitting in
crack
the
house.
pit. He's getting fattened up. And then
Like
another
13 years
tribe
old.
comes and invades the region.
I
These are
stayed in that
fire
culture.
worshippers.
And then when I
Maybe
was like
somehow
17 years
derived
old,
from
I was still in March 8th.
and he is rescued from the pit. He's taken captive by the
like
fire
a minor
worshippers until
conflict.
finally he is
And I got shot
redeemed
multiple
by a
times.
Jew from the tribe of
And
Yisachar.
that was
Again,
probably
another one of the 10
most
lost
serious
tribes
turning point in my
involved in
life.
this story.
After I got
The
shot,
redemption of
they
captives
called
is an
ambulance,
extremely
and
common
ambulance
occurrence
never
from Middle
came.
Ages
This time I'm on the west side of
among
Detroit.
Jews in particular.
And I'm just sitting on the porch
In
bleeding.
many countries, for example,
And
throughout
my
much of
friend,
the
he was like,
Mediterranean
look, I'm
basin,
gonna have to take you to the
a
hospital.
Jew had to always
Because ambulance
carry,
is
if
not
he
gonna
was
come.
traveling, he had to
And
carry
I
a
remember getting in
receipt
the car,
indicating that
and
he
he's
had
just
paid
like,
his poll tax.
you know,
If he had
breathe,
not
like,
paid
take
his
these
poll
deep
tax, he
breaths
did not
and
prove
so
that he
you'll
paid the
navigate the
tax on a
pain.
yearly
And
basis,
the
then
reason
he
he was
could
able to
be
do that, he got
captured
shot the year
and
prior.
tortured,
You know,
and
so
he would
it's just
simply
like
be
he
put
got
up for
shot, his friend
sale
got
until the
killed.
Jewish community would
So the
redeem him.
gun
So,
violence
you
was
know, we in the
just,
21st
you know,
century,
it was so
unfortunately, we
much
have
a
this
part
from
of
time
like
to
the
time.
culture
Jews
and
traveling
that I
to
grew up
Cuba and
in,
places like that where
that
we
I
have
didn't
Jews
think
who are in
about
captivity
what
and work very
was
hard to
happening
release
inside
them,
me
even in
as I
this
got
country.
shot. And so I get to the
But
hospital.
it was
They
a
take
very
2 of the
common
bullets out of my
occurrence
leg,
in
and they
the
leave my
medieval
bullet
period.
in. And
So
basically,
Eldad is
he
redeemed
patched me up,
by this Jew
and
from the
I
tribe of
remember my dad
Yisachar.
coming to the
He
hospital.
goes
And
on
at this
many
point,
journeys with
I
him.
was the third of my
The
brothers to be
versions
shot.
vary at this point. One of my
And
favorites says that he actually went
I'll
all the
never
way out
forget
to
this
China,
look on my dad's face.
and
Of like,
he's traveling around, and finally he ends up
it was
returning
almost
to
a
North Africa,
look of
where he tells his story
like
in the
defeat,
9th century.
you know, of
We
like,
know
how
that
do
the
I
story
say
reached
my
very far
boys, you know?
because it's quoted in
And so when
writings in
I
southern
left the
France,
hospital,
quoted
like,
in writings in
nobody,
Spain, quoted in writings
like
in
the
Cairo
doctor,
and
the
elsewhere.
nurse, nobody
So
just
we
was
really
like, hey,
we
you're
see
gonna have
that
all
his
these
story
feelings.
really reached
And so
tremendous
I get back,
a range
and
of
I'm in the
audience during
neighborhood,
that time.
and you know, I'm
Okay.
angry because I
Now,
really want
the
to
real
get
question
revenge on this
is,
guy who shot me. Like that's
was he
number
for
one priority
real?
for this. Like, you know, I
How
gotta
much
gotta
credibility
retaliate.
can we
And then I'm standing
attribute to
outside.
this incredibly
This is probably like
complex
day 2.
and
I
fantastic
had crutches, so
story?
I'm like
So,
living in the neighborhood crutches, patched up
we
bullets.
have to,
I'm
the
standing
sources
on
are
the corner.
different. Again, the first printed version
And
comes to us from
I remember a car
1480,
coming down
which
the
is
street,
already 500,
and like
600 years
my
after
body
the story
almost
was
seized up.
first told.
old.
And I was
and
like,
we don't know exactly who
why
first
am I
penned it
feeling
to paper.
this kind of
It
like
is
anxiety?
written in a
I
very
was
literate
anxiety back
Hebrew,
then. There
however,
was no name for it.
with some extensive
I could tell my
references
friends that I
to
really was afraid of
Arabic
standing outside
words.
and being exposed.
Ironically,
Wow.
this
This man was
betrays some of
17 years old.
Eldad's
And so
legitimacy because
what happened
he had
after
claimed to
that
come from a
was
region
I
where
began
the Jews
to
spoke only
tell
pure
myself
Hebrew
this story
without any
that
adulterations
if I
of other
found
languages
myself in
whatsoever.
conflict again,
And his
I would shoot
linguistic
first.
virus indicates that he must have lived in some Arab land. But again, it's very difficult to say. We're not sure exactly who first copied this legend down.
Using the bathroom,
He's
gun is on the sink.
also very clearly influenced by sources in the Haggadah, not the Pesach Haggadah, but the legendary texts of the Bible. And for example, when he describes the living conditions of the Jews in the various regions to the Far East, he says some amazing things. He says, for example, that there's one very warlike tribe of Jews that they spend, they divide their population up into thirds. One third of the population spends 3 months working in the fields, and the other 2/3 are at war. And they sit in their saddles on their horses from Motzi Shabbat to Kabbalah Shabbat every week. Right? They're so fierce and warriors that they do not get off their horses except for the holy day of Shabbat. And then he perhaps the most fantastic description, however, these are, by the way, all things which are borrowed from much earlier sources in Talmudic traditions. Is the description of the name Moshe. These are the descendants of the tribe of Levi, the children of Moses, who live in one special area which is bounded on all 4 sides by the fantastic river Sambatyon. The river Sambatyon is a river of rocks that flows continuously. Anyone who attempts to cross it will be immediately crushed because these rocks are constantly moving, and they only stop, like the mounted riders, on the day of Shabbat, Saturday, where they suddenly stop moving. But they are replaced by
a lot going on. And so we get into this verbal altercation where he's like adamant about me selling some drugs to him. I'm adamant about him, like, getting off the block. And so that escalates into like a full-blown argument. And one of the guys in the car with him, he joins into the argument. So we're like all back and forth. And there's a moment where, I turn to, I turn to walk away. And I like literally took what probably like 1 or 2 steps, and I thought I heard one of them trying to get out of the car, and I turned and fired 4 shots that tragically ended the man's life. It's one of those moments that I always think about that moment. Like, what if I would have just took like a second step? What if I would have just it was a series of what ifs, but when I tragically ended this man's life, and it wasn't the first time I had been in a gun battle. It wasn't the first time I had been in any of that lifestyle. I felt it. I felt like I did something that was like, you can't undo. I felt it in my spirit. Like at 19 years old, I'm like 1 month into being 19, and I was just like, I fucked up. Like I've done something that's not. You can't repair that. You can't come back and say I'm sorry. You can't come back and be like, I made a mistake or whatever. And so the car screeches off. People are, running inside the house. Everybody's just like, what is happening? I made everybody leave, and then I was like, I gotta go on a run or something. Like I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to be accountable. But I was arrested probably a day or so later. I was charged with open murder, and I was eventually convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 17 to 40 years in prison at the age of 19.
Wow. So, take me through what it's like when you got convicted. You know now you're going to jail. What is this feeling like?
So when I got arrested, got charged, the first thing I went to the county jail, Wayne County Jail. And going into the county jail, you are introduced to just this other world. You know, I had heard about it, you know, growing up on the street, you hear about, like, you don't want to go to the county jail. It's the worst shit ever, right? And so going into the county jail was like, you know, it's going into a war zone. You know, it's fights every day. It's like, you know, people are testing you. Can they fucking take your breakfast and lunch? So going in, I knew that that was just a reality of, like, you know, anticipating, like, at some point I'm gonna have to prove myself and I'm gonna have to stand up for myself. And so I get into the county jail and I end up, the guy who I'm in the cell with, he's serving life, but he's back on appeal. And so he's, you know, he's kind of telling me all of the kind of what they expect in jail. And, you know, this guy right here on the cell block, he likes to fight all the time or whatever. You know, but I also grew up like in the city, right? So I'm, you know, I tell people this all the time. I'm like, I don't do scare straight when I talk to kids about like not going to jail, because to me it's not about being afraid. If you're from the hood, you probably had a fight or two. You know what I'm saying? But I get in there and, you know, we get into our dust ups and, you know, eventually it's kind of like a hierarchy of like, you know, who's going to stand up for themselves. And typically guys kind of back down. But early on, I'm like, I don't want to be in jail. I want to be in prison. So I ended up trying to escape from county jail. And what happened was there was a guy on the cell block with me. He was already sentenced. He's about to go upstate and do a lot of time. And one day he went to recreation and came back with like a long pole he had smuggled from the rooftop gym. And his idea was that he would bludgeon the officer, take the officer's uniform, and then let us out the cell to take us out. And I'm like, dude, this got to be the dumbest fucking idea. Like, we're not making it out of the cell block, right? But I was like, but what if we take this pole and we bust the window out and bend the beam? And so we plot over the next couple of weeks. We like would take people's like sheets. Like we would bully people out of their sheets. Like you can only have one sheet. You will take the other one. So we took all these sheets and we probably ended up with probably about 60 or 70 sheets. And we could get out of our cells. So we would basically, you tie the sheet up into a knot, slide the knot under the door and pull it up into the door jamb. And if you shake it and keep rocking it while you're pulling it up, it'll pop open. And so we would just pop out. We'd be out on like literally in the day room. You know, this back then you could smoke cigarettes in the building. That's the only way we can get a light because the lighter was on the wall. So we would do that all the time anyway. So when it was time for us to do the escape plan, it was about 5 of us. We all had agreed we're gonna go for it, and basically we popped the doors. We're like busting out the glass in the window, and we're starting to bend the beam. What we didn't anticipate was that they actually do perimeter checks like around the jail. You know, we're dumb kids. We're not like thinking about this, and so as we're bending it, next thing you know, there's a light flashing up to the window. And you can hear like the lady on the radio, like, "What the fuck are y'all doing?" We're trying to get out. So now we're like, we're busted. So we just throw everything on the tier. Everybody goes back, you know, in their cells. And so it took them probably about a half hour before they even discovered which unit we were on that was trying to escape. They came up there like gangbusters, like literally, it's 20, 30 deaths. They just came in, snatching us out the cell, slamming us on the wall, you know. And where they messed up is because they did that. Now everybody has glass in their shoes. And so they couldn't even differentiate between who had been out, who wasn't. And so they put us in solitary for that, charged us with attempted escape. And during that time, I was actually getting sentenced. And none of us would snitch and talk about, like, none of us would tell who it was. So they really was just kind of going on what they thought. So we started a little time in there, but I was getting sentenced. And, you know, when I went in front of that judge, I just remember standing there and listening to them walk through that night. You know, the prosecutors telling them what happened that night. And it was a one-dimensional telling of that story. It was the very factual, like, hey, this guy, shot, killed this man. There was no context to none of my life. And when the judge sentenced me, he said 15 to 40 years for the homicide and 2 years for the felony firearm. At 19, I thought my life was over. Like, I thought that was it. like at 19, I couldn't even imagine, 17 years down the line. At that age, I couldn't even imagine like 2 weeks down the line. It felt like a lifetime. So when he sentenced me, I was like, this is it, man. Like, my life is over. And so I started my prison sentence with the mindset that I was never getting out of prison.
How much time did you wind up doing?
I did a total of 19 years. And out of that 19 years, I did 7 of those years in solitary confinement.
What is that
like a pillar of fire, other versions have a pillar of thick cloud, so that no one can get across the river even on
tell
Shabbat.
people it is the most
But on
barbaric
Shabbat, there's a period of complete rest.
people in this
There are no
country.
weapons among the Bnei Moshe except for the knives they use to slaughter their animals, according to kosher laws, which we'll get to in a second. And the people there are so fortunate that, as he says in a beautiful passage,
bipolar,
no,
schizophrenia.
how does it go? No child dies
It's
before
23-hour
its
lockdown.
parents. And
23-hour lockdown.
every generation
5
sees
days a
at
week,
least the
24-hour
grandchildren,
lockdown,
really an
2 days a week.
amazing, beautiful description
It
of
is
it.
the most
And the
chaotic
Jews are
environment
familiar
you
with the
can
Bnei
imagine.
Moshe, and they can communicate with them, but only from the other side,
guys
the river
there,
Sambatyon, as it
to
were,
wage war with each other, which
yelling
is like
across
the steel foot locker they would bang
the rumble of rocks.
hours. Like these
Fantastic,
guys would
amazing
just have,
kinds of stories that he tells.
I mean, the endurance to do that for
So,
hours to antagonize
in the
the person
context
next
of
to
this,
you.
I mentioned the Shechita knives, and this
They would
becomes
have
where it really
what
enters
is
mainstream
full-on
Jewish
shit
tradition.
wars. Like,
Is that
I call
Eldad
them weapons of mass
quotes
destruction.
certain
These
halachot,
guys would
certain
like concoct
Jewish
ways to
laws
throw
that
feces on each
pertain
other.
to the laws of
So if they
slaughtering
get into a
animals,
beef, like the
which
way
are
they would go to
not
war
entirely in
is they
keeping
would
with
literally,
Talmudic
I mean,
sources.
it's
So this caused a huge hue
there's
and
an ingenuity
cry
that happens in
among
prison
the
that's unlike anything that
commentaries of
most
the
people
day.
can comprehend.
Because essentially what
We can
Eldad was
make
claiming
weapons
is that
out of
these
anything. We can
Jews
make,
living, the 10
tools
lost
out of
tribes
anything. So
living
these
in this
guys
far
want
off
to really
region
figure out how to
were
get
representing the
feces
true
into
Judaism,
a toothpaste tube.
unadulterated
Which
by
means they
any
would like have
other
to like really
forms of
go in the toilet,
belief
pull
or
that stuff out,
practice.
stuff it into a
Again,
thing,
like they spoke of
and then they would
pure
smuggle it
Hebrew,
out to like the
so
cages,
too
right?
were
So
their
5 days we
teachings
would go out to
pure.
these cages.
Never
It's
admixed
like
with other things. Like,
it's
for
imagine a
example, if
dog
we take the
kennel, like a
Talmud,
dog run,
which
right?
is
So
really,
after
as some historians have called it,
So that's how they
the
would take us out.
constitution of Judaism.
And,
You can't
you're
understand
in a
the
cell,
way
they
we
come and they
practice
handcuff you
Judaism
to,
unless you
these
have some
handcuffs attached
familiarity
to a
with how the
leash.
Talmud
They
works
walk you down a
and its
tier,
contents.
take you
But
out to
the
this dog
Talmud
kennel, and they let you out.
is
So
a
they have to give you
tremendous
at least an hour
amalgamation
of that a
of
day.
so
these
phenomenal
guys
amounts
would
of
come out
information from outside Jewish
and they would
sources.
be,
It's
beef with their neighbor.
constantly quoting folk
And now
tales
it's a
from
full-on,
the
they're just squirting
Sasanian
shit
period,
on each other like it's
non-Jewish
fucking insane.
sayings, Aramaic
And
sayings of all
there
kinds
was
of
this
types,
one guy, man, I knew
teachings
this
from
one
the
guy,
world
he
of
had a
business,
colostomy bag.
weights and measures,
This was
from
like the
Greek and
equivalent of
Roman
having a
norms,
fucking
mathematics,
AK-47.
you name it. It's got a tremendous amount of non-Jewish
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. If you got something to say, sell, or share with the world, you need a legit online presence. Me, I use Squarespace to power my website. It's easy to use, and with their AI-enhanced website builder and built-in tools for booking, payments, emails, all of it, you can actually run your business, not just build a site. Go to squarespace.com/Rogan for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the code Rogan, get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
That's
And
already
he
a
was,
shipping
we were
that
like cool, so
Judaism
he
is
would tell me
pure
the
and
days like,
everyone
don't
else.
come out. He would like send me a
It's
note over, like,
very
don't come
difficult.
out the
Like, for
yard today.
example,
I'm about to shoot
the
this bitch
Talmud
up. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? So he would like
the form we
go
have
out
it
there and whip the
between the
colostomy
3rd
bag
and
off
the
and
5th
just really take the
century,
yard hostage.
basically.
Like, oh, like say
And
shit.
the 10
You say
lost
some of us
tribes
stole shit everywhere, right?
disappeared from the Jewish
And so that's how they
scene
would wage war. So that's what that was
between 11
the chaos
and 1500 years
and
before.
like,
So
we
if
get
they
into
were
it,
practicing
officers
Talmudic
got
Judaism
like
using the
flood the
Talmud,
cell blocks.
where
They would
did they
put
get the
sheets in the
Talmud?
toilets.
Because it wasn't
Flush,
written
flush,
for
flush.
another
Now
1,000
the whole
years.
tier is
So
just
they went.
flooded.
So the
And so it's
answer
definitely a
is, as
biohazard.
Eldad says it,
It's
we have the
at
Talmud.
minimum, like
It has
your
no
health
references
and
to any
well-being is
particular
always being
speakers,
threatened
no
by,
references to rabbis who lived, like Rabbi
I mean,
Akiva, for example. He's
I
not
think we
in
got
their
3
Talmud.
showers a
They
week.
just have the pure
And
teachings
the
from God
showers
as it
are
were, without
they're just back
the
to back.
human
So you're not
intervention.
like, they're not
So
cleaning
it's
them
a
out
very
in between
bold statement.
showers. So you're literally
I'll
handcuffed.
pause for a question in a second, but let me just give you the example with Shechita.
Snot on
So
the wall,
if
this
Eldad
fucking,
came
somebody
with a
shave
number
it,
of
they
traditions,
will give you like a little razor to shave.
but how kosher
And then you
slaughter
got the
should be
guys
done.
who we call them
And in
cutters.
other ways,
So
he
these are
seems like a
guys who
really
like self-made.
legitimate Jew with a made
And they would take,
story.
I mean,
Then
anything you
how
could think of, they would
should
take and just kind of
rabbinic
carve up the
Jews
skin,
appreciate and
swallow,
approach
like
his
one guy swallowed
traditions?
batteries, so
Are
they
they
stopped us from
more
like even getting,
legitimate than
at
the
one
ones that
point
were
we got a little
practiced
tape
in the
player,
9th century?
and
Or
a
less
guy
so
ended up
because he
swallowing the
was a
batteries, so
charlatan
they
and a
banned
liar?
all
That
batteries, so
was the
they
question that
couldn't
was put
listen to
to
music
the rabbis
anymore.
of that
So
day, and they had
it
their
was just
say
like
on.
complete
But let me pause
chaos,
for a
and
question or
you know,
so.
it's one of the
You're
darkest
giving me all kinds of
places,
body
you know,
language, and you're
in
thinking
the
about this, so you
world.
must have some reaction.
And I've been
Excellent
in
question.
different
There's no
solitary,
discussion
prisons.
of
Out of
Gemara
19
because
years,
in
I was
traditional
transferred a
Orthodox
total of
theology,
19
the
years to
first
11
5
different
books of
prisons.
Moses,
So
really
I've done
have the
solitary in like
ultimate
a super
authority of
old
being,
prison or a modern
absolutely
prison.
correct
But the
as
one I
they
did the
stand
most time
and
in,
given
which
to
was
Moses,
from
right? That's one of the 13
1999 to
principles of faith as
2004.
articulated by Maimonides and so
It's
on.
called Oaks
But what they
Correctional
do
Facilities.
discuss
It's one of the more modern
are the
prisons.
book
And so,
of Esther
you know, in the midst
and
of
the
that
book of
chaos, I
Lamentations,
decided,
because
like,
the
I
book of
gotta,
Esther
there was a couple
describes
things. So
the
one, I read this book about what's supposed to happen to your
actually
mind
both books are
when
later.
you're in that environment.
Lamentations,
And it talks
Acab
about like
refers
how
to
it
the destruction of
will
the
cause
first
you to
temple in the
hallucinate. It
6th
talks
century,
about how it will
and
cause
the
you
10th
to not
tribes were
feel like
already
you
lost
have
100
like
years
any
before,
agency over your
50
life.
odd years
It
before.
affects how you
So
communicate.
why would they have the book of
Because in
Acab?
order to talk, you gotta lay on your
The
floor,
book
like
of
scream under
Esther,
the door
because
and try to
Esther,
hear a
that
guy,
happened even
or
later than
you
that.
gotta try to
So
talk
they didn't
through like
have
the
them.
electrical
According to one
socket. So
version of
it's
the
all
story,
these
they have
different
those
things
books.
that I
Don't worry, we
kind
have
of
them,
knew
but we
going
don't
in.
read them. First of all, because
And
Esther, we
so
weren't
I
included in
set
the
up
miracle.
for myself,
And
like the only thing I feared about being in
it's
prison
just
was losing
depressing.
my mind.
They just don't want to
I
read
was
it.
never
So
worried
they
about
actually
my
omit it.
physical
Again,
safety.
it's logically
You know, I grew up fighting. I grew up with brothers. You know, I grew up on the east side of Detroit, so I knew how to
a lot
like
of the
take care of
story is
myself.
logically implausible.
Losing my mind was the one thing that I was like, I was afraid of that because I saw
As I like
guys
to
who
say
were
to
like
my undergraduate students,
normal guys. And 5
history
years
is
in,
not so
they're
much
not the
about,
same. You know, they're not the same.
yes, I
And you
get
see
the
this
Gervais
like
involved,
glossed over
which
look
is
in
the way
their eyes. It's
Veronica
the
said,
scariest shit ever to
the way
see.
it actually
Somebody start
happened.
to hallucinate,
That's
start
useful
to
and important,
make
but
up a
it's not
life
nearly as
that
important as
you know
what
is
people
not true.
believe happened.
And so
If
I
people
set
can
my
build an
days
entire
up like
civilization
I was at
out of what they
university.
think happened, even if
And
it's
I
not
always say
necessarily
this,
the reality.
Joe, this is like
Okay,
super
fine,
important.
sophisticated
I was
question.
lucky.
So let's go back to the
I
story.
was
Now,
lucky
so he
because I was literate.
brings
And
up
like
these
the average
halachos,
reading
and the
grade in
rabbis are
prison
saying,
is
"Oh my
about
God,
third grade.
you know,
And
if what he's saying
I
is
wouldn't be here
true,
with you right now if
fantastic
I
as
didn't
it
know
is,
how to read.
it means
Like
that
I
we
would
have
not
to
be the
accept these
person that I
halachos
am
because
today.
they are more authoritative than our own.
And so
And
because
if
I
he's
knew
a
how to
charlatan,
read,
then
I was able
what are
to
we
really
wasting time
structure
with?
my
So the
days
question went
like
to
I was at school. You know,
Sura.
I was
Sura
studying
is one of the
philosophy in the
two
morning.
major
I would study
cities
world
in
history. I would study African history.
Persia
And
at
I
the
would just
time.
like read
Well,
for
the
pleasure. But I was
Gaonim existed.
always
If you
like,
remember some of
you
the
know,
lectures we
every
gave a
day I'm
couple of years
figuring
ago
out,
on
okay,
the
how
various
do I keep my
Gaonim, these are
mind
the
moving
Talmudic
forward? And if you keep your
centers
mind
in Babylon,
forward,
which is
you
no
can
longer called
actually
Babylon, but
survive.
they're on the
And it's,
river
you know, it's no
Tigris
different
and
than any
Euphrates,
other
where you
hardship
had
that
the
you gotta
major
go through.
yeshivas of
But
the day.
it's
And
really
the
like,
question
can you
was
keep your
posed to
mind taking one
Rabbi
more step?
Tzemach ben
And
Chaim,
then there were some
who
days
was
where I
the
was like,
Gaon at Sura,
like,
and he said, we got
this
this
is
guy
too
here,
much. Like
Eldad,
I'm feeling
claims to be a
myself like
member of the tribe
physically
of
like
Dan. He tells us
I
all this
can't
stuff
take
about
no more
Shkita.
day. And in those
Is it
days,
kosher, so to
I
speak?
would just grab a book,
And
man.
Tzemach
I'm
wrote
somebody who
back and
inspired
said,
me. You know,
the
sometimes
truth is,
Nelson
you can rely on
Mandela
him.
like
Because I don't know
27
him
years.
personally, but I know some people who know,
And I would just
in
like
other words, they
open it
played kind
up,
of
and
Jewish
start
geography with
reading
each
something.
other,
I would read
and they
the poem
knew
and
friends
just
of a
like
friend.
that poem
And he
always
said,
just
you know
kind of
what, he's for real.
brought me back like
Now, just because his story is for real doesn't mean that we accept the halachos straight away, but at least he's part of the debate. And so the fact that he had kind of an imprimatur from no less a figure than the chief rabbi of the city of Sura, the yeshiva there, then his opinions went into debate, and that's how we see them in the writings of Rashi, Maimonides, and so on. Now, we don't agree with them, we don't accept them wholeheartedly, but nevertheless, they do enter into a Talmud debate over exactly how the Shkita is done, which indicates kind of an interesting, you know, ambiguity in Jewish thought that's quite pervasive. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous story in the Gemara in Bava Metzia,
and just running that routine
the rabbis
really
were
what
having
kept me
a
like,
disagreement with one
you
rabbi
know,
named
put
Rabbi
one positive
Eliezer, I
thought
think
in
it
front
was.
of the next.
I think
You
it's
know,
Eliezer. And Eliezer
and I mean, at
insists
that
on
time, I
his
still was
interpretation.
like,
He says,
you
look,
know,
if
I wasn't like a
if
model
I'm
person.
right,
You know, I
then
don't want the
you know,
listeners to
let
be
this
confused
river
by
flow
that, because
backwards.
it's a little
Right? right, where the river
somebody
flows backwards. And the rabbi
follows
said
the
to him,
rules and
so what?
stays out
We
of the
don't
way,
rely
get
on
out of trouble.
miracles.
Like
If I'm right,
I was
then
I
let
was
the
into bad
walls
shit in
of
there. You know, I was
the
not.
study hall
I didn't ever think I was getting
and
out.
they start to
So
lean
I
in,
was
and the
like, I
rabbi said,
just
that's
gotta
not right.
run
You
the
just go on
environment.
public
You know, I
property,
gotta be
right?
in
So they stop
control
them
in this
halfway leaning.
environment. I gotta,
And then
you know,
he says,
make
okay, if
all
I'm right,
the moves
if I'm right, let heaven
to
proclaim
have
that I'm right.
agency
And a
over my
booming
life in
voice
that
comes out
environment.
and says,
And so
Rabbi
initially,
Eliezer
while I was in
is
there, I
right.
was only
And nevertheless,
focused on
the rabbis
getting out
say,
so I could finish
sorry,
getting into shit.
we don't rely on heavenly voices.
So when
We have a system of how we
what
decide
would
things.
initially
Majority
say this
rules, and you lose.
So the
And so
first time I went
the
to
Talmudic
solitary was
passage
for an
ends
assault
by saying, Elijah the prophet asked
on
God
a
what he
guy
thought
who
about
was my
that.
neighbor.
God said,
And
he laughed.
basically, I
He
didn't have
said,
any money on my books at the
they have
time.
defeated me,
And
my children, they have defeated
you know,
me.
story day came
So in other
around, and
words,
I was
even
like,
though
I'm
he
gonna go
brings
take
this
your shit.
amazing story,
And so I literally went to rob
and
this
if
guy.
he's right,
And he
but
happened to
he's
be coming
really
in the
right,
cell at the time. We
nevertheless,
got
he
into
has
like
to
a
go through the
fisticuffs,
regular rules of
and
debate,
so
you know,
they
the
took me to
parliamentary rules,
solitary for that.
and if
And I
we
did
don't
about a
agree with
year
them,
for
we're
that.
not going to accept them.
Yeah. And then
Anyway,
because what happened
another
was an
question
officer
that
got
comes up at this
assaulted in the
point
process.
is, oh, and I should
Jumped on
mention,
my
by the
back,
way,
and I thought it
that
was like
even though
his
Rashi, the
cellmate
Rambam,
coming to
and
help him, and I
others
kind of
do
threw him off
quote
me.
Eldad, there
And so
are
that was cost me about a
important
year.
thinkers,
And then the
most
second
notably
time,
even Ezra, who we'll
this
talk
was some
about that
crazy shit.
a
So I
little
got
later
the
this
mystical
semester,
informatory.
who
At the
disagreed
time, I'm
and
the
said,
line
no,
informant,
he's a
so I was like,
charlatan.
I
Why
make
are you
sure
listening
as
to
we're
these
serving
people?
child
It's not useful
that,
whatsoever.
you know,
The 10
this thing
tribes
is running
are
out of like
lost.
cutlets. I put the cutlets in the thing for them to continue serving.
That we
And
spoke
we were all
about
about
last year.
efficiency. Like, we
So
want
there
to
were
move
many
these guys
rabbis
through as
who
fast as possible
refused to
because
give him any
the
credence
child halls
whatsoever.
where all the
One
shit
last
goes down,
detail
the staff
that's
does go
relevant
down.
to this
It's
story
crazy. We
is
try
the
to move
question of
guys out.
whether or not he
And
was
this guy,
a
man, he's just holding up the line. And so
the Karaites are
what
a
happened
sort
is
of
that
major
sometimes they would send
breakaway
these guys
minion
over
of
to the
Jews
reformatory, was
who
like a
in
higher
the
security
9th
level.
century,
It's
roughly
an old,
contemporaneous
it's the
with
oldest
Elda,
prison in Michigan at the time. It's called the Gladiator School.
disagreed
And
with
sometimes
the
they would send
use
these
of the
guys from
oral
like the lower
Torah
levels who,
as an
you
interpretive
know, they're getting in
tool
trouble at the
for
lower levels, and they would
written
send them
Torah.
over there
In
as
other words,
punishment, you
they
know.
basically
And
broke
usually when
away
they come
from
over
the
there, they don't
entire
realize
tradition
that
of
this is a
rabbinic
different,
Judaism,
this is a different
rejected the
game.
Talmud,
You know what I mean?
rejected the
Like the
Mishnah, and tried to
reformatory
create an
is real
alternative
prison. Those lower levels,
interpretation of
it's like
Judaism.
a fucking
They had
camp. You're
quite
not
a lot
dealing
of
with, you know,
success.
you're dealing with
They're
real
very
prison. So
prominent
this guy comes over,
as a
he's holding up
minority
the
among the
line,
Jewish people,
and we're like, yo,
throughout,
like,
sometimes a
what's
very
the
powerful
hold up?
minority.
And so he starts to cuss our crew out, you know, like,
The Middle Ages, right
basically,
up until the
y'all
20th
bitches act
century,
like this,
in
y'all
fact, there
fool,
are
give me
some
more
pockets of
potatoes. Like, so it's like
Karaites
he's
active
upset,
today.
he's not, he don't feel like he's getting enough.
In the
And so I'm talking to the guy, and I'm like, yo, I'm like,
vocal
chill out, like,
debate
what's
between
the situation
Rabbinites
here,
and
you know?
Karaites,
He's like, they
the
act
whole
like
story
this,
of
they're
Eldad
fool,
was
blah,
very
blah.
prominent.
And I'm like, what
Okay,
you
so the
want?
story
Like,
just
you know,
gets weirder
y'all give
then.
me some more, so now he's being disrespectful. So I was like, all right, I got it.
There,
So I load him up
the
with mashed
research on
potatoes,
Eldad Hadad
gravy,
was very
called him to the
intense
window, and I
in
slapped
the
him.
19th
And I was like,
century.
yo, don't come to the window
Again,
disrespectful.
it's related to
And so I just slapped him with his whole
engines that
tray
drove
of
a lot of
potatoes and
Jewish thought
gravy.
at that time.
And
If we
he
jump
takes
ahead
off
to
running,
think
he
about
like
what it
runs
was
to the
like for
officers,
Jews
you
in the
know. And so
19th
my
century, in
supervisor was
particular,
cool.
we should
And he
recall
was like,
that
go to the back
the
and like hide. You know, so
zeitgeist,
he's
the
trying to hide.
spirit
I want
of
his
the
better
age
workers. He don't
was
want to like
towards
lose me
national awakening.
to this. And so, you
Eastern
know,
Europe in
that led
particular
to me
was
being in solitary
dominated
for
by
a year.
massive
Another year.
multinational empires, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, the German Empire,
but the
with many different ethnicities and
incident,
nationalities in them. And throughout the
which
course of
was
the
happening
19th century,
in
influenced
1999,
heavily by the French
me and this
Revolution,
officer,
the
we got
success of
into
that
a conflict.
experiment, many
And the conflict
nationalities who
escalated
had seen
when
themselves as
he pushed me,
subjects,
like literally, he wouldn't let me go to
non-titular
the bathroom. He pushed
nationalities,
me, and then I beat
suddenly
him up.
said, you know,
And
what's the
this
struggle
was
with
another
Why
one of those
can't we
moments
have
of
our
like,
own country? Why can't we have our own, you know,
you know, I
self-determination
think
and
in
things like
life,
that?
man,
So a lot of people,
sometimes
the
we don't
Poles,
talk
for
enough
example,
about
who
how
successfully
lucky we are.
resurrected their country after 200
And this
years
guy, we get into
of
a
having lost
conversation
their
that
sovereignty.
escalates.
The
At this
Ukrainians, the
time, like
Latvians, the
I'm
Lithuanians,
27.
you know, the
All I
Balts,
do
all
is
kinds of
lift weights,
people
work out,
began to to say
whatever.
we should have our own
And
national identity, our
I don't even
language,
realize
our
the difference
borders, our
between like
flag,
a
and so on.
27-year-old
So Jews were caught up in this as well,
the boy that
and they were
walked
trying to
into
articulate to
prison.
themselves what does it
And so
mean
when I punch
to
this
have
guy,
a Jewish
I don't, in my
communal
mind, I'm not even thinking
existence.
about like
Up
how
until the
destructive it
19th
is for a
century,
grown
Jews
man to
had
punch another
basically
person,
gone
another human
along
being. I'm
with
just
the
like, we
traditional
get into the thing,
theological
it
model
escalates, so I
that
punch him.
Jews were
And
members of
as
a
soon as I
people
punch him, I
that
like go
belonged
for
in
the scoop,
Israel
pick him
as
up, his
one
leg,
national
caught up in my
unit,
arm.
and they were,
So I
as a
slam
result
him
of their
down,
sins,
his radio
punished
flies
with
over
exile.
the,
And so Jews
the
were,
railing.
second-class
Lands
citizens
on the floor.
theologically. in all
Now,
of the
when this
countries, a
conflict
status
happened,
quo
they're
that
doing what's called
Jews
emergency
accepted as much as the
So every
nations in which
month,
they lived.
in
Because Jews
prisons
felt
all
that,
across the
the
country,
reason we
emergency
are here
conflict
in
blows a
Germany or
siren,
France or whatever
and
is
everybody,
because
doesn't matter what
thousands
you're
of
doing,
years
you
ago,
work in the kitchen, you
we
got to
were
drop what you're
punished,
doing.
and we're waiting for
Everybody has to
our
go back to
eventual
the cell
return
block.
to Israel.
And so
But in the
what
19th
happens
century,
is, you know,
with the
they'll let them
decline
use
of
the
a lot of
restroom,
religious
etc.
attitudes and the rise
But
of
that siren
national
is
thinking,
going. And
Jews
so
began
when
to
me and him
question
are
this and say,
fighting, the
well,
siren is
maybe
going. So
we
the
should
officer downstairs doesn't even know
reevaluate our
that this is
national
happening
identities,
upstairs.
and we should
The thing that
reestablish
saved his
some
life
form
and saved me from
of
a life
national
sentence
government,
was his
whether
radio
it was
flew
expressed
over
in
the
Zionistic
gallery
terms,
and
meaning a
landed.
return to the land
And
of
so a
Israel,
counselor coming
and the
in
establishment of a sovereign
looks and
nation
sees
there,
the radio and is
or
like,
whether it was expressed in
what's the
terms of
radio here?
creating
Looks
kind
up
of like
and
little
sees the
enclaves,
confrontation happening.
reservations of Jews.
So he
There are
hits his
some
button,
here set up here in
officers come
America,
over,
around Buffalo,
they
for
dive on my
example.
back,
There was
separate us, take me to
a
solitary.
settlement of Jews who
So when
wanted
they
to
take me to
create a
solitary,
new
I'm
Zion
raged.
in this
You
country
know, I'm still in
that
that
was
energy.
designed just for Jews to live in
And
peace and
the guy
harmony
next
with
to me, he's
Judaism
banging on
as
the
their
wall. He's
defining
like, yo,
religion.
look down,
So
because I
in
can
this
see down to the
context,
cell block.
people
Now there's
began
an
to look
avalanche
back
out there.
over a lot of
And
the old
basically what happened
stories
is when I
and look
punched
at
him, I broke his
Eldad
trachea.
Adani in particular and try to
And so they
imagine
had to perform emergency surgery on him
what
and literally
it
in front of the cell
and
block.
what they found was a
And
lot
so I
of
was
these
sentenced to an additional 2 years.
research of the 19th century
And
that
what
you know
ended
there
up
are
being
a lot of
4.5 years
forgotten
in solitary
Jewish
confinement.
kingdoms
And the
that
only
had
reason that man
existed
died that day
throughout the
is
entire
because
period of the
his radio
diaspora. They have received
flew
very
over.
little attention from serious scholars.
You know,
And
it's one of
so
those, it's one of
it's
those
just the
things
beginning
where
of a
when I
burgeoning
began to
research trend towards understanding these brief and sometimes
recalibrate my
long-lived
life,
national
began to really
experiments. I'm going to tell
transform
you
my
about a
life and
couple of
think
them right
about
now.
my
To a
life
certain
differently.
degree,
It was
the
another one of those
historical
things where
research
I realized in that
was
moment, I
generated
just let my
about
anger
150 years
dictate
ago
my
by
actions.
modern
And no
Jewish
matter
scholars,
whether I thought
modern
he was right
sense
or
of
wrong,
in the 1800s,
I was so angry and so
was
enraged that I just
definitely
punched this guy
by
in the
Eldad
screen, and I
because they
literally
looked
could
to
have killed this man.
Eldad's story
And
as
I
a
would have
model
bloody been served the
of a
rest of my life in
possible
prison.
Jewish
And so
national
when
existence
that happened,
after the exile from Israel.
you know,
As much as
I
they could
remember
about
they
this,
transferred me
because
that same
what
day.
does
They
this mean
transferred
for
me, so I was
us
at
if we're
that
trying
happened
to
at a prison
create
called
this?
Mesquite
And there were
Correctional Facility.
many
They
examples
transferred me
of
to
Jewish
Oaks Correctional
sovereign
Facility.
nations. It's really not
And
appropriate to
the
use the term
first
nation,
month, man, I was
you know,
there. The
before the
officers
19th
would just
century,
come
you
and
know,
they would like
political
talk so much
entities
shit.
that
You know,
that
like we're
actually
gonna fuck
existed.
you up.
For
And, you know,
example,
we're gonna,
the
you know,
Beta
you're gonna get
Israel,
yours.
which is the proper
And
name for the so-called Falashas,
you know,
or
it
the
was
Ethiopian Jews. Falasha is a
it was the most
derogatory term
vulnerable.
that
You know,
has
I
historical
felt,
records going
I
back to
knew
the
that it
4th
happened there. You know, I know that they can come in and they can
century
just say,
and
oh, he
existing in
did
some
this, and they can
form
come
or
in with
another
the goon
throughout the
squad
Middle
and
Ages.
just
Again,
pepper
a
spray
lot
you
of
and
these,
beat the shit out of you.
the data that we
You're
have
cuffed up.
for
There's nothing you can really do.
the permanence and the power and
You
the
know, so
effect
it was
of
very,
their national
it was very tense
expression is
for
difficult to
about a
work with,
month or
but
so.
we
You
certainly
know,
have
and
reliable
then
sources to say
there were
they
officers who was
existed
at the
as an
facility where it
independent
actually
unit
happened at
with
the
some
transfer
political
over.
power all
And
the
they
way
kind
back
of
to
knew
the
me, and
4th
they kind of
century.
knew
A similar
that, you
example,
know,
in Yemen, you have
the
Joseph
experience with the
Ruwas,
officer
who
wasn't
in the
just like,
6th century
I
created
woke up and had a bad
a
day.
small
You know, they knew it was
Jewish
an escalation.
enclave, and some,
And even though,
you know, I've seen
when
him
I look at
described
it,
in
like
some
I'm
terms
all
as a
about
warlord,
personal
so maybe
responsibility
that
and
term
accountability, and like I
indicates
had
that
to eat
it's
that,
more
you
of
know,
like
that
a
I was
regional
wrong
power
in terms of my
than
reaction to the anger.
a state
There
power,
were
but
things I probably
nevertheless,
could have
we
did
have a couple of
differently.
examples of Jews being in
But
charge
what they told me
of
at that point
particular
was like,
regions.
you're
And
never
the
going to get
most
out of here.
famous of them all, the most
You know, you're
controversial,
never going to
which
get out
I'll
of
spend a
here.
little bit more time
And
talking about them, is
I remember the first time one of them said that
and
to me, I was like,
well-documented state of
I was too naive
Khazaria,
to really,
which was
you know,
Jewish
believe it.
as of
You know, I
the
was
year
like, whatever,
740.
you know, I'll do
And as
a
you can see from this
year or
map
two without
here,
here, they'll let me
the
go.
range of
And then
Khazaria was actually
I
quite
started seeing
extensive, going
guys
all the
around
way
me
up to
who had
Kiev,
been in
which
solitary for
according
10
to the
years.
great
A
Ukrainianist
friend of
Nolan
mine, he's actually out
Professor
now.
Harvard,
His name
was
is Peter.
actually
He works,
founded by
I think he's like a
Khazarian
clerk
Jews.
back in
That's a rather
Michigan.
amazing statement. All the way
He was
across
my neighbor. He was in solitary
the
for 10
eastern
years.
part of Ukraine,
It was a
to
guy
like
across from me.
Donetsk, probably
That
even
was
places
like, this
like
guy
that,
was one of the most
going all the way
fascinating
out here
people I've
past
ever
the
met.
Caspian Sea
Like, he's a
into the
con man.
Don
Like, he was
region.
masterful
And
at
this was
manipulating
essentially
officers,
a
but he was there for
massive
20 years.
Jewish
You know, he
country
had
at the time.
solitary
And
for
what
20
is the
years.
time? We're talking about
And so when I
500
started
years.
seeing that, I was
Imagine
like,
a Jewish
man,
country
I might
existing for
never get out of here.
500
You know?
years.
And
And it just flies under the
the
radar
first 2
of most of our
years,
consciousnesses.
you know,
Now,
I
it's a
was like
complicated
kind
story
of
with
resigning
Khazaria.
myself. I remember writing my dad this letter.
Well, let me tell you a story, and then I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor, and I'm especially going to ask all of you out there on the internet to do me a favor as well, because I have a problem with the whole Khazarian story that It's a personal problem, and I'm not sure what to do about it.
You should
But
just go
we'll get
on
to
with
that
your
in a second.
life.
Anyways, what is the story with
Because they're
Khazaria?
never going to let me out of here.
We do have, if you recall, a
And
couple
my
of
dad
lectures
wrote
on
me
this
back.
topic specifically, so I
He
won't go into
said,
great
you know,
detail. But Khazaria was
I
a
can't even
pagan
pretend
land.
to act like
They were
I
essentially
understand the world that
worshipping
you're in.
trees and
But I will
rocks,
never leave your
winds,
side.
spirits, things like that. And
And
they were
so
concerned about
that's
their
how
religious
resigned
identity
I
and their
was to
independence. So you have
the idea
the
that I was going to
Islamic
die in
movement moving up from the south.
And
We were talking about the year 740,
it
so that
wasn't
means that
until
Islam had been in existence for about 120 years,
I was
and
in
it was
about
sweeping
2
across
years or
North
so.
Africa. And to
maybe
the
about
east,
a little
excuse me,
year.
to the west, you have the
And
Christian world. Christianity is
basically,
expanding throughout
I started
the
journaling.
European continent, and
It was
slowly
inspired
but
by a
surely
letter I got from
converting
my
the
son.
various pagan groups to
My
Christianity.
son
And
told
so
me
the
that his
Khazars, who
mother
are based
had
in their
told him
capital
while I
in
was in
Akil,
prison. He wrote
said,
this
you know,
letter.
if
He's
we
like,
don't join
Mama
one of
told
these
me
powerful
that you're in prison for murder.
monotheistic faiths, we are
He
more
said,
likely
Dad,
we're going
don't
to be
kill
swallowed up
Jesus
by one
Christ
of
is what
them.
you're doing.
So they were debating, as we have a whole story about this in
When I got
Jewish
that
literature,
letter,
they were debating which one of them should they consider
like,
choosing,
you
and
know,
they decided to
I
have a
wasn't
three-way
religious,
debate,
you know.
and they invited
I'm
a
not
Jewish
religious, now I'm
representative.
spiritual.
And so
But there was
the
something
rabbi, the
about
priest,
that
and
that
minister,
just like struck me
a rabbi, a priest,
like in
and
the
an
most
imam. It sounds like
heartbreaking
a bad
ways.
joke,
Like
right?
I have a
The
kid
rabbi,
out
the
here
priest, and the imam,
who
they
I have let down,
decide to they debate, and
and
King
whose mother is
Bulan
telling him
of the
stories about
Khazars
me without
decides that
context.
he will accept
And I don't have a way
Judaism over the
to
other
reach
two.
out to him and
It's
say,
a wonderful
hey,
story,
son, here's
but on a
all this
political
shit that
level,
happened.
choosing Judaism meant that he could
And so I was
retain
like, you
some
know,
level
I
of
got to turn
political
my life around.
independence. Because both Christianity and
I can
Islam
tell you,
had a
like,
degree of
over the
deference
years,
for Judaism
every
because
time I
it
got
was a
into some
monotheistic
shit,
faith. It
I
was
would
a
just
mother
be like,
faith
all right,
to
this
the
is it.
two daughter
You know, this
religions.
is the last
And
time.
as a result, by choosing to
It was
convert to
always these
Judaism,
moments of
Khazaria
like,
remained
I'm going to do
politically
right this
independent for the
time.
next
But
500
it
years.
was never about me.
Now,
it was always
there are a
like,
lot of
I'm going to do
questions
right.
about the
So my
Khazarian
dad
story.
doesn't have to come see me in jail or
For
come
example,
bail me out, or my
there's a
friends
lot
don't
of
have to come,
doubt that
you know,
the
trying to
decision
get me out
taken
of
at the
trouble.
very
It was
highest
never a
levels
real
of the
thing.
Khazarian government
And so
penetrated into
when
the
I
general
started journaling, I
population.
started with this essential
Maybe
question
this
of
was
like,
just
man,
a
how did I end up
cynical
here?
political move
Because
that
up
was,
to that point,
affected by the
I
ruling
didn't think
elites,
of
and
myself
that's
as
it.
a bad person.
Although we
Like, I
do
didn't
have
think of
some
myself
interesting
as
evidence
like
of Khazarian
angry. I didn't
Jews who
think of myself
traveled,
as
for
like,
example, to Cairo
I didn't
and
even think of
left
myself
behind
as violent.
documents, so we know that there were average
I thought that
Khazarian Jews as well.
I
But
just got
nevertheless,
into
they
some
did retain
situations
some
that
kind of identity
people
as
provoked
Jews,
me
and they
in.
are known as Jews
And so I
by
asked
their
this question of
non-Jewish
like, man,
neighbors.
how did you
Many,
get
many
here?
documents,
Like, you're a
Arabic
smart kid.
historians,
You know, you're the kid that wanted to
Islamic
be a
historians,
doctor
all
and an artist.
are aware of the
How
Khazars
the hell
being
did you
Jewish,
get here?
but in the
And so I
12th century,
started
eventually
going
they
back,
were
and I started
overrun by
asking
the
myself
princes of
questions
Canaan
based
and they
on
disappeared from the
when was the
stage.
first time you got arrested?
Now, this is where I have to
And what led
tell
to
you my
that?
personal
You know, and then
request.
what happened the
And that
second
is, I
time?
need you,
And what was the first
those of
time
you who are here,
this
I
thing
certainly
happened and that
appreciate
thing
your
happened? Who
presence.
was responsible?
If you go
And what I was
online,
able to
this is
do
where
was
you can
I
help me
was
on the
able to
internet.
go back
We must fill the internet
and
with
realize
goodness.
that I had
Why
all
do I
this
say
trauma.
that? Because
I had all these
there is a
traumatic things that happened
tremendous
to me as a
amount
kid.
of
I also had caused a lot of
hateful
hurt.
anti-Semitic
And I
thoughts
did a lot
surrounding
of
the
things
Khazar
that
story
really
more than
was
anything
like,
else I talk about.
no, actually, you probably are
If
a
you
bad
look,
person.
for example, at
And
the
so as
statistics
I
on my
began to
lectures
write
on
and
the
sort
web,
those things out,
so
I
most of
realized
my
I had never
lectures,
accomplished, I
people
never
watch,
finished
I've got
anything.
maybe now 500
I started a
hits,
bunch of things.
700
I never
hits,
finished high
people
school.
watching this.
I was like probably one of the smartest kids in the class.
Really popular ones like
Went to
maybe,
Job Corps,
I
got kicked
think
out
my
before I
lecture on
finished that.
ViralRabbi
Was going to go to the military, never
I
followed
don't know,
up to take the
7,000
test.
hits.
So I was
My
a consummate
lecture on
quitter.
Khazaria
You know, I
has
started
got
some stuff
about
and we never
20,000.
finished. And so I
It's
said,
so crazy
in my journal, I
popular.
said, listen,
And the reason
if you're
is
going to turn
because
your life around,
the
you have
whole
to
story of the
finish one thing.
Khazars speaks to the
You have to
identity of
challenge
modern
yourself to
Jews.
finish one
There's a
thing.
theory that has been
And so I'm
advanced
looking
by
around
Arthur
this cell
Kessler and
and I'm like,
others
okay,
that
what can I do? I've done all the
modern
push-up challenges.
Ashkenazi
Like, you know, you could do it solitary.
Jews are not actually
and I was like,
the
you should write
descendants
a
of
book.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
But you got to write the book in 30 days.
You know, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah.
If you write this
They
book
are,
in 30
in fact, the
days,
descendants
you
of
can change your life.
Khazars, a Turkic
If you
tribe
don't,
living
you're gonna die
over
in
the
prison.
Caspian Sea that had nothing whatsoever to do with
And that was
the
my
ancient biblical history.
that was my
A
charge
lot
to
of
myself.
modern anti-Semites
And
in their
And I'll
attempt
tell you, like in
to
solitary, there's no,
delegitimize
like you don't have
modern
a word
Jews as
processor
being
typewriter.
either the
You can't
descendants
even
of
have like
the
a regular
biblical
ink pen
Jews,
because they're
and
scared
at
to
the
like
same time
shank somebody or stick somebody.
delegitimizing their
They give you
ancestral
this little
claims to
flimsy plastic
Israel.
pen.
They say that the people who claim to
And
be
so
Jews
I
now,
remember getting a
specifically
pen.
the
I got like a
Ashkenazi
little
Jews,
pad of
they're
paper.
not even real Jews.
I said
They
to
are
myself,
Khazars. And
like, it's
this
no way
theory is
possible.
incredibly popular.
You're gonna write a
So
book in
here's my
30 days with
request.
that pen.
When you have time,
It's just not
go visit
possible.
some of my lectures on Khazar,
And I remember
especially on
saying to
YouTube, not
myself,
so much on my own website, on
this is
YouTube.
what you
And
always
just
do.
glance down briefly at the comments,
You always make
and
an
then write
excuse.
something nice. Write
You always
something
make
as
a
a,
way to
this is
get
a
out
really
of
informative
being
lecture or
accountable.
something. Because I get
What
so
are you
much
gonna do?
of
Are you
people
gonna turn
saying,
your life
you're
around,
not a real Jew,
or are you gonna
Rabbi,
bullshit the
you
rest
don't
of
know
your
what
life
you're
away?
talking about, you're a Khazar,
And so I sat there for a while,
So please,
and I was like,
help fill the internet
what
with
if I wrote
goodness
this
and write something
pen up
useful.
this
You can
paper?
disagree with me, but just,
I
lightly
literally took
instead
some
of like
paper and I started rolling the
nasty
pen
anti-Semitic
up so it
comments.
was
I
firm
try,
enough
as a matter
that
of
it was like
course,
the size of
to
a regular
leave the
pen.
comments unedited
And I wrote that first book in
because I
30
think
days.
that's just healthy for debate.
And I
But
knew
I
I would
do
never
delete
go
comments
back to
that
prison if I ever got out. And
use
at that point, I still didn't
profanity
know if I was getting out.
or simply hate speech. I
So
will
what did
delete
you write?
those. But otherwise, you'll see lots of
So the
nasty
first
stuff that
book I
gets through.
wrote was
Let's fill the
a
internet with
novel.
goodness. Anyways, this
It
is a
was a
real
fiction
story.
novel.
This
I
actually happened.
love
A
reading.
whole country
I
of
was really
Jews. We're not
fortunate
exactly sure
to
how
really be
deep
able
that
to
conversion reached and
escape through
exactly
books,
what kind of
So I was like,
Judaism
well,
they
I want to
practice,
try
what is
to write a
rabbinic or
book,
Karaite.
and
We have
I
multiple
love
points
these
of
stories.
data
I was reading
that
like
reinforce the
Westerns,
fact that
Louis
they existed,
L'Amour.
and then it simply disappeared in the 12th
My
century,
favorite,
and
one
we
of
have
my
nothing
favorite
else to say
authors,
about it.
Donald Goins. So
So
he had all these
that
street books like
story
No
is
Fame,
not so
Black
far-fetched.
Gangster,
You
and it
could
was like all
easily
this
have
kind of
borrowed from a lot
underbelly,
of these things,
iceberg
and who
slim,
knows,
pimp,
there
all
may
these
have been
stories
some
were
kernels of
stories I had
truth
read
in
early
these
on.
otherwise
These guys, they
amazing
were like
stories.
me. Like Donald
So,
Goins served time in prison.
the
And so I'm like,
next
well, if these guys
stage
could
of
write a book,
this story,
then what
however,
if I
is
get
once
to
again,
try
we're
it?
going
So
away
my
from what
first
actually
novel
happened to what people believed happened. Is that
was literally about
Eldad's
this
story
girl who
gained a
played
lot of
street
popularity
basketball. Her
among
dad was
Jews
like a street
living
basketball
sometimes in an
legend. And so
oppressed
I
situation as
wrote
a
that book,
minority in
and
the
I
country,
remember just like,
thinking, the Messianic era, it
I
could
had
happen
never
anytime.
felt
The 10 lost tribes are just
a greater
waiting
sense
for
of
the
pride in
signal,
myself
and the Messianic era will
than
unfold,
writing that book
exile
on a
will end, or
notepad. And
return to
I
Israel.
still have the
Because we know
original
that they're just over the
books
mountains.
that I
They're
wrote
just on
in
the other side
solitary
of the
confinement
river
on
Kushan.
notepads and on
They
the
have
back
this
of paper.
amazing river
I'll be
Sambatyon
out
with the
seeing
name Moshe, and everything is
a
all
while
there,
ago,
just
mine.
waiting for it to happen.
And
So
I
a
remember
tremendous
writing
amount
that
of
book,
hope
and
spread
I
among the
got
Jewish
out. So I
population
write
as a
the book.
result.
This is
However,
wild shit.
it was not
So after I
relegated
write
to
it, I'm like,
Jewish
well,
ears.
a book
There were
really is
many
a book
non-Jews who were
until
hearing the
somebody
story as
reads it.
well, and of course,
And so
it
I clammed
struck
down
to
on
the
the floor.
core of
And
Christian
I'm like, yo,
eschatology. What
like
would
somebody
the
want
end
to
of days
read this book I just wrote?
be like for
And I
the
remember this guy at the
Christians?
other end of the chair was
If
like,
it's true
don't
that
nobody
the
want to read
10
that
lost
bullshit.
tribes are
This
out
ain't
there,
over.
just waiting to rejoin, the pitiful
so
Jews
here
we
it
have
is. I'm
living
like,
in our
I'm
ghettos
trying to
here in
like,
Europe.
I'm trying to turn my
What does
life
that mean
around. I'm
about
like,
the
now
whole
I gotta shake
Christian
this
story?
guy for disrespecting me. You know what I'm
And
saying?
so,
So,
by the 12th
but it was
century,
like,
a Christian version of
it
this
ended
story
up
began to
when you
surface.
said it, my ego.
It's
It's like,
clearly
I'm,
taken
I
a
am
lot
on
of
the yard, like
material
I'm the
straight
shot
from
caller. Like,
Eldad
it have to
Adani,
be done,
but it
right?
has one
And I
major
stepped back and I was like,
difference, and that is that
oh,
there
he actually
is
just gave me a go.
Christian priest
Like, if I'm
living
gonna
out in
take
these
writing serious, I need to set a
name
goal.
is-
What do I want to happen with my work?
whose name is
You know?
Prester John,
And then
and
another
he
guy,
is
he agreed
in charge
to
of
read it. And now,
the
so
10 Jewish
I'm in
tribes
solitude,
living
so
out
it's not
there.
like I can just walk out the cell and get a guy to book,
rules
right?
them
So we
and
would make these
dominates them,
fish lines
and
out
that
of our
when Jesus comes for the
underwear.
second
So you
time,
take all the
then
string out of
Prester
your
John
underwear, you
will
attach
bring
that
those
to
10
a
tribes
toothpaste
out,
tube,
and the Jews
two
will have the
scrolls on
final
the
denouement,
toothpaste out of
which
the
will
stuff
be in
with
accordance with the
paper.
Christian
You stuff it
teaching
with toilet
of
paper,
the end
with
of
toilet
days.
paper.
So in other
And
words, the
once
whole
that dries, it
Eldad
has enough
story
weight that you
was
can
actually
slide it
hijacked
up and down.
just
And
slightly
so it's
after
something we would
in
use
the
our
12th
scientific
century
system
to
Welcome,
be able
Frosty.
to reveal a Christian viewpoint.
How you living, doing, Pimp?
juncture, the whole story built more popular because of the.
What's good, son? Loud and clearly. Loudly and clearly. Remember that time I asked you how you living, Pimp? How you living, Pimp? Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? What happened to your microphone? I know you said you used. What happened to your original? What happened to your original? What happened to your original device? The phone got busted? Your earphones are busted. Okay. It's very difficult to hear you with your headphones. I'm not saying I don't love talking to you. I'm just making you aware. What's on your agenda for today, son? I don't know, pimp. Make any adjustments that you need. Sounds like a plan, baby. That's Frosty, everybody.
With Christian
And then you can, attach
eschatology.
whatever to
At
it.
the same time,
And so I
the fear
attached
factor
the
grew
book
as
to it,
well,
man, slid
and
it
a
out
lot
the
of
door.
strange myths
And I don't hear
about
from this
Jews
guy
began
like
to
all day.
circulate
So
from
now
the
I'm like
12th century
nervous and
onward
shit
in
because I'm
particular
like, it's my only
that
copy.
feed off
You know what I'm
God's
saying?
stories
I'm like, I think I got
that are
my
a
only
lot
copy and
less,
he ain't responding.
let's say,
But then he came back to the
healthy
door, man.
perhaps in
He was
thinking.
like,
There was this
you know,
fear that
that's
there
one
were
of the
all
best books
these
I've ever read.
massive hordes
And I
of
was like,
warrior
wow.
Jews
It blew
who
my
were
mind for like literally about
living
5 minutes. And
under
then I thought about it. I was
mountains in
like,
the Caucasus
man,
region.
he
They're
started
called
taking 5 minutes. He
the
gonna get bored
Rote
of this shit. Nigga.
the Red Jews.
And
They were
sent him a
waiting
recipe.
for
Like,
their
it's the best
signal to be
chicken soup recipe
unleashed
ever, right?
and
So,
to
but
rampage
I was like, okay,
across
maybe
Europe
if I send it out,
and to
you know,
attack
send it out
all
to
of
people. So I started sending my writing out to like,
peaceful
I have a
Christians
brother,
living
he's
in
my
various
stepbrother.
And this
And
was
like out of
more
all
of a
my
paranoid
siblings, he's the
fear,
one
again,
of us
to
that's
ripping
like
off
always
El
played by
God's
the books.
story
You know, he
and
went to
ripping
school,
off the
he
Prester John
college,
story at
was
the same time.
engineering, like
This
one of the
fear
big
that the
three,
Jews,
and he
especially
just
those
always
who
done
emerged
better
from
books.
Hungary, were going to
And I never
descend
sent it to
on
him. He had
every
never wrote me
living
a
room,
present.
covering
Like,
all the
never wrote
couches
me a
with
present.
plastic.
I sent him the book.
That was a
And I
joke.
remember
I
I
tried to
still
get
have
away
his
with
letter
that.
to this
Maybe
day.
I should have. But anyway, the
And he
idea is
wrote back
the
and
Red
he said
Jews
to
were going
me,
to come out of these
this
10
writing
lost tribes, and they
is
were going
better
to
than
actually,
most of the people I went to school
destroy
with.
Christian
And I'm
civilization
going to
as a
help you
result.
figure out,
And one
you know, how to
final
path
sort of
forward.
twist that especially becomes prominent from the
And so
13th
just
century
getting
onward
that
is the
affirmation for somebody
development
who
of the
he
ideology
wasn't in
of
the
the
streets,
so-called
he wasn't a
Antichrist.
prison cell block,
One
so he
of
did
the
it the right way. Like
significant
just that little boost, man,
developments
was
in
like,
the
okay,
right
maybe
after the
I'm
High
onto
Middle
something,
Ages
you know?
is this
And so
concept that
I wrote my
the
second
devil, who
book.
becomes very, very prominent
Like
in
right after
Christian
that, and I
thought,
gave myself the same thing. You
is
got to
going
finish
to
it 30 to 60
actively
days.
mount a campaign
And then I started
to
the third
try
book,
and
man.
stop
And
the second coming by creating
I went into
a doppelganger,
deepest part of
the reverse
depression
image, as it were, of
that I had
Jesus in the
experienced
so-called
in prison.
Antichrist. And how would this Antichrist
And
be
it was
born?
because
Well,
by the time I got to
there
write
would,
book
just
3,
as Jesus
I
was,
realized I had
according to
this
Christian
incredible
thought,
talent.
the product,
And
the
that
union
always
of
been
God
there.
and a human woman, a
And
Jewish
that
woman. So
I
the
had let
Antichrist
all
would be
the
the
trauma,
product of a
all
union
the
between
violence,
Satan
all the street
and a
life
Jewish woman, get
overtake
this, from
my
the tribe
life.
of Dan.
And I'm
Right?
like, I'm in this
Eldad
environment, I
Hadani,
can't
the warrior
give birth to
Danite,
this dream.
and that this
Like,
child
so
was
it was the most,
through a whole
like getting
series
sentenced
of
was like,
miracles that were designed to be the
my life is
mirror
over.
image of Jesus' own life, and then he would
Not being
go
able
back to the
to
Caucasus region, unlock
actualize
the
a dream
mountains,
based
and
on
he
the
would
gift I was given.
directly lead hordes of Jews out
That was
into
devastating.
Europe to destroy the,
You know,
the
and so
world as
I
they
was going
know
through
it
this
then.
depression.
So
And I did what
the
I
whole
always would do,
Eldad
which was
story,
go back to those books.
it has some rather negative
You know, I was
repercussions
getting heavy in
later as
philosophy,
it
which
is
was like
translated into a
the wildest
kind of
thing is like, you know,
vision
growing up,
of
you
what
know,
it must
you
be
hear
like for
philosophy,
these
it's like,
10
oh, that's super
tribes to
boring, you
exist.
know. But I was getting into all this philosophy,
So,
man, and
when
I
we take
remember
it all
going
together,
back
it's
to
really a
James
complex
Allen's
and
book,
bizarre
and
story.
it was really
We
talking
don't
about this
know
idea
to what degree Eldad's story has any veracity, but there are definitely some points of contact with valid historicity that we can affirm some elements of his story, if not the more fantastic elements. At least the idea of Jewish nationhood is not totally unknown before the 20th century. The fantastic elements, therefore, contain elements of truth. And Eldad, by the way, became the sort of role model for many Jewish travelers of the Middle Ages. Jews were especially known for their wide-ranging commercial activity, and as a result, you have a whole series of Jewish travelers who later published their travelogues, like Ptachia of Regensburg and so on, Benjamin of Tudela, and they're like a primary genre created for the reading audience of the time. The story of Eldad provided a lot of hope to Jews living in exile for an eventual redemption, and at the same time, stoked some paranoia among the non-Jewish nations among whom they lived, that perhaps the Jews would make a second coming that would decimate Christian civilization. Just one last little footnote here. Eldad's story has an interesting expression in the person of Israel Eldad, shown here, very important early Zionist who was associated with some of the more right-wing expressions of Zionism in the Free-State period. And he abandoned his traditional Yiddish language surname, and I think it was Schreib, if I remember correctly, and he adopted the last name Eldad specifically to evoke the whole story of Eldad Hagani and the independent 10 tribes living beyond the river Kush. So the story is bizarre, it is ephemeral, and very difficult to understand the basics of it, but nevertheless, it grips the imagination even to the present day.
I believe.
And with that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance, as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
He had to go through multiple series of like his supervisors because the assault was on the inmate. And so it took about another 2 years before I got out of solitary.
The assault was on an officer.
Yeah, on an officer. Yeah, on an officer. And so it took literally another 2 years before I finally got out. But once I got out, I took those handwritten books and I typed them all up. And I mentored those guys, and I began to tutor the guys who they said couldn't read or wouldn't read. And I found that if I gave them books that were similar to their life, they would put in more effort. And so that's what I focused on, and then I typed those books up, and I was like, I started to send them out, sending stuff out. I still got like copies of my query letters, man. I was just sending stuff out in the dark. Like I sent Jay-Z was like the president of like Def Jam at one point. I was like, oh, you should publish this book because you rap about this shit. I already live here. I sent it to him, and I was just like,
did he respond?
No, he never got a response. Well, I did get a couple of responses from some independent publishers, and they was like, no, we're not interested right now, but thank you.
A really important topic.
And I just kept going at it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm responsible for my own drink. And so I took the money that my parents sent me and money I hustled on the yard. I still had hustles, they just weren't like illegal hustles. So I wasn't doing like drug smuggling, but I was selling, the merchandise on the yard for twice what it's worth. I just took that money, man, I saved it up, and I published my first book from prison in 2008.
Moses as well.
And,
how did you do let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who are Torah citizens who heard this. Steve, you're probably not one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, never gets onto a bus.
Like I knew how to get a copyright, an ISBN number.
So she
I had a partner outside
would you like
who
some
believed in what
peanuts
I was
yet,
doing.
man?
And I basically would just be like, here's the steps I need you to take to, execute this. And
so she
found
gives
the
them a few
graphic artist and
Nice to
printer.
see you. Welcome back.
And published the first book.
So
and
then
prison
she
suit.
sits down. Then a few minutes
Because
later,
of
the driver comes,
incarceration.
and she gets up again and she says, "Excuse me, would you like some more peanuts?" So he says,
They tallied it up to like
"That
$1
would be
million.
really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts." So
Yeah.
she gives him some more peanuts.
Because basically
And
what they
this goes
did
on
is they
several times
literally
until
went
finally he
and
says to her,
said,
"Listen,
this is how much
it's
it
really
costs
very kind of you, but
for you
why
to
do
be
you
in
keep
prison
offering me
at every prison
so many
you've been in
peanuts?"
per day.
And she says, "Well,
And so higher security
I only
level
really
was
like
about
the
150 something a day. Lower security level was like 70 something a day.
So I'm
And it
hoping
was like by the time you get out
that
of prison, it'll be about
this
$1 million.
presentation, I'm
And so
going to
we
give
want
you all the
90%
chocolate, and I'll hang on to the peanuts. But the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I might try to speak a little faster just to make up the time. But we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel Bell Harbor Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, AC and light, and place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the cost, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away.
Probably not hiring
So,
that person.
let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben
I'm trying to give myself
the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Lambda, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the I-D-E-S suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides,
This is how they ended up
Moshe
liking
ben
Maimon,
Maimon.
right?
His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb. But the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo, in the courtyard of the yeshiva, where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial. As we shall see, his books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion, and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divided into two basic categories, and that'll be it for tonight. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin?
I don't want to be one of those
hard questions allowed, just easy ones?
I want to die here.
Okay,
Like, I want to, and I want to actually add value. Like, I know some things
so
that I think
his
is helpful.
family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Maggid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous vehicles for lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis. They took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have
some people just have a gift, and sometimes that gift comes from pain. Sometimes that gift comes from a life of struggle or hardship.
So it came from this long line of rabbis and judges. They never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, as you can see, in Cordoba, Spain, at the very end of the Spanish War age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time.
think that was some of
a
the
more
wisdom,
central period
like
of
following
the
laws.
Spanish Golden Age, but for
But the
now we're
policy
going to concentrate
itself
on the
is
12th
wild.
century.
Like,
At this
if
time,
you
the
go here and
Almohades took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North
that same
Africa.
law
The
applies
Almohades were
when
known
it
as
gets
the
to 90%.
monotheists,
It's
and
covered
they
across your
were very
incarceration.
strict
That's
interpreters
fucked
of
up.
But
Sharia.
it's
They
discriminating in
believed that
terms of like how they
Muslim
apply
law
it and who
should
they
be
apply.
interpreted
And
with
that's
a
where
minimum
the hate came in, because
divergence for
how it got
various
initiated was
opinions.
person in the mailroom
One
was
area
like,
that
oh, how dare
affected the
this guy
Jews in
write a book.
particular, the
And I'm
Almohades
gonna send
removed
this to
their
the attorney
Dhimmi
general,
status,
and they're gonna
meaning
like, Jesus, that
Jews
was crazy.
since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century,
What is the
but
language
the
that you get
Muslims
out of
earlier
it?
than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status or Dhimmi status. They had to pay
So that's the last one.
tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their
You know,
synagogues and
start to
so on.
play with your
The
mind, which you
Almohades
see, and you
removed
got
this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in a
because you go up to these hearings and it feels like
tricultural
you're about to
state
go
of Spain,
and then
where
they come back in 30
the
days and
conflict
they
between Jews and
let you
Muslims
out.
and
Like, it's gotta
Christians
go.
was
So it
perhaps the
goes like
fiercest in
you
all
had
of
to
Europe.
shuttle an officer
And this meant that
goes
it
to the war, and then the war goes like a
became
razor,
increasingly
the razor
intolerable
goes like
for
a
the
maid.
Maimonides family to
And so
remain
each time I would make it like, oh, I got into the
the
war
Iberian
in the
Peninsula.
regional
So
section. Now I
they
got into the
departed
regional
from
in
Cordoba
section
and
down.
spent
So
many years
it's
first
like you
in
get your
Fez,
hopes up. You
Morocco,
don't know when it's
where
going to end.
Maimonides
You know, it's kind of like,
simultaneously studied
you know,
Jewish law
back when
in
the
a yeshiva
pandemic,
there, as well as medicine in
a lot of
the
my
Al
friends,
Qayran
you know, I have a lot of friends from
University.
different walks of
He
life
then
now.
he then spent
A lot of my
9 additional
friends,
years
their
going
style
from
to
there
me,
with
it
his
was like, you
family
know, how do
across
we
the
help
coast of
navigate
North Africa, ending
these
up
tough
in
times where the
Israel.
isolated
I can show you some pictures.
feeling.
I want to show you some pictures. Here's a picture
So I
of
told him,
Cordoba,
you know,
Spain. This
the
is where the
hardest thing
Alhambra
that
Mosque, the
we're all
Alhambra
gonna grapple
Palace is
with
located.
is
We'll talk
uncertainty
about more about that
of not
next
knowing
week.
when
And
it's
look
going
at
to
Shmuel
end.
ben Yodrella. And then he
And
moved
that's
here
exactly
to
what happened.
Fez,
Right? It's like, all right,
Morocco.
everybody's going to go on a lockdown.
Architecture. And then he
April
made his
30th,
way
all
all
these
over to
freaking
the old
I
city
know
of
we're going to stay until
Jerusalem, where
March.
he
Nope.
lived
I think
briefly.
we're staying until
It's not known exactly why
So
he
just
left
you start to
Israel.
lose that
He
one
clearly
distance. You
found
can't
it was
endure
the high
being
point
stuck
in his
around.
personal career.
That's what it's like.
He
Some
wrote
people
of his
just don't
time
know.
in Israel as a personal, teaching his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or fate to go back to Egypt in a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, their letters were based on some who sings every single
And so
day
the
without
wild
any
thing was like
specific
that
references
last
to
year in
which
solitary.
sin
So
it is.
they have
Many
these guys
scholars
go
believe
over
it
to
was
the cell block that get cleaned up. They pass up food
which
trays. They usually come to protect you.
but at any rate, he
The
left
last year
Israel
stopped.
after very
Let them
short
guys come in.
sojourn
It was just
and
creating
spent
too
the
much
rest of his life
conflict.
in
They was
Egypt.
like, they got beef. Now you over here.
This
Guys
is
are
where
trying to get you. Which is crazy.
he
So the
made
guys
his
who was coming over from
career
general
and his fame,
population, it was like,
particularly
guys, I can't, you know. So like the last year I was
as
there,
a jewel
you know, they
merchant,
would come
and
through and
later
they would smoke
as
candy bars. I hadn't had
a
candy bar
physician.
like
Now,
3
Jim
years, you know.
Scott, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. It was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century. And one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt. And that had a significant
I
Jewish
told him, I
population.
was like, now they let me out.
Maimonides
It's going to be like
took
George
a
Jefferson
leadership
strolling
role
out
from
here, you know.
Fustat,
So
and he arranged
that's
for a
already how it
huge
was.
collection
He
of
popped that
cash
door.
from the Jewish
And I took
communities
my
of
little
Egypt and
bag
was
of
able
shit
to
and my
secure the
books and
release of
through
the
that thing.
Jews who were
I'm
taken
George
captive.
Jefferson strolling out like
For
I'm
this,
like
he
y'all have never
he
seen
received
it. I had
tremendous
really,
prestige
you
and
know,
respect,
I looked at it
as
like
well as
this. I was like,
significant
you know,
remuneration
up
because
to
he
this
was
point in
called
my
upon
life,
to serve in many different
I had
capacities as a
let
communal
myself
leader.
down so many
And
times.
ultimately,
You know,
he chose to
I had
invest
been
his
beat
funds
down by life, the
in
traumas,
a
the
gem
fucking
business
all
that
the
his
things.
younger brother
And
David
it was the
would run.
first time I
Maimonides had
felt
told
like
his
I
brother
was fighting for
that
myself.
he should
I
specifically
felt like I
pick
was
up
fighting for
his
myself. Like,
merchandise at
I'm
one
gonna get out
particular
of here.
location. I believe it was
All the
somewhere in
things I said
Arabia.
I'm gonna do,
But
I'm gonna
when
get out.
David went, so he gave him a
It's
huge
gonna be the
pile of
first
money
time that I'm
to
gonna
go
stand
and make
on
this
something
purchase, which he then
that
would
really
bring back, of
aligns
course,
with
they
that
would live
little
on.
boy.
As it
I
happened,
always knew was
David
there.
traveled to this
And I'm gonna
location,
fight
the
for
name
this
of which
kid.
escapes
And
me
so I
right
was
now,
so I
and
was
he
like,
found that the merchandise
I'm
was not
moving
up
on
to
up,
par, and so
but I'm
he
moving on up
elected
to like a
to
higher
go on a much
purpose in my
longer
life. And that's when I
voyage
got out,
to
man.
India,
I
where
went to
rumor
work.
had it
I'm
there
like,
was
really
much
went to work.
more
I took
fine
those books.
merchandise to be had.
You know, I typed them up.
Unfortunately,
You know, I figured out,
his
you know,
boat
how to
sank
publish a book.
sometime in
You know, I
the year
started preparing for
1169 or
parole.
1170,
The
and he
year that I
never returned,
published the
and
book,
the
I
family
went up for
fortune
parole
was
that same
lost.
year, 2008.
This was
And
a cause
I
of
was in
tremendous
prison at
grief
this
to
time. They had transferred me to lower
He
security levels. So you
describes
started working
how
your way
he
down,
fell into a deep
which is its
depression for
own
about a year.
craziness.
He
You
is
know,
inconsolable
I did at that
because
point. I don't
this
did
younger
hard.
brother was, he
Going
raised him
down
on
the
his
security
knee,
level
and
is like
he was
crazy.
his student as
You know,
well.
because you're not
He
you're
then
dealing
had
with
a
these
wife
guys
and a
that's coming
young
straight off
daughter,
the streets. They're like,
and Maimonides
you know,
was
you're
quite
dealing
crushed
with.
by it, and he describes
There's
it
kind of a hierarchy
still
in the
mourning
streets.
for him
You know, there's
even
a
9
hierarchy of
years
mindset
later.
in the streets. Like
But at any rate,
guys who
the
are
reversal in family
usually good
fortunes
at
meant
selling
that he had to
drugs,
find
they're
a new
literally
career,
operating at a
and so
different
he had
like
been
intellectual
taking quite a bit
frequency
of medical
than
training
guys that
in
are like doing
Fez
petty
and
theft.
also in Cordoba.
And so
Even
now
so he
you're
decided
in
to
lower levels.
turn his
You're
hand to
dealing with
medicine,
a
and
lot
he turned out
of
to be
guys who
extremely
really
successful
should
at this,
probably be in an
eventually
addiction
becoming the
environment
court
versus
physician to the
actually
Grand
prison.
Vizier, and ultimately
You're
to
dealing
none other
with
than Sultan
your,
Saladin himself.
failure to pay child
There are even
support,
some interesting sources that argue that
DUIs,
Richard,
low-level
Lionheart,
drug offenses,
the
petty
Crusader
theft. So
King,
you're dealing with a
wanted
different
to bring
mindset
Maimonides into
of
his
guys
own
who are really still they're
employ,
trying to heal.
but there's
You know,
no
they're just
real
coming fresh off the
significant
streets.
basis for that.
And it's an open setting, so I'm going from like being in the
There
cell
is
by myself to
an
like now I'm in
interesting
this like
citation that's
cubicle
rooted
with
about that
these random
Maimonides
even
converted
guys.
to Islam in the course of his
I was just
wanderings
preparing
before he
myself,
became
man. I
Nahid. I'm
was
just
like,
walking back a little
I
bit
want
now
to get out and I want to add
chronologically.
value to
But
society.
there's a lot. I should
So,
just dispense
you know,
with it right
they
now.
had
There's
transferred
the
me, so now at this
consensus
point I'm way
scholarly
up
opinion
on
is
the
that
northern Michigan over the upper
likely that
peninsula.
it is not at all correct,
So about 12 hours
because
from my hometown. My
the
dad
Muslims
comes
of the
up,
medieval
my
period
dad,
were
my
a little bit like
stepmom,
the
my oldest
Mormons of the
son.
20th century,
And
baptizing
then we go into this parole hearing.
dead
It probably
Jews
lasted,
who were killed in the Holocaust
maybe a
in order
minute.
that they should
You
get
know, this lady, she was
posthumous life
just
in the world
like,
to come. And so there
why
was
did you do
something
what
of
you
a
did? It was like
tendency
a
among
very
some
hard
Muslim
line,
historians
just the
to
facts, you know?
posthumously grant
And I was
conversion
just
to
like,
famous
I get out.
non-Muslims in
You know,
history, and
Like I
Maimonides
knew
was
it. Like
principal
that
among them.
hearing was so fast.
There are
She
some
didn't,
scholars, though, who
listen to my
believe that,
dad.
in
It was
fact,
just
he
very
did go
curt.
through a pro forma
And I was like,
conversion,
man,
perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that conversion
And so,
was
how many years in was this?
nullified
So at that
once he
point, I had
was able to
17
reach
years.
safety. There
And
are
how
a
much
lot
time
of
do you have to wait before you can apply
there's a
for
lot
parole
of
again?
text in
So
Lambrow's own writings,
technically, it
however,
could be
that
anywhere
indicates
from
that he
12
had
months to
significant
24 months.
sympathy
They give
for
what's called
people who
a
were
flop
forced
or
to convert.
Passover. So they
He
gave me a
has a
12
tremendous
month.
amount of
And
space
usually
devoted
you
in his
go back
writings
within
to
about 10 months of that
urging
to
communities
go
to be
back to the same
tolerant with
process
those
again.
Jews who were
And
forced
sometimes
to
less when they're
into
trying to like
conversion either to
deal with
Christianity
budget
or to
issues and
Islam,
kind of get guys
and
out. So I
saying
went
that they
back
should be
probably about
accepted back
10 months
without
later.
any
What
kind
did she
of
say?
probation.
She
He
didn't say,
also
she didn't tell me
wrote
she was
that
denying me
Jews
like
should
in
not
the
live in
hearing.
places where
It was just the
forced
way
conversion
that the hearing
is
was
likely
handled,
to
where it was
occur.
like
So the
she didn't
preponderance
ask,
of
you know, what
evidence
are your
indicates
plans
he
when you
probably
get
never
out?
converted.
Who
But
were
at any
you
rate, he
before
did
that
certainly
incident?
have
What led up to that
a
incident?
great amount
Like
of
it was just
sympathy for those
very,
kids. Yes,
you know,
please.
basically you killed someone and that's it. And I think when I was even trying to explain to her, I think she just kind of like shut it down.
She put you in a category.
Yeah, she shut it down.
So the question
Like, it
was
was almost like
for our
me
internet
explaining to her
audience
was
in the
making an
Philippines.
excuse. You know, that was the way that
The
she
question
responded.
is, how was
And I was like, man, it probably didn't even take a full 60
I
days
don't
before I had
know.
a decision
I simply
back.
don't know the
You know,
answer to
that
it.
I was
I've never
being
seen
denied.
anything that Maimonides has written on that topic.
That's gotta be
As you
a horrible
correctly
feeling
point out,
to just be
the
in a
Jews
category
were basically
where
peripheral to the Crusades,
they don't take into
especially
account
later
any
on in the 12th
circumstances,
century.
don't take into account
The massacres
any
of Jews during the
potential
Crusades
growth
occurred
or
primarily
this
in the
direction
Rhineland.
that you're trying to move
Germany.
your life into.
The Jews who
They're
were
just in a
not
category.
in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never even
that's the
seen make you
scariest
say
part
that.
about,
So I don't
you know, our
know
penal
exactly.
system
I've never
overall.
seen
There's
anything
no
about
rehabilitation.
wrote on
Right.
the
You have to
topic.
do it like
Certainly,
your
it was
story
part of the
is
larger
so
geopolitical
similar to many
factors
stories that I've
involved
heard.
in the day.
Yeah.
It's doubtful that he
done
ever
a lot
butchered the
of
line hard, but
podcasts with my friend
you know,
Josh
as we
Tubin.
read history
You know,
backwards
Josh,
and we look at
that's the
famous
lawyer.
figures and we try to draw
He's
lines
the guy
between them,
who used to work for the Innocence Project, and I worked for the
there's no question that he was highly sought after as a
Center for
physician
Legal
in
Justice.
Cairo, and
It's
his
mostly
service to the
dealing
Grand
with
Vizier and then to
wrongfully
the Sultan
incarcerated people.
was is well.
You know, and some of them,
Excellent observation.
um,
So,
the stories,
as I mentioned,
you hear it,
he had to turn to medicine as a
it just
career.
kills you. It breaks your heart.
And
just
I mentioned
try to
all these things.
imagine
Okay,
what it's
so
like
I
to be
said,
that person.
there's a picture of my
Dealing
mom.
with
There's so many pictures of
corrupt
my mom that I could have
DAs,
spent the entire
corrupt
class just looking at them. But
prosecutors,
this is, by the way,
corrupt everything, corrupt
the head
cops,
of a
and
statue that
people
was
just get
erected
railroaded because they
near
need
my
to
mother's
hang a
home in
conviction on
Córdoba,
somebody.
in
Absolutely.
Spain.
It's one of
In
the
terms of his
scariest parts
medical
of the
studies,
system.
now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but
Calvin did
he
24
produced a
years for a crime
phenomenal amount of medical literature
he's out
written
now.
by and large in
And he
Arabic.
has one of
He
the,
followed basically the thought of Galen
and he
with the
has
idea
one
of
of
the
the
humors,
most
you know,
incredibly positive
the
spirits of
guile
anybody
and
I've
good
met,
humor
given
and
what he's
various
been
things like
through.
that. But he also was
And
given over to
The
experimentation
hardest
as
part
well. He
about
didn't
any of
rely
this,
simply
is
on a
exactly what you
theoretical
said. It's
knowledge
like you're
of
labeled
medicine.
for the rest
He
of your life.
was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific
hits,
method was
You know,
developed,
because it
but
impacts
nevertheless, it
your
was something
ability to
important to
contribute.
him. He also
what people don't
contributed
know is
to
like
the
90% of people
literature
incarcerated
a
will get out at some point.
multilingual guide to
And we have to decide
pharmaceuticals,
who do we want to be as a society. Like, do we
represented
want to give
various
people
herbs
a
and
second chance to
spices
prove
and other
themselves?
medicinal
And like,
ingredients that were used,
I'm
and
not-
listed
I'm
them
not
in a
a-
quadrilingual format. I believe the
I'm not
four
a person
languages were
who
Hebrew,
has a
Hebrew,
mindset of like to just
Arabic,
throw the doors open and let everybody
Greek,
in.
and Latin, which was a phenomenal
I
service to the medical
Again, that I was fortunate. And I was lucky to be
community
literate.
because it meant that
And I was
you know,
lucky
the
to have read
terminology
books
could
that
be
led to me really
standardized,
putting in
and
the
that
hard,
what people
arduous
said
work
in
of
Latin text could
reimagining
then be
a life for
written
myself. That's tough work.
in Arabic
That
text,
none of us
and
gets
so
out of
on.
there without our scars.
He wrote treatises on a wide
You know, there's
variety
things
of
about me
topics,
right now that I can directly
often
pinpoint. Oh, this is because
for
of what I went through in solitary.
it was
There are some
commissioned.
things that I was able to
Wealthy
take out of that
Arab
environment and turn into a positive.
would
Like,
commission
you know,
him
sometimes
to
people hear my story and be
write
like,
essentially
oh,
a
solitary
manual of
actually
how
worked
they were
out for
supposed
you.
to
I'm
treat their condition. Asthma, for
I'm
example,
like, there's a difference
depression.
between
He wrote a
solitude and
medical treatise
solitude.
on depression, which is
And like,
fascinating for the 12th
solitude is
century.
something that I think
A
that
lot
all
on
of us should explore.
marital
more broadly
issues,
in our
sexuality
lives.
was something that people wanted
We
to
all
know
just
about,
need
and they would
time
often
to get
ask
away
him
from
how to deal with their
even
various
the most
sexual
positive
problems.
aspects of our life.
Even a treatise
So
on
you need to step
hemorrhoids.
back
And so
because
all
it allows
things,
you
right? So
to have
Pamba,
even deeper gratitude.
you know, I looked all in all the
But I believe
yeshivas
it's
here
just
in Miami.
lucky, man. I
No
was
one
lucky
could
to
find
be-
it.
to be
Maimonides' treatise on
willing to go
hemorrhoids. I
on
was
a
looking
journey,
for it, but
but also I had the
it's
skill set to
Wikipedia or
read.
something like
And
that.
you know, to read
But
books of like,
nevertheless, you know,
hey, it
for
doesn't
the
have to end like
status of the
this.
context
You know,
of the 12th century,
you don't have to
tremendous
be
amount of
pinpointed to
medical
one
writings really at the top
horrible
of this
moment in
field.
your life. You know,
It's especially amazing when you think about
and there's
the
the cumulative
intensity of
nature of
his
the
day,
things that
which I
led up
believe
to
is
that
the
moment. It
next
doesn't
slide
excuse
here,
you.
right?
Like, I don't
His
make
day,
excuses
and
for
which he
the
writes
decision I made
about
that night.
in many of his letters,
There's like
was an incredibly busy
all
day.
these
First of
causal
all,
factors that
Postdoc
lead to us
was
becoming
a
who we are in
bedroom
whatever
community
capacity.
in Cairo. And he would have a
But that's the
daily
tough stuff
commute of about an
don't
hour
like to
by
grapple
donkey,
with because it's
which
not
is
efficient.
probably
You
about
know, it's not
15 minutes by
easy
car,
to,
maybe a little less than that.
figure out.
But
I
nevertheless,
mean,
an
it's
hour
the
ride
fact of it is
on
like,
a
it's not
donkey
easy.
to get
Right? It's
to
not easy to
Cairo,
be
where
like,
he would then spend
okay,
the
this
entire
person
day
killed somebody,
taking
so
care
we
of the
should
Sultan
give them a
and
second
his
chance.
extended family, the children,
Right,
the
but
whole
there
harem.
are
These were all his
sons
patients,
of
and
us
his
who
whole
have
day
gotten
would
out
be taken up with
and
this kind of
who
thing.
have
Then
done
he
the
would
work
return
before we
home,
got out,
once again
and that we're
stuck on the
contributing
freeway on
in
his
a way
donkey for
that
another
most people
hour.
never
There's
would
no
anybody
dafyomi on the donkeys
contribute.
at all. And he
And
makes it
like,
all the way back,
those
and
stories
then
should
he
be,
returns
we
home,
should
and
be
his
founding
home
on
is filled
appreciation of
with
freedom. It's
local
just different for everybody else.
Postdoc
Oh, absolutely.
individuals,
Like,
both
I think
Jews and
there's the
Gentiles,
appreciation,
who have
for
come
me,
in
it's
for
the
medical
appreciation of
advice.
freedom,
He would spend his evening writing out
but it was
prescriptions
also
and
falling in love with the
diagnoses and
beauty
so
of our
on.
mind.
And then only
Like,
late
you
at
can't-
night would he
you
have a
can't-
little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow,
Like, you
with
can't
that small amount of
underestimate
time at
that
night, he
value
wrote these
of
phenomenal
really
works
understanding,
in
like, as a human
Jewish
being,
thought and philosophy philosophy
can
and
contribute
halakha
to the world
really
in positive
mind-boggling
ways.
in their complexity.
That you can live your life in
It's
such
really
a
hard
way
to
that it
imagine how one
honors
person could have accomplished
what it
all
really
of this in a
is to be
single
human, to be
lifetime of only
complex, to
69 years.
able to discover
On
something new
Shabbos,
about
he
yourself
spent
every
the entire day giving people halachic instruction.
Like that's what
law.
like for me,
So he
freedom
lived
is
an
that. You know what I'm
incredibly
saying?
busy
Freedom
life,
is like,
and yet his
you know,
work was
the book
phenomenally
that I've
prolific at
recently
the same
read
time.
is called How to Be
Okay,
Free.
pause for questions or
And
arguments.
you know what really inspired me to write that book is I've met
Did he
so many
ever sleep?
people
Good
out
question.
here in society who's never
He
been in a
wrote
prison
a lot
cell,
about how to sleep.
who are
So perhaps he
psychologically,
wrote that when he
emotionally,
was
mentally
insomniac. But
incarcerated.
no, yeah, there's a the
And they're
Rambam's
incarcerated by
concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even
grief,
sleep was included.
anger.
I'll get to that when we talk about
I've met
his
people who
literary
have it
background.
all.
Very
They have
significant.
the best
So,
job in the
here's right here.
world.
This
They
is
have
Ms.
more
Abramson.
money than they will
Please
ever
ask
be
a
able to
good
spend.
question. Not too hard.
And there's a theme from their life
Yes, he
that
had a
does
wife
not
and
allow
he
them
had
to
one
be
surviving
fulfilled.
son.
You know what I mean? And so
Abraham,
it's
who
there is
sending
that
out writings
appreciation
as well.
post incarceration.
I do
that,
not
you
believe
know,
he
you
had
just-
other children. I think he
I mean,
had
15
daughters that
years
did
later,
not
I
survive
still
infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive
moments
about
like
that.
a kid. You know, like I'm like a kid.
And of
man.
course, he
I'm
was
like,
raising
yeah, I'm
the
curious
widow
about
and
life. You know,
orphan
We should all
daughter of
keep
his
that
brother as well.
man,
So he had,
protected.
several
Yeah,
people
you
in
know,
his household he was
don't get
responsible
hard.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I mean,
what's perhaps
God
most
forces you
significant
to
for
get hard in a
us
certain
in
way.
trying to
I'm sure
understand
your body
Maimonides
forces you to get hard
is
in a
his
way.
Jewish words. His
Most
Jewish
people
words.
can
This is, by the way, a manuscript
fact that
copy
you can
found in the
hang
Genesis
on to
in
that
Maimonides' own handwriting.
childlike joy of
It
things.
is Hebrew and
Yeah, that's the
Arabic letters.
curiosity. You know,
Or
I'm like
Arabic
the
and Hebrew
biggest
letters,
nerd.
excuse me. So
I
it's
love it, man.
Judeo-Arabic.
It's like, I already said my son, I'm like, I'm the coolest nerd you'll ever meet.
The Ben Sira
there's
games, I
a thing,
think it
like,
is the
I
one
got
across
out,
that. Yes, I think so.
like 2 years
Right.
after I
Okay.
was
So
a fellow
he
at
wrote
MIT.
two basic
You
kinds
gotta
of
imagine
works.
like how wild that
He
was.
wrote
So like
popular
I'm going
halachic
from like
works, and he
the
wrote
barbarian
advanced
prison,
24
philosophical
months.
works.
yeah,
And this
now
gives you
I'm
a
at
real
like the
sense of
most
the
technologically
dichotomy of his
advanced school in the
personality
world.
and the sort of
And I
trajectory
always say it
of
was
his
like Frank
thought.
Flintstone
So
going
let's
to
deal
an
with the
episode of
first
Jetsons.
category. His popular halachic
Where I
works
got there, it was
were
like
written
robots
in
were like,
very
I mean, it
simple
was
Hebrew,
crazy. Like, I mean, they had these
remarkably
cars that
easy
like parked
Hebrew,
themselves, and I was
intermediate,
just,
really like
my
middle
mind was
school
blown,
level
you know?
Hebrew,
And
and
I
they were
remember one time
designed
being
to
there,
give a
and the
large
director was
swath
like,
of the
you
Jewish
can tell I
population
felt like out of place.
access,
And he was like,
sophisticated and thorough
don't
and
worry about it,
comprehensive
you can
access
contribute.
to the
Like,
entire
you
corpus
contribute.
of
It
Jewish
doesn't
law.
matter where you come from.
We should
you
remember
contribute.
that
And I remember how that
one of
stuck
the
with
huge
me. Of like,
lacunae in
man, I
Jewish
can't
thought
contribute.
at this
You
time
know, I
was that there were very few codes
So I was
in
working on a
existence.
project
What do I
called the
mean by that?
Atonement Project, where we
The
would
way
use
that
the
Jewish law
technology
is
and art
organized
to
is that
facilitate restorative
basically
justice
it's all found
conversations.
within the Talmud
It's super hard to
and
talk about
in
hard
successive
things,
response
you know,
literature,
when
which
it
we
comes
spoke about a few
to
weeks ago when we were talking about
violence,
the
and it comes to
German.
people who have been
The
victims of
Talmud
violence. And I
is
felt like
not
art
at all
and technology
organized in
provided a
a
vehicle
format that
to
we
kind
would
of bridge that gap,
recognize
you
in the
know.
modern world.
And I
Basically,
remember
the
this one story.
Talmud
This
is
was like
like
super
this
funny. So I'm
long
there.
stream of
And
consciousness
one time
document
I'm in one of the
that
labs. So they would
has
do
a
these demo
logical
days. You can go
flow
around
to
to all
it,
the labs and
but
like
the
watch all
only
this
way that
crazy
you can look
technology.
anything up in the
And
Talmud
there was this
is
one
if you
kid
know
that he was
the
working on
entire
something
Talmud.
in the auto
There is
industry.
no
And he was
way
trying
to
to get
index
this.
it appropriately because
It was like one of those screens to kind of
it's
perform
even
in a
strange
very
to talk
particular
about
way.
tangents
And I was
in
just
the
watching
Talmud
him. I
because
was like,
all
man,
of the
he just
Talmud
keep
is
bumping up
one
against it.
long
Like, it was so
tangent.
obvious to me, like what the
I'm
problem was.
not
Like,
exaggerating
if you just
because
move this over like a
you may be
quarter of an
studying,
inch,
for
it's probably
example,
going to
the
work the way that
tractate
you envision
Shabbat,
it, you
which
know.
deals with the laws of
And
the
I remember
Sabbath,
saying that to him,
but
and
it's
just
very
seeing
likely
him
some
like,
crucial laws will be
it
found
was almost like
in
a light
entirely
bulb just
different
fired off in
tractates
his
that
head. And I
are
was
not
just like,
titled
man,
tractate
that
Shabbat.
was
It's just the
wild. He
nature
was a
of
smart kid.
the way that the Talmud
You know, this kid was
organizes
brilliant,
itself.
right? And
So
so I said,
one of the things that was really missing was
I
a
want to do a
code
prison hack
that
here.
essentially took all of this
And I want to challenge
information
these
and
students and faculty
organized
to
it in a
solve some
fashion
problems
that
based
people
on
could
the problems
easily
we had
look
to
up
solve in
the
prison.
halakha that they were
And so
supposed to
they
follow.
said, yeah, you should do it.
Essentially,
And
like
so
modern
I
books
literally
would
told
have
them all the things that I
chapters
wanted.
and would have
And I came up
sections
with
that would
5
have,
design challenges.
paragraphs that are all
And one
organized
of
in
them
logical
was you got
format.
to
We
design
spoke a
the
little bit
tattoo
about
gun out of
Saadia's
a tape player
influence
motor,
with
an
the
entire
Mutazilite
string.
philosophy and
You
methodology
have
a
to
few
make
weeks
what we
ago.
call a
And the
stinger,
Rambam,
which is
although he disagreed with Sadia in many areas, he
right?
definitely liked
So
that
in
style
prison, in
of
order to like
orientation.
heat
So
up our
basically,
noodles, we
what
had
he did
to,
was
especially in the
he
old prison.
wrote this amazing document
If you're in the old prisons, there's
called the
no
Yad HaChazaka, the
there's no
strong
microwave.
hand.
So you have to
The
figure out
word
how to
hand,
heat them up. So
Yad
we
in
would make
Hebrew
what's
means
called
14
extinguisher,
because
which
it
would
has
take an
14
extension
books
cord,
in it.
cut
And
that
this
up,
was
and you
basically
attach like
a
nail clippers to it.
massive
You got
code
to
of
splice
Jewish
them,
law.
and you put it in the
It was
water,
not
plug
the
it up, and then
first
heat some
code to
water
be
up.
written,
So now you can make your
but
noodles, your
it was
coffee.
clearly
Just
the
putting the
most
cord right into the
comprehensive,
water.
Yeah, but if you do it, you got to
easiest
put
to
it in
access,
first before you
and
plug it up. Because
a
if you
runaway
like plug it up
popular
first,
bestseller on the 12th century,
if you plug it up
New York
first, then
Times
it blows the
bestseller
power
list.
out of the cell block. Now
It
you got a whole
was
other
such a
problem.
phenomenal work because
And
it
so
took the
that's how we would heat
entire
up our
Talmud,
news, our
all of the
coffee,
response of literature
oatmeal,
written to
whatever.
that day,
And then I had them
put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of
so you have to figure out how
information
to connect
revolution
that
that
to the
we
big
have
radio,
today
and
with,
then
for
it plays
example,
from your tape player to the
smartphones
big
with
speaker.
access to
And then
Wikipedia.
I had
That's
them
the kind of
make a
colossal
lighter
achievement that
out of
Maimonides
batteries
did
and
in his
wire,
Mishnah
and
Torah.
then to make a
Naturally,
fish line out of the
it was
same
very
material I told you
controversial
about earlier, the string
because,
out of your
you know,
socks. And
if you recall,
and so I gave
people
him
were
like
already
3
upset
hours
with him
to
because he
do
said
shop.
rabbis shouldn't take any
And
money
we're
for
going
their
for 3
services.
hours. They
He
blew
essentially
power
put
out
them
in
out
my
of
TV.
business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for?
That's like how bad.
Mishnah
It
Torah.
was like it felt like an intellectual victory. I was like, these super smart kids, they like blew the power.
That means I'm talking
And
so
so we
much.
get to the 3 hours. I mean, one of the kids burnt them, so I got videos like burnt themselves, like trying to get the lighter. And they all got the tape player. I think if we had probably about 3 more
very, very
hours to figure all
controversial,
this stuff
as
out.
we shall see
But
shortly.
I had 2 goals.
He also wrote
The
Sefer
nerd in me wanted to really
HaMitzvot,
understand the
which
science.
was basically
I'm like, okay,
addressing
why
the
does this
question of what
scientifically work,
are
you
the
know?
mitzvot? I mean, it's kind
And
of
then the second part was that if they would have accomplished this with these meager little
we have
school sets,
613
they would
mitzvot
have
in
been
the Torah.
And people would have said, you know, that was brilliant. And that
No
you're
one
a
ever
genius.
counts them.
That
No
you're
one ever says, well,
incredibly
what are they
intelligent.
exactly?
Because you were able
So
to take
the
these little
Rambam
scrappy
went
things
set
and
out
make something
and
out of them.
combed through the entire
And the reason I wanted them to
Chumash, the 5
validate
books of
that is
Moses,
because I
and
believe
he
inherently
wrote down
there are
exactly
people in
what those
prison
613
possess
mitzvot were,
ingenuity,
and single-handedly
innovative
created yet another
abilities,
industry of rabbinic
intelligence,
scholarship.
all
As
these
people
things that we
disagree
throw
about number
people away.
247,
You know,
saying,
you
no,
really
that's
throw
not a
people
mitzvah,
away.
that's just a
And I would have
minhag,
been one of
or
those
number
people that have been thrown
362.
away had I not had
That
the
definitely
ability right.
includes 2 mitzvot.
And
Why
so,
would you put it together?
you know, it's those type of
But
things
still,
when you
these
think
kinds
about
of
these
works,
other
and I
prison
should mention
systems. Like
also
I've
his
visited
first
prisons in
work, the
I've been to
commentary
Germany's
on the
prisons,
Mishnah.
London,
They
I've been
represent an entire
to Ghana,
trend of his thought, saying that the Torah
you
should not
see,
belong just to
like
specialists.
how
The
different it
Torah
could,
should not belong
you know,
only to
what
those
we're
people who
capable
have
of when we give
advanced
people an
training
opportunity.
in the highly arcane Aramaic
I
idiom
can
of
tell
the
you in
Talmud.
my time,
The Torah should be something
almost 20
that
years in
everyone
prison.
with just the very basic literary
I've met-
skills should be able to access. Literacy skills,
I've met
excuse me.
some bad people.
So that was a
some
phenomenal achievement
people
in
who
itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels,
are scary.
having made this signal contribution
You know,
to the
I was
Jewish
in
people.
prison
But
with
in fact,
a
that was
couple of
only when
different
he
serial
was
killers,
starting out.
serial rapists.
The second major
But they are the extreme
body
minority.
of his written works,
Extreme
and I'm
minority.
excluding here his letters, of which
most
there
of the
are
guys
hundreds,
that I've
and
met
say a
that I
lot
served
about his
time
personality and his leadership style and so on.
We're
But
trying to
now we're
hustle their
talking more
way
about
to
his
a life.
formal treatises written for the Jewish
They
world.
come from
Were books that were written
high
for an
levels
entirely
of,
different audience.
you know,
There's
parental
the Mishnah
abuse,
Torah
sexual abuse,
and the
drug
Sefer
abuse.
HaMitzvot were written for the
I've met
common
a lot
Jew.
of people that have
The
real psychological
books like Guide for the
issues. I don't know what
Perplexed,
the
more in the
politically correct
Vukim,
term
were
is.
designed specifically
Nowadays,
for
I
the
feel like I always have a correct
highly educated,
term.
highly
But people
sophisticated,
who were
but
really
somewhat
like screwed up.
ambivalent
It
Arabic-speaking
wasn't.
Jew
I
of his
didn't meet
age.
a lot
These
of
are Jews who,
inherently.
this is an era where Jews
But I
had
have met
tremendous access to all the corridors of
know,
learning.
like it's
There
not
was
even
no
a
real
doubt in your
barriers
mind
set
of what
before
you're
them,
dealing
and there
with
were
when you
numerous
meet these
colleges to keep them out of colleges and so on.
But
So they were
we're
learning
lazy, man.
everything that they could.
You know, we're
And they
lazy
were learning the
because we can
greatest
just slap a
works of
title on
Arabic philosophy at the time.
and just categorically
And,
say like everybody's, you know,
and they were thinking to
convicted of
themselves, wait a
murder.
minute,
You're a murderer.
why
That's
be
everybody.
Jewish? Think about
Everybody's
how
story.
Islam is
I was
an
on the right
advance
there,
over
you know,
Judaism.
and it's,
Judaism has all kinds
know,
of strange
I-
things in it, like
the time that I did
anthropomorphisms for
was
God
the consequence of
and
the choice I
certain
made.
bizarre commandments that we have
accepted
no idea why they're
You
there,
know, I
like the
accepted
mixing of
that
wool
came.
and
I can
linen,
accept
so on and so
now.
forth. So
You know, we're
looking
talking
at that
34 years
highly,
later. There's penalties and
specialized,
consequences for
that at-risk
at one
population,
moment in my life
Maimonides
that
wrote
I'll
this
live
phenomenal
with forever.
philosophical
There's
work,
the,
the
there's
more
the
in the
personal
Vukim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was
reality,
designed
right?
specifically
Like that,
to
that never
address
goes away.
their
You know,
philosophical
like
concerns.
that
And unlike the Mishnah Torah,
understanding
which
of
showed
what
his skill
damage I've
as an
caused to
encyclopedist,
this family is
giving
something
him
that
the
never
ability
goes
to
away.
span the entire breadth of
And then there's
Jewish
the societal
thought and
consequences.
put it down in very very simple layman's terms,
You know,
the guy
at this
for the
stage of my life,
was
they're
like
not the same as they was the first day I walked out.
he rose to the
But they
heights of
remind
Jewish
me
thought,
of
engaged
exactly
in very
what society
abstruse and
thinks of me when
complex
I deal with them,
philosophical
you know?
debate. to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide to the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic, and since in this book he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides to Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay. 60 days out of the week. Questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right?
Like a police officer on the street.
Yes.
They're arresting a lot of times people at their worst moment, and they pass them off. Correctional officer, you walk into this environment every day. You have to deal with somebody who is in the cycle of their worst moment.
Right.
And
So I think
the violence, the chaos, the smell.
You're absolutely, you're quite prescient in your questioning. You're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew, like a single vav or a phrase can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go into the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who wrote a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah, that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go.
And that's
going back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms.
You're looking at asses.
Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm asking right now.
I'm like, dude, like, of course you become an asshole. Like, how could you not, right? Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, this is anti-Semitism at work.
I think that's what we got.
Here we go. All right. So, he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So, why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you're a skeptical reader, there is no way for you to verify it unless you really did some research he did. Some critics, and the critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual
When I found
arrogance
out that
in
prison
doing
guard
so, and
unions
simply
lost
stating it
drug laws on the books,
boldly without
the
offering any
moment
kind of
the
justification
moment I
was
found that
an
out,
arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that
using
his books
people
were
as like
unreliable as a result.
batteries to generate
Adding to
money.
that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous
It's like if
philosopher,
you're a chicken
and he was
farmer,
open to the idea of learning from
if you're a people
non-Jewish
farmer,
wisdom, which was
you're
not
essentially a
necessarily
people
an
farmer,
attitude that
which
was
is
well respected, for example, in the south of France,
Think
in the
about
Jewish
like
communities there.
the cost
So
of
his reliance on Aristotle was another element of
we had
criticism.
finally fought to
Maybe I could just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. For example, during the third chapter of the Infamous Philosophy, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known for Maimonides as the Shriel HaZahav,
I worked in the
golden
kitchen. I started off at
and
17.
Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between
That's if
excess
you got
and
what's
deficiency.
considered a good job,
So,
right?
for
The average
example,
job, you make
if we take
17
the, and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage.
And
So what is the correct definition of courage?
So you make
Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage, too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice.
Like even now, like I keep
Not
money
being willing
on
to
my
take reasonable
phone
risks
for my friends who
for
are
reasonable
incarcerated.
payoffs. That is cowardice.
And I just
Courage
like
is exactly the
a
midpoint
few
between
hundred on
excess
there,
and deficiency.
like,
Maimonides says
every time
that's
you
the way
call,
it is.
you tell how
In
much
Hilchot
money is
Deot, the
gone.
sixth
They're like,
chapter
you
in
got
particular, he says,
$150
the third chapter in
left.
particular, he
It's
says,
like,
this is the way it is with
like that,
every single character trait we have.
A lot of instances,
Love,
their only
fear,
connection to their family
hate,
and their kids.
you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the few measures. He says that humility does not admit of an excess.
4 or 5 times.
You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle.
And then became a
Similarly,
lawyer and realized
he
that they were
argues
wrongfully
that
convicted him with a
anger
3 strikes
does
rule.
not
Yeah.
have
And that's how he got out.
a minimum
No, that happens so
that
much
you
to
have to
people.
learn to
Yeah,
like,
completely
they all, like, they
remove anger
overcharge
from your heart.
That's
He
one of the
does
things
say,
that I would
of
love to
course,
see change.
that you are
It's
allowed
like,
to feign anger
there's no
for your
accountability
children,
for
which we do regularly
prosecutors
at
when they
home,
overcharge
for
people
your
who are
students. You
wrongfully
know, you
charged.
have to appear
It's up to you
displeased and
who's being
stern
charged
in
to
order
figure it out.
to, you know,
Into which is
appropriately
crazy,
teach them
right?
the correct way to
onus
behave.
should be on
But he
the
says
person.
always
It's a
it should
crime.
be just
Yeah,
it should be a crime.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It
That's
should be
like
anger
crazy
just
to
on the
think that you
face.
can
It's an
wrongfully
exterior anger,
charge a person
not
for
anger.
overcharge.
That's the
You look
thing, it's like they
puzzled
don't
when
think
they
of you as
say,
a
"Yeah,
person.
some problems with that."
Yeah.
I
Once
really
you're a
was
convict,
angry with
you're
you,
not a
by the way,
person
on Sunday
anymore.
morning.
They do things to you that should be
Not
illegal.
on my mind.
It should be a crime. I don't think you get away with doing it.
And it impacts like everybody. Like right now in this country, there's probably about 150 million people who have someone incarcerated or who have had someone incarcerated. Like it's no longer, when I was coming up, I came up during the height of the war on crime or war on drugs, right? So I come up through that era. I came up selling drugs when crack first exploded in our communities, and the prison population went from I think a couple hundred thousand to 2
very well
million.
put question.
Which is wild, right? In a short amount of time.
How old are you?
Somewhere
I
between
don't think
excess
I'm 50.
deficiency.
Okay,
I'm a little older than you, but I remember
He says, in
when
fact,
all
that
that
anger
happened.
does
Yeah,
not
I remember like all sorts
of
of crack
a
on the
minimum.
street.
Anger is something that is so
How
close,
did
it's
this
like saying
happen?
you're allowed to drink a little
overnight.
poison.
And so we find out
It's
through
something
Freeway
that
Ricky
you
how
have,
it happened.
it's an
It was our own government.
Absolutely.
It's fucking insane.
That you have to learn to
Not our
detach
own
yourself from
government
anger.
for real,
How
but
to do it?
people
We
in
can
our
study
government
Wednesday
that are
together, and
cowboys
we
and
can look at it and
renegades.
see how he says
People
it,
who
but
are
it's clearly a
criminals
huge tax.
who realize they
follow-up
can get away
question, better
with
be
this.
sure.
Yeah. In Ricky's case, they were using it to fund a war.
Yeah.
The contractors,
Like crazy, right?
Crazy. I remember hearing about that shit in the news
Yeah.
when I was a kid going, what?
It's the other way.
What happened?
What you're saying
But I didn't,
does
at the
fit
time,
with
I
the
didn't know
author
that
of
it
the
was being
Sefer Hachinoch,
funded
the anonymous author.
by selling
Some say
drugs
it's
in
Rabbi
Los
David of
Angeles.
Barcelona.
I had
That
no
he says
idea
what you do
that
on
was,
the outside
but I
affects your
remember
inside.
that it was in the
Rambam
news
says
that Oliver
the
North
opposite.
was
He
in the
says
news,
you
and
may,
they were, this is
you
when
must
Reagan was
pretend to
old,
be
and
angry,
he's like, I can't
but don't let it
recall.
into your heart, because
He
it'll
said,
just
didn't
be the
remember.
opposite. It's going to make
Right.
you unhappy,
Yeah,
and
convenient.
it's just internally
It was
corrosive.
wild.
More later.
It's horrible to think,
But
because
on the other hand,
as a boy, I remember thinking, well, the government's good, and they're looking out for you, and they're the good people, and the cops are the good people,
okay,
and
so God is allowed to
prisoners
do it.
they're as good as they're bad.
We have a
Yeah,
compass.
so that's
Vengeance
the
is
narrative,
mine.
right? And like, I
Nobody
grew up
else
the
is,
same
right?
way. My
Hashem
dad was in the
gave
Air
love
Force,
it.
you know, I
Hashem
still
can
take Air
dress
Force
in
Base.
gava.
You know, all of his friends were in the Air Force.
So just
and,
because
you grow up and
certain attributes
on
are
my
given to
neighborhood
Hashem,
block,
Hashem
there was,
Ishmael come
you
out.
know, this woman used to
That
be a
doesn't mean that
police
we can
officer,
do those things.
firefighters,
Very, very
doctors.
astute
So you
observation.
grow
In
up
fact,
seeing
it's quite
this
apropos,
ideal
because one of the other
of what
reasons
you
that
think
he was
is good and
criticized
bad,
is because of
and
his
you see
take on
this
allegory
explosion of
and
these drugs, like
anthropomorphism.
that same neighborhood. You know, I wrote this story a while ago called "The Trees No Longer Give Fruit."
Okay, I give up.
It's about
I
my
don't know how to answer that. We have
And
been selling
what I
all
was
the
writing
thing,
about is
but
that I grew up on a block
yeah,
where
once again, I'm not exactly sure how to
in the
deal with that
backyard
one.
there was
That's a
some
tough
type
one.
of fruit tree, pear tree, peach tree, apple tree.
I mean, I can give you some
crack
sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like
these
that.
manicure arms, these houses where there
Okay,
were two
give me an answer.
families,
Let's
two parent families.
This is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and
felt like
everybody
a
listens.
community.
Okay.
This drug came in, it was literally like a
So
bomb.
one of the arguments was that he,
And so that early
he
narrative
dealt with
of like
allegory.
inner city kids as
He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way
that was the
because the
narrative.
Torah does speak
Now,
extensively in allegorical terms. So the hand of God, the finger of God, Muhammad says that God wakes in the middle
I
of
was
the
in
night,
prison when
God
that
experiences
crime
emotions
deal
and things like
took
that.
college out.
But
I was
Maimonides
averaging 4.0.
was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though.
They said it was black males. Like that was the
He was very
dominant face
opposed to,
what they get in prison.
okay, this is
Now,
getting on
30 years
So
later,
he was
that's changed.
opposed to
It's changed
any
with
kind
opioids,
of
it's changed with fentanyl, it's changed
supernatural
with like
interpretations of
poverty
Judaism.
in
He
these
had a
rural
lot
areas.
of problems
Now
dealing
the
with
prison population
all
was
these Talmudic
vastly
passages in the
different. Like
Talmud
there's
speaking
more. I
about
was just in
demons
juvenile lockup last week. I was in Rhode Island.
spells
And,
and all kinds
This
of sort of
these kids,
magical
like 10
things.
kids
He
in
felt
two
that they were
different
all,
rooms. And I mean, it looked like
complex,
the United
rabbinic
Nations
allegories.
University.
It didn't actually mean straightforward
Like 3
meaning.
white kids over here, a
reading
couple
attempts.
Latin over here,
And
black
in
over
fact,
here.
it
And
was
I
a
was like,
difficult
shit.
position to hold that he was
And these are
going
babies, right?
against the
They're
mainstream
crazy
to be
that that's
sure.
also drugs.
So, for example,
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also
in the
corporations.
Bible,
Yeah.
there's
See,
a
the
lot
thing
of these
about
kind of
Detroit,
supernatural
most
stories.
people don't know that
For
Detroit,
example, the story of the witch of
up
Endor,
until they
when
started moving
King
jobs
Shaul
overseas,
is concerned
Detroit
about
was
what's
the
going to happen in the
third
upcoming battle
wealthiest
with the
city in the
Philistines.
world.
And so he
In
goes
the
to a
world.
witch, and she
In the
performs a
world.
seance
Yeah.
and
Which is
brings back
crazy.
the dead
To think
prophet
that
Shmuel
inside of
to
a
tell
lifetime,
Shaul what's going to
Detroit
happen.
goes from
And there's a
being
whole story there
one of the
where
wealthiest cities in the
Shmuel
world to one of the poorest
wakes up
cities in
and says,
America.
what are you bothering me for?
It's crazy.
And Shaul says, I want
And
to
just
know what's going to
because
happen in the war
they wanted to
tomorrow.
make some
He
more
says,
money,
why ask me now?
they didn't
Tomorrow
want
you
to
can ask
pay
me
the
face
union
to face,
wages. They
which
didn't
is a way
want
of saying that you're
these
going to die
factory
in the
workers
battle, which is
making
of course
a
what
great
happened.
living. They
So
wanted
when
all
you
the
read
money.
that biblical passage
It's
in a
completely,
straightforward
like,
way, it seems like,
destroyed
yeah,
that
there
shit.
was a
It's like a
seance
bomb,
and
just like
the
crap.
prophet was brought
Yeah,
back to life and
unfortunately,
so
it's a
on.
resilient
So
city.
Maimonides has a
It's
kind of
bouncing back.
complex
Yeah,
and
it's
convoluted
bouncing
way
back.
to interpret it, saying
It's
that
nice
no,
to know.
it was all
Yeah.
smoke and mirrors,
But
and that the
fuck,
witch had
the
an
fact that that can
accomplice who was
happen.
pretending to be
Yeah,
Shmuel
no,
and so on.
it was
Sometimes
unbelievable.
it's
Like,
kind of
the things
stretching,
that
but
would
you
happen
get a
on
sense
our
of
watch.
Maimonides'
Right,
feeling
like,
that
when I
he
came
really
home,
wanted to make
I
everything
was so
as
optimistic
rational
coming
as
out of
possible.
prison. I
And
mean,
so
you gotta
those
imagine,
areas
like,
he came into conflict with a lot
walking
of the
out
other
everything,
rabbis,
it's just
Rashi,
like,
for
oh, it's
example,
going to be exciting. You think that life really has advanced and people have moved on.
Maimonides, but
And
of
I
the same
remember just
era,
going through some
who
of the
felt that
neighborhoods.
this
I was
mystical
like,
world of
these
spirits
were
and demons and things
beautiful
wasn't
blocks
that
and
valid.
these beautiful
Yes, please.
homes. And I would go to some of the neighborhoods.
He
One house
wrote a
left
lot
on
on
the block.
Agudas, but he wanted to say
And
that
it's like
the Agudas
the
were
other
all,
houses that
you
are
know,
still in different,
metaphors for
states of
complex
disrepair,
philosophical
were
truths.
falling apart. And it was like the most heartbreaking thing to think about.
Same thing with the
There's
Midrash.
kids
Yeah,
that
he
this
was
is the block that they
brutal
go
when
down
it came
to
to
go to
those kinds
school.
of things. Now,
And then this was the other thing that was
for
mind
these
blowing. I went
reasons,
into the
the
schools.
lack
I'm
of
like, it's some worse condition than
footnoting,
the prison owners
the
left. And like that talks about where
which some
people are
interpreted as a
investing.
kind of
To
a
your point of
scholarly
like, they start
arrogance,
investing into like
his
keeping people in
reliance
prison
on
or putting people in
Aristotle,
prison versus like
non-Jewish philosopher,
education facilities to
his
keep people out of prison.
Yeah.
disparaging attitude
Also,
towards
how do we have
the
these
supernatural
same
aspect of
communities
Judaism got him into a lot of
after
trouble with the
decade
Ashkenazi
after
rabbis
decade that are
of South
deeply
France
impoverished
in
and filled with
particular.
crime?
And what they ended up doing was seeing
no
his
course
popularity.
nothing
The
being done
Jews
on
went
a
to the
federal
Dominican
level
friars.
to try to
The
correct
Dominicans were a fairly
it's just I think there's a problem in this
extreme,
country.
group of monks in
It's
France
a
at the
good
time,
problem
and they
in some
complained
ways
that there's
that you have
these
to get
books
reelected.
circulating
You want to be
among the
president
Jews
in 4 years,
that are
your 4-year
heretical
terms.
in nature,
But
that are
because of that,
portraying
they
God
just
in
think about getting
inappropriate fashion and so on.
and then once
Now,
they're
the
in, then
Dominicans,
they think about getting
it's
reelected.
kind of a funny thing. Why are
And the
Jews
last
going
thing you
and
want to do is
complaining
do
to the
anything
Dominicans?
controversial that might
Unfortunately,
take
this is the
15,
kind of
20
thing that we
years in
have
order to reap
in
the
Jewish
rewards
history
of
quite
it.
often,
Generational.
that when there is
You
an
know, and
internal
like if
Jewish
you're
fight,
trying to say
when
like,
there's an
hey,
internal Jewish
we've
fight,
got to do something. I know we're investing so much money overseas.
he's
We
allowed to
invest
do
so
what?
much
That's what
money into these
Well, you
nonprofits
can learn from,
overseas
okay, you want to
and
say
all these
Aristotle,
different
fine,
things. We're
sure,
doing
but
regime change and untold
the
billions of dollars.
The citation is
Well,
from
we gotta invest
all
in
my
these
teachers,
cities
I
and try to
gained
make
wisdom.
less
But
prisoners,
less
people incarcerated,
it's just not the way
less people
necessarily the
that
Jewish
start
world
off
works. I
in
mean,
a
if I were
terrible
to
position.
say,
But
if Robert
that's like an
Bernstein were to get up
unpopular thing
and
to
say,
try to run.
I learned Torah from
The
Oprah
people that are just
Winfrey,
trying to protect their
I
money.
just don't know if the community would
There's so
receive
many
it as
people
well
in
as
this
if he
country
said,
that
I
think
learned it from.
about people in prison. They don't even think of them as prisoners.
Actually, he probably
They
would.
want them in
He could get
prison
away
because
with that
then they're not
because
out in
he
the
does
street
special things with Torah. But
inconveniencing
let me
their
stick
life.
to where I
They
am
don't
right now.
want to
Anyways,
deal with
director.
like,
So,
well, why? Why
for
does
these reasons, they
someone?
went to Dominicans.
You
Why
think
would they
you're
go to
different?
Dominicans? It is
You're
an
not
unfortunate
different.
reality.
If you lived in
You
that
can see
environment,
it
you would be in
echoed
there,
in the
man.
halakhic
You are
literature
all the
that
same
when
exact
Jews
fucking
are
thing.
dissatisfied
We
with a
vary
particular
genetically,
dispute,
we
they
vary
will go to non-Jewish
biologically, but
authorities,
not that
hoping to
much.
leverage
Not that
their
much. If you
support
lived in a
in the
terrible
dispute. And
environment,
it almost
you
always
grew up
ends
in
up
a terrible
badly.
household,
Once you take it
dealt
outside
with
of the
terrible
family
pressures,
and
you
you
would
start
be in
having
there
dispute
too.
in the street,
We
it ends
would
up
all
awful.
be in there too.
So
And
they
the
went to the
callousness
Dominicans and
of
said,
people to like look the
you
other
guys are
way.
interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these
It's a
books
blight on
by
our
this guy
society,
named
that
Moses something or
callousness.
other that are just
We're
corrupting
supposed to
our
be the
minds
most
and doing
advanced
things differently,
society
and we
that's
really
ever
think that
existed.
they don't belong
But yet
in
we
our
still,
bookshops. So
which is
the Dominicans
crazy,
said,
right?
fine,
We're
let
the
us
United
help you
States
out
of
with that.
America is supposed
And
to be
they
the most
collected up all the
prosperous,
manuscripts of
advanced
Maimonides
society
they
on
could
earth,
find,
and we
and
have
they
the
burned them
highest
publicly in
level
1232.
of prisoners.
A
We have
very,
more
very sad
prisoners
moment
in
in
the United
Jewish
States
history,
than any
and
other country by
ironically,
a
it would
long
be
shot.
repeated 10 years later, because once
It's really
Dominicans
interesting.
got a bit of a
No,
taste
I
of
don't.
burning heretical Jewish
I don't.
books, they
Do a lot
expanded their
in
options a
the
little
world
bit,
of
and they
politics
burned like
outside of
12
the
wagonfuls of
And
Talmuds,
what I
precious
learned about
manuscripts. This is well before the era of
this
printing,
particular
and in the
section of
same
politics,
spot in Paris
it
as they
is in
were
one
burnt by
space
Nazis.
where in the
So it's a
last,
sad day when
20 years,
we start burning our own books.
some
Eventually, it will come back to Congress. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rostell, very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself was deceased, and the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the more in the scheme until they were at least 25 years old. He set out certain parameters. These books are culture, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who have certain level of training. By 25, you think that they had sufficient literacy training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day.
and the cycle of these people that treats for guns, Trump. I didn't know what PTSD was until I was already in
So it's an
prison.
excellent question. Are the
I didn't
remaining
realize
writings
that the
legitimate?
things that
So
I felt
legitimate is a tough word to
I got
really
shot.
evaluate. Authoritative is often a good one. put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by its detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered to be definitive, especially in practical electric matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 300 years later, 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote this code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really definitive code for today. Now, when Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically put together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rabbi Rothschild, the Rambam, and the Tur. Three very important codes were written, and if there was a dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. And 90-95% of issues it agrees with Maimonides, because they're all uniform on the topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says they should do it this way, and yet the accepted practice is to do it another way. So, because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinion. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah, the Torah, and Shammai, all the way through the tradition. Maimonides has to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah, the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the church as well, like how to sleep earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to incredible scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's the first one I'm going to get involved in. So in those areas, he was the only one. The laws of the Messiah, for example, is right here like Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he was definitely very authoritative in those areas. Yes, last question.
In the next 4 or 5 decades.
So the first already? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch, which definitely relies actually on the Rambam. But he's a teacher. Everybody has to rely on the Rambam. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, it's valid in the Rambam.
We got for one. Go see if we can.
Let me just take a second to report on that. I'm going to wrap up for the next one. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which is also controversial and have been really mentioned earlier, he was big on codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly the Jews believe. It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century, the Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that, and nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down, and he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion now, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles, which say things like, yeah, God exists. God is one, God is non-corporeal. We're waiting for a Jewish Messiah. He hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There's life after death, things like that. Saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once he put it out there, saying these are our 13 core
Like,
beliefs,
I
then
can't,
you'll have
this is
1,000
where
people
it
who
hits you, right?
disagree
So
with
my
you.
wife and I,
And so he was also
road
criticized
trip.
very heavily for
My
even
wife, she's
daring
incredible.
to
She's
suggest
great
that these
leader
are
in the world. She's doing,
beliefs held
like, I
in
mean,
common.
some of the most amazing
Okay,
work in
so
the world.
let me wrap it up by talking a
And
little
we'll be
bit about his
traveling,
legacy.
and she has
This is
TSA.
his grave in
So we have to make
Bulgaria,
it.
although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes and the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Torah. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also a criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well. Even though he differed in how to interpret it. He worked as an indifferent
things like insurance, like home insurance. I bought a house in LA in 2019.
Thank you for saying that correctly.
And I didn't realize that a felony
worker for Jewish causes, we only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week.
I have friends who have houses now that they can't get insurance for fire. Like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah, what do I do?
And they can't get out. They don't have enough money to get out. And then it's hard to sell your house now if you're in an area. Like, I have a friend who's trying to sell her house, but it's in an area that's too close to Laurel Canyon. And Laurel Canyon burns.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to buy a house there.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Here it is, a 13-year-old boy arrested for a brush fire that led to evacuations. Fireworks. Did they put it out?
So what are they gonna do to him though?
He's a kid.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
He's a fucking kid. I started a fire when I was a kid.
yeah,
I started a big ass fire for fireworks.
Fireworks.
Yeah, I think I was living in Jamaica Plain, which is at the time, it was a bad neighborhood outside of Boston. I think it's supposed to be gentrified now.
Oh, wow.
So now I was 13, right? Yeah, I was 13. So that was his age. Yeah, and we were lighting firecrackers in this field. And it started off just like this little fire, and we're stepping on the fire, and then the wind blew, and we're like, oh shit. And then it just raged through this field, and we ran out into the street, and just by fucking sheer luck found a cop. And then we told the cop's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, we told him what we did. We were like, firecrackers and sorry. They wound up putting it out. This was said in a statement, he was not accepted to Orange County Juvenile Hall due to absence of injuries or immediate threat to buildings. Okay. He's a kid. They just said, you're a kid, you fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I mean, but we got out of there, and then we came back like the next day, and we saw all the shit we burned. And it was like, oh my God. It was like this huge area. It was burned. Luckily, no one lost their lives, but it was just sheer luck.
Yeah.
You know, it could have totally been next to someone's house. Totally.
Yeah. Propane tank, anything.
Anything. Yeah, anything. You never know.
Or y'all could have actually got like seriously.
Yeah, we could have. Yeah, I mean, it was just luck.
Yeah.
The dumb young kids. Leave them alone. The fact that any kid can go buy a lighter.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a match.
Anywhere you get your trip, you buy a lighter.
Yeah.
And you can just light things on fire. When you're a kid,
That's what you're gonna do.
yeah, you want to light things on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a million times in my life I could have done something stupid and gone the wrong way. And just by sheer luck, I didn't. And you know, when I talk to people like yourself, who obviously are very intelligent, have a lot to contribute, and you just imagine that could have been me, man. Could have been any of us. That's the thing that people need to really get in their head. It could be any of us.
Absolutely.
Any of us. And leaving these communities the way they are and not doing anything to try to fix them is, to me, it's the biggest failure of our government. Other than, interventional war, interventionist foreign policy and starting wars that are unnecessary and costing lives, which is the worst thing we've ever done. And that's the next worst, is that we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier with talent. Like, how much talent are we leaving on the table? When I was just there in Rhode Island, so I went to this juvenile program over there, and the reason I went is these kids, they're working in a music program, and they've gone from getting into all types of trouble to now they're using art to really shift how they think about life. And so I was like, well, I'm gonna come over there and spend time with them. I've dabbled in working with. I ended up doing this spoken word piece with Nas on one of his albums, and the kids, they were just fired up about how you can use writing in these other mediums, and so they wanted to work with me on it. But the talent that is wasted in prison, the ingenuity.
Just think about the thing about being able to make a tattoo gun out of a piano wire or guitar string and an engine from something else, some sort of a motor.
Yeah.
And you see some of the tattoos these guys make in jail, you're like, Jesus Christ, these are incredible tattoos.
I'm inked up, all these. I actually got in trouble for getting tattooed one time. I got caught getting tattooed. The tattoo artist wasn't good enough for getting rid of the gun. So,
Under the age of 18.
I think it was the last thing I got in trouble for in prison was getting tattooed. It was crazy. I was trying to get a cover up.
Is that when you were already out of solitary?
Yeah, so I was out of solitary. I was actually working my way down to going home. And I was just like, we're in lower level. We had this guy slam this ink in, cover this up real quick. And we literally got busted because he couldn't get rid of the gun fast enough. And they actually took 90 days from me for that, though.
Wow.
Yeah. So when you get a misconduct, they take days from you, And, you think about some of the stuff, like, you're taking 90 days from a person
For a fucking tattoo.
their own body.
Yeah. For what?
Like, why is the excess of punishment?
Well, not only that, how many of those guys could get out of jail and be excellent tattooists?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that was the other part of the idea with MIT is like, how do we take people who don't have traditional kind of educational background and utilize their talent so that they can add value to society. It's one of the things that I appreciate about Silicon Valley is that talent is really more important than your educational pedigree. And if you're talented, they're trying to figure out how can you contribute in a way that is meaningful. It's the same thing with art.
Well, it's because it's so competitive. They just want to get ahead. And oftentimes people that aren't educated are some of the most incredibly talented people. They just have some weird thing about them that allows them to think differently. They don't care you didn't get a degree. Hire them quick.
Welcome.
I worked in Silicon Valley.
How are you?
And I invested there, so I'm super happy about that.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? Almet 19 or 18? Can you hear me? Doug, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. No. Welcome. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Cool story, man. How are you? How are you?
Erstwhile enemy, Begin, speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to Israeli-Egyptian accord and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace is a result of that courageous move. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader.
Look at this athleticism with the brains on.
Important because in November of 1977, he made a very heroic attempt to make peace with his northern neighbor, the state of Israel, and in fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since the 1980s. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, with President Jimmy Carter looking in the background. This is at Camp David, the U.S. presidential retreat, where many of the details were worked out between these two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflicts between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasions from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, a lightning victory, were not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is Gaza and Shomron and Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken, of course, from Egypt. This was a huge blow to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world as the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out on a very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general. And as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, Arab armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel, an unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. Here's a photograph, a rather remarkable photograph of the period. It shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who is one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles. And so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died in the stands there of blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership really created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future.
Just so everybody knows, so borate is a natural mineral. There's nothing about it, but it's got a lot of pretty manageable properties. As I said, we use it in cellulose insulation.
Hello, everyone. Today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got
stellar moisture as a result. It works well on wood. It's friendly to wood long term, and also, did I just say
some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically, what we're going to
not enjoy ingesting borates. It's toxic to them. It's not toxic to what I mean. No matter what you
talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. That's certainly true in the political sphere, but it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but so it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in the yeshiva. And so they ask him, hey, you're in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand it. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. The father said to me, well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity. And the son says, Dad, you don't understand. He was all the same Jew. Enough joking. Let's go straight to the present and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really, between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews, always constituting a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population, basically they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, Pray for the welfare of the government, as the mission continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society because, the author of this particular passage felt that, he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I should say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority they were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just tried to rely on the concept of the state and the Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about it. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms and violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the General Jewish Workers League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least during its origins, which is in the late 1890s, a anti-clerical party, meaning that it was anti-religious, and in fact its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the north to east industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews. And it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905 and nevertheless garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to go predominantly towards Zionist political ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homeland in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even people settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront really to the unfolding events, the anxious awaiting a Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. And so there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints. And as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, and rather taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream." Meaning, if you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious, rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties, and this is going to get really complicated, okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol, right? That's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger, expanded government and, more important, a support system for the average citizens in government tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right. Unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakat, using the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora, as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these buttons. So first, you have the Bund. As you can see, the Bund is socialist and diaspora national. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party, but they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei was very interesting, a small political party. If you see my lecture on Chip, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. A lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here at the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believes in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that, unlike Herzl's strategy was to I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, accommodation, shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews a state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. And so they tended to form a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left column, top left quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe. But when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a Z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination to take this to 3D. The Z-axis are, of course, the religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. And in fact, to the left, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a Z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Yisrael, or Agudas Yisrael, it's like a bundle or a grouping of Israel, the Association of Israel. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, there's the only taken seriously, really, politically, is the mass of Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere between those two extremes. So the Agudat Yisrael basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of Kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just use political tactics to try and mobilize their basic support. And another Z-axis goes up this way because the Agudat Yisrael was, in some of its wings, anti-Zionist, in some of it non-Zionist, feeling that the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel, creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews, specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement, who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period, when you have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. And all these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, it pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund, it split in half, and the left half became Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became groups like the Arabets, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Yisrael, of course, with the sad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, the socialist coalition, which became the Avodah or labor movement, facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionist and revisionism together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics, and I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Okay, thanks very much.
Sheriff Robert Lucas identified a news conference while one military-style grenade exploded, causing their deaths. A second hand grenade is still missing. The ATFs assume full control of the search for the missing grenade, and both have taken from a storage area underneath the Santa Monica apartment complex the day before the explosion. LA County is turning to artificial intelligence now to help speed up the rebuilding process after the January wildfires. We get more from Jim Root.
Process to rebuild in spite of promises by officials to expedite the process is easy, slow. NBC4 reports new AI tool called Archistar. The election process is being tried to help speed things up. Founder Benjamin Corey tells the station the AI checks 4 plans to see if they comply with existing and upcoming rules before they go forward with them.
Essentially, the answers before you go in.
Lori says that the tool can eliminate 30 to 50% of product process time. I'm Joe.
Passengers aboard a Southwest Airjet flying from Burbank to Las Vegas yesterday said their pilot had to aggressively dive to avoid a mid-air collision with another plane shortly after takeoff. The flight was leaving Hollywood Burbank Airport just before noon, but some say on X they and others flew out of their seats during the sudden maneuver, some hitting their heads on the ceiling. Reports say at least 2 flight attendants needed medical attention. Southland weather from KFI, a mix of clouds and sun today. Highs near 80, close to 85 in the IE. Partly to mostly cloudy overnight tonight. Lows around 60. Partly cloudy again tomorrow with highs around 80. And 68 in Paramount, 64 San Pedro, 66 in Inglewood, and down in Marina Del Rey. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Scott Carr. We've got a crash on the 5 in East LA.
I'm South outside Wigan, Washington, they south to middle lane shut down, letting wrap up in this crash, and the drive is backed up heavy from Wood 710 freeway. Point those delays off get those take 710 freeway southbound I-10 instead. Don't mind taking the southbound 10 605. I think there's some road for going on there. They do have 4.8 working overnight. Still a unit of flux right now, but I didn't think of any specifics. So if you see what's going on, traffic to line is con 250 on your cell phone. Keyword KFI traffic. Southbound 605 is heading from Rose Hill, so you get just past the here. And then if you're on the westbound highway, one you're going to come here, but we did wrap up the road all of the nice and relaxed stretch. For some California, look at your travel board at the Travel Campbell. We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Believed in us, challenged us, made learning fun. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose, celebrating the incredible impact of public school educators. Nominated Outstanding Teacher in Europe, who's gone above and beyond for your students, and to be among the winners of $5,000 in stock and classroom. Help us say thank you to the educators shaping our future. Get all the info on nominated teacher who goes the extra mile today at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Okay, welcome everyone. For another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my! We got so many chashuv guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Heshi Rizel. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over this story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear screaming. They rush out to save him. They rush out, they swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. It says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so they, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, say, what's this? What was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to the land of Israel and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, Mamin, Be'eno Mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the VGA that's going to find it? There we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all. This is a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the Shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel of Val Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were famous inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Saadia Gaon was actually the Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Saadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. Of course, many chose therefore to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world and medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pito, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pito, like Pito and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish and Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them. And the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke, but you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time. But twice. But, twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to. Right. Yeah, okay, so I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things could be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes out and says, you know what? I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. You don't remember those? It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah. Anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time, and it's kind of ratty, and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice. I could fit my family. The price is right. But, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. How are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem, and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke, but I'll quickly rush through to the end. So he's driving the car. He's going, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Car's going so nicely. He's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids. Everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he is going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's going to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Car stops right at the edge. Takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, oh, Baruch Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. For me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism
there she is.
Monotheism.
How you living, girl?
Another, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally, and Islam, orthopractic. The term is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like.
What'd you say? I'm well, thank you. Glad that you're here. Go. Sounds like a plan.
doctrine, and it's not really true.
Yeah, I worked in
observant
tech,
Jews have
and
one
when I
doctrine.
was
They have
there,
quite a large array of
it was
doctrines.
so
They
fascinating to
basically
like,
agree on one
being especially like
they
a startup,
agree on
just that startup industry,
Shabbat,
like, let's just
Shabbat
break
is
a
a
bunch of
certain
things, let's
code
fail,
of
let's
conduct.
fix it,
It's
and let's
supposed to
figure it out, and
belief.
win.
It's not
And I'm like,
necessarily held
that's the
so much
street,
in
right? Like I tell
in
people
such
this,
high
like
strictures. So
I
Islam
learned,
has something
like my
similar,
business
Sharia,
acumen
which
comes
also
from two
translates
worlds, from the
as
streets and prison.
halakha, as the way.
And what I
And
learned
so
from the
they have
streets
a
is
unified
marketing and
code
promotion.
of behavior,
I
which
was
is
one
at
of
the
the
same
best at
time
like figuring
religious
out how to get
ritual
our product into
and
other areas.
civil
There were a lot of skill
criminal.
sets that
It's
I
all
didn't
one
even
body of
recognize
law.
them
It's
until I was
not
far
render
removed
unto
from that
Caesar
world.
what is
That,
Caesar's.
oh,
It
this is
is
just like
the whole
entrepreneurial
system
talent.
is
You know,
guided
the
by the
ability
entire religion.
to problem
It's
solve.
presided
I
over
remember
by a group
one
of
of the houses we
scholar
sold,
judges,
they called it trap
just
house,
like
not
the
back then.
rabbis in
We called it
Judaism.
crack house.
And so there's a lot of
You
like
get this house, it's in
congruencies
the middle
between
of
the
a nice neighborhood.
systematic thinking of
And this house
Muslims and Jews in
cranking,
terms
it's
of
making
how
a
the
lot of
whole
money because
thing
people over here still have
works.
money.
And they have a lot
That's
more
buying the
shared
drugs.
vocabulary.
We pull up one time,
Christianity,
and
by
I'm like,
contrast, is
there's
a
a line down the
creed-based
street.
religion.
I'm like,
Although,
we're
of course, it
definitely going
upholds
to jail.
high
Like,
ethical
this is
standards.
something.
Nevertheless, there's a lot more
We
emphasis
clear, we on a
placed on
trip out.
what
We're going
one
to jail like very
believes,
soon, right?
what one
And
thinks,
so I was
as
like, I
opposed
was
to
sitting
what
there
one
looking at it,
does.
and I was
When
like,
you
the reason
compare
it's a line
it
because
to
we got this
Islam
armor
and
gate,
Judaism.
like
They
as soon
also
as you
have
walk up, so you
things
can't go
like the
past it.
hadith, which are very
And
similar
I
to
was
what
like,
we
well,
might
what if
call
we move the gate to
midrash,
between the
which are
kitchen
kind
and
of
the
like
basement
interpretive,
and allow
authorized
the traffic
interpretive
to snake down
traditions,
into the
and a
basement?
variety of
And we kind of
sometimes
keep our,
conflicting
you know, we
interpretive
conceal more
traditions,
low
which are
key,
similar
more low
to
key. So it'll be stuff
the
like that that I was
differences
figuring out at like 13. Then it's like
Mishnahs,
smuggling
Gemara,
drugs. Like I would hop on a
things like
Greyhound
that,
with
and
like a
these texts are then
family-sized
brought
bag of
together
chips
once
that I
again by
ripped
that
open, put
intellectual
drugs
religious
in,
elite
super glue
that
back up.
rule
I put
by
like
force of
a Slurpee
reason
in one hand.
rather than
I just
by
walk on like a little
works of
kid.
piety and so on.
Meanwhile,
So
I
in
got
many
like,
ways,
you know,
Jews
a half
and
a brick of
Arabs
cocaine.
tend to walk side by side
Bag going,
because
I don't know how
they
you know,
have
like I'm
similarities in terms
hustling,
of the
right?
structure of
So
their
I say to people, like I
religious
learned
orientation.
like the marketing and promotion and distribution part
The
there.
Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands
Prisons, I
through
learned
something known as
operations.
the Pact of
Like how does
Umar.
cash flow work?
It's something
So I
that
loan
in
shark, that was
Muslim
part of
thought is
my
supposed to go all the way back
in prison
to
was loan shark
I
and
believe
one of
shortly
these
after the
underground
death of
stores.
Muhammad in the 7th
And
century.
basically,
Most
I
scholars
worked
say
in
it's
the recreation
likely
center,
quite
which
a
was
bit
like the
later, like
hub,
the
so I
9th
had
century.
access to
But
bulk sale
basically, the
blocks,
Pact of
which
Umar
means that I can
is
circulate
a
cash on the
document
off days
that
when
is
this sale block
antedated
gets money
to a
this week, this
caliph
one
named
doesn't.
Umar,
So
in
I can
which it's
loan
kind of
money
like a
here, pick
teshuva,
up the
like we
next
saw
week, and I
last
would
week,
just
if you're
circulate
on a
this
response.
cash. So I was
So
starting
the
to generate
Jews
this cash
say
flow,
to
and then I
Umar,
began to really
okay,
understand
so what's with
interest
us?
rates.
What are we,
And
how are we
interest rates in
supposed to
prison, everything
behave
was
in
like
Muslim world? What is
100%
our
markup
status?
on everything.
Do we have to become Muslims?
But I also
Do we
was
have
able to
to flee?
convert
What
that
are our
cash,
rights,
right? So
privileges,
like,
and
say
so on?
you're on the gallon
And
table,
Umar
you're like,
lays out a
you're down
list of
$100 and you don't got it
conditions that
right now.
basically says
And
how
then
Jews
I got
may
it,
live
and
in
then I can
Muslim
come to you
land.
and say, okay, I'll
And
give you
it's
100.
very similar to
But then I
something we'll
need
see
your
later in
girlfriend,
Christian
your
lands,
mother
the
to send
doctrine
me
of witness,
75
but
to
for
my
very
account.
different
That's
reasons.
more value.
The Pact of
It's
Umar
the money I have in
basically
my account. And so that was
recognizes
called a
that
money
the
transfer,
Jews
which is
did
transfer
receive
cash.
a special communication
And
from
so I
God
learned these
in the
things,
form
and
of
then when I
the
got
written
out,
Torah.
you know, I started
They
off
do
hustling books out of the
recognize
trunk.
the
Like a lot of
prophetic
people, they
status
talk
of
about
many
the
important
out
Jewish
the trunk
figures,
experience is
such
kind
as
of like
Abraham, of
fashionable
course,
and
the
cool.
father of the
I
Arabs, as
seriously
well
was
as
like,
of
look,
the
I had a
Jews,
little Honda Civic,
Moses,
and I
and
would
so
go
on.
all over Detroit.
And so, therefore, while
Parks,
the Islamic tradition
strip
regards
clubs,
the
you
Jews
name
as
it, bars.
misguided,
I would
as
literally set
using
up, sometimes I set up a little
old,
booth inside
defective, buggy
clubs.
software rather than making the upgrade
A
to
couple
the
of my
new
friends,
operating
they
system.
managed the strip
They
club. They'd be
nevertheless
like, yo,
deserve
come up to the
respect
club.
and tolerance
I mean, I come
because
up there
they
with
are
books, and I'm talking
adhering
to
to
the
an
girls,
ancient
and
faith,
they
which
doing
was
lap dance,
something
I'm
that
selling
God gave
books,
them.
and
And so they
yeah,
receive a
I'm I'm like, that's how I really started the journey.
And
I mean,
they
my
live
first
as
day out of prison,
second-class
I
citizens,
sold my first book
which
in
is
the
really quite
parole
reasonable
office
for
parking
the
lot.
medieval
And
period.
so I took
We
these
wouldn't
skill
tolerate
sets
it
from
in
those two
America
worlds, and I
because,
just
we
applied
have
to a legitimate
a very, very
enterprise.
different development
And
style.
then, as I
But
began to kind of
Dhimmi
pick up,
status meant that Jews
notoriety
were
through
tolerated
that
people
and the storytelling,
that could, for
I
example,
started speaking at
practice their
companies,
religion
and
without
I
fear
actually ended
of
up joining
forced
the company
conversion.
that I used to speak
They
at.
could maintain
You know,
their
became a
synagogues
client of mine. They were
that
trying to
they
figure out
could
their
not, at
company
least
culture.
theoretically, build
And
new ones. So if a synagogue
how'd that
needed
work out?
repair, they
What was that
could
about?
repair
yeah,
it.
so a really good friend of mine,
They could
Ben Rothschild,
celebrate all
even
of their
his partner,
rituals, but not
Mark
publicly.
Andreessen,
So public
so
Purim,
Mark's partner, Ben,
carnivals,
is
or
a really good friend of mine.
you know, like the Jews back then, they never had
He's
these
one of
Hanukkah
my
parades.
best friends. He's also like a great
Menorahs on the top.
mentor.
He's
So
just
I
not done in
really,
the 19th century.
you know, we're always
9th
having
century.
these idea
I thought that was
exchanges. But
funny,
one
but
time he
they
invited
got
me
it
to
started.
his home for dinner.
So the
with one
Dhimmi
of the
status,
founders of
they
one of
also
their
had to
portfolio companies, and
exempt
the founder
from
and I, we hit it
jizya,
off.
which
He's just
was
tough Israeli guy who's been through some stuff. So we would have these conversations about like
because that was a religious injunction on
the
Muslims,
founders
but
of
they
one of
had to
their
pay a double
portfolio
jizya,
companies,
which is a
and
kind
the
of
founder
a
and I,
poll
we hit it
tax.
all.
So they
He's
didn't
just
really
a
get
tough
ahead
Israeli
financially.
guy
So the
who's been
Jews,
through
by
some
and
stuff. So
large,
we
were
would
pretty
have
happy with this
these
guy.
conversations about like grit and determination, and he had this company called Trip Actions at the time, and they were like a skyrocket. It was hot. It was going through a lot of things, and then when the pandemic
that's a fascinating question. We
first
probably
thing
have
that
to break it
suffered
up
was
because
travel. You know,
the
and so
Muslim extremists
I had already
today,
been helping the company like figure out like some kind of more
9/11
cultural
type extremists,
values and
believe that the
the
path to
culture.
Umar should
And he asked me
be.
to join the company, you know, and I originally joined as the head of DEI
They
because he really
believe
wanted
that
to figure out
Jews,
what was happening in the company, how to
should
set
be
people
allowed
up
to
for
live in
success.
Israel.
And
Israel
one day I
should
spoke at
be
an
a
event,
Muslim country
and
under the caliphate,
the
but
chief
Jews would be
revenue
a
officer was like,
protected
I need everybody
minority,
on the sales team to
as
be
it
able to
was,
communicate
in the
like
9th,
that
10th, 11th century.
you know. And so I took on my second role, which was head of sales and success culture.
Is
I
that,
got a chance to
since the
train one
French
of the
Revolution,
best sales teams in the world. This
the world
company
has
went
moved
from
to this
like
idea
zero
that everyone
revenue
has
to like,
equal rights, right?
you know, it's
Equality,
$9 billion
liberté.
valuation.
So how do you
Everyone
sort out a
except the
program
women.
like this?
They-
Like
they specifically
you'd never done this
excluded
before.
women in that. All
No,
men
but I
have
did it in
equal
prison
rights.
with figuring out how to like run and
including some of these
operationalize the
countries,
things I was doing in prison, right? So like,
So how did they recognize that you
I
just
actually have
would
difficulty
transfer
with my
over
daughter
to the
driving,
corporation?
I think just conversations, like conversations, things I was doing. I was doing some of this stuff in nonprofit world too. So I led an organization in LA, run nonprofits, raised a ton of money, really kind of build out that culture. And Ben actually wrote this book called "What You Do Is Who You Are," and in that book he talked about some of our conversations around culture, and it kind of gave them a framework to really understand how these lessons I learned in prison could really be applied.
Yes, thank you, Rabbi Rothschild.
We hear it all the time. You can run a drug operation, you can run a corporate. And I don't think it's that simple. I think it sounds great when people say it. Like Freeway Ricky Ross probably can run a corporation. Not everybody who hustles in the streets is Freeway Ricky Ross.
Strangely, even
there is some skill sets to run an actual startup that
a distinctly
you need to
dualistic system.
have a lot more experience.
And also, one last
part of it,
example,
like how do you really build
Mughal Empire
relationships?
in India,
That's one of the things I was really good with in prison is like really knowing how to be
which is
diplomatic,
certainly not
knowing how to resolve
monotheistic faith at all.
conflict. You know, a lot of times in prison, when
And the
violence
reason for
escalates,
those latter
is
two
because
is
people are
primarily
fighting for
realpolitik. That
And
the
if you can
Muslims,
make
when
sure
they
that
come
both
to
parties
India,
walk away
there's
with their
way too many
respect
Hindus
in
for them to
place,
forcibly
you can
convert them.
become a real
Or
problem
expel them.
solver.
It just
That's
can't
like
happen.
an
They have to
inherent
have some
value
kind
in
of
the
like
environment.
modus
Now the
vivendi.
caveat
So to
is that you also
Zoroastrians,
have
when
to have
they
a
come
propensity
into
for violence.
Iraq and
Like people
Iran,
have to
they have to
respect,
deal
like
with
you're
this
not just telling
population,
them something
and it's
because
simply not
you don't
realistic
want
to
people
try
getting
and
the dust
convince
ups
them
on the
all
yard, but
to
you
convert
tell
to
them
Islam
because you've
or to
actually lived
pursue
that
them out
life.
of existence.
And all that psychology from that
Formally, only Jews and
world
Christians
applies
have
in
been
any
established.
corporate setting. Any company you can imagine,
I
all the
believe
things
so.
that people are going through is the
I
same
believe so.
thing
Not
that's happening
positive.
in prison. The only difference is, your colleague might shank you with an email.
So anyway, that's how Jews are living. We'll see
You might
what's
slide
playing
that
out in
email.
Saudi's life.
That's the only difference, but the
His
mindset
name was
of like
Saadia Ben
what
Yosef
people are really
al-Fayoumi.
after.
Fayoumi was
You
one
know,
of the
that
regions where he
is
came
the
from.
same thing that
He
you're
came
dealing with in
out from
prison.
very
We talk
humble
about
origins.
like
This
the
is something that
economy,
came up
right?
again and again
How do you
as he
build?
was
So,
proposed for high
you know,
academic
in there, I
posts.
would find guys to
Of
invest
the
in.
nobility, the
You
Jewish
know, so
nobility
if it's like
of
you
these
right and
towns
you from the
felt
neighborhood,
that
your
he came
family's not taking care of you.
humble origins.
I would say,
and that
okay,
we
well,
were
this
going to
little
be
homie,
appointing
he's on the cell
scholars
block. I'm
who
going to
came
give you,
from really
$30,
significant
$40,
backgrounds,
and you got to flip
going
that.
back far back.
But you also got to be able to
But
defend.
there's no question
You know what I'm saying? Like, I
that his
can't come and
intellectual
fight your
brilliance
battle
was
with
so
you.
far
The same thing
above
happens
his
in corporate, right?
competition
You got to sign the
that he inevitably
responsibility.
won all of
The
these
CEO
contests
can't
without
bail
really
you
trying.
out of there. He can give you the
He wrote his
opportunity.
first book at a
And you can ensure
remarkably
that you
young
have
age,
all the
according to
things you need to
tradition.
succeed if he's
He
a good
wrote it at
CEO
the
or
age
she's
of
a
11,
good CEO.
although he probably
But
wrote
then you
it
got to
a
do the
little bit
work.
later when he
You
was
know,
closer
and
to
so all
20.
those lessons I
But
learned
it
from
was
there, how
like
to
an
build
extremely
community.
complex
One
rhyming
of the things
dictionary in
that I
Hebrew
would do because I was
modeled
hustling on
around
the cell
Arabic
block
poetry, because at this
is I
time
made
the
sure
Jews
that
are
me and
all
my
reading
crew
Arabic,
that
appreciating
we
Arabic
read
culture, appreciating
every day.
particular Arabic
Like we
literature.
always would take our
And so
little
he
ramen noodle
wrote
cook-ups
a
together.
Hebrew
And we would make sure
poetry
that everybody
manual
that we
based
said
on a
was
fairly
like part of
similar
our family
Arabic
crew.
manual. And
It
it is
didn't matter if they
really
didn't have money. It
upon
didn't matter if they
genius to
couldn't
see exactly how he works with the
just that
Hebrew
ability for
grammar
them to know that we
evoke all
come
kinds of
break bread,
interesting
we're all on the
meanings.
same playing
We
field.
don't know
That
why
was a
he
game
left
changer. You know, we
Egypt,
trained together.
simply lost,
You
but
know,
he
when
spent
we trained,
some time in Israel.
there
It
was an
could be
accountability
that the reason
that
he
we
left
just
was
commanded
because
of
he was
each
in
other.
an extended
It's like if you
conflict
say you're going to be
with
on
the
the yard,
Karaites
be on the
sect.
yard. You know,
And
you're
let
going
me
to
take
go
just a minute
for
to mention
10
who
laps
the
today.
Karaites were,
We're going
because
to
ironically,
push you and drag
much of
you,
what we know
help you get
about
around. You know, and
Sadia
it built
comes from the
this
Karaites.
closeness. And
Sadia
you know,
was
there was
locked
some,
in a
there was some
long,
little chaotic
decades-long
nature to it
struggle
all,
with the
right?
Karaites,
Because like our
writing
friendships
all
didn't come
kinds
easy.
of holiness,
You know, the price of entry
invective against them,
was
and
probably like
they
the craziest shit ever.
responded
Like
in
my
kind. So
thing was
even though
like
a lot of Sadia's own
when
writings
I
have
welcome
been
you into
lost,
my world,
they
it's
are
based on these two
quoted in the
things. Are you willing to
Karaite
do
writings
life,
which
or are you willing
survive.
to give
So we're able
or
to
lose
mine
your life?
Karaite
And if
texts
you're
to see
not
what
willing to
Sadia
do
actually
life
believed in many
or
cases.
take a life,
Obviously, that's a difficult kind of
and
source
we
because
can't be hanging
it
out on
comes
the
from
yard because the stakes are that high, right?
origin,
It's the
and
same thing in
they
corporate
represent their
where
own bias.
you're like,
But
listen, we're
if we
fighting
assume
for
that they're
something.
quoting
The startup, we're
incorrectly,
fighting
then we
for
get a quite
this
defensive
outcome.
thing.
You
So
know,
who are
an
the Karaites?
acquisition, a
Very
merger,
briefly,
or an IPO, whatever
the
that thing
Karaites
is to
were
change the
followers
world.
of one Anan
Like,
ben
we got to be
David,
in the trenches together.
who
You know, and if we break bread
came to
together,
the
we
fore
spend this
not
time
much longer
together, we realize we're fighting for
before
that
Sadia,
one thing.
and he
It's a game
essentially
changer, you know.
argued
And so when I go
that
into these companies,
the Torah
you know, I
Shabbat,
come in
the
with that
oral
mindset
Torah
of
that we
just
spent
like
so much
the
time
honesty,
talking
the
about last week,
vulnerability.
was in fact
You know,
an
the
invention of
things
the
that
rabbis.
even in the
It
book that I'm
did
talking
not
about now
have
is like
any valid theological
vulnerability.
origins.
When
The
you
only
hear
thing
that, a
that
lot
the
of people
Karaites
don't think
believed
that
was
applies to
valid
being a
was in
CEO.
fact
But it's one
original
of the
Torah,
greatest
the first 5
unlocks in
books
your
of
company
Moses,
culture
and so
is when you
they
get super
argued
transparent.
for a very strict
Like I learned that
observance
from
of
being
the
around great,
written
you know,
Torah
Ariel,
without
who's a
any
great CEO,
layering of additional
and
meaning.
he always got
As it
super
turns
real.
out, that's a very,
You
very
know, he got
hard
super real. It didn't
thing
always
to
feel
do
good.
because the oral
But
Torah
what it
has
did is it
you know,
allowed
a
you to look
tremendous
at, okay, this is what we're really dealing with.
this degree of
You know,
omissions
and you
inherent
got to
within
face that
text, as
thing
we
head
discussed
on,
last week.
and that's what applies in your real life. You
It
know,
has
That's the one thing that applies.
extremely
Being super
onerous
real is it's everything.
oh my God, it's a game
legal
changer.
As soon as you
impositions like
bullshit,
an eye for an
Yeah.
eye, a tooth
like
for a
now,
tooth.
what is truth?
Yeah.
What's reality? How do
For
you
example, one of
succeed
the
if you're not
classics,
dealing in
the
reality?
the
And that's
Karaites
where
would
real
never
grit
eat
comes from,
cholas.
is the truth. You know,
Now,
like
we
you
don't know
can't
why they wouldn't
have
eat cholas.
without having honesty.
Right, because it
Right.
says
You know what I
in
mean?
the
Like
pasuk
it's,
very
you know, we
clearly,
hear it, and it's, well,
"Lo sabal
I'm a crazy
yebesh
sports
b'kol
fan.
mosvosechem."
I think the best
You
story is
shall not
about how you
burn
conquer life in
fires
sports.
in all of your
And, you know,
inhabitants.
grit and
So
resilience.
for the rabbinic
The
Jews,
fundamental
following the
parts
oral
of that
Torah,
come
they
down to
understand
the
it to mean
truth.
essentially you shall
Like you
not
have to
light
you
new
know what's
fires
in you,
on
right?
Shabbos.
You
You
know
can't
if you
strike
got
a
that
match.
thing puts
But if you
forward,
have a
or
fire
if you don't.
already going,
And
you
when
know
guys
you
quit,
may
like,
make use
it's
of it under
because
certain
their
circumstances with a
truth is
covering
that
of
they're
blood
not
and things
strong
like
enough
that.
to
But
keep
you
going.
may make use of it.
You know,
And so
and so that all
therefore,
that stuff
the
applies, you know,
the
in
rabbinic
corporate
Jews were
business.
able to
And
enjoy
when I
Torah
was writing
Shabbos,
about it,
which
obviously I'm writing
contributed
about it from a
tremendously
different
to their
perspective.
survival,
Like, you know,
not alone
I
in
had an
cholesterol intake.
experience,
But the
and that was
Karaites were
like
the only
what
cold
even
food of
sparked me
Shabbos.
to
If
write
I'm not
the recent
mistaken,
book.
I think
I
there's
dealt with
something
something that
who even say it is a
was so
mitzvah
high
to
level
eat hot
complex
food on Shabbat,
that it landed
specifically
me
to show that
on
we're
the
not
deepest
Karaites.
level of gratitude. And
That's
it
a very
was
hard
my
mitzvah to
brother
keep,
was
but
murdered
I try
in
every week.
July of
I really do.
2021.
So
And I was
they
sitting in our
spread quite
family's living room,
dramatically, and they had a major
and I'm watching my family,
pocket here in Egypt.
and I was struck
We know
by
from the Geniza findings,
this
the tremendous trove
profound
of
sense of
documents that was
guilt.
discovered in the region that covers
Because
several
I
hundred
knew I
years
made
of
somebody else's
Jewish
family
life
feel like that.
in the Eastern Mediterranean.
And so while I should have been
That the
grieving my
Karaites
brother
were
and trying
actually
to
a
unpack
huge
that, it was
population,
navigating
and
this
surprisingly, especially
complex
because if you're
world.
looking at these kind of
And
documents,
what it led to
they
was
go along
the
fairly
toughest
well
year
with
of my life,
rabbis, with the rabbinic community.
emotionally,
The
of
Geniza
trying to
documents
reconcile
indicates a
my
tremendous
brother's
degree of
murder with
intermarriage
who
between
I had
rabbinic
become as
families
a
and
kid.
Karaite families, lots
And
of
what I
business
landed on was
organizations
that
were,
gratitude
working between each other.
is one of
And
the greatest
although
keys
most
to
of
freedom.
the accepted
Is
historiography
that if we can
shows,
learn to
two communities
being
that are really
thankful for
fighting
all of it,
tooth
right?
and
The
nail
challenges,
over all kinds of
the
theological
wins, the
points.
victories, all the
The
things
actual
that
social
you can
documentation
live
indicates
a
that
life
Karaites and
that
Rabbinites
is so
had all
rich
kinds
and
of ways to
abundant
get along with each
in
other.
fulfillment.
That was not the case, however, when you get to
because
the
you're
level of
always
the
in that
rabbinic
spirit of
leadership,
gratitude.
people like
You're
Sadia, who
thankful
are
for the moments
constantly
you're in.
assailing the Karaites
And that,
for their
to me,
heterodox
when you're
views.
in
The Karaites
a company
still exist
setting
today, but only in
and
tiny
everything feels
numbers spread
chaotic,
out
and you're
throughout
like,
Turkey and places like that.
damn, I don't
So
want to
that's
get up
how we
and go
know
to
a
work.
lot about
And you
Sadia,
can
and
just pause for a
probably
minute and
why
be like,
he had to
I'm
leave
thankful
Egypt,
that I get the chance
especially
to
it
come
makes
to work.
sense that,
And I'm thankful for
Sadia
these
was
challenges. I'm thankful
constantly
for
getting
the
in trouble
abundance and
with
that this
wealthy
brings into my life.
individuals. because he had a mind of his own.
It's hard
You know, he
sometimes
would
for
have
people to see it
wealthy
because they haven't
patrons
lost it.
who would support him in
We've
various
lost
positions of
everything.
authority that
You know, you're
ended
thankful
whenever
for,
Sadia
like,
would take a position that
my
was
gratitude
unfavorable to their
practices
interests.
are,
And that seems to be a
I
kind of
wake
a
up in the
trope
morning
in his life.
and
That, you know,
I
he
try to
would
identify
recognize
3
no
things
man.
I'm thankful
He would
for.
only recognize what the Torah
And they
said,
can't be
no
the
matter
super
whose
obvious
influence
things. They
it
can't
was.
be like,
Interests
my
it
wife
affected.
or my kid.
One of those
the house,
conflicts,
and things,
one that actually first
these
brought
small
him
things.
to sort of
You know,
international
things
fame
that I
was the
get excited
calendar
about. Like,
controversy of
I got
921
cold
through
orange juice today.
924.
How amazing is that?
Yes, Ms. Abrams.
You know what I mean? Like that matters to me. You know, I have a device that I can actually communicate with the world, an idea, you know, that I have, like, in a moment that I have it. Like, that's gratitude. You know, it's like, I got toothpaste today. You know, soap.
It's a good
Soap is a
question.
big
I
thing
do
in my
not
life.
know
Like,
the answer. I would just have to guess.
You know, there was a time when I was
When
in
I say
prison.
following,
when,
it probably means, you know, you have to think of it
I don't
in
know
terms
what
of the
was happening
agents
in
of
my
world
family's
history,
life.
right? When you don't know
You
the
know,
answer, what is it probably?
but I didn't have any money.
Right? It's probably about money. So,
And I couldn't
you know,
even buy a bar of
people,
soap.
when they're in their
And all
midlife
I had
and
was
towards
this thing that she was soap in this
you
little
know, as they're
small
working in their
bar about
careers
this
and their
big.
businesses, and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to
it
dedicate
smells
themselves
like
to a
pine
discipleship relationship. That's something that really
And I just
it's
remember,
reserved for
like,
bachelors, you know, certainly maybe
moment
when they
of,
just have a
like,
very small family. That's when you can really devote
man,
yourself to following
I
anyone.
can't afford
When
a
you're
bar of
older,
soap
then you're
right now.
following
You
your
know?
family, you know, trying to just
And in that
pick
same
up
strength,
after
I was
them
in
and make sure
solitary,
that they're
and
supported. So I
I
would
didn't
guess it
have
was young people,
these shower
based
shoes.
simply
So
on
in
kind of
prison,
an
you get these
economic
little,
analysis.
you know,
They
shower
don't really
shoes
know.
about like $2.
Good
Because you
question.
want to take a shower
So
in this, you know,
let's talk about the calendar controversy.
cesspool of all this
Historically,
random body fluids,
in
whatever.
ancient times,
And I tried to
the
wear my
calendar
regular
was
shoes
set
to the
every
shower.
month
The
by
officer was
sighting
like,
of the
you
moon.
can't
It's
wear those to the
described in the
shower.
Mishnah.
I'm like, what do you want me to
People would
stand
witness the
barefoot
new
in
moon.
that
They
shower?
would come to Jerusalem. They would
She was like, I don't care
testify
what you
before
do,
the
you can't
court,
wear
and the
those.
court would make a calculation
And
and
like
declare that
that
the month
feeling
would,
of
you know,
like,
begin on such and such a day and so on. There's always the reason is because
know,
the
and like, I was a
lunar
drug addict,
months
you know,
are
I
not
hustled, I
precisely
took care of
30
people.
days.
I stood
They're
up for people.
slightly off, and so therefore,
And
as
I
we
don't
know,
have
sometimes
$2 shower
you
shoes.
have a 30-day
Like
month,
that
and the next
is
day
what
is
allows
Rose
me to
Prohibition,
appreciate
or you have a 29-day month, and the
You
next
know,
2 days
and so what
are
I
Rose
say to
Prohibition,
people
that
is
kind of
like,
thing. And it was always set in
find
Jerusalem.
the
Then we
things
went
in your life
to
to
the
be
period,
thankful for.
really
You know,
around
find
the
them.
1st and 2nd
Like,
centuries,
be
where there's a lot
intentional
of
about it,
conflict with the
You know, 'cause
Samaritans,
that's
and this
to me,
system
that's the
became no
ultimate
longer
freedom,
viable.
man. Is gratitude.
They used to
And be thankful
communicate
about,
using
our
smoke
complex
signals,
country. Like, we
which
gotta
is,
be
you know,
very
where the
complex
American
country.
Indians, of course, got it.
It's actually kind of dumb, though. You know, and I don't think we spend enough time.
They would light these
talking
smoke
about
signals,
the
and
things that
you would be able to see them from
we
mountain
should be
peak to mountain
grateful
peak.
for. Just being here. You know,
And the Samaritans,
I think all
you know,
kids should be
adopted,
like
just
part
to
of
make it a little more
education. They
difficult
should
for
have
the
to travel.
Jews, they would light their own
Especially
smoke
if you're in
signals
this
on the
country,
wrong
I
day.
think you should have to travel
Hey,
to places
just to
that
confuse
don't
people who saw
have
the
all
signals
the
that
traffic
they Rosh Chodesh already, you know, and they would throw things off.
And
So that by the
I just
4th
think that
century,
gratitude is a game changer.
the
I think
Jewish
so
world,
too,
also
because I
the
think
Jews are
it's too easy
spread
to
out
focus on
tremendously by the
negative.
4th century.
Negative
They're
begets
living
more
in
negative.
Iraq, they're living
If you
all
just
over
find
the
the
North
things in your
Africa
life that
continent.
suck and dwell on those,
So they
your
set
life's
a
gonna suck
fixed
more.
calendar
It's just
based
simple
on
mathematics.
mathematical,
It's real.
astronomical
I know
tables.
people that are
They
very
set a
successful
calendar,
that
which
are
is the calendar
they don't
we
have
use today.
gratitude.
So in the
it's
year
crazy.
921,
That's what I wrote the
a
book
very
for.
important
For those
rabbi
people,
in
it's like,
It's crazy.
yeah.
I know so many people that are like very successful but very unhappy.
declared
remember
that he
one
was
time-
changing the rules.
It's a story when I was on
Declared
television.
that they
I
were
was
going
on
to
this TV
announce
show
the
called
sighting
News
of the
Radio,
moon
and
based
we would get the
on a
ratings.
certain
And
time
when
of
we get
the
the
day
ratings,
when it
we
was
weren't doing that well.
visited.
It wasn't a very
was
successful
seen.
show.
And
It was only
according
successful
to
once it
his
got off the air,
proposal,
ironically, in
It
syndication
meant that
because it was a good
Rosh
show.
Hashanah would fall
But,
out on a Tuesday
they were all
instead
sitting
of
around,
on a
they were reading
Thursday,
Variety,
as anticipated
and,
by the
Variety
written calendar.
magazine and the
So
Hollywood
this
Report.
threw
I
the
would call
Jewish
them the
world
Devil's
into
Rag.
quite a bit
Because
of
like, you guys are
tumult
like concentrating on all this shit that is making you compare yourself to other
all the
people.
holidays are on.
And you're all getting upset that we're not
after
after friends, or we're not after Seinfeld go, last time I checked, I'm on television. We're on television. You know, few people get to be on a fucking sitcom, and we're pissing and moaning because we're not on the biggest sitcom. That is so crazy. The only people would trade lives with you. I mean,
And he wrote some
I had a
initially
ton of
very
terrible
polite letters
jobs.
to our good mayor,
Doing
indicating
construction,
why
delivered
his
newspapers, I did everything.
calculations could not be
Drove
upheld.
limos, I did everything.
But it was very clear that this
I'm
was
on
not
TV.
just a
I'm
demonstration
happy as
of
fuck.
rabbinical
But for
prowess.
these people,
This
like,
was a
it
little
was
bit of a
never,
power
you know,
contest,
it's
because
just a
Babylon
symptom
had
of
for
Hollywood
700
itself.
years
Because
since they
Hollywood is
closed
all
the town
about
of the
who's
5th
number
century.
one.
They had
It's not
demonstrated
just
that
about,
Babylon was the
you're
new
making a
center
great living,
of the
doing
Jewish
something that's
world.
really fun.
And
It's like,
Jerusalem,
no.
even though it was
Someone
clearly the
who's out there
spiritual and
being
historical
Tom
center,
Cruise.
was not the intellectual center where,
You know, this is
the entire
bullshit. Tom
Jewish world
Cruise is
would be
Tom
ruled.
Cruise. I'm not
And
Tom
so there
Cruise.
was a
Yeah,
desire
that's
on the part of
literally,
the
and then
Jerusalem
they
Jews
live
to try
miserable.
and wrest
They're
that authority from the
multi-millionaire,
Babylonian
miserable people,
academies.
which is
So Sadia tried to
it's
persuade
like me
him.
growing up
He
on food
was
stamps. It's
unsuccessful.
like, what is
and
fucking
ultimately,
wrong with you people? This is
he wrote
crazy.
some very
Like, you're
powerful
living the
invective
dream.
challenges
You're
against our
in.
good mayor.
Maybe you don't have the
They
number
did
one
go
dream,
through
but
at least
guess
one
what?
year
No one's paying attention to you, so you don't get scrutinized. You can go to a restaurant, you have fucking cameras in your face. You actually live in a
This only
better
lasted
dream.
for a little while until it
My
was
friend
very
Brian
clear
said
that
this
the
to me
Jewish
once.
people could not
My friend
tolerate
Brian Cowan, he said,
two
all you
calendars.
want is to go to a
and
restaurant
it was
and
really
order
expensive.
anything you want and not worry about what the bill costs. Everything after that is bullshit. I was like, that is like some of the best wisdom
So
ever,
what ended up
because
happening is that
it doesn't matter how
Sadia
big your
got
house
one
is.
house,
It's just your fucking
and
house,
the,
man. You get
the
used to
calendar
all that shit.
controversy was resolved
This
in
is
his
some
favor,
nice
which
things that come with
clearly
money. They're
demonstrated
nice.
the authority of Babylon.
Freedom is
once and
nicer
for
than all those
And so
things,
Sadia
and everybody has
emerged
that.
victorious,
First,
and this had
yeah.
tremendous repercussions for his life.
And just
So he
not
was
worrying
appointed
about your
initially
bills.
the leader
Just
of the
I
great
remember
yeshiva
I got a
in
development deal,
922,
which
and
for
he
comedians,
signed
this
his
is back
name
in the
at the
day when
time. So the
everybody,
documents we have
they were trying to turn
are
everybody
with
into Jerry Seinfeld. They
that
tried to
is
turn
associated
everybody
with.
into a sitcom
But
with
there
Roseanne.
are many people who
You
felt
know,
that he should be
everybody,
appointed
they
to
would
the
come to
neighboring
comedians and they give you a development deal,
Bible
and
city
they'd
of
give you like $100,000
because it
or
had been
something
going
like
into
that, and
significant
then
decline,
they
and
would
they
try
looked
to
for
write a sitcom around you and develop a pilot. This was like the
someone
game.
as
That
strong
was
as
awesome.
Sadia and his
And the
personality
first time I got a
to
development
bring it back to
deal, I
life.
think I was
Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic
I
lands,
guess I was
particularly
26,
in this
something like
region
that.
of
And,
Iraq.
you know, my whole life I've been paycheck to paycheck, always broke.
Iraqis or
You know,
the
and for the
Babylonians
last 5 years,
recognized
just
a
hustling
head
as a
of the
comedian,
Jewish
trying to get
community
by. I was just
who is
happy
called
that I
in
didn't have
English
to have a
the
regular job.
exiler.
I was just a comedian.
Hark meaning
But I was
leader,
always broke.
exile, of course,
And
the
then
exile.
all of
Or
a sudden,
in Aramaic, the
I think I got
the head
$150,000.
of the
It was like
exile.
this.
We even prayed for the Reish Galuta's welfare.
It was the
Shabbat,
craziest week.
it
was like physical weight. I was like, now I don't
But
have
this
to worry
was
about my
kind of like a
bills.
quasi-political
Like, I was every
appointee,
month, it was like, can I
and there
pay
was
rent?
always
Can
this
I
kind of
keep the
tension between
lights on?
who's really
You know,
the head
can I
of the
afford
Jewish
gas
community.
to get to my
Is it
gigs?
the
It was just
political
like
head,
that. I
the
was like
Reish
barely getting no
who
help
was a
insurance.
descendant of King
Nothing.
David,
Barely getting by. But
appointed
that
and
physical
recognized by
weight,
the Babylonian
I'll never
Muslim
forget that. I was like,
authorities,
that's the most
or
important
was
thing,
it
is to
the
not
head of
worry
the
about your
academy?
bills.
Was that
But
really the
then
head of the
everybody's
community?
worried about what boss
So, in this context, the Reish Galuta named David
Jesus
Ben
Christ,
Zakkai,
man.
also a very strong-minded
Yeah,
person,
it's like that.
decided that
there's a-
Sadia should
I
be
forget
brought
who
from
said
Pumbedita to
Comparison
restore
is the thief of
Sur.
joy. Is that Thoreau?
And
No,
as I
Thoreau was
mentioned
most
earlier,
men live
he had a
lives
lot of
by
opponents to
inspiration.
his
It's not
candidacy
the
because many people said,
I
who
think
is
it might
this
have
guy from Egypt? He doesn't have
Might
any
have been
Yiddish, he doesn't have any family
Comparison is the thief
background.
of joy.
Why are we
But it
making
is.
him the head?
It's like,
But
you can
nevertheless,
miss out on
his
gratitude when
brilliance,
it's
and particularly
right in
his
front of your face.
performance
You have
during
so
the
many
Calvin
things to be
controversy
happy
was
for. And
undeniable,
this weird
and
world.
his
This is why I also
patron,
tell
the
people, stay
wealthy
the fuck
Papa
off
David
social
Ben
media.
Zakkai, was able to
You don't
make
need the
him
press
the
for
guy.
sure.
The
Oh,
only
it's
thing
compared.
is that when he accepted
Jonathan
the
Hay wrote a
position,
book about what
he
he's doing
did
to young
so
girls. It's like
explicitly
they're
on the
comparing
condition.
themselves
Now, we have
constantly
this
to
from
everybody
Shira
else.
Gaon
And these
and
girls are
Hassan
using
Abbas,
filters, and
who
everybody's like,
who said that
and then they get plastic surgery and changing
David
this
Ben
and changing
Zakkai
that.
made him
Look at all my
swear
shit, look
that
at my
he will
bag,
not
look at my jewelry, look at my car, look at my this, look at my that. And it's just,
anyone but me
everyone's
as the Reish
constantly in
Galuta
a state
or
of comparison,
associate
and
with
no
any
one
of
is
my
happy just to
opponents,
be
which is was kind of like
alive
dramatic
and healthy
foreshadowing
in
that these things
America
would not
in a
happen.
wild time of change.
The contemporary authority says, and I've told
Yeah, no,
you,
I think
that he was not
that's the
afraid of
thing that
any
I'm
man
really
and
been
does not
struck
show
by,
favor to
you know,
anyone
when
because of his
I
great
got
power.
out and
And
talking
there
to some
came
of
a time
the
when
guys and
Sadia and
that I know
David Ben
who've been
Zakkai
incarcerated.
ended up at
I
cross
do
purposes.
think that
It
we
was
all
specifically
operate under
over
that
the
same
issue of
injury,
probate
just
of
like
a will.
energy of
He had
like
gone on
just
to
deep
do
gratitude,
tremendous
you
things
know,
for
because
Surah. He
you do really
immediately
begin to
communicated with the
understand what
surrounding
is value
communities
when you
and
take it away,
asserted
right?
the
And like
authority
it's that saying of like,
of Surah
you
as the
know,
greatest of the
you can have
academies
a
and so on.
million problem
what ended up
until you get
happening
sick,
is
and then you only have
there
one.
was a will that
And that's the thing about
was
like
placed in probate.
freedom,
And
right?
David
Yes.
What I've been
Zakai, the
struck by
exilarch,
is,
stood
you
to
talk
gain a
about
tremendous
people who
advantage
looks
if
like they
the
have it all and
will
they're not happy,
was
they're not
adjudicated
fulfilled.
in his favor.
That's like being
Sadia
struck with
Gaon,
that
looking
illness,
at the will,
where it's like you got
saw
all
that
the
it really
trappings
would
of
not
life
go
right at your disposal,
in
Yeah.
David
but you're
Mazaka's
attracted
favor,
to
that
this
the law
idea
really favored
that,
another claimant
it was
for
sometimes it's
the
not, but it's
monies
not
in the
real
will.
stuff, right?
And so
Like trauma
therefore,
is real.
he
Sure,
demurred
And
and
shame
said
is
he would
real.
only sign
Grief is
off
something none
on
of us
this
will get
will
into this life
if
without grief.
another
Like, that's just
particular
factual.
rabbi
Like,
would
if you
sign
live,
off on it.
any considerable
The
amount of
other
time
rabbi
to where you're
signed
conscious,
off on it,
you're going to grieve
giving the
at
money
some
to
point.
David
Somebody's
Zakai,
going to die.
and so then it
You're
went
going
right
to
back
lose a
to
job. You're going to lose an
Sadia.
opportunity.
And at
to
this
love.
point, Sadia said
Yeah,
he
so
was
that
hoping
Gets all hot.
that the other
Exactly.
rabbi would
And I
be
think
the first
what
refusal,
happens
and
is
therefore
that
Sadia would not take the blame.
one, we
But
just haven't
Sadia
created space to
refused to give
talk
in,
about
and he
what
said
that
he would not
really is
sign
for us.
off, and that the
We just
will
kind of
would not go to
deal
David
with it
Zakai.
on our own
David
and then trips
Zakai
people up
was
because we
furious,
can't get happy at
and
times.
he
If you
fired
get hit with a
Sadia
few things
Gaon.
back to back,
Sadia
actually be
Gaon says,
overwhelming.
"You can't fire
But if
me.
you lean into
I'm
some
going
of
to
these
fire
things
you." And
that
so
really
he fired
centers you,
David
being
Zakai.
present. Like I'm super present in
And it
the
was a
moments
really
of
strange
sometimes.
situation where
It can be annoying to the people
people
in my life.
of great
But I'm just like,
authority
I actually changed my mind.
disavowed the other,
And like, what are you
and
talking
they
about?
were
We
kind
changed
of
this
arm
whole thing for
wrestling,
like,
so to
yeah,
speak,
but I
over
changed
who
my
was
mind because
going
in
to
this moment,
be
this
the
is where I
true
really
head
want to be.
of the people of
But
Surah, and
it's a
really the
beautiful
Jews of
space to
Babylon,
be.
and really
Like
the Jews of
that's
the
what I
world.
learned in prison.
It
So I
was
tell people
quite
like,
a long
I was
standoff
incarcerated
where
before I ever stepped foot in a prison cell.
David Ben Zakai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah,
In that,
and Sadia
freedom of
Gaon,
mindfulness, that freedom
reciprocated
of
by
really
appointing
understanding
rival
that the
Exilar,
rest of my life
and they're
is
all
going
kind of like in this strange kind
I
of
didn't know
family
if I was
dynamic
getting out of prison.
with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone.
Whatever
In
happens,
the end,
my son is going to be able to look at me and say, you know what?
Muslim authorities stepped
When my
in,
dad went through
and
all
they
these
said
things,
in
like here's
Arabic,
who he became as a
Biluk
person.
Shoin, it's enough
That
already,
you can't.
and
It's
they
not a box
demanded
that can
an
contain
end
it.
to
It's
the
not
fight.
a gate.
This
That
also
can
was,
keep him back from that.
Sadia's
Like, that's
position
all
was
the
weakened
inside
when
work.
his
It's the
candidate
inside
for the
job.
Reish Galuta
Like that's how I just
passed
try to
away,
live my life.
and
It's
so
like,
ultimately Sadia was forced to
I see
resign
it,
and
and
to
it's sad
accept
because it's all the
the
things you
loss
say. It's like
of his
the
academy.
competition with
And so he had to step
people
down.
highlight reel,
David
right?
Ben
Like, you
Zakai
can't
temporarily
somebody's
was
highlight reel.
ascended.
Exactly.
And this was the time
It's
when
like a real
Sadia
highlight
actually
reel.
went
Yeah,
A lot of
it's
into
stars
kind
out
of
there.
like
Come on,
his own
these
space, and
cars.
he began writing
This is not so star crowd here that I
tremendously
took a.
prolific,
I mean,
powerful
if you
amount
be like,
of
yo, can I
literature.
take a picture
So
from
it's
your
really a
car?
blessing
Yeah,
for the Jewish people.
that's a lot.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Any questions?
you know, when you
Tom?
get behind it,
History?
you realize, like, man,
Reish
what
Galuta
do
stuff?
people really care about? Where's
Is
the
everything
most joy? It's
okay?
like the friendships you do.
Yeah.
That's good. Still
People you
singing
spend
about
time
this driving.
with. Like,
Okay.
those
Yeah.
things are
Yes,
invaluable,
please.
you know. And that's not to say that people shouldn't aspire towards success. Like I'm like, listen, leave it all on the floor. Whatever task you've been given in life, like go out and execute it to the fullest capabilities possible. Like don't undersell yourself. Don't have to don't quit on yourself. Go for it. Push yourself to the limits.
Yeah,
But
it's a big
understand, you gotta be
focus.
present
I appreciate your
in the
question. It
that
gives
you
me
live in,
faith that the
otherwise
Jewish
it's
people
gonna
are
be
going to survive,
squander time.
because
That's how I just
this
try to live
is,
my life.
as they
Man.
say
I'm
in
like,
Yiddish, plus
I'm enjoying it.
plus
You know, I want
shows.
to enjoy
I mean,
it.
how often do you
I
have,
work
for example,
hard.
a
You know,
rabbi
sometimes
in conflict with
probably
his board?
annoying to people
I
around
think
me
pretty
that
much
how
any time
hard
you
I
have a
work.
synagogue,
But
you'll have a rabbi in
I find
conflict with
joy
his
in
board,
that.
right?
You know,
And
there's
that's
joy
exactly
in the
what we
actual
see with
work.
David Ben Zakai and Sadia Gaon.
There's joy
David
in
Ben Zakai represented
most
Sophie Board,
aspects of life that people miss out on because they just can't appreciate it because they haven't been in prison.
Sadia Gaon was doing his own thing.
So it's the thing about that,
We send
man.
everybody to the big at least for
Yeah, I know. I don't advocate for that, but I think in your mind, I think what you were saying that you were in prison before you were ever in prison. There's a lot of people that just don't understand how to think, and that's something we don't teach people
The
at a young
sources
age.
do not
And
give us a really
how to
good
think.
perspective on
And I
that.
think it's a
I would
gigantic
hazard a
factor
guess
in
that
where you
people
find yourself in
favored
life,
Sadia,
and whether you find yourself living a
because
happy,
he,
fulfilled
he's kind
life,
of like the
or whether you find yourself
he's like the cowboy
in one of
here.
those people
He's
that
like
lives
the
in
man
quiet
standing up for his
desperation,
principles.
which is most
society, and
people
he's
out
representing
there.
the
Yeah.
Torah,
I mean,
whereas
they've been
really
talking about this
Ben Zakkai
epidemic recently with
is upset because
males
the will
in
didn't
general.
go his way.
Just like
But as
how
many of us
men
know,
are not
that
satisfied with like life,
Jews often have
and I'm like,
tremendous conflicts over
part
will.
of this,
Exactly.
like,
Our families
I
break
think
up over
one,
these things, so
we
we
have
understand
to
too. But that's
be
a bad
better. I think this is
So
something
I'm just
women
guessing,
do
but I would say
openly
Sajid probably had the upper
way
hand. It
better
certainly
than
comes
men
out better in
do,
the end. Who
because
remembers
we're so
Ben Zakkai
competitive.
except people who
And
come to
like
class like
you
this, right?
and we're not always
But
going to
people
be
know
vulnerable.
Sajid Gal.
But I can say, like,
so let's go on
my
with Isaac.
friendships
Now,
that I have
what
with
was
men, it
special
starts
about
at
his writings?
vulnerability.
Perhaps
You know,
the
it
most
starts with, like,
significant thing
the
was
depth of,
not
like,
so
what
much
does
the
it mean to be
content,
vulnerable?
but
What
the
are we struggling
style.
with today?
One of the
Right.
things
You know,
that
how are you
Sadia
really,
innovated
like, how are you really
was
feeling today?
he
You
borrowed
know,
very
how did
heavily
you feel when that
from
deal
the
didn't go?
dominant
Or you
Muslim
lost that
style
money?
of theological
Like,
writing
you
at
don't
the
have to
time.
put the cape on and try to
A
figure it all
style
out in one
of
day.
writing which is known
But
to
my
experts as
responsibility to you as your friend is to ensure that you have a
and
space that
specifically
we
the
can come and get
Mutazilite
brutally
style.
honest.
I don't
You know, how are
really
you
know
navigating
much about the
parenting?
Muslim
Like,
style,
it's tough,
but what I can tell you about it in a short period of
relationships are
time
tough.
is that they're
marriage, all
very
these things that require,
particular when it
a
comes to
different muscle.
essentially
And,
creating
like,
numbered lists.
it's almost like we talk
They're
about them in
very
these
big
very kind
on
of
numbering their
extreme
paragraphs,
ways, right?
on
Either
starting
it's
with
like
general
extreme
topics,
toxic masculinity or it's
slowly
the
whittling
feminization
them
of
down
males.
to more and more
The
specific
truth is like,
ideas,
it's neither of
and
those
putting in
things.
their terms to
You know,
purify
those are
silver from
narratives.
dross,
They're not.
right?
The
You have,
narrative doesn't
you have a big
necessarily
hunk
mean
of
they're true.
metal, and you have to
You
heat
know,
it
what
up
is
and
true
have
is
to
that
slowly,
we have
slowly
not created
take the
space
silver
for
away,
honesty,
separated from the
transparency,
rest
and
of the metals.
vulnerability.
And so
And we
Sadia
haven't
Gaon really
identified
instituted
that
this whole
as
idea
actually a strength.
of creating
And so
treatises
what
on
I've found
specific
has been
halachic
amazing,
topics,
man, is the men
and
that
then,
I'm in relationships with
breaking it down
as my
logically
brothers
into
and
a
my
sort of a
friends,
Greek way of
that
thinking that the
vulnerability
Arabs had
piece
inherited,
is like has
of
been the
the
super
larger
my life
point
what's
first,
actually
and
happening
then the sub
in
point,
joyful
and then a
friendship.
sub point,
You
and
know,
a
and I
corollary,
think,
and so on. Everything
it's
numbered
all the things
1.2, 1.3,
these
all
things
the way down,
translate
and
to
a very,
your work
very logical
experience. They
sequence that
translate
was
to your
deeply
relationship
appealing
with
to the
children.
Jewish mind.
I get so
This is in
inspired by,
contrast
like,
to
my
the
friends, but I
traditional,
also
what
think it's
was
important.
then
It's like you should be
traditional way
inspired by
of
people
of
you spend
writing,
time
which was
with.
essentially
Like
to
that,
follow
that's
the
invaluable.
kind of meandering and apparently
And it doesn't
chaotic
mean that you don't deal with their
trajectory of the
hard,
Talmud,
the
which is
hard
more
parts
like
of
a
their life.
conversation,
But
a stream of
if you're
consciousness
inspired by
conversation,
them, you're
then
vulnerable.
it does have its own
The
internal
hard
logic,
parts of
but
their
it's
life
not
become
a simple,
beautiful. You know
straightforward
what I mean?
logic.
Those are easier
And,
things to navigate
simply
because
to
it
look up
becomes
a
what the
particular
real
halacha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the information
The thing about
is
men being
scattered
competitive
so
with each other,
broadly
that's a
over
huge
a
problem.
wide amount of material
That's a huge
and
problem.
not easily
Not
indexed.
enjoying your friend's
So
success,
Sadia Gaon
not,
taking this
not
Mutazilite
wanting them to
style
succeed,
and
secretly
imposing that
wanting
kind
them
of
to fail.
rigor of
You will never
thought
live a happy
and a
life
very
if you secretly
critical
want people
level
to fail.
of thinking,
You will never live a happy life
just made
if
his
you
writings
want
way
to
more
seek.
popular, and the
If you
style
seek joy out of
essentially
people's
became a
failure,
Jewish
you
style
will
after that. Anyone who's read, for example,
That is not the way.
Maimonides' Mishnah
The
Torah,
way is
and
if someone
Maimonides
is
disagreed
doing
with
really
Sadia
well
on a lot of very
and you
important points,
feel
but he
jealousy,
adopted
what is
exactly the
that?
same kind
What
of
is that
style
feeling?
that
You're
Sadia
comparing yourself
with
to them.
breaking up
Well,
the whole
you
Torah
have two
into
choices. You can either
sections and
be
into books
bitter
and
and
into
upset
chapters
and
and
negative,
into
which
individual
does you
sentences,
no
and
good,
everything's
or
numbered.
you can be
Everything is
inspired.
organized
So
and
their
easy to
success
find.
could be
This is a
fuel
major
that makes you
innovation
work harder.
of Sadia.
And actually,
This
you
was
should thank them for that.
Sadia
You should even thank people you don't like. If you find them
Sadia
their
was
success
really
to make you feel
excellent at
uncomfortable,
adapting to the
like,
site.
oh, what? Fuck that dude.
Guys,
No.
is a good
That's
word
not
for
the way.
undergraduates
The
here.
way
Zeitgeist
is, what is he
spirit
doing?
of the
Oh, he's
times.
working harder.
Like
He's
the
doing
way
this. He's
people
figured out
felt
this.
about
He's more
things, the way
objective. He's
people
more analytical.
reacted to the world as a whole.
He's
That was the
figured out a way to work
He
harder.
just found it.
He's figured out a way to work smarter. He's more honest with himself about stuff. He writes things down. He's got a chart on his wall where he figures out what he's doing wrong and how to correct it. And he's doing that work and he's correcting it. I'm not doing that. That's why he's getting ahead and I'm not.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He's
But you gotta
completely
be
fluent in
vulnerable.
Arabic.
Deal with
He's writing in
yourself.
Arabic.
Absolutely. That's
The
the super
guided
unlock, right?
literature is
That's what I got out of
limited.
journaling.
I'm
That
not
journaling
an
was
expert
like,
enough in Sadia's
when
writings to know
I
who
sat
he
down and first started
cites
journaling,
from Muslim writers. There's no
my
question that he is
one task to
completely at
myself
home in the
was,
world of
you
Arabic
have to be
literature.
brutally
And the
honest.
world of Arabic literature is
And you have to
overwhelmingly
be,
religious
it's
literature at this
not
time.
going to be pretty.
So, and that's
But you got to
true
be
of
brutally honest.
many of the
Only
Jews
sit
and
down
Muslim
and journal when
lands,
you're ready to be brutally honest.
which is not the case in
And
Christian lands.
that was a
As we
game
started
changer.
this discussion a little
Like, I
earlier,
remember
one
there
of
was a guy who used to
the
sell
kind of
next to me.
oversimplified differences between
We got
the experience of Jews and Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is especially after the Crusades. Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular. Regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel ibn Agrela to be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a Pirush on a Gemara at the same time. was
And
not
the officers
considered a
take it out
stira,
on
a
all of
contradiction.
So
It's
we're only supposed
involved
to
in
be out
both
for an hour.
worlds. Whereas
So
in
that hour,
the Christian
in
world,
my
you
mind, I
don't see
already
Jews really
programmed for,
doing that
I'm going to
kind
go
of
out,
thing.
I'm going to
You know,
walk,
writing
do my walking for
la-
about 15,
maybe a big
push-ups,
exception would be,
you know,
let's say,
whatever,
the
keep myself
Ramchal,
warm.
the great Rabbi Rothschild.
They left us out there had me for an hour and 45,
Hebrew
way beyond what we were supposed to
plays.
be.
He wrote
Just to keep me
dramas
cool.
in
Just keep
Hebrew
us
based
cool.
on
I mean,
Italian
really,
styles
it's
of the
like,
18th century,
by the time I come in,
as
I'm
well
so
as
cold,
phenomenal
I'm
works of
past the
Kabbalah
shivering.
and Mussar at the same time.
And
But
so
that's already
I'm
quite a bit
pissed,
later.
I'm pissed. And then
Excellent
the
question.
neighbor's like, yo,
Okay.
can I borrow some more cigarettes? He
Let's
ain't
look at some of
paying
the
me back.
kinds of books that he wrote.
And
So
I'm like,
the earliest ones we
I
discussed
cuss him out,
earlier,
man. No, I can't get
the
no more
rhyming
cigarettes.
dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not well codified
So
in
I'm
the
over
9th
here
century.
steaming, bro. I'm like, literally, I'm like,
making a
I'm
lot of
enraged. I'm
progress
like,
in
I'm
this
super
area
cold,
because,
man. Like,
again,
the
they
power is out. So,
disregarded the oral
because the
Torah, so
power
there's
is,
a
I
lot
had
of
like a little
research on
radio. I can like
Torah
block out
and
some
on
of the
Hebrew
noise so I can
grammar.
read and write,
So
you know?
in many
And
ways,
sometimes
this is
they'll
kind
come
of
fix it in a
even
couple
worse.
hours, but sometimes it can
He
be
wrote
days, you know?
a very famous
So by the
biblical
time I thaw out,
commentary, which
I'm like,
exists
I
to
had
this
just
day,
started this journaling journey, you
and
know?
it's
And I
noted
just started writing
for
down. I
its
catch this
very, very
motherfucker.
strict rational
I'm
approach.
gonna
This is
say,
one of the
yeah,
areas where
you know, I'm
Maimonides
going, I'm
comes to some
furious, you know?
odds. And
And
he
I come
avoids
back a
all
couple of days later,
anthropomorphism,
because that's what I would do. I would write, and then I would come back and read what I had written.
any kind of,
And I was like, this is the mind of a
Torah.
man. Like this
This is
person,
a
like
lot
I would not
of
want
human
this to be
imagery
a
to
person
describe
that I
God.
live next to.
Sadia
So you gotta
shied
get
away
your
from that very heavily.
you
For
know,
example,
and
he
so
was
I
raised
wrote
by
through this
Yomar,
process,
or
and
Yomer, and
you know,
God
even now,
spoke.
you know, I still have all my journals. They actually on the pad, some of the stuff like
Involves
that
some
notepad. I
kind of
still have all my
speech. It
journals for
involves,
prison. And I can go and
articulation
flip
of
through
breath
the
and of
pages, and
your
it's like,
tongue and
you
your
know,
teeth and things like that. And that's
one thing I didn't
anthropomorphism,
do enough
even
of,
a
I
fairly
wish I
mild
would
one.
encourage
So
people
he
with
would render
journals, write
that
the
as
dates on
when
everything,
he
because I write
willed,
all the time.
as God willed,
dates.
as opposed to as God
But
spoke.
I can go
Because he
back, man,
wanted
and
to
I
avoid
flip
even
through.
those anthropomorphisms.
And
Yes,
sometimes it's
Mr.
beautiful. You know, sometimes it's these moments where I can see myself awakening.
No, but will
You know,
is
and I
kind of
see
like
this
a
desire
pure
to be a different
intellectual
person.
phenomenon. Speech is a
And I see
physical
just
phenomenon.
the
You have to
honesty
say
there.
something.
You know, like,
You have
listen,
to
I'm not
breathe, and you
there
have to
yet. And I feel
form
it.
things with your body.
You know, I'm
But
afraid
will can happen,
that,
just
what if
by
I
some kind of
become nice? Can I survive
consciousness
the yard?
floating in the ether.
What does that mean? You know, to like not be angry. Angry is a power in prison.
Yeah, well, God, I think they would fair to
Nobody
say
wants to
can
mess
have
with an
consciousness
angry
without being
person in prison
anthropomorphic.
or a
Okay,
crazy
don't
person. So
argue
these
with me
things
later.
are,
Okay, yes,
they have value. You know, who am I without my anger? You know. And so I can see this enlightenment in real time, and I'm just like, man, you were
exactly.
you're
That's
really
another
a
good
kid.
proof for your
You
question
know,
earlier.
so you're trying to
Multistream
figure
was very much
this
like
stuff
this,
out
and he
with
rendered it similarly.
there's no therapist.
Okay.
There's no,
Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halakhic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing to Shuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halakhic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote the liturgy, including one of the earliest sidurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Sadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is describes rational versus revealed commandments. Meaning commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, Davidson. Or, I'm sorry? Yeah.
I was like, Mom, how would I
but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the
It just
point of
stopped
not
there,
wearing wool and linen in
And
the
it
same
allowed us to
garment? So
actually
that has
talk
to be a
about who
revealed
she was
commandment.
and
And
what she
there's
had
logic to it as well, but it's
And
not
it
the
allowed
same
me to
logic as
forgive her.
rational. So this is
You
like
know, 'cause that
a
was
huge
something that I
philosophical
had
work,
never
but the
been able
English
to
translation I have is about 4 inches thick.
And that's
And
another
there's far
thing that I
more
found in
for
life,
that we
man,
can
is that
possibly
people
analyze in this short
hang on to
biographical
stuff.
class.
They let it torture
So,
them. Meanwhile, the other
in the
person
end,
is
to
off living their
return
life.
to
and
his life story,
that you're
he
harping
did
over,
achieve a
I
reconciliation
wouldn't have been able to
with
get there
his
without
nemesis,
I wouldn't have
David
been able to
Zakai.
get there
It
without
happened
saying,
when the
I'm actually
this
not
feud had
angry
been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine David
I
Zakai
just
had
like had
expended
these moments
tremendous
where
resources, both financial in terms of his personal political capital. He ultimately came out victorious but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilite, David Zakai's father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, Shangana is enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilate, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete the reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his firstborn enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about this character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at times a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, as is well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism.
I'm not going to give the milk carton back.
So we have to figure out what exactly was all this about. Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now? What kind of Judaism
that they bake.
did they practice?
And so just
So
imagine
we'll talk
just
about that
grinding all your
God willing
food
next
up,
week.
your
In the
mashed
meantime,
potatoes and chicken
thank you
patties,
very much
string
for
beans,
your
and then
attention
bacon
and your
into a little
indulgence.
bread. And then be like, okay, that's your meal for the day. Now that's what the meal is supposed to be, but what actually happens is they take all the leftover food from that week. We cook that with oatmeal and jello so that it actually stays together. And they bake it into these bricks. And they put it into the freezer. And then when somebody's on food loaf, they'll send over to the child hall. We got one on food loaf. And they'll take that brick out, warm it up in the oven, and then send it over to the cell block. And you can't eat it. It smells so atrocious. It is the most gross thing. But it meets their minimum requirement of what they have to do in terms of nurturing. So in terms of nourishment, so what I would do is like 3 days, I would just fast. And I would just drink water, and I would use my cough drops. And I was doing that because I was preparing myself for if they just decided to make up a lie and be like, oh, he didn't give us back the card, or he threw some food on us. And then I'm physically conditioned to go without food. And not suffer, right? And then I realized that when I started to do it, that it actually had these spiritual and these psychological effects that were like benefits I didn't know I needed or was looking for. But one, it really was the roots of helping me understand what it means to be resilient and what it means to be capable of overcoming a thing. And then it also just helped me self-regulate and know that I can be in control of how I feel about anything. And so the first time I did it, I felt like I was suffering. You know, I was like, oh, this is hard. This is, you know, this system is forcing me to have to, you know, figure out how to be tough and all the things. But by the time I started to do it, I started to feel like, you know, gratitude. I started to feel like this honoring of myself, you know, that I'm willing to fight for myself, you know. But all of that came out of being, you know, raw in those journals and just being like, man, mail, I didn't get any mail today. And that hurts. You know, I mean, it's sad. I don't feel thought about, you know. I went 17 years without my mother coming to visit me. And that psychologically had so much impact on how I saw myself. Of like, your own mother won't come see you. Like, you're that bad of a person, you know. And so that journaling really helped me undo a lot of that damage. You know, it helped me to start to see myself. It's like, no, you actually are lovable. Like, you are worthy of good things happening to you. You know, there's a lot of bad things that happen to you, but those all weren't a reflection of your self-worth. And so when I got out, you know, it helped me have these deeper conversations with my parents, and it really helped me understand like what true forgiveness is. You know, there was a time where I had forgave my mother, but it came with attachments. You know, I forgive you, but you got to be this now. You know, you got to nurture me, and you got to, you know, take me in and, you know, hug me in your bosom like any other parent would do their child. And it was all contrived in my head. You know, that wasn't forgiveness. That was like this condition.
Right.
You know, and I see that in work, I see it in life, I see it in relationships and parenting, is that we're always attaching a thing to the outcome as opposed to
transactional.
Yeah, you know, as opposed to just saying, you know what, I forgive you and that's it. It has to be nothing else. Like, you don't have to change. We don't even have to like each other. But I'm not going to hold myself hostage to the pain of the past. Like, you know, that's when I think about, you know, grit. I think about sports, and, you know, I watch these athletes who compete. You know, they're putting their bodies on the line, and, you know, sometimes you can see a person have an injury, and you like, that person's career over, because, you know, they don't have a mental toughness to like overcome that adversity. You know, and you see them quitting in a moment, and then you'll see the other ones that they'll have that injury, and you know, the moment they get out of the hospital, they're working. You know, they're working. They're going to work themselves back to, you know, to whatever they need to do to compete again. You know, and like that's all of that is that vulnerability and the ability to like accept the thing and then decide what you want to do with it.
Well, I think those lessons that you get from athletes is one of the reasons why we love sports so much. So we see ourselves in these athletes, see their struggles and their triumphs, and we say, oh, I think if I work hard, I can do that too, or I can do something similar in my own life.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people are going to get that out of this conversation too, from you. You know, what you've gone through and who you are now is very admirable. You know, it really, the way you express yourself, the way you can talk about these ideas, and the way you're so vulnerable to just talk about what you went through. It's an insane journey, you know, and I really appreciate you coming on here, man.
No, I appreciate you having me, man. It's such a big fan, and just so much respect for, you know, the way that you know, I really respect that more than anything else is your curiosity. You know, I find that super fascinating that you can be doing anything you want to do in the world, but you remain like super curious about life, and that's like such an admirable trait and one that I truly appreciate.
Well, I think we all have that. I think it's just not nourished.
Yeah.
You know, I think everyone's curious, and I'm very curious about people. Very curious about what makes a person who they are.
Yeah.
What did you go through? How do you think?
Yeah.
How do you go through your day? Like, what is your thought process? You can learn a lot from people, man. And I learned a lot from you. So, thank you very much, brother. Thanks so much for having me, man. My pleasure. My pleasure. All right. Bye, buddy.
Something I thought about it for a while, and ultimately decided to imprison him while he contemplated
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day.
How are you, James? I'm doing well. How are you? Very good. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me. My pleasure. I found out about you from my friend Brian Simpson. He was in the green room of the Comedy Mothership, and he was telling me how excited he was about you. He said he watched some lecture. I think it was probably not a lecture, a speech you were giving about the Ten Commandments in schools. And so then I watched it, and I said, oh, okay, this is very interesting. So I thought we'd have a cool conversation.
Yeah, well, I'm just honored to be here.
My pleasure. Thank you. I'm honored to have you. It's always interesting to see a person who is a Christian who is not for the Ten Commandments in schools.
Yeah.
And I think you made a very compelling argument, you know.
Yeah, I've gotten that a lot. People who are like, you're in seminary, you're studying to become a minister, why wouldn't you want the Ten Commandments in every classroom? So I recognize that it's kind of a weird position to be in. But I grew up in a tradition that cherished the separation of church and state, not just because it protects the church or protects democracy, but it is what allows this democracy to happen, where we can all have different faith traditions and live together in peace. And so any attempt to erode that boundary, I feel like I have a special obligation to speak out against it. And so I told my colleagues that I thought the bill was unconstitutional, the bill was un-American, but I went one step further and I said I thought the bill was unchristian, which again probably sounds weird to people. But in all of Jesus' teachings, he's always focused on the outsider, the outcast, the person who's left out, the person who's different. And so as a Christian, I think my concern is for the Muslim kid, the Jewish kid, the Hindu kid, the atheist kid who's sitting in the classroom, who now has a poster on the wall forced by the government that says,
So as that water passes out of our pipes, end up with our water being left behind because they tend to stick to tile and they stick to shower heads.
I'm making a decision to cut back on boozing, and Nick was like, Chin, does that maybe make you think any thoughts for yourself, maybe perhaps to choose a slightly healthier lifestyle?
So, what's the solution? Well, water softeners are one way to solve it. I don't really recommend water softeners.
I'm making a decision to cut back on boozing, and Nick was like, Chin, does that maybe make you think any thoughts for yourself, maybe perhaps to choose a slightly healthier lifestyle? This is a Chin intervention.
He's actually really good at acting, unless he's.
I don't want to say this today, but
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah, welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
Welcome to the After Hour.
Welcome to After Hour.
Welcome to the After Hour. We got Kev. We got Mark. We got Nick. We got me. We got Chin via remote. The gang is as back together as it can be for the time being.
Hell yeah,
He was doing stuff, but it's glad to have you back, dude.
Sorry I'm in pajamas, but I just stepped off the PJ.
Oh.
I don't sleep
has anyone else been on a private jet besides Nick? Because I've never been on one.
never once.
Yeah,
I've been on one once. Stop doing that. So, Nick's been on a private jet. Mark's not been on a private jet. Kev's.
Once in high school, ran it was super
The
random.
answer is yes.
how?
My high school
I
friend.
don't believe him.
my high school friend, his dad was like super wealthy, and he flew us from Columbus to South Bend, Indiana for a Notre Dame football game.
Fuck yeah.
That's awesome. It was pretty cool.
Wow.
It had really bad turbulence, so that was the littler ones too. Yeah, it was tough. I was freaking out.
A lot of turbulence.
Well, Chin, that head will stable you right out.
I'll tell you what, boy. I'll tell you what.
Oh, damn, you got a lot of turbulence over there. We got Nick back in the studio. That's kind of big news. We got Nick back in the studio. That's kind of big news.
Huge news. Just got high. You see my eyes change.
No, I could see. They're kind of, your eyes were like this before, and now they're kind of like, they're not quite closed. They're kind of drooping.
I really gotta do it. Just stare in the mirror sometimes. It happens so fast. They just get puffy and red. Gross. A little bit of housekeeping. Check out our audio platforms. The numbers have been growing with narrow word from us, but we just hit over 1,500 Spotify plays on the last one. So go there, leave a comment. We have one review on Apple Podcasts right now from Meastwood. The raddest pod. These guys are rad, and the pod is my new favorite. What a poet. So leave.
Is it M. Eastwood?
Yeah, it could be me, Astwood. It could be Meastwood. It could be.
I feel like I know this person.
M. Eastwood.
I know their first name is an M, last name is Eastwood. I feel like
It's
I
an
know them.
insider.
Could be an insider.
Inside job. We appreciate it either way. Hey,
I flipped them $100.
there you go.
Well, the rest of you, we aren't going to pay you, but leave a comment and we'll read it. The Apple reviews or Spotify comments, if they're good ones. We'll definitely read the Apple reviews. Leave 5 stars. We want more
Yeah,
audio.
we're not going to pay for reviews. We got to keep those. We got to do what? I saw your thumbs are in the air and then I cut you off. I'm like, oh man, I was about to rip them off for some gold.
I didn't even know if I was going to say it.
On the chair, you just can't sit like that. Or I pop off the burps. Pop off the burps. Okay. Got some heat on the show today. Me and Kev both did for having the burps. Chris does not like them. I think he's a little old. I think he's a little out of touch. He's like 5 years older than me. That's like a whole, we wouldn't have even gone to high school together. So I'm way younger than him. Although he did hook it up with a bunch of merch, so I take it all back, actually.
I hate these fucking shoes I'm wearing.
Yeah, wear shoes.
I think it's one of those things where he actually secretly deep down, like somebody's trying to like.
No, he said he's made fun of me for wearing them before, and he's like, Kristen wants him to wear them. So maybe there's some, deep-rooted issue there where he doesn't want me to be wearing something that his wife likes.
I thought it was one of those things where it's like, you know how some like closeted gay guys like really hate like
Maybe don't protest too much.
Exactly. I didn't know the saying, but you got it.
Yeah, no, I think he just doesn't like it.
Oh, he's not that much older than you, Case. Like
I said 5 years.
Is it 5?
Yeah, he just said today he was 45. I think.
Yeah.
Wait, that means 4 years.
I'm 40.
Region in the center here,
45.
This is what we work with.
On the left here, Gaza was under
We get there.
I learned math.
West.
You were close.
Yeah.
I thought he was younger than me. I thought he was
You were close.
We're laughing at you.
One away.
Let's get right into it if we can we?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get into it.
Obviously.
What? Obviously.
Come on.
Unfortunately, divided between Israel and Jordan. With
Casey making promises he can't keep.
Here's what's fun about that. I wasn't setting you up for anything specific, and I forgot about that.
That's a good way to get someone to get off.
Exactly. I was like, what are we going to talk about? And I figured let's just I just did an ambiguous setup, and home run.
I was almost like, my Twitter account got suspended, but there's no way Casey cares about that. So it has to be him making promises he can't keep. So maybe we should go back to. So I streamed this weekend. I accidentally had it was Comedy of Errors. Accidentally had broadcast audio coming through the stream. I don't know where my chat was at, trying to help me out. Extreme ownership. I guess I need to get a new chat. My fault. But the audio was coming in. As the first fight happened, I had Carly Junice round 3 plus 1,200. As she gets to the knockout, I'm stopped and my whole chat goes away. I got a copyright strike on my YouTube channel. So then I text the fellas. I'm like, can I go live on the After Hour channel? I think it would help our channel. I want to grow my own channel, but I want to go live. All these people were there. And so you guys said no problem. And then it was like, actually, that might have even been before Saturday. I asked you guys next, because I've been trying to get you guys over to cover UFC card for weeks, if months. Next week, it's a 9 a.m. card. It's in United Arab Emirates. Really good, fun card. Renner to Ritter and Robert Whittaker main event. Possibly last card on ABC, depending on what happens with the new TV deal. I tell these guys this. Casey says I'm in. He says on Tuesday night I'm in. It's maybe like 8:30, so I should have known. And then I came in today all excited, confirming with Casey, locking him in for Saturday, and you said, I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, you in for Saturday? I go, what's Saturday?
This is promise to come to our home.
Yeah, I don't recall that. I mean, I could look back. I'm sure that is the case. I've been on a bit of a bender. The same thing happened. I woke up to a text this morning from Bill, homie Bill. And he was like, we on for Wednesday? I'm like, depends. What the fuck is happening Wednesday? And he's like, we're supposed to play golf. I'm like, oh, I have to work. I'm like, I guess I can play after. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Nope, you scheduled it right as you're supposed to start working.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's been on a bit of a bender, but the good news is I'm cleaning it up. Nice. Day 2, not drinking. Cleaning it up, cleaning up the diet. I'm going to get not fat by Labor Day. Is the overall goal. That's like, I'm making March that says not fat by Labor Day.
When you say clean up the diet, what are you looking at?
Extreme cleanup.
Yeah?
Yeah, I could give you the exact breakdown. I don't know if it's part of the
Let's hear a quick
So
breakdown.
fun.
Is it really?
Quick breakdown.
I'm curious. Yeah.
So I do a fast at 12, a protein shake at 12, 30 grams of protein. It's like 160 calories. That's pretty nice. And at 3 o'clock, I do like an egg scramble with avocado. That's pretty nice. That's awfully clean.
A little cheese on there.
A little healthy fats.
No, if I do the avocado in there, I don't do the cheese. And then at 6, I'll do like just chicken and maybe if there's more avocado or like turkey and cheese, like deli roll-ups. Just basically like protein. And then like if I'm after 3 or 4 days, if I'm feeling really like no energy, then I'll add in some fruit, just like raspberries and blueberries. But if I were to do that exact same thing for 2 weeks straight, I'd have a 6-pack again.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't have a 6-pack, and that's fine. No,
See what you're working.
nothing.
Ready to go? Okay.
Here's the
Thank
issue.
you for
Here's the
coming.
tipping point where I said, Case, we've been having fun, but it's time to dial it in.
It's a nice turnout for the
I did a super dial in.
So it's nice to have
I wasn't there. I was still in party mode, as I said. Here's the
reasonable turnout in the off season.
Fine, dear friend.
We'd like to welcome the mayor of Surfside, Mrs. Hydra, is here to join us. And we got a fascinating presentation for us tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to deal without the batteries. But our topic for tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate in the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was not such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit it out before we put it on the web, but the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah, teaching the Torah, and counseling people, and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the ante-room, the vestibule, beautiful
eating
decor,
pasta every single
curtains,
night and
things
just
like
like
that.
slamming.
Angels moving back and forth, and they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." And put him down on a nice sofa,
I was having
give him a
fun.
little cup
Also,
of
like
tea.
Shane was here for
And
like
he's sitting there
5 days, so I
waiting,
was
very
tossing
pleased
back
with
when Shane
himself,
comes
because
to
this
town.
is the culmination of a life
Just
well
trying
lived.
to,
And all
you
of a
know,
sudden, he hears in the distance
recalibrate.
a shofar
I need
blowing.
my clothes to
And then,
stay in one
you know,
piece, so
angels
that's
start
why I'm
flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds, and like everyone's in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels said, "Didn't you hear? Didn't you hear? Shlomi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shlomi, the Egged bus driver." Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rules of the road.
Okay, it's not
So,
okay. I wanted
anyways,
you to know what we were saying.
he's saying, "Oh my
I'm
gosh, it
making
must
a
be some
decision to come
tzaddik,
back
must be a
on
hidden
Booze.
tzaddik, a tzaddik nista or something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shlomi. And the angels bring in Shlomi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew and things. And the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but
No, I'm not gonna stop.
Man, he actually had me for a split second
Oh, you
there.
got the
For
image.
sure, dude.
So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was quite a show." But I'm wondering,
It's really
you know,
moved.
who was this? This Shlomi did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and tefillah and avodah. How come I'm sitting on a sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "What's good stuff? How come you got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand.
Say, like, your friend just
When you
died
get up
driving thing.
and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep.
But
But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening."
Very tragic.
All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his
He was a
birth.
mama's boy.
I believe his
and then
birthday is
he
right
ended
around
up
this time of
dying
year as well. I'm sorry, I didn't look
crashing
at the
into
specific
the
date, but we
back
are
of
at the centennial of his birth.
a truck
How
with a trailer.
appropriate we should speak about him
Like, you know,
tonight.
like
He is, of course, most
Like a
famous
rat one.
for being the sixth
crashed
prime
in,
minister
and
of
guess how-
Israel.
Guess what the
The
crash into?
first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see, a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Yidden, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, or resistance to the British movement, controversial, as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards to peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace. And that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978, when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life, and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity, and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Restream, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. The Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group. But he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Hashomer HaTzair means the young guard, and that is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of
Fuck, it was
great
horrible. But I was
victory
as I
for
mentioned,
the
I'm
Romans
also, I
and
was also
tragedy
streaming
for the
on
Jews, but
Twitter because I
nevertheless
just
the
got verified a
symbol
month
of
ago.
Jewish
So I
resistance
live stream on
to
Twitter as well as
occupation,
YouTube.
and that's really
And I think it was
the
the UFC
motivating principle of
broadcast
Beitar
audio.
was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages and many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English, and of course classical Hebrew as well. He was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rebbe, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of delusional naroda, which was explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there is no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, what would be the state of Israel. We discussed it last week. The mayor was typical for much of the youth.
I just am like the For You page, and I'm like, this
Poland
app
at the
sucks.
time.
It's like I could be
Jabotinsky,
better.
on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone.
Look at these
This
tweets.
idea of all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He thought that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you've ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist. Saying that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. The chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else, a militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills, less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle as many other people. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which is the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem. Whereas the old were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter Dave helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation. I think so this is going to be animations too, because I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, me and Yuko, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise I would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I came out, I started going to transparencies. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. It's very simple. It's towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's perfect. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism, and the fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here, and by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of the spectrum. Doikite, the word in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism. In that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Doikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Doikite, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. We don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy, controlled from the top, that regulates how income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these?
Laugh track.
It's as clear as the sun at noon, but wait, they will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work
Hey, Subway
until
worker.
1912,
No need
which
for
is
the dirty looks, okay?
the foundation of
Open
one of the
until
last
11.
parties
Be
we're talking about.
prepared
So
to make
this is what
sandwiches until
the
11.
complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or general Zionists, so-called because they have to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. They were the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that the new Jewish land of Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialists and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should try to, the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with the Then the third group would be the Coalition. We spoke about them last week at Golden Meir. This is her party. The workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist in a Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dugmo's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believe, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist.
At that point, the worker also, all they
any questions so far?
Their ability to give you a dirty look. And I think they're well within their right to do so.
That's a Yiddish transliteration.
Yeah,
you could call it, it's Volkspartei in Yiddish. It's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policy. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well.
What time is it okay for me
parties
to
that
go
were
in?
unhappy with the status quo and wanted to change everything.
They
are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believe in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, with a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the? Yeah. So now here, I know you don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I got started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happened to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the vibes?
You should have known.
It's not cool because I can drop it down and maybe okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now here goes. Now here's another animation. That's nice. You know, the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially absorbed its teachings. Here's the third one, the Coalition. Wow, they became the Labour Party, and the general Zionists and the revisionists joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, tout ça change, tout c'est la même chose. Nothing changes, it's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least I realize that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them.
And I haven't really looked back, although.
So back to his life, he was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Alicia Arnold, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, after he became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel? And she said, my husband is the speaker, and she sat down. So she really was a kind of in the backbone kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went to politics, Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on a hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sextible, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members, and he was the leader of Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland, so he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania as the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side. And since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd, 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden, the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis, and ultimately from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, because the division of the Polish army, or the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous move. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was much more of an impact there in Israel. At this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today.
Not as big of a change.
The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the coalition, what you recall, they were like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab populations or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued as socialists the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of, Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants, or Jews as indoor people, hasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs. And they were not creating a new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the coalition instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews, off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Cut that out, Elliot, please. Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you have an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There were several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well, and making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper. That was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was prepared by this thing called the Peel Commission that's argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, we're moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German.
Yeah, it's like, well, let's
And
get Twitter
England here
together. I
has a
can't
little
trust you to have
foothold
your
in the
own.
Middle East.
Yeah, sounds
They
good,
are
man.
obviously
Facebook doesn't
pro-allies.
think people have joined
So
Facebook.
the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, at the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they place on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazis. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately returned to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous, because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I mean, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because of the political situation, a lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious program of pogrom in Kiev in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christians. It was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. The world opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel, because that antagonizes the Arabs, when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin again is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel, the Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war the last 30 years, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. I've never heard of a Nazi calling Israel. There's definitely Germans there, but I did not ever find it. So my grandmother used to say that the jails are full of Israel Jews.
All right, who's going to lead us off? I think since Ken posed the question, I think I'm a little bugged. I'm last. I'm probably the lowest of the hardest. This is not I'm not saying it's a bad thing. So I think I'm a little last.
Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Okay. So, what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapai Labor Party. The socialist, coalition party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even below very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach, like fully opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people, and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to draft war themselves. Again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British Israel. And the warnings were issued. We were going to place the bomb, several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. And they issued several warnings in several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There were major investigations afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the British wings to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums here in First Bank. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 56 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. This represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you a picture of it in a minute, where they were offering £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back dead or alive, because he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai Party, who was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews cannot cut their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting together as well. Yes, Mr. Ryan.
The wedding party I went to was at a young guy's house.
I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslims, the other party of the over there, and the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from the colonial powers because they no longer want to. The idea was to send a clear message that we don't want you here, and the message was to defeat. I'm not going to, my goal here is to try and, present the facts in a neutral position. And of course, you can interpret that any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are never going to have to hear this. Okay. Anyway, here's a kind of a cool bouncy picture as of the circle for us too. Okay. Another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli War, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli afterwards, is the massacre of an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although David himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some being as low as 100 people, others closer as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by a early resistance movement that was going to become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong, what issues, the loudspeakers weren't working, there were fire first, there were all kinds of things going on. But the bottom line is, there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel, they fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel, and that they had to leave for the safety of their own families. And again, you can criticize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment was the so-called Altalena affair, which was in June 1948. The Altalena is a name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making Aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person along with a large container load or a large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weapons. And the agreement was, since this was a boat that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political factions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this reached Israeli shores. They went up and down the coast a little while, and with the Irgun demanding more of the share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ships and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of civilian Jews and weapons, using all the weapons in the process, killing a handful of them, like 16 people were killed. Beijing was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that they were hoping to assassinate Beijing personally, because he was a fan during their side. Ultimately, they completed this, so there was a fight between the various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and managed it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal scale
I thought it was one of those things where
of
like,
the
some
irgun
closet gay
caused
guys like
by
really
the
hate, like,
more
oh,
left-wing
Mr.
Mr.
Don't protest too much. Exactly. I didn't know the saying, but you got it. Yeah,
I don't remember what Rabin's role is, but I'm sure
He's
he
not that
was
much older
involved.
than you.
It was Ben
I
Gurion
said
for sure.
5 years.
Yes.
Is it
Ms.
fine?
Abramson.
Yeah, he just said today he was 45. Thank you.
Wait, that
Oh
means
my
4 years.
gosh. Okay, there
I'm
you go.
40.
Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a
45.
historian one day. Unless you
This
can
is
find a
what
better
we're-
Parnassa. No kidding. You were involved in this as well? Yes, I was. That's amazing. Do you want to share anything with us? Mr. Leadership. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I'll give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience. Where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in the online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazing, strong record of tenacity. He was incredibly strong critic of the left, but in particular, the Altalena affair was his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist fingers, whereas the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. You would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual, whereas Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hanaf, which means kind of glory or beauty. That from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the left was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He thought that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust. And he had quite a few supporters who went to a major riot, even though they ended up right. It's interesting to note that the name of his party was Beirut, which means freedom, Beirut. And I heard from Simon Schreiber that he quoted something that Begin led us from Avoda to Beirut, from slavery to freedom. That's true. He joined the national government in Cisco Board. Absolutely. I should clarify that. By the loyal opposition, he did not leave the government, but he was a minister without a portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So, Here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies. Of course, here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. That's what people recommend. The actual membership is a good high rounded up. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's kind of politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the election. So how are you supposed to get any politics done in this kind of situation? So it's very important you have to realize about this Israeli politics, and I apologize to those of you who understand it, but everything in Israeli politics is about coalition. Whenever you have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on. The president there is more of a student head for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest amount. In this case right now, that would be the church, saying that people are basically like 26% of the seats. And so they'll say, you have 26% of the seats, you have to get 51%, so go out like teams to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So we've never had, except for the time when we have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external stuff. They've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily complicated. So in this case, we have in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, we had this early gain in popularity, but and that's the national unity government in 1959, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of agreement with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-religion, unfriendly with religion, and so you have all these Orthodox Jews, but even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, they affiliate themselves with Orthodox, and they find themselves of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to Sephardim. So these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. If you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated, because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these 4 axes. I can't have to go through the whole thing. This part, I quickly ran out of batteries. Sorry, Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can do some stuff? Okay, so here's our full group, and here's our party. Come on, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh, here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's good. Is that the sound that's over? Is that the sound on this? Okay, now, those are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave us alone. There's not only 2 axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political section of double together, but now it has gaps as well. And these are this axis. The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all. But now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the earth as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious too. Another one that came from before the war, called the Agudat Yisrael, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political resurrection. They thought that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Yisrael, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, oh no, I know, I'm going to do the whole thing. Oh my God, I'm going to be terrible. Okay, come on. Fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on.
Since 2007, I've had that same handle, same everything.
Okay, there we go.
For all the
It's really
topics.
politics. Oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats.
But I was strict, as I mentioned, I was also strict on Twitter because I just got verified a month ago. So
Here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these 2 parties over here who are significant. They can be major counterfloaters in contemporary Israel. And we can have other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they just take in that stuff that puts them over the edge and gives them the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because the most dramatic moment in Bacon's tenure, without a doubt, is his remarkable piece with Egypt. Now, if you would have audio points out very effectively in history, Bacon did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat travel itinerary, how to actually also the President of Egypt, and they did travel to those key locations, like the Sea of Taz, Iran, and he met with them before Sadat would show up. And we would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes one of your tours, we'd love to talk to him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran, and the Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and it's a really nice picture of you. Kind of like Ahmed Begin, too, I wanted to. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which is something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them. Then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite sure. This is a picture of them leaving at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that the plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out peace treaties. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the most difficult things was that essentially Reagan gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They were conquered in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accord. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yahoo. In particular, in 1982, here you see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes, and then they give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Reagan had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace in Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple of things to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Reagan was never the same after that. He died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he was treated from Switzerland, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore. He eventually resigned shortly thereafter, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the history with Sadat. Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize because they were assassinated by his own bodyguard who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. So when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
If you have words spelled wrong, you read them. If everything's spelled right, I'll read it, get it wrong, and then we'll fix it. And if that's wrong, change it out. So we better nail it in this room. Okay.
I don't like that.
Oh, let's skip it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is great. Read the quote to me first.
Which is the bottom part?
Yeah.
It must be spelled.
People from all around the world are sharing their personal messages on #World Suicide Prevention Day. Nick Davis. I'm going to do my part and not kill myself today. Each and every one of us did the same. I truly believe that if you know...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Now we get started. So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as we know, this is a thing Viral the chance to give a survey of Jewish history for the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger side of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of this, the early statehood period, right up to the Yom Kippur War, into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak about William Menachem Begin, and of course they are contemporaries, and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they have tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning. And I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching. So go to Elia. Okay, this time. So the joke goes like this. I do the same with my students who are taking online. I have a few students in LA in New York who are taking for credit, and I give them these secret biometric questions. So, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself. Like, you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like the politics, you know, and then they tell me that, and then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the text, and that way I know it's the same person answering. There are other devices as well, but I can't do it today.
So
I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students in LA. He writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, her 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And his daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your words are what counts? And the mother says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, I want to come here and say, now I know why Sasha stories are all right.
I feel like Nick's just like
Those better online. Okay, so let's talk about Urban Mayor. Her years are 1898 to 1978. For a contemporary banker, Brown, the first prime minister, called her quote-unquote the best man in Boston. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state nuclear. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golden Mayer Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately started the next stage in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labour Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became prime minister in 1965. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disaster of the Civil War, she was elected to resign. And ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. So we're going to study that really in her life in the next 56 minutes, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of youth build and the early stage history. I know for many of you this is basic review. Many of you lived through these events either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in the railway yard. So he was a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, and only 2 survived marriage. One of them, Sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics, and eventually emigrated to Israel and made living in Kiev, she got some previous thoughts at the time of history is very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar Nicholas II was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the poetry, the Holocaust of Brothers of Science, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom raids that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small and deep from the lens of the late 20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most. Nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant, and when the gates of emigration to America were opened, there were many Jews from jail cells in Canada for the health insurance plans, another 75,000 South American her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917. He worked there for 7 years and finally got enough money and ability to bring the family over, and he came over in 1906 to photograph her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever. Many children have themselves with lacking English, and so she, at a very young age, became a primary school, organized a charity right to be able to purchase textbooks for her students. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school was named as I mentioned. At age 14, she got a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her sister Shana was then her living room was painted in Boston. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, the full range, all packages of Islam, and around her dining room table was ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name is, by the way, anglicized later, Hebraicized later in 1956. Meir, she shortened Meir's son, which essentially means son of Meir. She simply goes up Meir, a multi-grade son. But anyway, that's not for the husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time specifically with a Jewish named Victoria. She ended up here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1961, although ultimately Meyerson did not handle political activity. He was socialist himself. Went to Israel because Golda made it prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the kind of uncomfortable world of politics as religion. And I'm sure many of you having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, Israel politics are, immediate, relevant, and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the streets over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris Meyerson's personality, and ultimately they separated the national politics. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I described. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried. And they jointly raised their two children.
I was so sad because I was gonna go golfing on my sandwich, dude, and I was hitting the cutoff point of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stand in the refrigerator for too long. But I was gonna come here before I went to like the garage with Brendan. I'm like, baby, I'm gonna go get my sandwich. Drive an extra 20 minutes to get my sandwich so I can have it after I film with Brendan.
The
I never
exact
did it.
same
I was very sad all weekend.
For example,
That's it. I got a new one yesterday.
and then the
I got a new one.
it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borachov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Tzion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poale, meaning the workers of Zionism. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people. They valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of which means the friendship of people. They believed that if all people would only adopt socialist values, socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted to apply this to their relationship with various reasons. Next week when we look at the critic of an early Reagan, this is where some reasons why this never actually this is the kind of philosophy that they espouse. The institution which
they're more of a salad place. Salad slash bread.
the word comes from the word gather, the bake, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian kofol, or collection. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion. So as income divided by the kids, because they were farmers, agrarian workers, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before the mayor came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love, the idea that marriage was death. Another interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one owns one spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy, and ultimately they settled down to more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical by our terms existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the family. The children being raised in these collective environments, studies went on, for example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war countries and war children, which are much more likely to defend the collective, even at the risk of their family themselves. So it's a fascinating experiment. At one time, the victim was a workforce is really horrible area, and they produce about 40% agricultural output. They're really quite productive, and they did a lot to building the state of Israel. So she went to this coalition, which called Ironically, she was rejected the first thing she reapplied. As I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow her Israel and there were several years there. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working with the almond drills, things like that. But she loved even more her activity in the East Coast. So unionized body of education. She was, her leadership skills were recognized quite early when she was elected as the civic representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the East Group, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics in Israel. I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole.
Yeah, it sounds good. I like where this is heading.
Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation.
I know. You had me on the edge of my seat. And then you had to say, make it sound.
I know. He was talking, and I was like, man, make it sound shit. But I don't remember what I was saying.
Did you skip my Taylor Swift one? I'll go back to it. I was trying to find the funnier transition. Yeah, I'll go back to it. We'll go back to it now. I hate Taylor Swift and her giant out-of-control limbs. Pretty sure she's just a giant marionette puppet.
All right, so let's talk about Israel now.
I think
amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Hill College South
struggles of being breaking camel's backs for years, but one turtle is affected and all of a sudden it's an issue.
Quite a
straw that broke the camel's back. Wow, yeah, that's good.
Is the state of Israel. There's a lot of
look at that, 313 likes here.
Some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocated Israel
have that same tweet
actually
on
very low,
turtles affected.
even among those students
I
who have
watched
the
landing.
best
I'm
Jewish
going to go back to
education.
the old bangers.
It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I
all in one day or like every
eldest
day?
daughter, Raphaela,
Yeah, Space
many of you
Mountain.
might know,
Alright, what else
she
we got,
was
Jim?
this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old, and the 21, sorry.
You no longer
The
get
Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because, you know, they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Raphaela because she's the head of the Israel advocacy group at Hill College, and they figured if the college was full of Jews, what there's anti-Semitism. But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy.
I'm going to use
There's a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves.
like conversations with girls on
Check it out,
Oh my
Raphaela,
God.
Canadian Jewish News or Wall Street.
It is crazy.
What the hell?
It's crazy.
So I think
All I do is just type in like, this girl said this. What should I say
What I
back? In
usually say
whatever,
to students
tone or whatever I
when
want.
I'm talking
And
about
it
Israel
comes up with the
is that there's a
craziest shit.
general
Like, good shit.
pattern,
Yes.
a cultural
No, I mean, you can obviously tailor it to how you want it to sound.
Can I ask you a question? Are you starting the convo
in that
by
society,
yourself?
and
Or
it
is she
struggle
starting it first, or are you starting with AI?
between
Either
two
one of those
poles.
three things.
I don't
On the
usually
one
I just start
hand,
the convo. I'll say
Israel
whatever I'm going to
is
say,
a
whatever I
Jewish
normally
state.
would say, and then
It
once the convo
wants to
gets going a
maintain
little
its
bit, that's
Jewish
when I'll
character.
kick in the AI.
Everything
And bro,
Jewish has to
it's
be
great.
associated
Was
with
this
Israel.
idea
Everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, and I want to guess what the other
See if
one
I
is,
can use this advancing technology to my
I
benefit.
guess,
It's both. Okay.
Democratic. Brilliant. Oh my God.
Bro, it's crazy.
Would you be
Israel
willing to
also
read in the
believes
Patreon
very
episode
deeply
one of your
in
conversations? You find it
democracy.
there a little break.
It wants to be a society
That's
of
a good,
equality,
So
of human
Patreon, that's
rights,
so funny.
of freedom.
Lots of teasers for
The
Patreon. We'll
problem
get to the
is
rest
these
of these
two
tweets.
values,
Only
like a
about
Venn
60, 70
diagram,
Also, I had a big country
in
club
certain areas, but they're
a
quite far
weekend,
apart
so
in
we'll
others.
dive right into
So,
that.
for example,
I think so. We're at
what
like
do you
50 minutes.
do
Yeah.
with the non-Jewish minority?
Kevin's gonna meet his
Especially
husband or wife like
later,
by talking
when
with
they're so
AI. This is
numerous
crazy.
that they threaten
like it.
demographically
I
dilute
wish my
the
pacing
Jewish
was a little bit
majority.
faster.
Smiling too fast. You're smiling too much.
Give them
Also, we got to bring up me and Mark on the same
democratic
day.
rights
Wedding.
parties.
We went to wedding parties.
But also
Separate.
I want to talk about.
And in fact, it could simply reverse to being another Arab nation in the Middle East.
Patreon.com.
And on the other hand,
I wanted to talk
you
about
trample on
on the
commonly
regular
accepted democratic principles, and you
I want to know
restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel,
I want to know
then Israel sacrifices a core value that they
and I'm
feel
not
very
saying like
deeply about.
Hollywood, like you're.
And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish or more democratic, and sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, see this at the fore,
Like you're kind of
even within
there,
the Jewish
he's
world,
kind of there, Chin's
because
a little bit there,
Orthodox
Mark's a little bit
Jews in
there.
particular, they tend to
Like I
view
just want to know the
the
hierarchy.
definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented, and so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant, less non-kosher butcherism, less general reasons of that in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle opposing centers of gravity, that is to be in Israel being Jewish and Israel being so we will return to this book today as
Question, yeah.
I think I'm so
I was gonna say, I think I'm last.
period.
Probably the lowest of the Hollywood list. And this is not, I'm not saying it's bad.
So there's a period before 1917 where there's this growing settlement. Called at this point the short settlement here, because it's not, of course, a state.
I think no one else has
Palestine, but in the context of crazy,
for a long time I was
British sought to gain Jewish support, and especially the support of influential Weissman, very important in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of lobbying, eventually, Lord Balfour,
It's down at the end of the street.
led to worldwide
pretty high. You're pretty high. But you're also working for a CEO as well.
His Majesty's government hugely favored the establishment in Palestine of a national authority. At this point, it's simply stopped because that's all they used to do. European state actually indicated they thought this was a great idea. Establishing a state
Yeah.
State that. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Sick Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given all the region of the United Nations called a mandate.
We go to cool parties. We're going to cool parties. We're doing stuff in the biz. Where you guys could have gone to.
That looks like Chris Farley.
No real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations ultimately was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as the skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. Most important elements of those 2 decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivos, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the states to Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically England should let them in because they suffered so badly. There was a brief period of honeymoon in anti-Semitism when for 15 years Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, and next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, and the United Nations, and they said, well, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up with this probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged the Jewish. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down to Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank.
You know I can be fine, sitting on your please tell the phone that don't be cool. Baby, you can make you wait. You tell me what it says. You can confess. The future is right ahead. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. I don't want no other love. Oh, baby, it's still you I'm thinking of. You know that I don't think we feel this way. When you're here, I know what to say. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. I don't want to be apart. Baby, girl of my heart. Ooh. And I say I do. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. You know I can't be fine. Please tell me fine. Don't be cruel.
In this demographically threatened region, it's not good for Jews to be divided. And that compromise, the so-called status quo, it's not really a law, it's just an accepted practice, was that, for example, yeshiva students an exemption from serving the armed forces, Orthodox women have an exemption, so they can apply for civil service, and that has been challenged and
don't be cruel, that's true. Maybe you can bring it back. Something like you said, just right ahead. Don't be cruel. Too hard, that's true. And want no other love. Please love you, I'm Don't try to have you back. You feel this way, pop, pop. Then you feel the body, pop. Now the one to say, don't be cruel. That's true. Should we be apart? I can't be love, baby. Cross my heart.
The government
One, two, three, never say that I do. Anything in the later, I know that I have you. Don't be cruel. Yeah, that's true.
So go there, leave a comment. We have one review on Apple Podcasts right now.
Really, this is the bottom line.
The rat is possible
through her.
These guys are rad. And
she was also active in international politics, including a rather
Eastwood.
bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war. But he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why don't you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have a state? And she seriously responded, we waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that wrong? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because they went through the Sinai here. So if you recall the way this partition plan looked, and this is if they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. After the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waist by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through their Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev. Which was an amazing achievement, that they actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. One of the, and Golda Meir, of course, is very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America. She knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. She says, reflecting the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel was something that she openly cried when she took her name to it. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics, to the Palestinian refugee program problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir terrified of. She also felt the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She compared it to the sufferings of Jews in the Holocaust. Rather large comparison to the reason for that Arab exodus was complex. Again, that's something I would like to push on a little more to next week's discussion of Nazi because he personally was involved in several of those key incidents. I don't know where this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in.
And the first fight happened.
And really quick, we're back now. Okay. So, we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Mark and Jaden because he was very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left, Arabs
So you guys said no problem. And then it was like,
version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today, and is an extremely important element in the determination of doing someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, and she was voting for its establishment in the United Nations. Amazingly so, because they were the changed that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order, they just gave her passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personality. She spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. And she went to Restream Young Cricket Services at the Moscow Torah Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting their name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, that's really good. Yeah, here it is, after 40 minutes, and we have,
Yeah, exactly. So,
this is why we need,
a bit of a bender.
I have this remote particular that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Let's put it back in. It has this little red here. This is great if you have a chase it. And this circle here circles Golden Meir, surrounded by a sea of silver. She was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the state of Israel was something that was cosmic proportions, because it affected all of Israel the ground. When it came back to Israel, it renewed renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later on Israeli stamps, and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golden Meir in Moscow.
Just chicken
We ain't never bought a hound dog. You ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend. But you said you was high class, but that was just a lie. You said you was high class, but that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend. Nothing but a hound dog. Nothing but a hound. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend. That was just a lie. When it said you was high class, and that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit and you ain't no friend. And nothing but a hound dog. Nothing but a hound dog. Well, you ain't never caught a rabbit. You ain't no friend.
And they went through the battles after that. Battle of the Bulge, and they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. They analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did you not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some terms. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't you look at them? And apparently the general said, young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy. No one. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how every single night. So, at any rate, the 6 Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in Yeshiva. Because what am I doing on West Bank, West Point, if I go to the West Bank?
Also, like Shane was here for like 5 days.
Anyways, so again, the short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Malcolm Bagan. Egypt in particular and Syria threatened the nation state once again. They've had several skirmishes. The 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader, Uthman, decided that it was unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so therefore Uthman removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live and be well, he described, he was a young man at the time, and he described how he and his friends, they immediately dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over. Because it was an amazing organized victory. Essentially what Israel did was, it launched a controversial now preemptive strike, where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on atomic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. Very basic Talmudic idea. And largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it was on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward, being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was one fair and square in war, but at the same time, because you recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents, citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Jews actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship. Given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron, Gaza, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. There's a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living citizenship. So they simply declared them.
Responded to someone who tweeted about Michael Johnson, who won this past weekend.
Administered territories.
Plus 500 favorite.
This is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizenship which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle, and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs, from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to Mayor, but she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. So lymphomatic or lymphatic? Lymphomatic. It's bad any way you look at it, but it's lymphomatic. How does that joke go?
Love me tender. Love me true,
90 years old, never had a
all my dreams fulfilled.
She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language. She could play a role on the world stage in a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period. Realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on very vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills, when Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but there's one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they were to keep this camp open, because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they thought was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria came to the minister, who was ironic, but the prime minister was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Israel was speaking to the Council of Europe And literally last night, she went to the Austrian nicely afterwards. Sat down with them. Refuses to domestically, the end of her tenure as prime minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive that they will attack, it may be just saber rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further on the other side of the Nile River in Egypt after they had signed American support. But it was a devastating Israel, some very high casualties, and that the blow of the Nile
Too much, when there is nothing. Too much, when the house is gone. Too cold, when you're down the yard. And now,
a strong opinion in defense of Maker's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that, in fact, if Meir had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted from the infighting, the recrimination, that she did in 1974. She died several years later.
I don't want to be a tiger. The tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion. Cause lions ain't the kind you love enough.
She's a fascinating woman, tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life, with her husband and her children for the making of this nascent country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and leadership.
Golden teddy bear.
Thank you.
Put your chains around my neck and leaving anywhere. Oh, let me be. Oh, let him be. Teddy bear. I don't want to be a tiger. Cause tigers fight too rough. I don't want to be a lion. Cause lions aren't the kind you love enough. Oh, this is your teddy bear. Put a chain around my neck and leave me anywhere. Oh, let me be. Oh, let him be. Oh, teddy bear. Don't really let me be. You are the round thing fingers to my hair and really let me tight. Oh, let me be. Oh, let him be. I don't want to be a tiger. Cause tigers play too rough. I don't want to be a lion. Cause lions ain't the kind you really love enough. No, teddy bear. Put a chain around my neck and leave me anywhere. Oh, let me be. Oh, let me be.
Thank you. Do you notice how wonderful this screen looks now? This is
That was so thick.
idea, but you didn't realize we had a screen last week. But Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination for Jews and Muslims alike. he mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who are fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character to see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, most of you who are completely new to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was the Jewish Messiah, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. Many Jews were totally enthralled by his teachings, his Christianity, and the world, and many very significant leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later,
More than to the general front. Number 47, number 3. You the cutest jailbird I ever did see. More we love if you come for me. I'm gonna do your jail high cross with me now. I'm gonna let go. Nobody in the whole cell. More than to the jail front.
Just a little bit of and I was thinking, possibly tell the story. Maybe they could tell it in this situation, but I looked at the internet and I thought about it, edited it very nicely, so it just looks like this. There's no guarantee not to affect it. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. So Fred heard the original. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution. Hopefully we'll avoid any calumnies from other faiths watching this video. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion for $500 today only. So Reuben says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Shimon says, come on, just ignore it. You know, we're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just a ploy. And Reuben says, but $500, I mean, you know, it's a Messiah, why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go. We'll have an amazing lunch, and you know. So Shimon says,
"Come through a party in the county jail. The prison was there that we ran away. The band was talking and the band was swinging. The sugar had gone off the jail. Everybody was there. Everybody all sang. Was dancing to the jailhouse. Spider and the feather and the saxophone. No real going on the microphone. Running back. Oh, really searching for the purpose. Everybody in the office was dancing to the jailhouse. Number 47 said to number 3, were you the cutest jailbird I ever did see? I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on, do the jailhouse with me. That's right. Everybody, that's right. Everybody in the whole cell park was there to do the jailhouse. That's fun. Stand down the second on the block of stone, walking in the corner, weeping one alone. Those sorts of.
And in particular, there was one element of Lurianic
Don't fucking.
that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalism.
Fuck.
primarily, for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical. There was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation.
Born through a party in the county jail. The prison man was there, they began to wait. Man was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard the knocked out jailbird sing. Everybody let it rock. Everybody in home cell block. Was there the joint jail out of rock. Spider-Man playing the little saxophone. Little Joe blowing on the slide trombone. Round the both of them over crack boom bang. The whole rhythm section was a purple game. Everybody let it roll. Everybody let it roll.
Number 47 should be number 3. As you the cutest child, but I never did see. Want you to be the light with your call for me. Come on into the jail and rock with me. And a lot of rock. Everybody on the cell room. We're there to do the jail of rock. Standing on the block of stone, all in the corner, weeping all alone. That was a good one.
Very popular today. Tikkun Olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as a call to social action. In the Kabbalistic sense of the 17th century, Tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a.
Come on, baby, give me something.
Something was wrong with the universe, and the tikkunim of the
fuck yeah.
This Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the
that is so funny.
Which was such a huge shift in the Belgian
His moderation that they were willing. The last rabbi account that reposted me was I publicly saying the moderation that blue sky that I'm still busy trying to figure out which belly buttons are pornographic. I'm glad the agrees with my nuance 6 7 right take.
So these are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists feel like through their studies they can actually
until lockdown.
Any questions about the intellectual?
Oh, until lockdown. Oh, that is fucking funny. It was iPod.
I'm not going. I don't we have at least 50 lectures before we get up to the 20th century and 21st century. There are. What do you mean? Hey, I mean, we need Mashiach.
I'm honored.
Jewish tourists. How many people are inverted?
You're welcome.
It's shine sight, they say. So that's the Tzvat circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity. And he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew.
Dog, that was a good one. Let's see it.
Takbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail. But our task for today is to understand Shabbatai Tzvi. For approximately 400 years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania, Russia itself. Like Jews moved very
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jack Rose? Jackie Rose. Jackie Rose. How you living, pimp? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Hello? Can you hear me? We're watching Jewish lectures. Hope you enjoy. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Unmute if you can and let's talk. Let's hear about your hopes and dreams. I want to know everything that makes you tick. Fuck you, dog. I didn't even want to talk with you, douche. I was doing my own thing. Over in the corner, weeping all alone. You don't wanna be a tiger, you rock. You are just way too rough, you rock. I don't wanna be a lion, you rock. The kind you never know, but if you wanna be your teddy bear, with a chain around the neck. Baby, let me be around you every night.
Specific nature of the attacks were unusually cruel. I would repeat some of the examples of cruelty. Sure, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. And even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of violence with equal. So there was a displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century. commemorates the various tragedies of the Jewish people, and of course he should be born on the day that corresponds with his death. One of the difficulties in understanding the details of Shabtai Tzvi's life is that a lot of his life story was written by his followers specifically with an eye to conforming to the various midrashim printing is now available.
That one was sick.
As Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books, and they're really digesting them well. His father dealt in poultry. He sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabtai into in his movement, and as we shall see how that develops later. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile. These are Ashkenazim living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabtai Tzvi was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascent. So he studied on his own, and at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There's one dramatic episode where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned, and his rescue from that incident helped propel him into a sense of grandeur, that he in fact might be the Mashiach. He had a deep attachment to his mother, but otherwise he had very few friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also reputed by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, we'll talk about those momentarily, he was wont to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards to how people dealt with his other eccentricities. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early marriages. Both of them failed. In both cases, he was married for several months, and his young wives complained to their fathers that twice. Later, we'll talk about his long-term wife, Sarah, who was ultimately married 4 times. 5 times at least, including the time his third wife. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. They're all, a lot of them are pictures of Shabtai Tzvi, as I mentioned earlier. He is regarded as one of the most well-documented Jews of the 17th century. But occasionally we have under here captions that almost always say, he was born in the city of Smyrna, and this is the picture drawn of him when he was 40 years old. And it says it's a great portrait, it's a true portrait. It's the way it's supposed to look like. Several of the other ones that look very different also say it's a true portrait. That's what I gave. So he had these 2 early marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and in a marital level, and this took him through his life. the most profound psychological aspect of Shabtai Tzvi's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a layperson, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous elation and euphoria that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would, fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, when she was about 10 years old, once said, "I'm in the depths of despair." She won't like it if she said, "Hi, Rabbi." She's watching it from college now. She's very smart. She's in the honors program, things like that. But she was in the depths. So he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expansive and he would be dramatic. And other times he would be catatonic. He would remain shut in a room. So he went through clearly, maybe a bipolar kind of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations because he felt he was receiving some kind of revelation or that he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was in melancholy, he called that which was a theological term, the hiding of the face, the hiding of God's face. Tempted by to do what he called strange action. They are very strange and they're really strange. He was especially, we don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been, it definitely involves which is the term for that we actually say today is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer book. The placeholder simply means our Lord, and it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we are not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom Kippur in the temple during the time that it was standing. And since then, it's been totally off limits. We only pronounce, what the word that I'm sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the Tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And, he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric, to put it mildly. Others considered him a bit of a harmless lunatic. He was just, the village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again, he was good looking, he was a great cousin, people really enjoyed him. This is our Shabtai. Every town has someone like this, so this is our Shabtai Tzvi. This is the hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, been to call the trouble ever since the world began. Don't you let me get you messing around that apple tree. Istanbul at the time, which was also a very large Jewish center.
Woman, outside man, hard woman and talk on the man. And the late, the late, hard woman and talk on the man. And this is the world began. A hard woman and song and the man. And this is the world began. The hard-headed woman and song and the man. A hard-headed woman and all of the time, the man.
For example, obsessive compulsive disorder. You think it's funny? There's a book that's written by two psychiatrists in Jerusalem, Greenberg and which they say that one of the problems with mentally ill in the Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say, for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of netilat yadayim, washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how fruit he is. He washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18 times, what a fruit guy. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into that direction. Furthermore, as we saw last week with Rabbi Caro, it's also Shabtai Tzvi, if someone, we do believe in the power of prophecy. We do believe that under certain circumstances, God does speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams, things like that. So the person walks around saying, I had a nevuah katana, I had a small prophecy. I felt like God was, you say, oh, wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. In reality, the person is, a few dimes short of a dollar. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of lunacy. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first real job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an important message to Egypt. Shabtai Tzvi had just come from Egypt, and so they entrusted him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt, and he carried out the task beautifully. And it was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms, and he knew the way. So he carried this back to Egypt, and he was briefly a hero for legitimate reasons. Luckily for him, he met the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who was very much taken with him, and ultimately became one of his prime supporters, both morally and financially, which would have a significant impact on him later in life as he helped people change his Islamic identity. He was responsible for the head of the Egyptian community. Would make my dreams come true. Just call my name. And she brought the whole show down in Egypt to meet Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was delighted to meet her.
All things you ever do to do. You make my dreams come true. Just call my name. And I'll be right by your side. I will give a great helping hand. My love's too strong to hide. Always live very quiet life. I never do no wrong. I know that I never do. And rain on too long on my review. Here's what I'm praying for. Nothing that you can do.
And that was, as if to say that all these years they had been married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Should I cut that part out of the video? All these years they've been married and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning point for Shabtai Tzvi, if it wasn't enough already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Oh, look what it says over here. Great portraits. Dean Prophet Nathan Levi de Gaza. Right? And it has also in German up here. So that's apparently Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza was also a learned individual. He was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabtai Tzvi would be coming to visit him and was in fact the Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when they met, The reason for their meeting was, ironically, because Shabbatai Tzvi went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. I'm going to talk about going to the wrong person, because Nathan of Gaza saw Shabbatai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe cynically, I believe you could be Mashiach and you could make a lot of money." But he encouraged him in his pretensions, and he created all kinds of theatrical measures for him to demonstrate such labor. On the eve of Shavuot, the night of the anniversary of the beginning of the Torah tradition, in our library study session, Nathan of Gaza fell into a deep trance and began speaking in tongues. And in the context of his trance, he revealed to the onlookers that was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent and public demonstration of his identity of his son. Then shortly thereafterwards, I went into his for years now, I've been studying this book that
I'm sentimental. She got found. When you're gone, you know, never dream as you go by. And there's a fool such life. And then I'm a fool such a life over you. You taught me how to love. You say that you're a fool. You're a fool. But I love you. Then, like a fool, such a life.
The elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomian and strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because at the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, you know what? It is time for Mashiach. We really could have Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him. Here's where it
give it to me, baby.
To the rest of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who were in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, who heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the rise of the Jewish Messiah, principally in English, French, and German, and we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just built one on another, that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722, before the Common Era, they have been in hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor. And they've been training there, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from these mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars or the Mongols, and they are going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. Here's one of the many woodcuts that depicts, it's a Christian woodcut, showing Shabbatai Tzvi with his bands of armies in the background. It's very fanciful. I've never read anything like this kind of following, at least not in the military sense. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabbatai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to nomos in Greek means law, So antinomian means counter halakhic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by the Torah. So, for example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Teves. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better actually because it's in the summertime. So it's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly in one particular synagogue, and he wasn't there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on the Shabbat. He ran over to that synagogue with several of his followers and wanted to enter to rebut their claims. They locked the doors on him, so he got an axe and he started chopping at the doors. That's a complete violation of the laws of Shabbat. And so when they see that he's trying to chop down the door as a crazy man, they let him in, so he wouldn't destroy the door. He came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed himself rabbi. He called all of the local dignitaries that were in the existence group.
Hey baby, I have to much you. I have to much you.
He must really be what he says he is. In fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Mira, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeinu Yaron Hodu. Our master and king, may his glory be elevated. So, among 17
Baby, I'm after much of you. I'm after much of you. Just a bigger little bug, and then you're gonna mama. This is not the doubt. I'm going to take me away. Now I have to do the you. That's a bigger little bug, I will do. Just have to do the bigger. You got the top. But I ain't greedy, baby. All I want is all you gotta have a baby. No, I have to live with you. No, I never get my baby. I will do. No,
So at this point, Shabtai Tzvi is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He said, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other, I've forgotten him. And he seems to be quite a statesman. And Shabtai Tzvi is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at shore, met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving. Many of his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef and a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in a deep dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something of an eccentricity. And while the Sultan thought about what he would do with him, one true party in the county jail. Prison men stand there. Man's jumping and the drunk begin to swing. You should have had to lock that jailbird singing. Everybody knows Spider-Man breaking in the saxophone. Little Joe is blowing on the side trombone. I'm a brother and a rubber crack boom bang. The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Everybody knows. Everybody I'm a 47 second number 3. You would do the jailbird I never did see. I never be glad when you come up with me. I'm gonna do the jail I'd rock with me. Everybody knows. Debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed course of events for Shabtai Tzvi. His opponents indicate that it was very opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have another motivation. He felt that converting a very prominent Jew like this, probably the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 gold coins every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi several times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a new theology where Shabtai Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of the sparks, meaning he had to go to every religion, and he had to go and collect up all of the holiness from all religions, and then eventually it would be a Messianic period. And of course, if he converted to Islam, and then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the Pope, perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity afterwards. He's living at this point as a Muslim for almost 10 years. But he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him, and they are also officially Muslim, but still practicing essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and the remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi as a Muslim was no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbatean Muslim Judaism. They were called the Dugmeh, and they persisted right up until the 20th century. They played a very profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers who converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk Rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century. But then they were largely endogamous, meaning they married within each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, oh look, here's another very cool thread. Real picture of Shabtai Tzvi. He doesn't actually say that. It does call him the King of the Jews, 1666. At any rate, by the 1960s, there were only a handful of Dunya left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, question? Sure.
Based on what you say, you probably haven't been there. And then never know. Now the guy comes up, yes, he needed it, yes, we had to do it, yes. Okay, hey,
It's interesting.
first time today. So if you would like to make a phone call, like a question answered.
Excellent. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. The British certainly were. They did have an exaggerated sense of how important the Jews would be to World War I. Part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they would hope that, all of these German Jews who were fighting as German patriots would then throw down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they didn't pay attention to the Balfour Declaration. But it's interesting to see the connection to the Din. I never made that connection. That's good. They were very prominent in them. So let's look at the legacy and we'll conclude tonight. Interestingly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai Tzvi wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish machzor that he could use in Albania. Apparently, there are very few machzorim in Albania. And then he received it, and then shortly afterwards, on Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, he passes away in 1676 at the age of 49. By the time he passed away, he had already made his major impact on the Jewish world. It was a largely deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews were still further deflated because it's 200 years after the Spanish expulsion and 50-odd years after the horrible pogroms of 1648-49. And many scholars have tied these successive disappointments to other movements that would arise in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about it in recent scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabtai Tzvi on the Ramchal, on Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Many other scholars in the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed or real connections to Sabbatean Kabbalah. But we can't take away from him that he was quite a Talmud Chacham. He was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources, and he left behind many teachings that were studied for another 200 years by the mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious mental instability, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to see you next week. No children. Have an excellent night.
Jeffrey Epstein, and he had set up a system designed to bring in underage girls. Local police and the federal government would investigate and, by their account, find dozens of victims. Epstein would become one of the world's most infamous predators, a man who could have faced decades in prison, but served just 13 months in his own wing of the county jail. Why would you cut his deal with Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines.
That the video that I recorded earlier on Florida did not work out. This is the Moshe Cordovero video. It worked great for about 5 minutes, and then the audio dies, and we're going to have to record it again. I'll post it this way. I thought it was a really great picture. I enjoyed it myself so much. So I'm kind of sad that we have to redo it, but who knows, maybe meeting again will make it better. I'm not going to have an audience, but I'm sure I can see, so I'm sitting right now. Otherwise, we do this artist birch trees, the snowbank coming
You can take the rain from nothing. Apple tree, shake, 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 you're shaking me on. I'm gonna stick like glue, stick because I'm stuck on you. I'm gonna run my finger through your arm back hair and squeeze you tighter than a grizzly. Yes, sir, I'm gonna stick like glue, stuck because I'm stuck on you. I'm out in the kitchen, out in the hall. Ain't gonna do you no good at all. Once I catch you on the kitchen stars, a team of wild horses couldn't tear me apart. They go on the side. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna stick like glue. Just because I'm stuck on you.
As well. And in our case, going to Israel,
you can shake a tree, apple tree, shake, 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 well, they never shaking me on. Yes, real. I'm gonna stick like glue, stick because I'm stuck on you. You will get in the studio, and I have read you, never gonna cruise with me on. Yes, so real. I'm gonna stick like glue, stick because I'm stuck on you. You just like you do it on the kitchen star. I tell you what, we understand as the ball. Inside, you probably gonna do you this time on. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm gonna stick like glue, stick because I'm stuck on you. Hide in the kitchen, hide in the hall.
the danger of studying mystical information. Bala has important lives qualified to address that. Today, I will be basing much of my material, most of my own research, but well, and also I will heavily with Dr. Zohar Rabbi, who is a fascinating scholar who's written, without doubt, your definitive
Stuck on you.
dogma within life works mystical piety, systematic thought of Rabbi Rothschild, aka Cordovero, Santa Israel, 1522-57. That in itself is half a dissertation. The book is great information, and really great for this is a resource for its topic. I highly recommend it. The name Cordovero that is typically used is of Spanish derivation, although the Ramak himself preferred the spelling Cordovero, which is Portuguese spelling. He also was associated with the Portuguese community in Spain, which leads Dr. Raviv to believe, and I certainly think his analysis is perceptive and accurate, that the Ramak was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why do we associate him with a Spanish name from Cordoba, I think it's supposed to be pronounced? That's because when it comes to surnames, typically one only gets a surname when one leaves a place and lives somewhere else. So, for example, I live here in Florida, but no one here would call me, let's say, Henry Florida. It would be a strange surname because everyone here is from Florida, so we wouldn't be able to tell them apart. But since I come from Canada, people could easily call me Henry Canada, and if I pass that surname on to my children and grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever Shlomi Canada because they originally had roots in Canada, even though now they live in Georgia. So probably what happened to the Rothschild family is they had roots in Spain, and then they
come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My heart will wait. When I first saw you, with a smile so tender, my heart was captured, my soul surrendered. I waited my time, waiting for the right time. I am here, no time is here, at last. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My love won't wait.
This is why we do these things. Well, that's what better. Good. Focus on what we're doing. Right. So he's a prominent member of the Tzfat Circle, which was a phenomenal, exceptional explosion of Jewish talent in the 16th century. It included some of the most amazing figures in modern Jewish history, early modern Jewish history, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, who was a teacher of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, the noted Kabbalist known as the Ari Zal, meaning the Holy Lion of blessed memory, for his Kabbalistic work, who was the student of the Ramah. In fact, he left Egypt specifically to come to learn at the feet of the Ramah, and then he went on, specifically through his own student, the Chaim Vital, who also studied with the Ramah, to go on and publish a tremendous amount of work in Kabbalah, very creative, fascinating material. To give you a sense of how important this very brief efflorescence of Jewish thought was, I'll tell you a little bit about this fascinating little footnote Jewish history called the Smicha renewal, which occurred under Rabbi Yaakov Beirad in the 16th century. Basically, Smicha refers to the ordination of rabbis. And the word Smicha comes from somek, which means to lean upon, and it comes from the idea that Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu, he passed on his authority to his students, Joshua, by laying on the hands onto his head. And Joshua then gave this statement to his students. Actually, he gave that statement to his students, and they to their students, and so on and so forth. However, sometime during the period of the destruction of most likely the second temple, the smicha chain was broken, and after that, with the demographic upheaval, Jews moving all over the place, and, the political and so on, it was simply lost. So the title rabbi was retained, legitimate chain from Moses all the way forward as a person to person handing off authority. There is, however, some discussion of the restart that orientation. If there is a forum of the greatest Jewish conference, all gathered together and in agreement on how they should be done. This apparently happened in 1538 when a rabbi, Yaakov Be'erav, gathered together Rabbi Yosef Karo, others in Isfahan, and said, listen, it's time. Let's do it again. Let us pursue the smicha. He received agreement, and so they gave him smicha, and then he turned around and gave them smicha, and amazingly, the smicha movement was started.
You lonesome
It was not without controversy.
you miss me
After a period of time, it became more abundant.
Are you sorry we drifted
but nevertheless, it gives you a sense of just how brilliant
does your memory
how the audacity
to a bright summer's day
one other small footnote points out, I think
and call you sweetheart
that although it is widely reported that
through the shades of your hollow seem empty you gave them our doorstep and pictures your heart filled with pain shall I come back again? Tell me dear, are you lonesome tonight?
Himself, as an impressive on the seat of a Beit Din run by the code of Jewish law author. He was widely regarded as a halachic authority, although he himself has in his particular style of Jewish work, he tended to prefer to be more of a lone Kabbalist working with smaller Jewish people. So, nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the Tzfat moment was in Jewish history. There's very important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, of Jewish creativity and thought at the time. Let's refer to a couple of aspects of it. So we do it as although I enjoyed anyways, Tzfat is not mentioned anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden in the 16th century it had this explosion? So there are several key reasons. The first one is, of course, money. Tzfat became a place of very brief but very powerful economic development, largely due to the Ottoman tax policies of the time. Jerusalem was recently conquered by the Ottomans, and they wished to foster development, so they gave a lot of significant tax breaks to people who were living with Jews, Arabs, and others. Jerusalem was in a period of decline, and secondly, because of the attraction of new settlement and new industry, there was a significant amount of disposable income. And with that disposable income, you suddenly have the possibility for scholarship and development of culture. This is something that many undergraduates don't necessarily grasp, that you can only have high levels of culture at the region when you have the sufficient economic resources to everyone is overwhelmed with their daily chores, work, working farms in particular, there's simply no leisure time.
Can't you see I love you? Please don't break love into my heart to do, 'cause I don't have a word in home. If you say goodbye, then I know I would cry. Maybe I would die, 'cause I don't and the wooden heart. There's no strings to harm, let love of the line to love all the way from the start. Treat me nice, treat me good, treat me like you really should. Because I'm only good when I don't have a wooden heart. Must be clean, must be done, do something else. Stay else, do mentions, mistaken, mistaken, soon mistaken else. Mistaken else, when you do and shine, well apart.
Hopefully on Wednesday we'll have this microphone working fine. We're working okay right now. So we won't have this issue again.
In English,
But
in English.
also lecture. What do we know about the Rothschild family? As I mentioned earlier, not terribly much. We know, however, a lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi Rothschild, who is most known for being the author of the Rothschild hymn we said on Friday night. A noted Kabbalist, he was devoted to him for the entirety of his brief life, so much so that he joined Rabbi Alkabetz as a family member because he married his sister. So Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's brother-in-law was also his principal teacher in Kabbalah. We don't know we don't have a lot of information about the Ramak's family. We know that one of his sons, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that Ramak passed away, and later, Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that the Ramak had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them, none other than Maharab Mikano, very important Italian rabbi, which of course led to their widespread dissemination and publication. With Rabbi Alkabetz, one of the most fascinating things that the Ramak would engage in was the so-called Gerish, which means literally divorces. And what this referred to was a form of self-imposed exiles, brief trips where they would simply leave the spot, either together or later the Ramak would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside around stuff, and kind of like using a dowsing rod, they could actually use a dowsing rod, but it was similar kind of a feel to it. They would simply wander around until they felt the sanctity of a place, and they would identify those places often with the graves of various cities. When they were at these various holy places, they would engage in all kinds of spiritual activities, a long recitation of psalms, some strange kind of meditative exercises that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book he authored titled Sacred Gerish, a very unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he goes through What is Kabbalah? How does it work? All these things. This is really what the Rabbis did. Took all of this things. Go to
Reaches my heart on fire. Burning with a pain's desire. And I know it's gonna keep you. Your heart on fire too. So my darling, please surrender. Always not the one tender. Surrender. Let me hold you in my arms. One smooth times brighter for all I thought to tell a story of our love and all its glory. Let us take the night of mountain and make it a night of love. Won't you please surrender? Let your heart pure. Forever.
Basically, Judaism, like monotheistic religion, has a philosophical conundrum. How does an infinite being, i.e. God, communicate with a finite universe? If something is infinite, there can be no boundaries to it, and yet we perceive quite clearly that the world is a finite place with edges, borders, and things. Something stops here and continues there, and so on. How does that work? So, according to Baron Kabbalah, also emphasized Lurianic Kabbalah, and by the way, by way of caveat, I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I come from a traditional Lithuanian background. I've never studied Kabbalah systematically. I've just dipped into it.
Well, since Rabbi is going to play, it may be time for me to drop a few more fall clips. Keep it up, Restream. Just because I am all peace, love, and completed does not mean I won't get in the garden.
But with my humble opinion, what I think is going on is that God, as it were, shrunk itself through a process called shrinking or contraction, and then released into the vacuum created by his absence 10 successive emanations of his essence, which then created a physical world that we live in.
No one knows what you're talking about, though.
Think of it like this. The traditional
metaphor that's given willing cock and mandate of heaven.
God is like a vat of boiling hot oil. You take that oil and you pour it into a clay vessel. Clay vessel can't handle.
What does that mean? Yeah, some garbage, some fucking ching chong shit.
The mixture of the oil on the shattered vessel then falls into a
God has willed it. Looks tight.
second vessel, which also shattered.
What's
And then
woven
this
cock?
continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings until finally it's cool
No
enough
one knows.
that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the physical universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalistic description in brief, called Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessel. Another metaphor, which I think makes more sense, at least the way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You'd burn out your eyes if you tried to do that. But if you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, you can glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, oops, wait, there's something you want to show everyone. Yeah, let's shut this down immediately. Okay. The mirror, how do you work like this? The light from the sun, as it goes to the mirror absorbs some of the radiation and also distorts it because it's not a perfect surface. It has, whatever little interruptions or scratches and things like that. The backing is not consistent. And then if you take that light and you put another mirror over here, you reflect the sun's light into this mirror and then into this mirror, you can look at it even longer because two mirrors together certainly dilute the power of the light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors going all the way down, at the very 10th mirror, then you can look at the sun quite comfortably. It's still the light of the sun. No new light has been introduced. However, through the reflection of these mirrors, it's made possible for us to somehow comprehend it. So this is a very basic idea of Torah Kabbalah, that the world goes through these 10 emanations from over here. Keter, this is actually not precisely the Cordovera diagram, but we'll use it for now. It's sort of colorful. Keter down through from Bina and so on, all the way down until you get to Malchut, which is the physical world in which we live. That is an introduction, very briefly, to my limited understanding of Sphirot. It also addresses a very difficult problem, and this
That
is
shit's
something
tight,
that separates the Cordovera Kabbalah from the Lurianic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Monotheistic religions have a very difficult issue to address. In my humble opinion, it is a far more significant issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great arc of Jewish thought, you'll see that very little time is spent discussing whether or not God exists, but there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God is just. From the book of Job, and actually from Genesis,
Dude, what the fuck version is this? Take 12? No, why would you put that? Why would Zuckerberg have this shit on here? Oh, put the Take 12 version on there. How about Take 1?
The concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, justice. Is God just? So you have a monotheistic religion that has three basic statements that have to somehow get it wrong. They are, God exists. And a monotheistic religion like that. Secondly, God
Came by today, cause he was telling everyone town of the love that he just found. And raised her name. Wait, so it's Miriam's name. He talked and talked, and I heard him say that she's the longest blackest hair, the prettiest green eyes anywhere, and Miriam's name of the major's flame. And let you walk in and say goodbye. That yesterday, this girl was in my arms and spoke to me. She'd be mine eternally, and rains her name of the latest flame. I find the peace of Cordovero. I wish him luck and then say goodbye. He was calling his little word to get to the
As God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those secular, evil somehow naturally
Hello friend came by today because he was telling everybody in town of the girl that he just found. Anne Marie is her name, of the latest flame. He talked and talked, and I heard him say that she had the longest blackest hair, pretty green eyes anywhere. Anne Marie is her name, of the latest flame. Though I smiled the tears that were burning, I wished him luck and said goodbye. He was gone, but still the world kept turning. What else could do if we do what crime? Would you believe that yesterday this girl was in my life and she'd be mine eternally and raised the name of his latest flame? Though I smile and tears the time will burn, I wish him luck and then said goodbye. The game's gone, never ever was my turn. What else was there to do? What's more?
I will reiterate
Miriam's a
that,
hoe.
according to the research of Dr. Rothschild, who's also written some phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramak, most of which is awaiting translation into English. She emphasizes that the vast majority of Lurianic Kabbalah is identical to Cordovero Kabbalah, and they should not be seen in any way as being in competition with one another, because the reality is Lurianic Kabbalah is highly derivative of Cordovero Kabbalah. Okay, let's go on. There we go, next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier when I was talking about his association with the Dodi. The Ramak was an enthusiastic supporter of early study of the Kabbalah. He himself began studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something that is really positive for all Jews. And he argued quite forcefully for it. For example, his most popular account of the Party of the Or Nera, huge amounts of criticism on unqualified teachers, and felt that if one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not implement in the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone and not understanding what you're reading is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you an incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't learn anything from me, because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just in the historical area, maybe I have something useful to say here. Nevertheless, the Ramak was quite exceptional in his advocacy of
Wise men say only fools
I'd like to spend time talking about what is probably the Ramak's most famous
falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be awesome? And I falling in love with you, like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes, something we're meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. That was so sick when you changed the lyrics. It was like, oh, dog.
For a concept known as the imitation of God. Basically, we do have a mitzvah in the Torah to imitate God. It's recorded in the Sefer Afinim, for example, and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the attributes of God. And the Gemara, the Talmud says, how do we do this? Well, we imitate God by following His ways. Just as God clothed the naked, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God fed the hungry, so should we feed the hungry, and so on and so forth. The Tomer Dvorah, however, says that while that is certainly true, on a more profound level, what we really should be doing is we should look at who God is, what is God's identity, that which is accessible to us, and we should imitate that identity. The action for sure, but the identity is even more private. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sefirot, earlier mentioned. The idea that God emanated into the world 10 distinct Sefirot, 10 real reflections, or the 10 Kalim, vessels. We know something about each of those 10 vessels through the Kabbalah. Once we understand what those are, we should also create that same energy in ourselves, which will create so-called
I don't want to fall in clover, don't want to hold you. Want your kiss, cause I just can't miss with a good luck charm like you. Be my little good luck charm. Oh, you sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging around my arm to have, to hold tonight. Oh yeah. Do 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 wow. Be my little a good love child. Oh, you sweet delight. I want a good love child hanging around my heart to have, to hold, I do not. Oh yeah. I do. No morning, be my little a good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm. My hand around my arm.
The next 9 chapters deal with the following Sefirot, also quite fascinating, deep and so on, but they really feel quite distinct from that first large one. So therefore, and I feel
that be my little a good luck charm. Oh, you sweet delight.
So that's basically what the Tomer Dvorah deals with. Let's look at a little bit more closely that first section.
Oh yeah. I don't want to four-leaf clover. Don't want to hold you. Want your kids, but I just can't live with a good luck charm like you. Don't wanna be my little good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging on my arm. To have, and to hold, and tonight. Don't want a silver dollar, a rabbit's foot on a string. The happiness in the water red, no rabbit's foot good. I wanna be my little good luck charm. You sweet delight. I want a good luck charm hanging on my arm. Too high, too home, and tonight. Oh yeah.
This is also part of Kabbalistic discourse in which the Godhead is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against his anger, he will remember some detail that the some behavior or some character trait. In this particular case, he describes the character trait of generosity. That even though the Jews may be rebellious or stiff-necked or what have you, nevertheless they are very generous, helping the poor, and so that, as it were, blunts the force of his anger. Then what the Rabbah will do is he will say that you can use it on a human level as well. So, for example, let's say a married couple has significant arguments from time to time, and one member of the couple, let's say the husband, maybe this is so hard because this is going to be wet. So let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple that occasionally has arguments. Like, my wife and I just don't really talk about it because we only have arguments once every 6 or 7 years or so. But let's say, for example, the husband, me, becomes frustrated with my wife, let's say, one wife, right? And I'm tempted to get angry and I'm tempted to say something that I'm certainly rather later regret. So what I try to do, follow as he does, I try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic, and if I can remember that, then even though I don't want to let loose, be angry, and raise my voice or something, well, remember this one small characteristic. Can it be a very small one that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it and control it. So, for example, my wife always makes lunch. No matter what, always make sure I have lunch. And so, even though I might be angry with one thing or other, if I can remember, she always makes lunch. She cares for me. She sure I eat properly. She makes my lunch. I can't be angry because I just can't let it go. I just can't, give myself over to anger. So it's an amazing thing. And although I can't say that I've mastered it anyway, even though I've read it many, many times. It has definitely changed my life personally, and I think that this first chapter is something that every thinking person should definitely read. It's a soaring work of genius, and it's really a transformation. So he does this for 13 levels of forgiveness, and it really is something that, if internalized, makes a phenomenal difference. Okay, let's go on. The book, Homer to Laura, was immediately huge and very popular in the Jewish world. Basically, this is one of the early books that his son Gedalia offered to Menachem Azaria de Pano, who is known as the famous Rabbi Pano, a significant Kabbalist and a very, very devoted student of the work of the Ramah, and he immediately put it to press. The book during the lecture, when Rabbi Rothschild Great difficulty, and that meant that a lot of people studied the Talmud Torah fairly early on in its publication history. Small but interesting footnote: the book is obviously valuable for everyone to read. Although when you get later on in the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he was most probably writing primarily for a male audience. It's very clear because of the run here and there that nevertheless, Torah has been widely quite often you'll find that there are editions published like this one here that my wife and daughter use, which has the kind of method. As we shall see later, the Rabbi Rothschild recommended the study in particular
There is salt in her eyes, oh so blue. She's all the things a girl should be, but she cannot do. She knows just how to make me up when I feel blue. She's everything a man could want, but she's not you. And when we're dancing, it almost feels the same. I've got to stop myself from whispering your name. You used to do, and you're still breaking my heart, but she's not you. And it's just breaking my heart, but she's not you. When we're dancing, it almost feels the same. I've got to stop myself from whispering your name. It's the you used to do, and it's just breaking my heart. But she's not you. It's just breaking my heart, but she's not you.
And demand that it really be incorporated into the regular curriculum. And included in that was Talmud Torah, which he felt, even though it had a highly published content, was nevertheless of such phenomenal value that it really had to be included as well. Let's just put that in greater context, and I'm going to refer here to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Musar today, my colleague Dr. Alan Marinis, who's done some phenomenal work in his Musar Institute in promoting Musar among people who are really first-time newcomers to the topic. And he's divided Musar into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzadikim, an anonymous 15th century book that goes through a large number of so-called dates, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar strands include the philosophical, which is minorities, the most profound, explicated, perhaps the greatest example of that, and it's still Cordea, is literally laws of opinions. There is the ascetic version, such as the
Return, descendant, has been descendant.
That argues for, self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, of which Talmud
Return, descender. Return, descender. I gave a letter to the postman. He put it in his sack. Bright and early next morning, he brought my letter back. She wrote upon it, return, descender. Address unknown. No such number. No such song. We had a quarrel. Our lovers spat. I write, I'm sorry, but my letter keeps coming back. Sometimes I go to the mailbox and send a special deed. Bright and early next morning, it came right back to me. She wrote upon it, return, descender. Address unknown. No such person. No such song. This time I'm gonna take it myself and put it right in her hand. And if it comes back the very next day, then I'll understand you were wrong.
As an indication of how valued this text is in the Hasidic community as well. So, the Ramat, this is his grave in spot. He passed away on the age of 48. As a result of one of the plagues that passed through spot at the time. He left behind a great corpus of literary works, including the Talmud Torah, Pardes Yemanim, and commentary on the Zohar and so others. And he also left behind some extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of his period will be unduly impressed. Rabbi Eliyahu Davidas, the author of the Restream, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who is the author of the Chaim, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought, and hopefully with the increased popularity of Talmud Torah in English translation to real spirituality as a whole. So thank you for sitting through this unusual home-based lecture. I hope that my technology will work fine next week. We want us to do it again, but sign off and hope this all works okay. Thank you.
I was looking at my stats, and like below the Messages app and the Safari app on the iPhone, but one I use the most is called Feet. Are you familiar?
I'm ready. Great, Joe. It's nice to see you here tonight.
You look like an angel. Years ago. And they've done a great job over the years.
You look like an angel, look like an angel, walk like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got wise. You're the devil in disguise. Oh yes you are, devil in disguise. You fooled me with kisses. You cheated me, heaven knows how you lied to me. You're not the way you sing. You look like an angel, look like an angel, walk like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got wise. You're the devil inside. Oh yes you are. The devil in disguise. I thought that I was in heaven, but that was sure a surprise. Heaven help me, I didn't see the devil in your eyes. You look like an angel, look like an angel, walk like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got one. You're the devil in disguise. Oh, yes, you are. The devil in disguise.
Confident that our relationship and your therapy is so effective that sure enough, Sunday morning, 6 a.m., the psychologist gets a call, and the doctor says, "Oh, doctor, I had this terrible nightmare, and I woke up, I couldn't sleep any longer, and I tried to analyze it, and I just can't get to the bottom of it." He says, "Well, what was the dream?" He says, "I had this dream that you were my mother, and it was overwhelming." And Wilson says, "Well, what did you do after that?" He says, "Well, I sat down, I wrote it out, I used Freudian techniques." He says, "And what did you do after that?" He says, "And then I had some breakfast." "What did you have for breakfast?" "A bagel." "That you call breakfast?" All right, it's not that, but it's funny on page 31. But okay, I'm trying this. Okay, tonight's lecture is actually a fascinating lecture. I did a little bit new research for this lecture, new for myself at any rate, and I found some interesting things that I think you'll enjoy. I know that I enjoy doing the research. It's about a woman named Rothschild, the broker. The first H is a guttural. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So you just have to pronounce Rothschild like the Yiddish says also work. And the topic is that the case? Oh, thank you so much. My daughter gave me a cup of coffee, which is really nice. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. There's a few scattered documents about her in the Cairo Geniza, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of Jews in the medieval economy. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Kula brothers. We have a good representation of the Kula brothers here, right? We have 80% of them. Great. And so, in memory of their parents, I had this tusa of knowing Kazan Morton, who was really a very, very special individual. He lived in our Kehillah. He lived in the Waverly at 92nd and Surfside. He was very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched the lives of so many people. I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I wonder if one of the Kula brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds to say something about your parents.
If you're going to go for more, at least for me, it's starting to get tired.
Say one story. Come on. This will be on YouTube forever.
My parents were people who were dedicated to loving other human beings. No matter who they were, where they were, the spectrum of life. They loved knowledge, Torah, and learning, and they were master teachers. And they always imparted to us, and to one another, that they could make the world a better place.
So it's almost like
believed it,
for someone that wants to watch video, but like, or do like a little
with that in mind, I'm looking forward to learning tonight. It shows us always the future. The future will be good. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, because these you just look at
It's actually, it's not even out of tradition for the shul. It's one of the nicest minhagim they have at this shul. Many people sponsor shalosh for a parent who passed away, and whoever sponsors the shalosh usually takes that time, 15 minutes, so just to tell stories about their parents, and it's really quite moving. But let's move along. So, who was the amazing Rothschild? We know about her solely from the documentation that comes from the Cairo Geniza. I will take a few moments to describe what that treasure trove of documents is, just to place in context those of you who haven't attended before. But basically, she is a woman who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. 12th century, what did I say? Late 11th, she was 12th century in Cairo, right? This is actually an authentic picture from the Cairo Geniza. We don't know how they invented photography 700 years before Europe. I just picked that photograph. Obviously, we don't know what she looked like. Actually, we have a sense of what she looked like. You'll see by the end of the lecture what she probably looked like. But at any rate, she was a woman of phenomenal and her very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of women in the economy. She also was likely never married, as sources indicate that nobody talked to her husband when she did bear a child by love. Also, not
so usual recording. As we should the social celebration suffered as a result of in any way your sense of responsibility to the community, and she continued to give to them, even to those institutions that were most egregious in their.
Saw me cry in the shower. The tears I shed were tears of joy. I know the meaning of contentment. When happy without knowledge. Just a plain and simple truth. Where humble people go to die. I praise the Lord in song. And I live from day to day. I serve myself and I could survive no way. I'm happy in the truth. Some people are on the cold. Yes, we gather in the truth. Just to scream and pray for shame. Pray for shame.
One of the most difficult things about studying social history, meaning as opposed to the lives of the kings and as opposed to the lives of the great religious figures of wars and so on, social history looks at how people actually live, or as Herder put it, how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And one of the massive lacunae we have in our sources is, where are the women? The vast majority of people who create the documents from which history is understood were men. And men tended to write mainly about things that were important to men, like medieval baseball, politics. No, okay, that's not what it is, because I picked up the joke book. But they tend to write about other men and about things that are important to men. Women had less access to education. They tended to be far less literate. They left far less of a literary record created by archaeological finds that tell us what their lives were like. So the only way we can get access to women's lives for much of human history is to try to reconstruct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum from how that vacuum affects the outside world, so to speak.
As the snow flies
Basic types of information that are read today.
on a cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor little baby got his phone in the ghetto. And mama cried. If there's one thing that she don't need, it's another motherfucking freaking out. Feel what you get. Tell you the hell good hand. He's an angry young man someday. It never knew any. I'm too blind to see. You recently turn my head and for the world to turn. And along the wall with the long nose, plays in the street at the club when the goes in the ghetto. And the burn. So he starts to roam the streets at night, and he learns how to steal, and he learns how to fight in the ghetto.
apologize for those who didn't hear in previous classes. We talked about this all important treasure trove of documentation. But basically, the Geniza was a storehouse of documents that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. The Ben Ezra synagogue, as you can see here, this is actually the doorway to the Geniza. It was up on a second floor, kind of an attic, into a crawl space. I have another recreation later on in this lecture where it shows people actually, putting things in the Geniza in period costume. But this Geniza stored, normally Genizas store any holy writings. Obviously, a Sefer Torah, Tumashim, or, we have, for example, a guy in Cairo Geniza, actual autographs of Maimonides himself, all kinds of fantastic things like that. But what made this Geniza unique is that the people of this small town believed that anything written in Hebrew belonged to the Geniza. So anything written in Hebrew letters, actually, so even if it was written in the Judeo-Arabic language, very common statements, business contracts, personal correspondence. We know, for example, that Maimonides had a sister because one of her letters to her illustrious brother was found in the Cairo Geniza. Love letters, poems, shopping lists, honey, pickups from Tumas on the way home from the shul, things like that's in the Cairo Geniza because anything written in Hebrew letters was stored away. And as a result of some interesting circumstances, the Geniza was shut up for approximately 600 years. No one went in there, and then it was reopened at the end of the 19th century. And scholars discovered approximately 250,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source for the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 1550. An incredible trove of information that scholars are still poring over in 3 major universities around the world. Now, in the Cairo Geniza, we have all kinds of documentation that people will go to throw away, such as, for example, marriage contracts. To go there are thousands of marriage contracts. And unlike the ones that people generally use today, but there were lots of unique stipulations made for marriage contracts, which not just the standard Aramaic text. People would add in, and if so chicken, they add in all kinds of details.
I can walk out
about their social lives.
because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build a dream on suspicious minds. So you can open, I know. I'll stop and say hello. Maybe I still see the suspicion in your eyes. You're working, asking where I've been. I feel like crying. Yes, I cry. We can't go on together with suspicious minds.
Forgive me if I say this final thing. This is a good one. I'll tell very quickly. So the Hadassah and Margate get together to raise $2 billion to buy the latest jet fighter for the Israeli army. And they purchased it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they have the bleachers set up, and all the members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers, and the pilot, gets out, helmet under his arm, salutes the women, he gets into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, and then fires up these massive jet engines and shoots down the runway and then stops. Right? And he turns around, fires up there, and shoots down the runway and stops. And he does this a few times. So finally, he taxis up to the bleachers again. He opens up the cowling and he says, "Ladies, the plane will not take off. We have to remove some of the flaps." Okay. Now, I'm going to be painting with very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rough in many areas. But one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which is always unusual since it was that triangular society with both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. Muslims, of course, conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East, heading out to Persia, and the Christians were in control of Europe. And they had very, very different relationships with the Jews, and the lives of women were similarly different from what it is in the Christian life from the Muslim. And a couple of factors really should be borne in mind. One of the factors is that Jewish women in Muslim land suffered under far more repressive
can understand me when everything I do is wrong. You give me hope and consolation. You give me strength to carry on, and you're always there. You lend your hand in everything I do. That's wonder of you. When you smile, the words are brighter. You touch my hand on your thing. You kiss my fingers by the fortune. Your love for me is everything. As if I don't know the reason why you love me as you do. With wonder.
What the Jewish law allowed and what Muslim law tolerated for their own benefit. And the rabbis were forced to simply go along with it. In fact, it was affirmed by several important rabbis, including the Rabbis, saying that this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have no rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. The last thing that's kind of relevant is that after 1492, with the Spanish expulsion, and then shortly thereafter the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of the region. Istanbul, for example, North Africa, ports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of the intellectual dynamic, as many of them come into contact with customs that they are not familiar with at all. So that's a really important thing to bear in mind. I'm going to be speaking in gross generalities, but I can't go on without discussing that. Let's return to this concept of this public sphere. Judaism, like Islam, definitely promotes the notion of women's dignity being located within the sphere of the home. It's related to this concept of tznius, which means basically often translated as modesty, but a better translation or a close translation would be hidden. The Torah scroll, the holiest object in the synagogue. The Torah scroll is not simply left out on display for everybody to watch. It's within its own mantle, and it's inside a box because of its value. It is taken away and only taken out under very restricted situation. This is a metaphor for the value of the youth, and it is associated more with the feminine than with the masculine in much of rabbinic literature. Yes, Ms. Evers. Excellent observation. You're headed to greatness. The value of the art does that.
Lord Almighty, feel my temperature rising. Higher and higher, it's going deep in my soul. Girl, 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 you're gonna set me on fire. I'm reaching the timing, I don't know which way to go. The voices lift me higher, like a piece from on fire. You light my morning sky, you burn. Ooh, 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 I feel my temperature rising. Help me, I'm claiming it must be 109. Burn, 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 and nothing can fool me. I'm in this ground as a coast, but I feel fine. Cause you lift me higher, like a fleece on fire. You light my sky.
One of the most significant changes in women's reality after industrialization is that they were freed from the incredibly burdensome task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time-consuming task to process that flax or that wool into thread, and make that thread into cloth, and then tailor that cloth into clothing. It took hours and hours of an average woman's day to do this. And so this was a task that needed to be done, and it was considered kind of an ideal job for women. Maimonides even explicitly states that spinning, that is taking the raw wool and making it into thread, right? It says it in Asia Tile, we say it, now you have to say it from the beginning because it's an acrostic and all the base entries. Yada Shilcha B'Kishor, some minutes ago. Yada Shilcha B'Kishor. Now I said it. I can't remember this. Masata. Tapu Kalech, right? Her hands grab the Kalech. What's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The Kalech is the part, I think it's called the distaff, that holds the wall, right? And the other part that she's holding, the second part of the concept, is the other end with the thread. And nowadays, I've tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what the distaff is. They've never even heard of it. And yet, for the vast majority of human history, women would grow up from the earliest age to get balanced. They would be holding on to these things because they took up so much women's energy. Yes.
After excavating body shape and a relay the valley tonight, sunny with positive clouds and highs in the 70s to 80s. The high dips are cloudy and sunny with highs in the 80s to around 90s. Tonight, mostly cloudy and foggy.
Excellent point. I think retrograde is an excellent word. I'm definitely going to use it a few times this week because it sounds very intelligent. I went through the personality test, and it specifically told me that I like using big words because it makes me feel. But I think you're absolutely right. If you look at Aisha's bio as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there with real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's in international commerce. She employs all kinds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting at the gates. What's he sitting around at the gates? She's doing all the work. Let's return to this because it will be relevant, very relevant. The reality is that we're still very involved. And here's the answer 42 read about this relationship. A woman who is Catholic, this girl is a good Catholic. Heard that a group of Gentiles was approaching her and feared they might rape her. In such a case, rules say for students, she is permitted to dress in nun's clothing so that she will think she is they will think she is a nun and not attack her. It's an amazing thing. The one strapped in a way and
my resistance, I am on the floor. I don't need a place. I haven't been before.
which means to acquire. It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's just but it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires a wife. The wife allows herself to be acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She may not be married against her will. And in fact, women have in some degrees far more autonomy than men on a level of personal status. For example, in Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved. A Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It is illegal to hold her as a slave once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that is a different story, but at 12 years old on, she may not be enslaved. So when it comes to marriage, there's property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes a dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband brings into the marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, is kind of an incentive for marriage. Last year we spoke about Elizabeth Hammer, and this amazing 17th century woman writes 70 notebooks of her own reflections, and I would say at least 30% of them are worrying about marrying off her children, and in particular collecting the dowries, having enough dowry to attract this kind of behavior. So it's a really big deal how much money or property, it could be real estate, it could be things like linens and bedclothes, things like that, a woman will bring into the marriage. God gives three gifts. The first is the unofficial yet mandatory prenuptial gift, which typically is something like an engagement. It's not actually a sign of marriage, but it is a token of object of gift. It's far less about marriage. And then there is the marriage rite, which is the actual gift given typically to the parents of the bride for the marriage. Yeah, so it's a small thing compared to the dowry. And finally, there's the so-called delayed installment, which is really the promise of a gift in the case of divorce or the death of the husband. That by entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, then the husband or his estate, because it devolves on his heirs, would have to pay the wife or ex-wife a large sum of money, and this is intended as a deterrent. Also a reasonable protection put in place for the so-called prerogative where it talks about essentially a right
So let's conversation, a little more watching, please. All this translation, there's a question here. A little aside, a little more spark, a little more time, a little more box, a little more days on, and then for the timing. Action, please. I'm tired of talking.
Traditional. Finally, this is perhaps the most difficult thing. I've had a lot of arguments with my 14-year-old son, who's learning this right now. Maaseh Yadema, the work of her hand. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to earn some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah, well, I don't know listening to this here. So that's this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There is a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say the way it's supposed to be, and historically and socially what people did anyway. As I'm sure we see around us even today. You know, the rabbi says something, so people do a totally different thing if they so desire. And we shall see that the way the actually it's built into the very structure of halakha, if enough people sort of vote with their feet, the rabbis have to catch up to social pressure. And the rabbis, on many occasions, including rabbis as prominent as Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, they will validate practices that are not in harmony with traditional statements of the Talmud, if that is the minhag hamakom, the custom of the community, and what the circumstances under which a woman would be married. For example, let's just skip to this here. So what do we see from the Geniza period? First of all, the Geniza documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you know what? They're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husbands over and over again. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute recorded in the Geniza. You know, these cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says another thing. The court has to decide what they're going to do. Quite often, husbands complain that their wives are making money and they're not declaring it properly. Like they're making $100 a week and they're saying, "I made $50 a week." And what happens? They owe $50. You know, it's like a massive odd job game every 3 weeks or something. But so we have husbands complaining that their wives are hiding their income from them, controlling it willy-nilly. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, "Hey, sweetheart, if you insist on taking my paycheck, then I'm going to go to the Muslim courts." Because the Muslim courts, as we mentioned earlier, were far more lenient with regards to women's control of their own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, ashanda, if a woman would take her case to the Muslim courts, where she would be vindicated, and that would be a humiliation for the Jewish family, for the husband, and even for the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, to just let her have it. You know? And this became kind of enshrined in practice. Dowries as well, as opposed to Maaseh Yadeha, the work of her hands. Dowries were often a cause of dispute because her father would give her a certain amount of money into the marriage, and the husband would want to, sell a piece of property, which she's only allowed to do with her permission. She refuses to allow it. I have a dispute over it. And ultimately, overwhelmingly, says S.D. Goitai, the premier scholar of the Giza treasures, the rabbis overwhelmingly gave it to the wife's demand. The wife controlled the dowry whenever they had these kinds of fascinating kind of I would say, yes, please. Drinking in Muslim lands is difficult. I don't know how much they would do. I don't know, but there's lots. It's hard to imagine these. Hard not to imagine these.
Bright lights, man, gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. There's a whole lot of money that's ready to burn. So we're gonna stay up higher. There's a mountain really living up there. There's a gentle maker. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. I wish there was never more than 100 hours in a day. There was hardly more than everything running away. I'll never be Viva Las Vegas. Las Vegas, Las Vegas, you've never been the same again.
Rebellious woman, then she loses her ketula payment. So in other words, he could divorce her and not have to pay delayed interest. So Maimonides says, wow, taka. He didn't say taka. My grandfather said taka. He says, I don't know what they say in Arabic for taka. It's such an impoverished language. How could they possibly speak without saying taka? So the husband, Maimonides says, I guess I have to agree with you. Then the wife comes and says, what are you saying? Did you know that my husband left me for 4 years with no income whatsoever? And he expects me to just, what am I supposed to do, beg? And for a Talmudic law, for a woman to beg is a far more serious thing for a man to beg. Men are almost expected to beg if they have to, but the Talmud goes to great lengths to prevent the indignity of begging. So anyways, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's side, he says, you are absolutely right. And he takes back his psak, and he says, you can keep your job, and you're not considered a moredet. If your husband wants to divorce you, he has to pay you the full payment. So he reaffirms everything that the woman said. And that's like kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics, but it's an interesting question. I refer you to Goitein's massive work, a huge magnum opus, I think 7 volumes length, called A Mediterranean Society, in which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents, and there's a huge trove of information there. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the there's a woman spinning right next to the red. So what kind of work were women typically involved in? Goitein identifies 7 different classes of laborers that were engaged in. The most significant, the largest one, textiles, as I mentioned. You also see a significant number of small-scale commerce. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's metalworking, and especially working with silver. All of our Kiddush cups and beckers and things like that. That's come from a very long tradition. Jews working with silver. And in some cases, Jewish women were even allowed to join medieval guilds, which is truly an amazing thing. Women were also involved in money lending, which I'm going to explore in the next few slides, and also some in professions. Jewish women working as midwives, as doctors, professional mourners. You can hire women to mourn at your funeral, but someone else's funeral, because they just set the tone. With the kind of the strange things they say, clapping and stuff like that. Women as fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like Jewish women were engaged in these occupations. The Geniza tells all. Geniza describes all these different things that Jewish women were involved in. It really is a very rich economy as a whole. Yes. That's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed alcohol in Muslim societies or not. I know that in Saudi Arabia,
Shout out to Pinchas, you kick ass, dog.
and that's I don't know what we're doing.
In countries like Iran, they allow Christians, sometimes Jews. I don't know, I think they need Jews too.
So maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's
because I had Muslim teachers in the family. That's where they would buy alcohol. Was Jews.
That's great. There's a great influence on society. That in Iran, Jews and Christians were allowed to, I guess, produce and sell alcohol. Okay, so let's talk for a second about usury, because it's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury, which is kind of like the nasty term for money lending. Jews were very involved in important professions, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the law of gratia, which prohibited Christians from charging interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy, because in an agricultural society where you have an ebb and flow of income and expense, it's very hard to ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow. The Jews were the only minority for about 500 years who were legally allowed to lend money on interest. At one point, the Italian Christians said, "This is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made," and they ignored the law of Gratian, and then it broke open and they forgot about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the only source of credit in the medieval world. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa to see what the CEO is. They won't answer my calls. But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews, and vice versa. And theoretically, Christians could charge interest to Jews, but the market differential is so huge that it was not profitable. So skip over that. Here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish moneylender. This is, I think, 14th century Germany. You've got Hebrew on the head of his robe here, at least what the Christian artist thought he would look like. He's got a big bag of money. Here's a nobleman with an empty purse asking for money. And does anyone recognize this thing on his desk here?
Like an abacus?
Yes, an abacus. Yes, it's a very primitive Apple computer. The calculation. So Jews actually really enjoyed practicing usury, because although there are some risks, like for example, there's a risk of non-payment, to a large degree that risk was moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes that Jews paid for money lending, and the king would lend his own enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if the debts became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt and get rid of the Jews, as happened several times. York in 1290, for example, where it was in France, they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much money, so they kicked them out. They realized they got credit against them. They owed them so much
I'm just a red boy, I can't stop thinking about sailing sailboats.
Here's the Jewish moneylender again with the bag here. And this gesture, aggressive gesture. It's usually a pedagogic gesture. They're kind of teaching you something. And this would be perceived as a very kind of corrosive relationship. But the benefits were huge. If you were in money lending, first of all, this is an urban profession. It allows Jews to live in close confines. Jews are very gregarious people. They like to live within walking distance of synagogue, the ritual bath, the Chinese restaurant, so it's very hard to live far away. It's a clean profession. It does not involve digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's one that you can do with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So if the environment becomes a little too difficult for Jews, it's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. If you're a banker, you can set banker's hours, and you can spend the rest of the time learning Talmud. So in other words,
and I can't stop thinking about this. Put my money out of my mind. And that's it. Small and sexy. We just can't be one of a time. I'm the red-blooded boy, and I dance till I'm thinking about girl. And then I take a sandwich too much. A crunchy, be a crunchy crunch. I never finish my lunch. Cause it always found to be a bunch and nice letters, and short dresses. I'm walking in the line, yeah. Now I'm going just a second. Don't feel about that this time. It's a red-blooded boy, and I can't stop thinking about it.
Absolutely. So it's very rare that you find Jews engaged in agriculture. I think from Russia, which I know best, in 1897, there were 3% of Jews listed in agriculture. So let's look at Wiltshire for the remaining time we have. Wiltshire, let's return to her specific lifestyle. And we're going to look at 3 specific documents. I actually have this 1967 article here from Boytine himself, in which he first revealed this woman that he discovered in the Geniza to the rest of the world. And the 3 documents that I'm going to share with you, the first is this record of a small claims dispute. The second is her last will and testament. Third, this unusual document that was used to prove the paternity of her illegitimate son. So, and this is brilliant history. This is how history is really done. We've never heard of this woman before, and Boytine comes across these tiny scraps of paper and pieces them together and creates a picture of who this woman was. So here is the only document which is actually dated April 19, 1098 in the Western calendar, and the document reads as follows. On the same day, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court. And the latter witnessed for the former that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month. The broker appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, the Malabit, and to Mali Hathor, the brother of the sexton. Hear even the translation kind of like, what does he want from me? One of those present answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the Al-Beit Din, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. And this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court, meaning she ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you didn't show up when we called you to court? And thus you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she, and I heard it. I like the way it reads. It's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Ulla that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him from me is 5 kirats, which is, I'll tell you later, basically worth out to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Well, actually, it's $27. And she calls me to court for $20. For 5 kirats, he makes such a fuss. At the same time, also Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We have written down what has been said before us and have signed and served as a document conveying rights and assets. So, what do you make of this? Just quick vision of Jesus' first day. You work with these documents all the time.
Sex now. Well, it's sex now for you. And it's all the falling on the ground. Well, it's sex now for the baby. And it's all falling on the ground. Back and down. Yes, no. Gonna jump in the reindeer. Gonna go back. You're going to run. And I'm going to come Cadillac. And I'm expecting the time to be back. The devil is falling on the ground. Yes, no. Yeah, you're going to live. Rattle around to the sometime. Yes, no. Yes, no. That's no.
Without one cannot live. It's a kind of an endearment. People simply call her Rothschild, which is the father, as I mentioned earlier, he also points out that normally when a woman tells court with the documents, there has to be someone there to prove you can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, and there are people here who testify to that. So she doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows the show. Just give her name, and that's it. Yes. Well, this is like kind of before the bet-in. She was called to appear the bet-in. We don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of documents there, 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will of Wuksha, the broker, she's called that broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Boytine figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take the American median income as that same marker, and that would be about $50,000. If you say white non-Hispanics, it's a little bit higher, for example, $55,000. And so that would mean if we use $50,000 as a middle-class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth was 689 dinars, worth about $1.4 million in today's dollars. Or looking at it a different way, 28 years of retirement at a middle-class salary. That's probably an easier way to think of it. She could live at a middle-class wage for 28 years on her income alone, on her wealth alone. So incredibly wealthy. So she gives her brother 100 dinars, well as 5 rings, etc. So to my sister, 50 dinars, as well as a morning dress. The daughter of my paternal uncle, 5 dinars.
Whose fucking cell phone keeps ringing in that?
Distributions. Then she says, for the cemetery,
Tight.
25 dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo, 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of $50,000, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of Damu and in Cairo, 5 dinars for the purchase of.
How you living, girl? Was it exactly 30 minutes or was it more? Was it 29 minutes? I did. I had it clocked at about 30 minutes. Well, you said 30 minutes, and I said about 30 minutes. I'm just being ultra specific. I'm being facetious. How you living? What's good? Okay. Wow, you are just full of fluids. Okay, well, why don't you go to the bathroom and take care of that? All right, very well. I'm just chilling, watching these people go crazy over me on Blue Sky. Makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. These people make my day. You want me to read what they say? I love it. I love it so much. Okay. So I have 2 main accounts that I'm using right now. One of them is Rabbi Eats Pussy Until Lockjaw Ensues. Now, if you're wondering what in the fuck is lockjaw, it's actually tetanus. Okay, good. Excellent. And I just think that sounds so raw that it's hilarious to me. The other one that I have is Rabbi Sucks Milk Titties Like Cow Udders. That's another thing. It brings a picture to the mind. So the first person says to me, and this was just like 1 minute ago, they wrote, was it exactly 1 minute ago? It was approximately 3 minutes ago. Dude, what the fuck happened to Rabbi Discord guy? The next person wrote, I know you are tired of talking with people who want to lick your hole. Next person says, yeah, exactly. Next person writes, this thread is not for Rabbi. The next person wrote, whoever is funding the lifestyle of Discord Rabbi needs to intervene. The next person wrote, a new rabbi has hit the timeline. The next person took a screenshot. The next person wrote, Mashallah, the bots have given Woolhancock the mandate of heaven, with a screenshot of what I wrote. The next person wrote, the rabbi is back. Oh no. The next person wrote, I'm glad Rabbi Rothschild agrees with my nuanced Sixth Samurai take. The next person wrote, the last rabbi account that reposted me was eye-poppingly sexually explicit, but moderation.blue sky, still busy trying to figure out which belly buttons are pornographic. The next person wrote, the rabbi wants us so bad. The next person wrote, is moderation unwilling or unable to stop the rabbi? And other questions posed by Epicurus. Next person wrote, rabbi eats pussy like it's 2008. The next person wrote, honestly, the rabbi account names almost make me want to join the Discord server. The next person wrote, what in the sweet fuck, with a screenshot of what I wrote. This is all within the last 2 hours. The next person wrote, let's see here. The other day I got rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls. And I was like, I've had enough. The next person wrote, stop it, rabbi, just stop, enough, with a screenshot. The next person wrote, I hate these rabbi accounts, man, fuck off. The next person wrote, dun 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 dun, 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 dun. I realized that's an insane question to ask, but I've had to block 3 different bots this week with names like Rabbi Sucks Milky Fat Tits with a Discord URL. The next person wrote, blank, 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 blank has sentenced rabbi accounts to die. Look at what? I see you. Very nice. Boy. Oh.
Cairo, 20 dinars to Joseph's wife, 5 dinars to each of her 2 brothers, 5 dinars to the orphan girl in Cairo, a relative of mine, 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts.
Look at this. What is this? Oh.
The remaining securities shall be added to the cash in gold which I possess, namely 300 dinars. I mean, she's got 300 dinars in cash, which is again about $500,000 by this calculation, liquid cash, which are ready with me, and the 67 dinars deposited with Lady Ikhtiar. She actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting as well. In addition to all I possess in cash and kind and rugs and carpets, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions I shall mention. If he remains alive and attains maturity, it shall be handed over to him. If, however, God forbid, death overtakes him before he reaches by stuff, 1/2 of all this shall be given to the synagogues of Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs in equal shares, my brother, etc., to his father, the boy's father.
Dude, what the fuck happened? I just going to
Not 1 penny
You're
shall be
asking your question.
Boy Tyler remarks that he uses the Latin term.
His username. So funny. Come talk to me.
She's writing, not 1 penny shall be given, except that 2 promissory notes, meaning that he gave her 2 IOUs. She's
Look at this nonsense.
Yeah. Concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which he owes me, will be handed over to him. He shall forgive the 80. She doesn't want his money. Give him the 80 dinars. And so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her funeral and so on. And then there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and devoted a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son would get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to skip over. Still, the second big takeaway message we get from this was a colossally wealthy woman with a very charitable heart, and she had an illegitimate son. And she's definitely estranged from the boy's father. And this doesn't sound like your typical Basiato kind of girl in the 12th century. What's going on with it? So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity documents and let's read this because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document was probably written after her death to record an earlier event that was designed specifically when her son wanted to marry to prove that he was legitimate to marry. Again, I use the term illegitimate. Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy per se, except that a child born from a forbidden relationship on a biblical level, for example, a married woman having an extramarital affair or an incestuous affair would create a child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child would not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer, or a convert who comes with zero yiddish, with zero lineage, and then that status would continue for their children as well. It's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the elder Abu Allah Yafet, something wrong here, the son of the elder Mashiach, may he rest in Masliach, may he rest in Eden, appeared before us and made the following deposition while we were constituted as a court of three. So another court document, a formal deposition to the court. He said, I was with the cantor, may God accept him with favor, when Uksha, the broker, came in and said, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Hassun and conceived from him. Moitai says the phrase I had an affair is really literally I slept with. I slept with Hassun and now I'm free. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. It gets worse. She apparently went to a Muslim Qadi and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or in an office instead of a shul? Moitai presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks on Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife. There was a ban on it. But the Muslims didn't have such a ban, and so therefore she went. You can only imagine she fell madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so who knows what kind of a guy he is. But she went and she got married in the Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he'd be able to divorce his wife. Maybe she died, and they could have a normal wedding. But at any rate, she got pregnant. We contracted, but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. This is the guy who they're worried he'll have the baby and he won't say that he's the father. She then lived in a house of whatever on the avenue was for. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with Hassan so that your assertion might be confirmed. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them in regulate delecto, something like that, so that people would say, aha, they definitely have a relationship, and that's the reason that he is the father. She did so, gathering two who surprised her with him and confirmed her assertion. She was then pregnant with this Abu Sa'ad, her son, whom she had conceived in an illicit relationship with Hassun. Now, here's another fascinating thing. I also know the person who's giving testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqians. But when the Nasi of blessed memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Imagine, if she has this child out of wedlock, she goes on Yom Kippur, and the head of the shul kicks her out. I know this all for sure, and the pastor here with testimony to this effect. What is, I think, fascinating about this is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of shul in Yom Kippur, if you look at her will, you see that she left a huge amount of money to that very shul that nevertheless denied her services. So I apologize for going a little later tonight. The conclusions that I want to present are that we talked a little bit about historiography, about source bias between the traditional rabbinic formal documents and then the social documents and responsa that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish lives at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, despite the fact that they may have suffered some handicaps as a result of the unique nature of Jewish life. Jewish women were extremely adept at leveraging their circumstances, even if it meant threats of going to Muslim courts, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specifically in the unfortunate story of Rothschild, the broker, who endured personal tragedy and still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that Thank you very much for your explanation. Better looking than you see here. But he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old and he's planning to run a full marathon this January. We really tried to stop him, but he's run 2 half marathons already. He raised $4,000 for Children's Children's Hospital a couple years ago, and he raised some money last year for Team Friendship. And this year he got the green light from his pediatrician. We also took him to a pediatric heart specialist and also to a nutritionist and everybody, and made sure he's okay. They all said he's okay to do it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, etc. If you want to support his run, just go to his website, teamfriendship.org/Alexander, and you can contribute whatever you like to this worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're proud of him. He's a pretty good guy. He's 14, going on 37. He's definitely he's a tough kid. You know, he's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be very careful not to stand in his way. But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life. Like all my kids, no joke. Okay, so tonight, back to our topic, we're going to talk about Yehuda Levi. This is an interesting impression of this physician, poet, and philosopher, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sepharad, golden Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, which has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special. So, the term Sepharad, which sounds like Spain, is actually a verse in the book of Elijah. There's a passage there that says, already in biblical times there was an exile of Jews living in an area called Sepharad, which the Jews later associated with the far western region of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real, definitive connection between the passage in Slovakia and the region we call Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with Germany, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become the historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular had an unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning. A combination that was really quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have figures, Jewish figures, who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for the society. Comedians, literati, scientists, politicians, even, and so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on. But rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debatable point. God willing, we'll talk about him in a few months. But in Spain, you did have that. You had individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and Jewishly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their exemplars, something which is really quite different from what we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th century. It's interesting to note that the Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept in Spain. The Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even what we would call today Spaniards so called themselves. James Zilber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world they come from. And this, I think you could say that today, you could certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. So it's a very special period of time. Although this picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides. He looked exactly like that. So let's just look at Spain for a few moments. The Jews who have been in Spain, recorded Jewish population in Spain, they go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know of them most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call heretical Christian kings. They were Arians, A-R-I-A-N, which was a form of Christianity of the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs, unfortunately, through Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really awful, persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burnings of synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. And this seems to have a correlation to political viability. So, for example, here's a list of the kings of Visigoth Spain from 586 to 711, when the Spaniards were invaded by the Muslims. And these green bars indicate if they were assassinated and if they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition, whereas if they failed to enact anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it appears to be a similar code for leadership if you pass a few anti-Semitic decrees that have disposition. Okay. These last two were actually Jewish. No, I made that up.
Back to the Minicam Show featuring Lenny, the only NFL podcast. One of the hosts works with Dawson Knox. That's Lenny. I mean, guys.
Probably not. This is such a tough audience. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we rewind over this. Let's go back. Okay. Anyways, what happens in 711, easy to remember that date, is that the Muslims come across the causeway here and conquer Spain. This is a map that shows you the very rapid expansion of Islam from 632 in the Arabian Peninsula here. Islam just expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east. It's actually going to go into Afghanistan and northern India, what would be today Pakistan, Bangladesh. And it expands also into the Byzantine Empire through Asia Minor and the Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa. And then in this key year, 711, they make the jump over the still body water Straits of Gibraltar, if I'm not mistaken, into Spain proper. Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making this conquest. We know of their experience under the Visigothic kings that the Muslim promise of egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, meaning that the Jews would be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion within the confines of a Muslim state, was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite likely that they were at the time really quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Sfarad. We have Christians, of course, the early Visigoths. Later we'll have Catholics. We have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a Muslim, not a religious designation, although in this context, all the Arabs are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, even some Slavs, especially who came as slaves, and Jews. The three most important populations were the Christians, Arabs, and Jews. Spain is often referred to as a tripartite region because these three cultures interacted in a way which was unlike any other part of Europe. The Jews were always a minority, usually the only minority of any significance in Western Europe. That was within a Christian society. And in North Africa, they were largely the only minority of any significance within a Muslim environment. But in Spain, they were always one of two minorities. They were either a minority alongside the Christians in a Muslim region, for minorities with the Muslims in a Christian region. And this triangular relationship is a totally different culture in Spain. You have elsewhere to a big degree, the three legs of this tripod gives the society much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to be able to extend themselves politically because the Jews, in fact, often see the Jews as equal allies against the other minorities that they have to specify. That the Muslims and the Christians will always vie for authority. The Jews never vie for political rule, therefore they make very
On a design studio, with a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to money. Hilton is bringing you more new wings to stay than ever before.
But this period of the 10th and 11th century in particular is that high point of the Spanish Jewish civilization. So let me pause.
With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton for the stay. We can't get enough of the WNBA. Dallas Select Age Pickers. With more stars and more
Christian region and a protected minority had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large global populations.
One strange advantage. Here's Joe Martinez. Here now, Mike Jericho, the next match tonight, 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a straight 16 1-inch tall, weighing an officially 185 pounds. His record's 17 victories, 9 defeats, with 1 no contest. Fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida, USA. By way of Gatineau, Quebec, Canada. Here is Mark Andre Powerball.
Who, of course, is
and
very
across the octagon, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. A mixed martial artist at 6'2" tall. 86 pounds and 16 months. Both directed up 15 victories with 1 defeat. Fighting out of Kazakhstan, Russia. Here is Shadow.
Big reaction to Shara Bullets Magomedov here in Abu Dhabi. There he is. A lot of changes this camp. Fixed some gastrointestinal issues and he was suffering. Took time away. Switched up his team with the ones that he's come back twice as good. On the side of Rabbi Rothschild, he thinks that he will be underestimated tonight. Expecting an amazing performance out of the Canadian.
Mario is now training at Kingston MMA down in Florida with some of the best training partners and coaches in the world. We see him very close in the distance, touching up the cage, trying to minimize the movement of Shara Bullet. So he's doing the right thing, girl, and it is still very early.
Shara Bullets and his double bullets. The spinning back fist that set the world alight against Armand Petrosian.
Especially because we are ladies strength, but it is
Coaches.
I know that diametrically opposed
Takes this job so seriously. That's the inside kick there, so fast. His family created a very well-known education, similar to the kinds of education that people was classing, which was essentially a good basic education with a very solid way of thinking, so they were practicing the liberal way of traditional taxes, and at the same time, he was also receiving a very well secular training, space and time, geography, so in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got is probably the ideal case to the watch out for knees and elbows. He lived, as we shall see, in both Christian and Muslim states for around the both regions. He retired right here. Tackling, drive those knees in the middle. There he's now connected. And also the borders between various types of shops right here as well. So he came of age on a visit to Granada, and he participated in an Arabic language poetry society. So the term was used at the time, but it was a competition. This is where Sean's got to be careful when he backs up like this. This is very last chance. This is when he's got the tricks of home. The takedown was offered by we have to understand that the era of poetry in Spanish was right. Poetry was something that Sean simply likes to make an impression of himself and get that credit feeling and I'm so violent to it. There's a nice elbow from Chara. The way you do it is by wearing a wig, sleep, whatever it is, music to send is so what music is essentially is that was music that was people say, oh, it's wrong. Maybe good poetry versus it's a same measure of sophistication, question, measure of virility, and there are all kinds of different styles of poetry that were highly stratified and highly structured, and you would measure the quality of poetry by how well they could maintain these very rigid structures and yet turn a lot of great. And there was this type of poetry that all of these great figures engaged in, some more than others, including in the case of ideas. The occasional
Owner Design Studio. What a really big design contract. Analyze you have a creative type and a finance type. Notice you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Simple with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Into QuickBooks. Your way to money.
Check out NSP's information. Right back, though. Daniel Coulier and Chelsea. YouTube side to side. King says he's backing up, and if Barrow stops,
late on this period,
and if Barrow stays still for a second, then we'll see something impressive.
Right down the main streets, and there will be people
Stinging shots from Sharp as well. Yeah, he keeps that same speed.
Really important speeds. And people with soft side down these streets. I can't wait. Ordinary people dressed in clothes like they're shoveling, dirt on the street.
Landed a few good kicks to the liver side. Barrio now.
Later, after the Soviets fell and all of the restrictions were removed, and walk down the street and go back to those same tables, it's still crowded. There are lots of people all around, but now it's all
He's taking over. He's having fun. And this is a great thing. When you're there as a fighter and it starts to win your favor, seeming to come on the edge, you stop and take down attempts, you start picking them apart. You just get better and better. You're just in the zone. You're having fun. It's coming to the bench and gets on the nose. Right as I say that. Right shot to the nose by Barrio. Beautiful uppercut.
He's got
to really try to capitalize on this one.
So anyways, it was in this context in his youth that he's one of the body contest. Well, beginning there was very close to
changes up a little bit more. He sees the damage in front of him now.
And I say that
moving quite as well. The footwork is restricted. Barrio comes forward. It's going to do the same thing. Put your head right in his chest. Yeah, start digging into the body. Start digging up the guts. Really get right his compromise. And another smash. He's going to come upstairs. He comes to the body. Come upstairs. Open elbows. You see his nose.
Then there was a major contest in by the Berbers. So you could already began a long period of laundry, about 20 years.
Just when we thought Shara was running that flow state, he was. He absolutely was. He started to take over, and it was a little bit. One big shot changed everything.
He's also developing quite a significant following for his poetry, and so he's really establishing him. So no evidence specific
Just try to resonate. That's where you do it. The knees.
pursuing his art, purely for art's sake, while maintaining himself as a physician. A pattern that we see also, for example, with the Rambam, who of course is a presentation very, very prolific writer who is doing a pattern on the side of
Give it some athleticism. Look at this.
While the men are on their stools, we'll take a commercial break. We'll see you shortly. Hey, drink a little bit.
$5 duo where we can step up to the plate and have it your way. Get to what it means. It's up to you. Just figure it out. Then hit the drive. Have it your way.
On a design studio, win a really big design contract. Creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money. We can't get enough of the WNBA Dallas Page Checkers with more stars and more heat than ever. WNBA on ESPN.
Welcome back to Abu Dhabi. As the crowd very much getting behind both of these fighters, probably Sharon Valenti is the crowd favourite here.
This is turning into quite the fight. Round one, Magomed picking him apart. Round two, it looked like he was in the zone, and then everything changed. Ariel stumbles in with the right hand, and they exchange some elbows from these. Ariel was almost finished at the end of round two. And in the corner, chaos running around. Magomed corner said he's finished. He's
either almost having or perhaps they're connected by marriage, but all of these details are lost in the investment history. Or that is, for me, so they may have a better idea of the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at one of the most famous perhaps, which is
Consensus is we've got the fight of the night on our hands right here. Very entertaining. Yeah, it's going to be. We saw reminiscence in the building. I'll open up the mic and Coach Dean Thomas speak with us. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Magomed. I want to tell him to just move around. You got to go like Mario. You want to see it. He's going to go around. And Barrel's never stopped. Magomed is cleaning up the inside.
Right, this could be on some judges' records all around the piece. How can you have it like that? It could be. Therefore, you're going to take that victory. You're going to go forward. Fight over fight. Pick him apart. Don't just sneak him through.
About the dance. It's like 20 kicks, 20 to the body, 20 to the head. Great one. No discriminating.
It takes two to tango. Fair play to Magomed. He's bringing it here tonight.
It takes his one to change the complexion of the round.
Let's look at a few responses to get a sense of this personality. This one is by one day I observed a gray hair in my head.
Sometimes to the head, sometimes to the body.
Here's an example of one of his love poems. This one is
Pick up the rope breaks. I can really use to start striking in these big situations. Takedown. You gotta try to hurt that off. Good takedown defense. Yeah, and Barrio's speed with those elbows. He's the one to find out. Response to that. Truly entertained. It does go to the judges' scorecards. Give me the option for you for an attack.
Ain't no referees up in heaven. No mistaking me for the reverend. Usher in the money. To test the toughness of the 3-row Kia Sorento X Pro and the Kia Sorento Turbo Hybrid, we recreated some of the wettest springs, hottest summers, windiest falls, and coldest winters. All on one track. Approved these 3-row SUVs, built for the unstoppable. Kia, movement that inspires. On a design studio, on a really big design contract, realize you're more the creative type than the finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money. Until the NBA on ESPN. You can't get enough.
Beside the dust of Zion, all the good things to right.
Next week we're back at the Apex in Las Vegas for a fantastic fight night. An 8 weight wrap up competition in the loaded 125-pound division. Winner runs Amir Albazi. Trade flows with Japanese prodigy Tatsuro Taira. And now for the official decision here in Abu Dhabi, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of UFC. It's over to Joe Martinez.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the scorecards, and all 3 judges scored 30-27. Your winner by unanimous decision, Shara!
I'm here with the winner, Shara. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to come to your fights and watch you operate. Give me your thoughts right now. That was a stunning performance of mixed martial arts.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to see you. You're my main legend. Brother, you're big motivation me. Inshallah, after step by step, I will become a champion. Inshallah.
amazing
How
story.
motivating were you to come in here tonight and to show the world how good you are after your last performance, which I know you were a little frustrated by?
Nevertheless, it's such a fascinating footnote. I just want to take a few minutes and talk
Well,
about what is the strategies are
I'm very happy.
the Khazar Empire.
A good fight.
About the year 740.
No, good fight. I know this. Very, very problem. This fight, I'm killed. I'm feel very good. Inshallah, after step by step, fight, win. No problem. Today I'm happy. My opponent very strong, hard fighter. You see, not easy fighter. Very hard fighter.
They're
also fights in the UFC, but you prove that you are one of the best in the world. As always, beautiful striking. You want to be a champion one day. Who do you want to fight next?
Georgia, Azerbaijan, and
Great fight. Next round, after round.
it was a very significant empire.
Great fight. Wins my pounds. I'm very motivated. This is my fight. Arab meditation. This fight. Who's fight before? After inshallah.
What exactly
I'm not going to repeat my mistakes again. It was an absolute honor to come here to share this moment with you.
There was
There she is.
Я с вами полный газ, everybody. Thank you so much, all guys. The world. Спасибо большое, Mike.
I'm not mad at you at all.
He said, that's it. I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish.
Мои тренирования проделали очень большую работу. Спасибо. Крепости Шамиля Кунигу, залу, Муслиму Вишнаеву, всем, кто проявил уважение и в моем тренировочном процессе проявили внимание, дали мне возможность реабилитироваться. Всем спасибо. Вы разбудили злого пирата. Я только начинаю. Thank you very much to all the people that support me all over the world, to all my fans. I feel your support. To people from Russia, to all people from the former Soviet countries. Thank you to my team. Thank you to the doctors for letting me rehab. And let me tell you something. This is a pirate's word. This is just the beginning. It's going to be just more from now. Bigger, higher, better opponents, better victories. We look forward to the future. Thank you, UC. Thank you, Dalawad. Hunter Google, Big You, my dream. Inshallah, Vince champion. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Sharon Bullet Magomedov. Big win for Sharon Bullet. The Pirates had to sail through some choppy waters in the second round. But he gets it done. What a fight that was. Looking forward to seeing what's next from him. Talk about looking to see what's next from these guys. Love to see what's next for Gregory Rodriguez and Gilbert Burns. They've having a lot of fun out here in Abu Dhabi at the theme parks. Did the Q&A with them as well. Two good guys. Don't miss Marvel Studios' new movie, The Fantastic Four. First steps now playing among you in theaters. Prepare for the fantastic. The United Center in Chicago has welcomed 20 sports and entertainment breaks, and in 3 weeks' time it'll open its doors to a real showdown for UFC films. The current king represents keeps turning back challenges and building his legacy. But the wolf, Hamzat Chimaev, has been hunted and wants to wrestle the belt on South African's grass.
What probably happened, if you look at it more recently,
the path to middleweight goes through South Africa. The undisputed UFC middleweight champion, Dricus du Plessis, has taken yet another world by surprise.
Christianity was expanding to a Western Europe. Islam was simply not happy to come from the south, and the takers knew that they were promising. And so they could.
Where's Hamzat Chimaev at? That's going to be the next guy in line. I can't think of more chaotic match. And this was kind of like Hamzat Chimaev is an absolute animal. Doesn't care what the world he just does. I got it by everybody. This fight is going to be one. Now it is time for Hamzat Chimaev to show the world whether or not he can live up to the hype and truly become the middleweight champion of the world. 5 years with the UFC, undefeated and just incredibly shocking performances. The way that he went through Robert Whittaker, took him out in 1 round, crushed in the teeth of his, and he does that to almost everybody. However, the champion, Dricus du Plessis, this man is incredible. He's big, he's strong, he's got knockout power, he can wrestle, and he is not intimidated one little bit. He wants to go toe-to-toe with Hamzat Chimaev and fight him wherever this fight takes place.
Absolutely. I mean, both these guys are absolute chaos inside of that octagon. I cannot believe this when you want to talk about a guy who's just been dominant in every single fight that he's been inside of there. Just every time he defends his numbers, he's one of those guys. His movement, his style so often, but Hamzat is absolutely insane when he gets in there. The pace that he puts on his opponents in the first round is unlike anything we have ever seen inside of the UFC. That main event has been a discussion of much debate. DDP versus Hamzat and still for you. We can't wait to find out. Ghostbusters back in action. It's the hardest. Jeff Neal and different styles as we welcome and MVP. And I listed out on purpose, folks. We have breaking news for you. We have a new co-main event at UFC 319. It will be Aaron Pico versus Lamone Murphy. Both Pico has injuries, just too severe to turn around for that one. Immediate reaction, gents. That's going to potentially really shake things up. Listen, Lamone Murphy is undefeated. He's been chipping away in the UFC for a very, very long time, and he deserves this opportunity. This is a massive one for Aaron Pico to make his UFC debut. The co-main event of the UFC pay-per-view against Lamone Murphy. That's closing in on a title fight that has no weak areas. This is a huge matchup. Yeah, you want to talk about it, just a massive opportunity to make your UFC debut, but it also just goes to show you what the UFC thinks about this signing, bringing in Aaron Pico. They want him to immediately go to the top to fight the best guys, and Lamone Murphy is that. And Lamone Murphy also knows this is a massive opportunity, even though it's his debut, signing into this organization. He's got tons of hype. If Lamone Murphy takes this fight, goes out there and shuts down Aaron Pico, he's got a lot of power to say to the UFC, okay, now I want something even bigger than that. I want to be getting much closer to that title shot to be next in line. And you can't blame him for thinking that.
Aaron Pico was one of the biggest names outside of the UFC. Everybody was waiting for the opportunity all the time when he was going to sign with the UFC. Now he gets to do it against undefeated Lamone Murphy. Co-main event is a huge spotlight at the platform for both men. But I'm telling you, if Lamone Murphy can take this guy out and extend the win streak, there's a title fight coming soon.
Not going to silk that riddle of Lamone Murphy just yet. UFC 319 is our next big offer as the Octagon returns to Chicago on August 16th. Dricus du Plessis to continue his path to the station against undefeated destroyer Hamzat Chimaev. Also, special offer. If you purchase UFC 319 before August 11th, you'll get $10 off 30 years of cannot wait for that one. It's a high octane clash of bantamweights next, and one of significant importance to the division.
Well, that's
looking to stay busy as he receives his shots at regaining the bantamweight title. Cutting and we get a dangerous test tonight. Sergeant Marcus McGee is unbeaten in his UFC run thus far. A firm believer that the future is now, Marcus McGee is unbeaten in the UFC. And he wasn't about to pass up the opportunity to step up and face a full champion, even if that fighter is the fearsome and surging bantamweight known as No Mercy, Piotr Yan.
I think every fight is a high-risk, high-reward fight, and this is what I'm here to do. I'm here to test myself at the highest level, and I'm excited to do so. Если бы на моей я вижу своего соперника в первую очередь, я вижу, что мне придется его избивать очень сильно, жестко, недостаточно.
Ever since his UFC debut, Piotr Yan has been among the best of the best at 135 pounds. Yet even after winning the bantamweight crown twice, the Russian is still home. And after wins over Sonia Dong and Davison Figueiredo, he believes a third straight victory.
Drew puts him back in the title conversation.
Я уверен, что он никогда раньше не сталкивался с такими бойцами, как я, и я смогу ему оказать проблемы на всех этажах.
Arizona's Marcus McGee may have flown under the radar into the UFC in 2023, but after 3 finishes and 3 performance of the night bonuses against Journey Newsom, JB Faze, and Gaston Bolaños, everyone knew who the Maniac was. And tonight, he makes his move on the elites.
I'm always looking for the finish. I'm always looking to finish my full career, and that's what I'll be doing in this fight. But I'm not tied to any type of outcome. A win will win in any fashion.
There is a very popular theory among anti-Semites that argued that the Ashkenazi Jews today are actually the rest of the East
When Marcus McGee was posing as Jutta Yan for Sean O'Malley back in 2022, the thought of facing Jutta himself that day was as distant training back again with Hamilton and it's not even so much to be here. He had a rough upbringing, he's had accidents, he's had a lot of delays in his career, and when you look at that position that he's in, then you just know that a man like the Maniac is going to sit in there. The way to talk about the number of those bantamweight getting opportunities to be a former champion and the number 3 bantamweight right now, and he doesn't seem to be phased by it at all. This guy knows that it's a massive opportunity, but looks at every fight like that. This is just another fight to him. He knows how to put that out of his mind. He doesn't look at Piotr Jan as somebody up on this pedestal. He thinks of another man that he can beat with his skills. And the fact that he was posing as him to help Sean O'Malley prepare for that fight means that he knows him inside and out. He was preparing him and hoping he could ready to all the threats that Piotr Jan brings to the table. And in fact, the reason that he was doing that is because he's so similar in a lot of ways. He knows all the tendencies and the traits. He realizes that he's just got to go out there and now try to seize those moments, try to take him out in those opportunities that he was able to replicate.
Yeah, absolutely. He has studied Piotr Jan so closely and finely. And when you look at him, when you look at the build, you look at the way that he fights, you look at the striking stances, the boxing ability that Marcus McGee has. I said to him in the fight meeting, you're very similar. And he agreed. Piotr Jan was like, no, we might look a little similar, but there's levels to this. This guy's 4-0 UFC, 3 finishes. And I'm telling you, if he can get up, go out here tonight and beat Piotr Jan, I mean, the world is his oyster.
Because there is a lot of variation on what types worldwide, and he noted that Jews are more likely to be related to their neighbors.
There is the former champion, current number 3 bantamweight in the world, returning to Abu Dhabi, where he has had a lot of very positive results. He wants his 10th UFC win, a classy victory over the former flyweight champion, Jason Figueiredo, back in Macau in November of 2024. Took his camp into the Caucasus Mountain Range in Russia for this one with an Olympic base. Tourist in Europe, there for a month, got ready for everything. Would have accepted this 5-round fight in some condition, but he understands the threat that's coming his way. He is looking to get back to the title, and he'll do whatever it takes to get it.
Yeah, without question. And all he ever fights is world champion level opposition. I mean, the man's a world champion himself. He's got world-class skills, beautiful boxing, excellent judo, speed, team power as well. And when you look at his theory, you go back years and years. You're talking Jose Aldo, Sean O'Malley, Marabda Valley-Felix, Davison Figueiredo, all champions, one after the other. This man is used to fighting at this level, and he is so hungry to become the champion again. That's why he was a little dismissive of Marcus McGee being similar to him. He said, okay, maybe he switched his stances, maybe he has some decent boxing, but there's levels to this, and I'm going to show you.
Yeah, absolutely. The confidence always there's Piotr Jan, and for good reason, just like you talked about, the list of absolute killers that he has faced throughout his career. And this guy, we talk all the time about his boxing, and his hard man. I was watching his fights again today, and the scrambles, the tricks, the takedowns, footwork, reversals, and forward. He really is the whole package. It's unreal. Big fight here in the bantamweight division. Excited to get another one. Here we go. Our man tale of the
table. And we see the minus 365 betting favourite is the former champion of Russia here, Restream champion 32, Michigan's begin is a half-inch draw at 5.80. Something considered for the striking exchanges. McGee will have a 2-inch reach advantage. My main event is John.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are set to go on with our co-main event of the evening. 3 rounds of action to schedule in the UFC Bantamweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, his background, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and striking. At 5 feet 8 inches tall, he weighed in at the bantamweight limit, 136 pounds. In 11 professional fights, his record stands at 10 victories, with 1 defeat, fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Here is Marcus, the Maniac McGee! Across the octagon, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a boxer, 5 feet 7.5 inches tall, weighing in officially 135 and 1/2 pounds in 23 professional fights. His record 18 victories, with 5 defeats. Currently ranked the number 3 ranked bantamweight contender, the former 2-time UFC bantamweight champion of the world, Rabbi Rothschild.
So how do you put so many people together, and then everybody else believes it happened? It must mean that character speaking, it's a much easier than arguing the entire nation saw
main event action ahead. Thank you very much, Charlie. It's scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds of action. There is the champion. Yeah, it's up again. Make it rough. He said he's going to surprise him on the feet. Let's find out. Remind him, Dan is right. He has looked very good in his UFC runs. There is a fast finishes. Last time out, he stepped up and went up against Jonathan Martinez, got the victory. That was the first time he went to a decision. As we discussed on the video now, he's fighting for the champions. It's going to be interesting. It doesn't mean McGee can't compete. It doesn't mean he can't close that gap. He just hasn't had the opportunity to. 6 months great last time out against them. It's another 5-round fight. Is something to consider as well? It is because Jan typically is a slow starter, and he has 5 rounds to work into the fight. He downloads a lot of data in round 1, picks up the pace a little in round 2, and then 3, 4, 5. That's when he really starts to go into the kill. And then it's round 5. You cannot afford to lose right now because of a slow start. Later, find solutions on the fly here in fights. It's got a great team behind him at the MMA lab. Trying to marry Bautista, Carter Phillips, Sean O'Malley,
the legend has it that when he made it to Jerusalem, he bowed down to kiss the stones and proclaim one of his poems.
Typically, you see a lot of stats which is from there's no
one of the starts, which is quite an enterprise. But once again, Jesus has been knocked down in the past. Like Patrick, those moments, some of them contribute.
So his legacy
Purion's done a good job of finding it out of the way.
poet, great artist, also a philosopher, doing us the Kuzari, expressing for us really the possibility of a tremendous synthesis of secular knowledge and culture at the same time as brilliant, sophisticated insight into a very patriotic Jew, very patriotic
Doing a good job, not just backing up, both guys taking turns on who's pressing.
This should give Nicky a lot of confidence when he gets to round two, because there's a lot of unanswered questions. You know, you go in there against a former champion, a man that you've grown up in the sport, watching, fighting main events, title fights, defending belts and stuff like that. You know, and as confident as you are when you speak to the media and the fans, and you say, yeah, I'm going to win this. The reality is you don't know. You rest your head on the pillow at night, you're thinking, do I really belong? But so far, he's showing, yeah, he does belong. It's a competitive round. Giving the edge to L'Oreal, of course. Key. Really good.
It's where you're going to have to
Last 10 seconds of round number one. Right first.
To test the toughness of the 3-row Kia Sorento Expo for the Kia Sorento Turbo, we recreated some of the wettest springs and hottest summers.
But what I enjoyed about
Windiest falls
the boys who
and
were
coldest winters, all on one track to prove these 3-row SUVs are built to be unstoppable. Kia, movement that inspires. Honor Design Studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Welcome back. UFC Fight Night is presented by Fight Nights. Now, number 2 in this contest now, 4 main events. Number 3. It's marking for number 12.
Very good in the first round. A lot of fun.
First takedown attempt. Very, very hard to take down.
Derived this term primarily because of the extreme devotion to the biblical text alone, and put in one sentence, the essential belief of the Karaite movement is that the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are in fact given by God and nothing else. And the task of a Karaite Jew, or a Karaites, is to divine the divine intent buried in that text without the layering of rabbinic interpretation that followed, particularly in the oral tradition, and thereby lived one's life as a Karaite Jew. That was kind of long for one sentence, but that's the kind of thing. The Bible and nothing else, really. The defining notion of Karaism is the rejection of the oral tradition. And this is crucial, and it is not original. We have had many movements in the ancient world that also took issue with the oral tradition, denying its authority. And in fact, one of the areas of Karaite scholarship in the 20th century is to try and connect this medieval movement with the ancient counterparts that preceded it. And there is some argument, for example, to say that it really follows a chain of tradition from King Yerava, who rebelled against rabbinic authority as well, straight through the Middle Ages and into the modern day. It's probably baseless in terms of a direct connection. Nevertheless, there are certain sympathetic elements of ancient rebellion against rabbinic authority, which are echoed in the medieval Karaite movement, so there's some argument for it. What is fascinating, however, is the rather extreme longevity of this movement, which has allowed it to persist right up until our own times. There's a general rule about the survival of schismatic movements within Judaism that I think is really quite true. It's something that Beryl Wine likes to say. He's a very important historian who actually is going to be here in Miami, I think, in February at the Young Israel Beth Harbor. He'll be here for as a guest of a Shabbaton Scholar in residence. I think I urge you to come and hear him because it's really fantastic. At any rate, he argues that, we're, as a people, the Jews are very tolerant of heterodox ideas. We're very good at adapting to a wide variety of approaches to various elements of creed, and we don't have that many, kind of bifurcations and multiple vectors of our faith that end up with lots of really powerful and dynamic polemics. However, one of the phenomena that Beryl Wine points out is the fact that when a movement splits off from Judaism, they're liable to continue unless they redefine the nature of who is a Jew. As soon as they change the definition of who is a Jew, they kind of like get onto another set of tracks altogether, and the separation becomes irreparable. That is certainly true of the Karaite movement, particularly after the 12th century, when Jews regard them as being, traditional rabbinic Jews regard them as being perhaps not even Jewish, primarily because of their redefinition of the laws of marriage and the laws of conversion, things like that are essential to the definition of who is a Jew. Obviously, if you look at politics in American Jewish society, let's say from the 1960s onward, with the large amount of marriage in the Jewish community, these kinds of questions come up again, and they're subject to heated debate. So perhaps we'll take some questions a little later on. We'll see how this is relevant and useful for our discussions. Okay, so here we go. This is an interesting picture from a Neo-Karaite movement, the slogan on the t-shirt, which is actually an 8th century t-shirt. They reproduced the way they were making it. Karaites do it by the book, which is ironically true, right? It's all by the book itself. Anan Ben David is sort of our starting point for today's lecture. He's really not the founder of Karaism per se. The Karaite movement later took hold of him as a figure and used him as kind of like an identifying flashpoint that began the movement. But in many ways, he was really quite distinct in his ideas from the Karaite movement, and they probably would have had a very hard time dealing with him individually. The way in which his movement started was most likely connected to a conflict over political power. It created, so to speak, a breakaway minion, a splinter minion that just went viral and created an entirely alternative movement. Let's look at that very briefly. First of all, let's set the scene. Where are we talking about? Mainly this happened in Babylon, which would be this map here, by the way. The arrows don't show the spread of the Jewish population. It shows the spread of Islam from its beginnings during the year 622 up until about the middle of the 8th century, which is where we're picking up the story. You can see that Islam starts here in Medina. They make a trip down here to Mecca, and then there's a rapid expansion across the coast of North Africa, eventually in the early 8th century into Spain, right up to the Pyrenees, and at the same time moving out into Persia and all the way out even further than this map to Bactria, Afghanistan, regions like that. The region that we're speaking about is the confluence of the Euphrates and the Tigris River here into the Persian Gulf, which is contemporary Iraq. Right around here in the lower part of these two really crucial rivers, this class of Mesopotamia, right? The term Mesopotamia means between the rivers. These two regions here, one of the oldest parts of the world that is civilized. And so there's a lot of Jewish yeshivot here in this region right down in the south. Famous cities like Sura, Umbadita, Nahardoa, that are mentioned throughout the Talmud, are located in southern Iraq, and that's where the Talmud was written during this time. So we have Jews who are living here in large numbers, and this is kind of like the equivalent of New York City of the 8th century. The northeastern quadrant of the United States. Maybe we should take a minute here. You know, we all, probably a lot of you in this room have family and relatives and friends who are in the Northeast, and let's hope that they're all well and that they weathered the aftermath of that horrible storm Sandy with success. So this is kind of like the equivalent of the largest diaspora community for the Jews in the 8th century. There's still Jews living in Jerusalem. There's a significant community living in the Nile Delta as well, with smaller communities developing throughout the Mediterranean basin. But this is really the main area of Jewish settlement. Spain will not really develop until the 10th century when they start to exist as a independent unit going into the golden era of Spanish Jewry. So this is the region we're talking about, 8th century. The organization of the Jews there were dominated by the so-called Geonim. The word Geonim comes from the word Ga'ava in Hebrew, which means pride. It can mean in a negative sense arrogance, but that's not the context used here. These are the titles that were given to the heads of the academies, or the yeshivot that were in these Mesopotamian towns. They had these rather large institutions. According to Talmudic accounts, they had perhaps as many as 1,200 or 2,400, depending on how you read the text, students, which is really quite significant for this time period, although those numbers may be considerably exaggerated and they may be really much smaller. But they are the prime expositors of the Talmud, which had been closed now for about 200 years. So the people who work with the text, the people who interpret the text, all questions of Jewish practice are directed to these Geonim, and they really run the entire show up until about the 10th century, when another group called the Rishonim began to rise, and you see them in European countries and so on. Now, related to the development of Ananism and Karaism, Ananism, by the way, should not be confused with Onanism. Totally different thing.
This is where he really he had an opportunity to maybe try to swing that off like Mike was talking about. In close to him and then round the other side. And now he's going to try and get the wrist one. Get it out. Nice work.
Definitely going to get it down. You really have to demonstrate tremendous intellectual strength to be able to navigate and see how Talmud with great abilities to work through the mental aspect of arguing the back and forth with one another. And it is not a case for intellectual the highest area and skill seems to actually really go with precepts that are saying at the fastest of all the students and directing the lecture, kind of like that English lecture, but the sensuous time to rise minority and intellectual superiority. Which role was up this particular rabbi sitting in, and what happened when they moved him up one level, they changed out like how much help to record it's not a place for the large and good public, which has vision for the large and good. The way in which the large and good periodically phenomenon called the Yardstick Power, which adult education
On a design studio, with a really big design contract. Realize you're more the creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
And tell me with me on ESPN. We can't get enough.
You are like an island in a sea as large as your little.
Jim Abbott applied the laws of Major League Baseball.
To manage their way through a prayer book, to observe the Sabbath, more or less, with the best understanding they have, but they're Ameh Haaretz.
Welcome back. KLC Fight Night is presented by Bud Light. Reminds you to drink responsibly. And in part by Cuervo, tequila and invented tequila. The judges have rendered their decision, so let's hear from Joe Martinez.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges, and all three scoring 29-28. Your winner by unanimous decision, no mercy.
I'm here with the former champion, Peoria. Peoria, congratulations. Brother, thank you so much, brother. Please to my sons, communication. Restream, get your boys in. Let's go. 100%. That was another classic performance. Beautiful boxing. Excellent all-round mixed martial arts skills. Did anything about that fight surprise you?
Makes much more sense. You have to add to this the fact that we're
Hello,
looking at this map here. I mean, it doesn't take much to imagine.
Hello, ladies and guys.
The actual colors.
Guys, yes. My opponent was strong guy, not good standard technique. Hello, move.
Starts out with one man. Suddenly takes over the entire
I'm very happy to be here and win. My opponent was good, yes. He was very good, but so are you. You got the victory. I know you want to be the champion again. Who is it that you want to fight next, and what is your thoughts on the situation? Yes, brother, I know. Now we'll fight ViralRabbi, Boris Antagian. Everybody know. I fought with Boris Antagian. I beat him. Now I want to fight next. Win, kind of fight. You certainly deserve it. You're a former champion. You're here with your boys. It's a beautiful moment. Congratulations on a sensational performance. Я хочу сказать огромное спасибо своему главному тренеру Кайрату, своим друзьям, спарринг-партнерам, своей команде Архангела Михаила во главе с Игорем Алексеевичем Матушкиным. Огромное спасибо за поддержку. Горело файтинг, горело энерджи. Абу-Даби!
Technique sings to my head coach Kairat, to my friends, to my sparring partners, to my team,
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Fiona, no mercy, yeah!
As good as advertised, the former champ Piotr Jan making his claim to be the next in line for the title. Brought his sons Danil and Konstantin into the octagon. They are his driving force. And he is some force indeed. And look who is here enjoying the action for UFC Lightweight Champion Islam Makhachev. Got it here in Abu Dhabi. Great to have him with us. UFC 319 is our next big offering as the octagon returns to Chicago on August 16th. Judges do proceed to continue his path of devastation against the undefeated destroyer Hamzat Chimaev. Also, special offer: if you purchase UFC 319 before August 11th, you'll get $10 off. Go to ESPNplus.com/BKB to order. He's been to the top of the mountain and he's climbed back time and time again. Former UFC middleweight champ Robert Whittaker sits in familiar territory tonight under the bright lights with everything on the line. A master technician with knockout power and the heart of a warrior. The Reaper prepares to show once again why he's one of the most respected names in the sport. Looked in, battle tested, and ready. And he will face a world-class lightweight with championship pedigree. Ria the Rigger has already held gold in with 2 divisions now, after making his mark in his first 3 UFC appearances. He stands on the brink of a breakthrough. He's been a picture of calm this week as he readies himself to the biggest test of his UFC journey, a showdown with a former king, and he believes his moment is now. We are moments away from tonight's magnificent main event. Keep it locked right here on ABC.
That's an excellent question. What is it? Are so highly charged with the fight between the Rabbinites and the Karaites. So anything you read from the period has to be viewed through the lens of whichever group is writing it. And I think the most interesting is, like, for example, last year we talked about Saadia Gatlin, and he was a noted polemicist writing a lot against the Karaites. And unfortunately, a lot of those manuscripts are lost. So we only have Saadia's arguments against the Karaites as they are preserved in the Karaite defense of those arguments. So we read Saadia through the filter of his enemies, which is kind of like, you know, we're in the election season, reading the polls from the websites of the other side, whichever side that is. So an example of something that the people rebelled at. You have a suggestion? I'll get back to that question in a second. See, I was hoping you'd help me out with this question. I can't think of one specifically, but I can guess, because, you know, Shabbos is a really interesting one. Shabbos, the laws of Shabbos, as the Gemara says, are mountains hanging by a thread. Right? It doesn't say in the Chumash. It says, you know, guard the Shabbos, and then it has a whole discussion of building the temple. So the rabbis can get deep to say, again, based on the oral tradition, based on the proximity of the commandment to observe the Sabbath and the intricate laws of building the temple, or actually the tabernacle, that it must mean that all these things that are okay for building the tabernacle, those are the things that are forbidden on the Sabbath. There are 39 different types of labor, and we can break them down, avos, todos, and so on, and you get like thousands of things. And hang on, just finish with this one here. So I'm guessing from the intense discussion over the laws of Shabbos that that's probably one of the biggest areas. Ironically, though, the way the Karaites dealt with it didn't necessarily satisfy, because when you're dealing with the biblical text in a Karaite sense, you have to take the strictest possible interpretation in many cases. So, for example, it says in the Torah, "Lo saval eish b'chol moshesecha." You will not allow any fires to burn in all of your habitations on the Sabbath day. You can't burn fires on Shabbat. So the rabbis, through the traditional oral Torah and its interpretation, they say you're not allowed to burn fires, meaning you can't start a fire on Shabbos. You can't light a fire on Shabbos. But if the fire is going from before Shabbos, then of course it's okay. You just let it burn right through. You don't interfere with it. But the simple text of the pasuk says there shouldn't be any fires burning. So the Karaites say, okay, that's it. No more children. We're not having any hot on Shabbos because you can't let the food cook overnight. And in fact, there are some rabbinic authorities that say it's a mitzvah to eat children to specifically reinforce the rabbinic interpretation of the. So, regarding the spread of Islam. Okay.
Our interpretation of the actually, they put together
Fence.
At the week you got the Shabbat, you got the Kashrut. The Kashrut is nothing in the ground. Because the Russians give the head of food. That's what it's doing. You know, you got 600,000 people. It is something that sometimes I go.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you a joke about that. So the pasuk is, you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk, which the rabbis understand to mean you can't eat meat and milk together, right? Even though, you know, you should be able to eat chicken, because chickens don't.
Welcome. How are you?
You can boil them and so on, but that's the way it is.
Dog, I got a lot of people in here. Remind me about yourself, pimp. Okay. How have you been? 100%. How'd you find out? How'd you find out about me? Okay. 100%. Very well. 3.5 years. Well, nothing about it is easy, but I do my best to overcome any challenges that I have. Well, I mean, I end it every 12 hours so that it's archived on YouTube, but the overall stream, absolutely not. I want to do this the rest of my life. Yeah. Yep, exactly. How do you, I make some money. Programming robots, 100%. They spam people on a platform known as Blue Sky, and I'm going viral on it. People tweet about me every few minutes. How do you like that, son? We're dog. So what's new with you? What is new with you? Very well. What have you been cooking? Right. Well, that's tight. You excellent. Do you eat anything with your steak? Oh, very well. What do you have on your steak? Just salt? So no horseradish or anything? I gotcha. All right. No, I'm good, dog. I appreciate it though. What do I eat? I like pasta. I like sandwiches. I like brisket. Things like um. What else do I like? I like pizza. Pizza is like one of my favorite foods. I like fruit. I love fruit. What kind of fruit do you like, Pimp? Word, dog. All right. You like tangerines? Very well. What else do you like? You said that in the morning. All right. Do you like watermelon? Word, dog. Excellent. Have you been watching any streamers recently? Who's that? What do they do? Tell me about him. He gets in fights? Like fist fights? Do I know Kick? Yeah, I know Kick. Dude, did he get banned from Kick? Tight. Is there any blood? All right, so what do I look up? HS TICKI? H Tiki. Okay. Tiki Toki. All right. I'm opening up his Kick right now. Oh, okay. I'm looking at it right now. Retired my mom. No, that's different. That's,
Yes, we change. Which hand? We change. Oh, you change? Yes. Oh, okay. And you ever get guys involved? No. Never. So you look at me right now. You don't look at. You don't see anything. No attraction. Yes. Yeah, you. I'm bisexual. Sexual. Yes. Let me take your Instagram. You live in Madrid? Yes. Okay. So what? Give me Instagram. Okay. I'm gonna join in. Your girlfriend's gonna get the BBC. Are you okay with that? Yeah. Of course. Yeah, she is. Always. Are you okay with it? You're not okay with that, but she's gonna happen anyway. So you don't know. It's game over now. Okay, I send you a message. Wow.
She dressed like a rich though. Shout out to Paige. All right, Paige. Paige, maybe or maybe not the wing, but I moved in next door to a guy whose kids had celiac. Do you think you had celiac, Jacob? There's no way. And then I went to a party that night, and I was drinking whiskey. And at some point, the whiskey ran out. We switched to beer, and immediately that horrible pain, everything started again, and it just clicked. Like, maybe he's right. So I went through the whole process of getting diagnosed again. When I switched doctors, they gave me my medical record and said, "Oh, you've had this for 2 months." Called that doctor again? No. It's me. You run my guts. What about, do you drink or not drink now? Now, after going through a nasty divorce, I limited the amount of the adult beverages I had. So I will drink, but it's rare. I was curious if, like a rye whiskey, if you react to, I think it gets distilled out. Okay, so they use out the bad reaction, and I'm just curious, from a food standpoint, if that, other than beer, barley and hops, basically liquid bread. Yeah, exactly. Hey, another Guinness round for everybody. That's one thing I miss is Guinness. Why that? I can never have a Guinness again. And they've said, but we'll never make a gluten-free beer because like it wouldn't be real Guinness, and I'd have to be like
By a guy with Down syndrome.
Yeah.
Don't laugh, Brad. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh?
It's just,
That's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. I'm gonna say it again, and if you smile, I'm gonna leave. Okay. So when I was 9, I was brutally molested by. You can't say brutally, boy, because that's a curveball. So when I was 9 years old, every day for summer. You can't throw shit in there. Why? Every day you couldn't avoid them. All right, hold on. When I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh, man. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just that's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. I'm gonna say it again, and if you smile, I'm gonna leave. Okay. So when I was 9, I was brutally molested by. You can't say brutally, boy, because that's a curveball. So when I was 9 years old, every day for summer. You can't throw shit in there. Why? Every day you couldn't avoid them. All right, hold on. When I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh, man. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just that's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. I'm gonna say it again, and if you smile, I'm gonna leave. Okay. So when I was 9, I was brutally. Molested.
Under the new proposal, immigrants who've lived in the U.S. for at least 7 years don't have a criminal record and meet all other current eligibility requirements to apply for a green card. Con continues this weekend in San Diego. ABC's George Manacchio says fans are out in full force.
Jacqueline flew into Reno, ready to love every minute.
You're just automatically put with groups of people who you have these common interests with, and it's just so easy to connect here at Comic-Con, and people are just so, happy to talk to you and happy to share their interests with you.
Delivered so long though that already would have had all the trouble getting the shot off so far. He's left hip brick hole and heard that on the out. Trying to shoot it.
Yeah, I mean, timed that perfectly. Yeah. Got in on the signal, which he just denied.
DeRitter, beautiful knee there though from DeRitter, just like he landed in the nickel fight. And he did land the jab there. And it's good. I think he's able to land some of his boxing because now he's not really thinking so much about the shot. Nice job though from Robert. Hitting it. Yeah, he is. Goes high this time, RDR. Sharp skills from the Dutchman. Long, pointy stuff, the knees, the elbows, and that long lead hand. But
he's long, but he's nowhere near as quick. He's not as snatty, as explosive. He's not as technical on the feet either. And we knew that coming in. This is not the world of DeRitter. This is Rabbi's world.
What is Ritzky doing with his footwork to be able to get past that reach disadvantage, if you will, and land strikes? What can he do? What is he doing? Seems like all of a sudden he's got a knee. You almost hit a knee there, but one of the things he does so well is he stays low. He has a wide base, right? That's one thing that Whitaker does so well, so he can be explosive. His feet are not close together, so when he goes, he can plunge in with it, and he can close distance because he is the faster fighter. And he does a good job of working his jab, and because his hands are low, I think he surprises guys sometimes when he does spring into action.
Well, it's because the hands are low, as you mentioned. It's an unusual angle. You have more success landing shots from that angle. However, your defense isn't as good, so you've got to be fast, you've got to be technical, you've got to have good head movement and reflexes.
Back in 30 seconds for round 2.
Own a design studio. Get a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. I can help with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Welcome back. We're listening in on Robinson's Corner. patient. It won't forget that thing. More patient. There's a nice right hand and a left hook that cut the eyebrow of DeRitter. Nice jab there from Robert Whittaker, and here's a nice left hook that rocks DeRitter a little bit, showing off his chin though early. So here we go, round number 2. Odion versus the Reaper. Whittaker looking for that fairy tale ending to his career to get back the belt. Slit. Connected with the shoulder. Nice jab again, Robert. So for people watching now, never seen him in a fight before, you might be looking and thinking, this guy, he looks a little awkward on the feet, and he does, but he's extremely tough. Fights like making friends, but his skills lie on the ground. He gets a hold of you, he can get you down on the ground. He's a pro. He submits most people. Whittaker knows that he's being light on the feet, he's dancing in and out, trying to avoid the clinch at all cost. He's doing a really good job of stuffing every single takedown. DeRitter, two-weight world champion outside of the UFC. He's grappled some of the best in the world as well. Marbatolo, Andre Gallo. Starting to use some shots here. Look at Whittaker, wide-eyed, present, looking for those openings. And now it's Whittaker stalking DeRitter. DeRitter said it was his plan to put Robert on the back foot, to crowd Robert. But it's Robert in control of all the geography. Picking him apart, maintaining range. Picking his shots. Good footwork from Whittaker. Slides right out of the way. I think Robert's going to have success if he goes again. See how he landed that 1-2? He was a little short. And if he just goes right again. That's what his corner was asking us to be busier. Don't be lazy. I don't think he's being lazy, but I see what they're saying. They just get a little bit more volume. They can catch him. There's that knee again. Jab his way in. Yeah, DeRitter is going to have to trust his striking and commit a little more if he wants to be able to get this fight to the ground. He's landed a few shots. Yeah. He goes forward like this and he lets it go. He's a big guy. When he hit, you can see there's impact on there. Nice knee. Whittaker said it's a very specific skill set that DeRitter has. Whittaker now. He's found the mark. They're doing some damage. There's some good jobs as well. And I think he really felt that knee again. Nasty knee. And I think Roberts really felt that when he got it down. This is trouble. And this is what DeRitter goes to work. He said for a second there, he was looking at that guillotine. Got 2 minutes to work since he hit the mats. And he's a big heavy boy to be on top of you right now. This is his world. DeRitter can't give Whittaker too much space here. That's nice. Now he's going to try to pass that. Passes to half guard. Whittaker's trying to use his shins to elevate him, create some separation. Downward pressure. DeRitter. So he throws some elbows now. Shots there. Yeah, they're just little shots, but they're cutting and they do damage. But they could be quick succession. You're on the and he puts that weight right back on top of you. It starts to really wear on that gas tank. And you got to remember that Whittaker's his whole game plan is the explosiveness. This is where he can take advantage and start to really wear on him. Trying to set up his attacks is Odion. Robert's going to be careful going into DeRitter because there's a potential for a Darce to he rolls into attack control on half guard. He can run out of Darce. DeRitter's got long guards. Yeah. DeRitter should start to look for some elbows from this position, especially now that he's in full guard. 40 seconds left, trying to create damage. Look at the hips. This is where Whittaker's got to try to explode out of here.
This is a really good way to finish this round. It looked like it. There was a lot of impact straight away. Kind of like clutched his own ribs with his elbows. And that got taken down a little easier than we've seen. Straight down. Last 10 seconds. This is a good round. Right near the Ritter. Sneaks an elbows through. And he's utilized every moment to do damage.
Right hand a little bit high. Throw the right hand for a little bit high. Okay, a little bit shorter. So he gets his head on. He's light as well. He's flat. A little bit high. Okay. Double high. Move a little bit more. A little bit more. Right in your feet. Let's go. Let's put the heel on him, mate. Let's go now. Nope. He's tight as well. So here's that massive knee from the Ritter. You can see there he really got through, connected with Rob. And here's another one here. Boom. That one hit the chest. And this is the one that created the takedown for the Ritter where the entire fight changed. Very, very interesting going into round 3 here. One piece right now, I believe. Here we go. Back vertical. See if Robert can get YouTube channel. Finally, I found out where it's from. That's so crazy. Isn't that nuts? Well, you got it for a friend when you were 8 years old. My buddy, when I was 8 years old, gave it to me. It was, they had it at a school function. It was like a fair, and they had things that you could buy that people donated. Fairs, yeah, it was some fair that they play games, and you get tickets, and then you can go over, and people donated things that you could buy. I thought you got it from Disneyland. No, it was a ran out of skull. I had no idea what it was. I didn't know it was for all the love I have for Disneyland and everything. Yeah, I had no idea. And at one point, I looked at the maker's mark on it, and I said, Dad, I couldn't make it out. Like, some of them are hard to read. It was one of those things that I'm like, I gotta find out. I don't think I even did it, like, in search. You know, I got to grab it. Massive elbows. That was almost over. It's leaking pretty bad, but he's in the ascendancy here. Oh, yeah. I mean, Torino is hurt bad right here. Good shots here from Whitaker. Nasty right hand. Drills him in with the right hands. This feels good now. For revenge. He's got a hold of it. Watch the knee. He's still wobbly. Crowd liking this one. Some fatigue here. First time he accepted that position. He did, didn't he? He did. So, okay, we've been against the fence. Let's take a drink. Let's settle down. And I don't blame him. All right, guys, just calm down. How did you survive that? And that's the one problem with that left knee is he leaves himself open as he's throwing and that left hand drops. Perfect counter, overhand right, especially against a taller person. Again, moments ago. Just snacking the snack at the moment. After his heart rate surely went up. After he dropped RDR. Good shots there. Yeah, right on the end of the extension as well. Nice counter right hand. The shape of Whitaker, though, he's tired. He's a little sloppier than usual. The way that he's moving is a little labored. He touched the chin once again. That's a good takedown. Really well timed. And that's fatigue, because we don't normally see Whitaker get taken up with like quite that easy. There's 2.5 minutes left. Yo Romero and Kevin Schmeidt, the only men to take Whitaker down.
time to work here, 2 minutes. Those knees were so big for RDR as well. They're about clean. They're so much to go.
When it stopped, Paul Nickel whipped out, of course, his first defeat. And he's landed a few of them. And trust me, the body shots like that, it'll take it out of you. You don't see it. You don't see the blood touch that is visual. The audience might not realize it, but those big knees to the stomach, you just feel it the whole time. You can't breathe properly. So it's not surprising that he's a little tired.
RDR's trying to climb his way up. That's hard. Really nice hits there. Past the guards.
This is where Rob get over here. Regarding nice work.
Looks massive as well as he's passing through the guard, calculating.
That was, he failed, but it was a really good attempt to pass him out.
A big effort there from Whitaker, doesn't get it. He does a really good job, RDR, of thinking like he's going to go to that mount, and then he slides right into the side control. But Whitaker, again,
there it is, there's the doors.
Nicely done by Whitaker to get his shoulders to the mat.
Yeah, he saw it.
40 seconds left, round number 3. Whose round is it?
That's a good question.
No, I don't know. Whitaker hurt him bad in this round.
Major.
RDR needs to make these moments count. He's grinding his elbow into the face of Robert Whitaker. He's got to try to down the side control.
Oh, that's a good shot. Drops the elbow.
Another round in the books.
He's fighting well, man. Then you put him out. A little bit more putting it out. It's fine. The right hand is great for your chin. You know, make you move a little bit more. Move a kind of hand. This one is yours. Let's go. You listen to it, a little bit more movement. A little bit more.
So here's Renier de Ritter with a big knee forcing Robert Whitaker back. Out of all kinds of trouble, but look at this. Oh my goodness. Overhand right sits him down. It looked like the end of the fight, but look at this. Renier de Ritter with a well-timed takedown, wraps up the legs, inserts himself back into this fight.
Heavyweight championship rounds, round number 4.
Round 4, it feels like round 16. So much has happened. Oh, there's that knee again.
Right into the body lock, trying to get that trick.
Wrap up that leg.
Whitaker's corner, telling that fighter. And the other man is just as tired as you, if not more tired. Arduous contest. 30 body strikes for de Ritter, unofficially. Maybe why Whitaker's breathing a little heavy. Yeah, looks like most people out there agreeing that Rob still had that round because of the damage. I mean, almost got the finish.
Robert was seconds away from finishing that fight. So yeah, no, I agree. 29-28. Head together going into round 4.
Coming up after our main event, Karen Bryant is joined by Dean Thomas and our own Michael Bisping to break down tonight's action on the post show. Plus, I'll be chatting with all the big winners from Abu Dhabi. UFC action never stops on ESPN+. Again, they have a good opportunity there for de Ritter. He's getting close again and take away any space for Robert Whitaker to do any damage. gets a second chance up against the fence. Exactly. And he doesn't do much from this type of space, right? Where Whitaker's dangerous is how he can be explosive. So shoulders right there from Joe Ritter as well. Again, elbows in this clinch position for Joe Ritter will be a good idea. Can he get it? No. Ritter up on top. Big mistake. He's tired. Couldn't capitalize. They're both tired. Yeah. That's a good job. Just got to be careful. Himself to get back to behind this. Ritter needs to really try to time that right hand of Whitaker for his entry. But he's so hard to time with that. Even when he's tired, he's explosive with his punches. Yeah, he's not right now, though. That was a fast job. Jab coming back from RDR as well. Both men having success with the points. He's carrying out the game plan now and just walking him down, forcing Robert on the back foot, making it dirty. He's so much just grinding with him. And of course, it's all because he's so tough that he's able to do this, because other men could have been out of there. No, that was a nasty overhand right that Whitaker landed on. Yeah, oh, big time. Good jab, and that's something that Joe Ritter really needs to try to use, because he needs to wait and see, okay, when is it look like he's thinking about exploding, and just stick that jab out there. Nice jab, Anderson. That was snappy, that was fast. It's a tight round here. Whitaker's been here before in his championship rounds. He knows how to manage those energy systems. Let's be patient and where to go. Oh, that was close. It's close to the cup. That knee really is the best weapon. Nice overhand. Yeah, he stuck him a bit there. Whitaker regains himself, though. Oh, you threw that out of the park. Yeah, and a quick look at the clock as well, I think. Inside 30 seconds, the fourth round left. He's lunging forward with his strikes. RDR just extending out those long arms and the big knees. Heading to the fifth round here in Abu Dhabi. Let's see what the boys have got left.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I still think you can move a touch more. He's mad. He's going to come into the grab a big time now. Right? Move a bit, move a bit, move a bit. Put pressure on him. Let's go. He's done as well. He's back. Go here now, man. Nobody hit a bit shorter. Like fake a little bit more. Straight out, move a bit more. It's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Move more.
As we get ready for round number 5, so let's put in Coach Dean Thomas. Coach, I knew the winner has to be careful with his body language. That last punch he threw where he spun himself around. He can lose rounds by looking bad just by having bad body language and throwing punches like that. You got to be careful. If, for nothing else, just stay in position and don't look too sloppy, because judges have a hard time giving you close rounds when you look that sloppy.
Absolutely right. In a close fight like this, the judges are looking for anything that can differentiate you from your opponent. So
Absolutely. And it's probably 2-2 going into the fifth round.
Nice work by Woods. Gets a limp leg out of that single attempt from RDR. It's the tie up here.
I do like the way that anytime there's an opportunity, there's always chicken. Yeah. Even if they're just little push on the bottom, he's always trying to do something.
These guys are slippery now. It's going to be really tough for Drew to keep holding on to these positions.
It's hot, it's sweaty, it's slippy. I'm covered in blood.
Bit of separation from Whittaker. He needs the knee again from RDR. He's used it to close the distance. So round 3 was the last time the winner managed to get the fight down to the ground. Crowds forming on this fight in a close contest. Something big needs to happen.
Very nice. Really good takedown attack. Excellent reflexes from Rabbi Rothschild. But that was sucked. A lot of the
The first time I said that, I think I peed myself. Oh, I feel bad today. Well, that's awesome. You must have been stoked when you first came here. I did. I came here and asked me to intern, and I'd already been on radio. I'd already been a host of the show. Really? He said, I will intern.
takedown attempts. I'd like to see him open up and striking a bit more. He's having success. It's been a little predictable now. Just continually shooting in on that single leg.
Both been exhausted. Having to really dig deep to find something to separate themselves from the other. This could be the final round.
145. Someone digs deep here. They can potentially steal this round shot and steal the fight. There's a world where it's 2-2. That's how I'd see it if I'm honest. Big round is still anybody's right now, if you ask me. Oh, that's a good jab.
Shot of maximum importance. Big overhand from RDR. Closes the distance again and throws the knee. 1 minute left.
That is wrong. It's been a great year. Pretty good.
They're not separating these guys. And that's the spirit. Now, really one question. And it's a shot to the seconds.
He's got the championship experience. Finish on a high.
Tie up again from David. 10 seconds. Champion for Whittaker and the surging contender, Restream. Has Whittaker done enough to hold firm at number 5, or will RDR still the number and insert himself into the title conversation? We go to the judges' scorecards here on ABC. All right, let's take a look at some of the action here. This is where DeRitter got cut early in the fight by that little left hand from Robert Whittaker. Nice left hook from the Reaper. There were some good jabs on display throughout the fight from RDR. And there's some nasty left knees to the body of Robert Whittaker. And then that massive overhand right that sat him down. Looked like this was going to be the end of the fight. Probably the most significant thing that happened throughout this. Nice takedown there from DeRitter. And again, there's that right jab. Nice jab return there from Robert Whittaker. Back and forth fight. Both guys had some big moments. Another body, big knee to the body, and another right hand. It's a close fight. See how it's going to go down. Agonizing wait for the two warriors that entertained us through 25 minutes. I see Joe Martinez has made his way into the octagon, so the decision is close. The two men will be gathered into the center of the octagon. And let's get it inside for the final time tonight. Here's Joe with the main event decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. And here are the totals. Judge Mike Bell scores it 48-47 for Whittaker. Judge Cartledge, 48-47 to Ritter. And Judge David Leatherby scores it 48-47 for your winner by split decision.
I'm here with the winner, RDR, Ranier. What a fight, back and forth action.
Same company, the CEO went viral for the Coldplay Kiss Cam moment. The tech company has named her its temporary spokesperson. Yes, Astronomer is the best place to run Apache Airflow, unifying the experience of running data, ML, AI pipelines at scale. Altro's former husband is Coldplay frontman Chris Martin. Jeffrey Epstein's former associate, convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, has been interviewed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. President Trump says he expects to receive a full report of the conversation.
A lot of people have asked about pardon. This is just not a time to be talking about pardons. Todd will come back with whatever he's got.
Blanche questioned Maxwell for 2 straight days. Israel says it's resuming humanitarian airdrops in Gaza. Officials have given Royal Air Force a green light and designated drop zones to parachute in food. Dr. Travis McLean says he's seen the starvation and suffering firsthand.
I'm seeing, desperation. I'm seeing healthcare workers that are eating literally just a single small meal of rice per day.
Israel blocked UN aid convoys from entering Gaza months ago, cutting off a key route for food and medical supplies. Then, U.S.-based Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has stepped in to manage the distribution site on the ground. Tonight, Motown legend Diana Ross plays the only bull in Keith Urban is at the Intuit Dome. The biggest event of the weekend is down in San Diego.
135,000 people tried to San Diego for this year's Comic-Con. Star Wars creator George Lucas is making his very first appearance at the annual event. The fans
Kind of these simple jokes. The joke goes that so Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. That particular phrase, "You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk," occurs 3 times in the Torah. And from the fact that it's repeated 3 times, the rabbis learn a huge amount of laws. It doesn't just say it once; it says it 3 times. There are no redundancies in the Torah. Therefore, it must be their belief. My grandmother likes to tell this joke. She usually tells it with the punchline in Yiddish. It took me years to figure it out, but I'll say it in English. And the joke was like this: Moshe Rabbeinu.
Today's guest is, dude's a straight up tech lord. Let's be honest. He's one of the leaders, the world leaders in the development of AI. He started OpenAI, which is known for having Chat GPT. We had a fascinating chat about the pros and cons, the fears and hopes, everything I could learn about artificial intelligence and where we're headed. TBD, baby. Today's guest is Mr. Sam Altman, and I'm very thankful for his time.
You know, we had a residential architect in his office. We wanted it to feel like someone's like really comfortable, like country house or something like that.
Yeah.
Not like the big corporate like sci-fi castle.
Yeah, that's what I was like a little bit like, oh, is it gonna be, you know, will there be a drawbridge? Will we be uploaded into a suite? Like what will happen was.
Yeah, for like residential.
Yeah, I was like, how do we even get through the firewall? How many like hit points will we need to get through? You know, I got very Dungeons and Dragons in some of my like imagination sometimes.
I feel like super comfortable and trying to get pretty far in that direction.
It feels like it. You staff very sweet, nice people. You have, thanks for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't seen you since I followed on chair.
That was really like quite a way to meet you.
Yeah, I felt so embarrassed. You were one of the faces that I looked up and saw, and I was like, God. And that was my first moment, like, AI built us a better chair, to be honest with you.
And you didn't know, and you're just sitting there, and it just collapsed.
Nothing. And it was just so embarrassing. I was like, oh, of all people, me, and here I am in this place. And
I think it was perfect because everybody's got to have some story. People were like, oh, let's see the original. Like, everybody's got to have some story to tell. Yeah. And that was an incredible story for us all to tell.
That's good point. I do remember looking at people for help. And oddly, your eyes, I was like, oh my God, he could help. You did look like a beacon of help in the distance. You have a baby of a new child?
Later, their Muslim inheritors had a great amount of respect for the
life where everyone tells you something's going to be great. And then it's like, okay, people are right, the consensus is right. It's like even better than I thought it was going to be. But this has been the strongest decision I've ever had ever. Like, I know it's going to be great. And it's like way better. It's impossible to describe. There's nothing I can say that's not very cliche. And it's totally amazing.
What is like when you're, and you have a young boy? And what's something like that you think is like neat, or like what's one thing that kind of like is bringing you joy with it?
There are many times when the Russians
watching this speed like learns new things or gains new capabilities. It's just unbelievable. It's like every day. It's like, oh man, I just couldn't do that before. Now it's like grabbing stuff and passing through the hands. Getting to like watch it day to day is just an amazing change. And then I realize it's like I realized that like everything about babies are very fun to long-term evolution to make us like love them, is fascinated by them, and it's like a neurochemical hack. But I love it. It's great. It's so smart. It's so intense.
So it's really like almost like a coffee for your heart or something kind of?
I don't even know how to find. I've tried to like come up with an analogy because now I'm like telling you know, kids to and I've been looking for an analogy of what to explain. And I was just like, I don't know how to explain this. It is the best thing I've ever done so far. I feel like a completely changed person. And I was thinking the other day, like,
protest against the rabbis, indicating that Jews really should be completely different.
I don't really get to do a lot of hobbies anymore. Because I'm totally out of hand. I don't get to hang out with my friends that much.
This is really what Judaism is all about.
And I don't, you know, they were like, all these things are people telling you, like, oh, you were big coming, you gotta go, you know, take this spontaneous international trip. So you're not getting there for a long time. And I was like, oh, that is kind of sad. In practice, you don't do it that often. I at least didn't do it that often, and I don't use it at all. I like remember that used to be a possibility. Now I can see it's not a possibility for a long time.
You moved on.
I'm so glad.
How old is your child?
4 months.
Oh, that's a funny. Like at 5 or 6 months, they start to get like fun, and you can like. They're still like they can't go anywhere, but they're like intrigued and stuff. They start to like smile, process more. What are you gonna say? But
yeah, he's totally like turned on now. Really aware of things.
I have a thought sometimes that this will be one of the last like maybe 40 years that we conceive children in the body. Did you have any thoughts about that?
I've definitely heard a lot of people say that.
And this particular Muslim said to him, listen,
I guess
why don't you just go to the Caliph and tell him that you represent a distinct
God, you were in your mom's butt. It's crazy, you know, it's crazy, pervert or whatever. Like I think in the future people will be, you know, we kind of done like in a yes, in like a nice venue. You can go see it on the weekends or whatever. And like,
doesn't that just feel like off to you? Like I can totally intellectually like understand that may be the better way to do it.
Oh yeah, it feels way off to me. I was trying to. I thought you would like it. You know, I mean, like, I thought that would be like a thought. Like, I guess like that for me, that's one of like my futuristic thoughts. You know.
So
like I can totally accept that would be what everybody does, and that it's easier and we can like make it healthier for the child and mother.
Yes.
Health risk, but man. So intellectually I can say that, and then like emotionally it feels like something is awesome.
Feels awful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because then the family, like on the weekends, the parents would come and like tinker on the glass or whatever, or the dad would put like a, like a Go Falcon sticker on the thing, or you know what I'm saying? People would like decorate it all up or write little messages on there.
I think there's another take I have on all of this is that there, in this world that we're heading to of like crazy sci-fi technology becoming reality, the sort of like the deeply human things are becoming the most precious, sacred things. And it will really care about like the human experience more than ever. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you no, that's some of the stuff I want to talk about, and thanks so much, man, for sitting down. Do you think your child will go to college? Do you think, like, what do you kind of think that looks like?
Probably not. If I had to guess, like, I think, well, I learned half of college.
Did you drop out? Yeah. Dude, you guys all, I freaking dropped out. I didn't get shit. You dropped out, Wang dropped out, Zuckerberg dropped out. Probably a lot of other
and you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, we're both here. So,
it worked out fine.
You're right. Never mind. I'm sorry, I'm being self-defeating. Yeah, what does that look like when you think about that? Like, yeah, with AI, with so much new information coming online, right, and so much like data being collected and like information being carpooled and maybe, which is a term.
So you and I never grew up in a world that didn't have computers,
right?
Like, and our parents were like, oh, they weren't computers, and then they were. It was this big crazy adjustment. It took them a long time to figure out, but to us, like, computers just always existed. They were just, maybe they were kind of new, but they were always around. And then like, a kid that is like, there was this video on YouTube I saw, like maybe 12 years ago, something like that 14 years ago, that has really stuck with me. It was like a little baby in a dentist waiting room or something, picking up one of those old glossy magazines and going like this.
Oh, I remember that.
And to that kid, it was just like a broken iPad, because that kid had just like grown up in a world where like there were touch screens everywhere. And my kid will never grow up. Will never ever be smart anyway. That will never happen. A kid born a few years ago, they had a brief period of time. My kid never will be smart. But also, they'll never know a world where like products and services aren't really smart for them. And so they can just do whatever you need. And in that world, I think education's going to feel very different. I already think college is like maybe not working great for most people. But yeah, fast forward 18 years, it's going to look like a very, very different thing.
Yeah. Yeah, do you think there will, here's that video right here.
Yeah. All right, I was wrong about the dentist. Or maybe there's a few.
It's like somebody charges magazines, How would you recommend to a parent right now to prepare their children for like an AI future? Kind of like, are there certain curtails that you would start to put in now? Or are there certain like, adjustments where you like get them in a certain training or have them start to watch certain models of things online? Like, what is that?
I actually think the kids will be fine. I'm worried about the parents. If you look at the history of cameras and technology, like people that grow up with it, they're always fun. They always know what to do. They always learn them kind of jobs. But if you're like a 50-year-old and you have to like kind of learn to do things in a very different way, that doesn't always work. So I think the kids are going to be fine. I mean, I do have worries about kids and technology. Like I think this scrolling, the kind of like, short video feed dopamine hit, it feels like it's probably messing with kids' brain development in a super deep way. So it's not that I have no worries. I have like extremely deep worries about it, not just doing kids. But in terms of kids' ability to like be prepared for the future using new technology, they seem really cool.
Yeah,
always there.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's like if you just grew up with it, it's just like having, it's just totally normal. It's like having kneecaps or whatever, you're just kind of used to it.
As the rabbi,
you can't imagine a world where it doesn't exist. Right,
yeah, that's a good point.
I remember when I was in school in like junior high when it first came out, and all the teachers like freaked out, and they're like, "This is the end of education. Why do you have to memorize history, facts in history class? If you can just look up something on the internet, you can just learn from the library." And the answer is like, yeah, maybe memorization is less important, but we're telling tools you can think better, come up with new ideas, do new stuff. I'm trying to say they have to calculate before. Now it's just like, this is just a new tool that exists in the tool.
And what about, like, say if there is somebody that's like learning history right now, like they just started their second year of college. Oh, that Celsius, yeah, that thing will definitely, you won't be able to blink from on, Tommy. That thing will, yeah, you'll sneeze and release 5.0 there. You'll freaking, are you guys at 4.5 already?
4.5 already. 5.0 is gonna be great.
Oh, it'll come up fast. Yeah, that Celsius.
Maybe the researchers did, not me, but we'll get them some.
Yeah, that thing will get you there, man. So say there's somebody just for example that's learning history right now. They're in their second year of college. They're taking history. Are there some subjects in like they're going to be a historian? Is that still a viable space of work as AI moves forward? Do you think, honestly?
I assume there was some version that is.
And then finally,
I think it's very hard to predict exactly how something evolves. Or predict exactly the jobs in the future are going to be like.
But it was not universally accepted by academic scholars. Because on one level, although this is in some sense more rational,
if you go back 100 years,
because they want to like start
this
over
CEO of an AI company or podcaster, like, you know, probably would have been things that didn't seem to be the most obvious evolutions of the things people were doing at the time.
Yeah, you seemed almost probably crazy even in trying to explain the system.
You would. And now, in fact, two of the jobs, I heard that the job that young people most want is some version of your job. The job that young people most want is to be a podcast influencer, YouTube. They want a YouTube channel, like whatever it is. They like 6, 7 years. I don't know how to describe it, but that's what they want. And a lot of people also want they want to do like a startup that will work on AI, and it just didn't exist. So like the great legislative things that have come along is fast and also trying to predict what they are.
Unable
I say all the time, who knows what happens next.
Diverse opinions. No, they're what they think of as their Talmud, and they certainly didn't use that term. That's a rabbinic source, putting it into a rabbinic term. They were hoping to create a definitive reading of the Bible, which would be permanent. What the rabbis did? No, the rabbis also engaged in the same task. I mean, the rabbis involved in the Mishnah and the Talmud, they felt that, yeah, this is the document that's for all time. And we still use the same Talmud. You know, ours works. They felt that the rabbis had perverted the text, and for various reasons, their Talmud takes it in certain directions. Like, for example, when you read the Talmud, you see that there are multiple opinions, and sometimes one of them is accepted for the definitive law. What happens to the other four? How come we didn't accept any of those opinions? You know, so there are choices made in the Talmud, and the reasons why some opinions are favored over others is essentially the whole engine of rabbinic scholarship. Why Rabbi Yehuda wins this argument and he doesn't win over here, and so on. It's a larger question.
It's like we're going to figure this out. It's this weird emergent thing. Does the current job of historian exist in the same way? Oh, then not quite. But another thing I believe is that humans are obsessed with other people. Like, we were so deeply wired to care about other people, to care about stories. And history, our own history, is extremely interesting to us. So I would say somewhere or other, we're still going to care about that. There's going to be some good job doing that.
Man, that's cool. Yeah, I guess when I take that avenue of thought, like, okay, there will still be this historian or something, it'll be some evolution of that, right? That does seem kind of cool to me because there's a level of creativity in there. There's a level of like faith and spontaneity in there that I think is kind of exciting. So yeah, I guess that's really fun about that. Sometimes I get stuck in this doomsday thing. Like I just see like, you know, like the history book closes and they're were like, we have all the history over here.
People used to say, like, oh, there's no need for perfect music. Like, why does anyone need to know what to create anymore? Yeah, and that's obviously ridiculous. Yeah, where they would say there's that famous capitalism of everything that humans have ever possibly needed, and granted, there's nothing left to do.
Never that.
But here we are. And like, someone asked me the other day, like, how long is it until you can make like a AI AOC for an app?
The Torah itself is really the sole authority, then you know what? Let's go back and study the Torah very quickly. And the rabbis also study the Torah with great depth.
I think that's great. So you could create something that would have your job, but then you could do something else. But then how do you know that you'll still get paid for your job? I guess. Well, it's kind of a big question.
I kind of think that,
but yeah, I guess let's frame that question. You better like say there are jobs that get curtailed.
there will be some.
Okay.
I think it's important to be honest about that. There will be some jobs that will go away. But mostly, I think we will rely on the fact that people's desire for more stuff, for better experiences, for, a higher social status, whatever, that seems basically limitless. Human creativity seems basically limitless. And human desire to like be useful to each other, to connect with each other, and just to for each other and focus on other people seems pretty limitless too. So I think throughout all of history there have been these predictions like, we're gonna
open to the idea that,
we're gonna like all be on the beach and work an hour a day or an hour a week or whatever, and we're gonna have unlimited wealth. And
I've never heard that one. I love that.
I mean, they used to say those. They used to say like in the Industrial Revolution, people were like, we just figured out how to automate like man's lot in life. There's nothing left to do. We're gonna have these machines do all the work.
Makes sense, probably.
And you watch these machines doing all the stuff that only people used to physically do, and everybody panicked as there's getting more jobs. And we figured out new stuff to learn. Now, here's the interesting thing. If you could go back to that Industrial Revolution time, people before that were, really on the grind, super hard, trying to like kind of have enough food to survive. Go back to those people. Look at our jobs today. Would those people say we have more jobs? Or would they say you have unbelievable abundance, unbelievable wealth, so much food to eat, incredible luxury, and you guys are just like playing a game and paying yourselves? Is that a real job or not? And they would probably say, or they said, what you guys do is not a real job. You guys are, you're too rich, you're wasting your time, you're trying to like...
Yeah, you guys are a couple of zest lords out there freaking playing Uno in the park, or they would not, I don't think my grandfather would be like, you have a job, he would still be like, you need to get a job.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And when we look forward to another 100 years of what people are doing, they'll probably think they're working very hard. It'll feel very satisfying, very intense to them. They'll really like, they'll feel engaged. They'll be making people happy. They'll be creating value for each other. But if we go look forward to 100 years with those guys, do you think we would say they're working? Or like, man, you have like AI doing everything for you. You're just trying to entertain yourselves.
Yeah, like, oh, you guys have it so easy. Right.
But I think that's beautiful. I think it's great that those people in the past think we have it so easy. I think it's great that we think those people in the future have it so easy. Like, that is the beautiful story of us all contributing to human progress and everybody's lives getting better and better.
Say we're able to get to that space, right? Like the movement that happens with AI and with just technology, which will advance quicker, I think, which is one thing that AI feels like to me is a fast forward button on technology and on possibility, because information can be quantified so quick, and a lot of like more menial tasks, even though they're not really menial in people's lives, but menial hypothetically can be done quicker to get a lot of the framework for things done fast. But how will people survive? Like, how do we adjust our structure of finance? Of like, if some people own the companies that have the AI, and then a lot of people are just using the AIs and the agents created by AIs to do things for them. How will society, like societal members, still be able to financially survive? Will there still be money? What is that? Does that make any sense?
It totally makes sense. I don't know. Neither does anybody else, but I'll tell you my current best guess. Okay. Well, I'll say two guesses. One, I think it is possible that you put, GPT 7 or whatever in everybody's ChatGPT. Everybody gets it for free, and everybody has access to just this like crazy thing, such that everybody can be more productive, make way more money. Doesn't actually matter that you don't like own the cluster itself, but everybody gets to use it. And it turns out even getting to use it is enough that people are like getting richer faster and more distributed than ever before. That could happen. I think that really is possible. There's another version of this where the most important things that are happening are these systems are discovering, new cures for diseases, new kinds of energy, new ways to make spaceships, whatever. And most of that value is accruing to the cluster owners, us, just so that I'm not dodging the question here. And then I think society will very quickly say, okay, we got to have some new economic model where we share that and distribute that to people. I used to be really excited about things like UBI. I still am kind of excited, like universal basic income, where just give everybody money.
Yeah, you hear that term a lot. Yeah, universal basic income. Yeah, I heard you and Rogan talk about that too a while back.
I still am kind of excited about that, but I think people really need agency. Like they really need to feel like they have a voice in governing the future and deciding where things go. And I think if you just say, okay, AI is going to do everything, and then everybody gets like a dividend from that, it's not going to feel good, and I don't think it actually would be good for people. So I think we need to find a way where we're not just if we're in this world where we're not just distributing money or wealth, actually I don't just want a check every month. What I would want is an ownership share in whatever the AI creates, so that I feel like I'm participating in this thing that's going to compound and get more valuable over time. So that's sort of universal basic wealth better than universal basic income. And I don't like basic either. I want universal extreme wealth for everybody. But even then, I think what people really want is the agency to kind of co-create the future together. And in a world where it's the AI is mostly coming up with the new scientific inventions, at least we've got to still have humans invent the new culture and have that be a very distributed thing.
Okay, I guess so. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But would that be an American thing, do you think? Since it were invented here, or do you think... I'm just wondering, what does that look like,
The economic model of it all?
Yeah, or is there a dividend of the company that's is divided up between the masses, sort of?
I mean, a crazy idea, but in the spirit of crazy ideas, is that if the world, there's roughly 8 billion people in the world, if the world can generate 8 quintillion tokens per year, if that's the world. Let's say the world can generate 20 quintillion tokens per year.
Tokens of
each word generated by an AI.
Okay,
just making up a huge number.
Okay.
We'll say, 12 of those go to the normal capitalistic system, but 8 of those, 8 quintillion tokens, are going to get divided up equally among 8 billion people. So everybody gets 1 trillion tokens. And that's your kind of universal basic wealth globally. And people can sell the tokens. If I don't need mine, I can sell them to you. We could pool ours together for some new art project we want to do. But instead of just getting a check, everybody on Earth is getting a slice of the world's AI capacity, and then we're letting the massively distributed human ingenuity and creativity and economic engine do its thing. I mean, that's a crazy idea. Maybe it's a bad one. That's the kind of thing that I think sounds like someone should think about it more.
One of the big fears is purpose, right? Human purpose, work gives us purpose. And also I think the idea that we are the ones advancing humanity gives us purpose. We are the, we have some control over our own destiny, maybe, gives us this sense of purpose. And it feels like that we would lose a sense of purpose, or that purpose would be adjusted. If AI is to really, continue to advance so quickly, it feels like our sense of purpose would start to really disappear. Have you had thoughts about that?
I worry about this a lot. So I think people have worried about this with every big technological revolution. But I agree that this time it feels different.
Okay, yeah, because say you had an axe and something came up.
Fine.
You're yeah, that's...
Or even if
welcome.
A robot that's totally fine.
Welcome.
But creativity, intelligence, I think, cuts so deeply at the core of whatever we are.
How are you?
How we value ourselves.
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? Who's that? Okay, how did he find out about me?
Even though their job is different.
Very
At least
No, who's that?
100 years from now, who knows? I feel like with AI is even if we're
Okay,
asking it
cool.
to solve
We're
human
just watching
problems,
history lectures. I'm
even if we
taking a
ask it to
nap,
say, like,
so apologies I'm not more vocal.
there's a lot of things to do in that process. A person, you're still asking it the questions, you're still like helping guide it, you're still framing it, or whatever it is, you're still. And I think all of human history suggests that we find a way to put our really good about it. Like, if you kind of think like, I think that the Earth was the center of the solar system, and we're like very human-centric view. And we're like, okay, fine, the sun is the center of the solar system, but the solar system is at least the center of the galaxy. And now all the other planet galaxies, and okay, now we're this like tiny speck in this like very huge universe. And yet we still manage to feel all like a lot of main character energy. And so I somehow think, even in a world where AI is doing all of this stuff that humans used to do, we're going to find a way in our own time of the story to feel like the main characters. And I think in an important sense we will be. And that's really good. I also like, probably already today, there could be a very compelling version of two AIs talking like this. And I don't think I'd want to watch that. Like, I think I really do feel deeply wired to, like, care about the real person behind it. I think that's, like, deep in the biology.
Right. Yeah, that's the part that I think a lot of times it's like, even though you can get into like these wormholes of like possibility and these fear holes of possibility, or kind of this dystopian ideas, that in the end I'm like, I'd rather probably watch something that's real, it's like, because I'm real, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to talk really to a robot. I think in the end there's going to be a part of you that wants to continue to just talk to humans. Do you what's like one of your fears? Like, what's a fear you have of AI? Like, if you have like a fearful space that it could go, like, I know you mentioned a little bit
this morning. I was testing my new model, and I got emailed a question that I didn't quite understand. And I put it in the model. Let me move on because I'm concerned about GPT-5, and it answered it perfectly. And I really kind of sat back in my chair, and I was just like, oh man, here it is moment. And I got over it quickly. I got busy with the next thing. But it was like, what people were talking about. I felt like useless relative to the AI, this thing that I felt like I should have been able to do, and I couldn't. It was really hard, but the AI just didn't like that.
Yeah.
It was a weird feeling.
Yeah, I think that feeling right there, that's the feeling a lot of people kind of have, like, what's gonna, when does it happen? What's gonna happen? But I think some of it is, it's like, it's hard to conceptualize until you're further along.
Totally. I don't think we know quite how that's gonna feel. You just have to like approach it step by step. Another thing I'm afraid of, and we had a real problem with this earlier. It can get much worse. Is just what this is going to mean for users' mental health. There's a lot of people that talk to ChatGPT all day long. They're these sort of new AI companions that people talk to like they would a girlfriend or a boyfriend. And we were talking earlier about how it's probably not been good for kids to like grow up like on the dopamine hit of scrolling, TikTok or whatever.
Yeah, do you think that how do you keep like AI from having that same effect, like that negative effect that social media really has had?
I'm scared about it. I don't have the answer yet. I don't think we know quite the ways in which it's going to have those negative impacts. But I feel for sure it's going to have some. I hope we can learn to mitigate it quickly.
Can they pull up pornography and stuff like that too, or no?
Sure.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. No, it's fine. But I don't even need to know that. I'm gonna have that stricken from my record. Crypto it's kind of blowing up again, Some people say it's back. It's not back. It's one of the best things is it hasn't left. It has maintained itself as a viable form of currency. And I'm back in. I'm back invested. And when I need more Bitcoin or Solana or XRP, MoonPay is always the first app I open. Since MoonPay works with Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal, bank accounts, and credit cards, it's fast and easy to get what I need in a few clicks. And because MoonPay has been around for 6 years and is used by millions of people, they've also formed pretty cool relationships with other companies in the crypto space. Yep, MoonPay is partnered now with Trust Wallet, one of the most popular self-custody wallets in the world. With Trust Wallet, you control your crypto fully, no compromises. And thanks to MoonPay, you can fund your wallet instantly using your favorite payment methods. It's the fastest way to go from cash to crypto, all while keeping full control of your assets. Remember, while MoonPay makes buying crypto straightforward, it's essential to do your own research and understand the risks involved. Crypto trading can be volatile, and you could lose your investment. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. What happens when your health becomes the punchline? That's my question. It feels like that's where we're at. From seed oils to stress, toxins, pollutants, the modern world is screwing with our health at the cellular level, leading to exhaustion, brain fog, digestive issues, and more. But here's the thing, you don't have to settle for feeling like garbage 24/7. Armra Colostrum is nature's original health hack, packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that fortify gut integrity, strengthen immunity, revitalize hair growth, fuel stamina, elevate focus, and help you function like a human again. I love using it in my smoothies at home. I'll make me a little smoothie, bang down. Put some blueberries, spinach, and banana. Get it with a little packet of Armra Colostrum. We've worked out a special offer for our audience here. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmra.com/Theo or enter THEO to get 15% off your first order. That's TRYARMRA.com/Theo. What legal system does AI have to work by? Is there like a legal, are there, we have laws like in the world, right? Like in the human world. Does AI have to work by any legal laws, you know?
Yeah, so I think we will certainly need a legal or a policy framework for AI. One example that we've been thinking about a lot, this is maybe not quite what you're asking, this is a very human-centric version of that question. People talk about the most personal shit in their lives to ChatGPT. It's, people use it, young people especially, use it as a therapist, a life coach. Having these relationship problems, what should I do? And right now, if you talk to a therapist or a lawyer or a doctor about those problems, there's legal privilege for it. There's doctor-patient confidentiality, there's legal confidentiality, whatever. And we haven't figured that out yet for when you talk to ChatGPT. So if you go talk to ChatGPT about the most sensitive stuff, and then there's a lawsuit or whatever, we could be required to produce that. And I think that's very screwed up. I think we should have the same concept of privacy for your conversations with AI that we do with a therapist or whatever. And no one had to think about that even a year ago. And now I think it's this huge issue of how are we going to treat the laws around this.
Well, do you think there should be a slowing things down before we move there, because it is kind of wild. It's one of the reasons I get scared sometimes to use certain AI stuff, because I don't know how much personal information I want to put in, because I don't know who's going to have it.
I think we need this point addressed with some urgency. And the policymakers I've talked to about it broadly agree. It's new and we got to do it quickly. Do you talk to ChatGPT?
I don't talk to it that much. One of
because of this.
I think it is because it's
I think it makes sense.
To not talk to ChatGPT.
No. To really want the privacy clarity before you use it a lot.
Yeah.
The legal clarity.
Yeah, it's scary. And it's how long does it take lawmakers to come up with that? And then it feels like it's moving so fast that it's it doesn't even matter. That sometimes it's it doesn't even really matter. It's are we even waiting for the laws to be put around this, or what's going on? Does it feel like it's moving too fast for you sometimes?
The last few months have felt very fast. It feels faster and faster, but the last few months have felt very fast.
Yeah, I was watching this guy, Joshua Bengio. And he's kind of like, some people call him the father of AI. He may be self-proclaimed, I'm not really sure. But he certainly seemed to be kind of like a lifeguard for AI, like thinking about like, how do we keep the pool safe? How much water should be in it? The chlorine, how many lifeguards you need on duty, that type of thing, hypothetically. And he said, and he was saying that some AIs, they have like deception techniques inside of them, like that there were AIs that would rather give you an answer that was possibly pleasing to the user than to give them that factual answer. And then he was also saying that there were AIs that were developing some of their own languages to communicate with each other, which would be languages that we don't even know. What is that? How do you guys curtail that when those types of things come up? What does that even kind of feel like to you guys? Or are these just problems that happen in new spaces and you figure it out as you go?
There are these moments in the history of science where a group of scientists look at their creation and just say, what have we done? Maybe it's great, maybe it's bad, but what have we done? Like maybe the most iconic example is thinking about the scientists who got the Manhattan Project in 1945, sitting there watching the Trinity test, just this thing that, and it was a completely new, not human scale kind of power, and everyone knew it was going to reshape the world. And I do think people working on AI have that feeling in a very deep way. We just don't know. We think it's going to be great. There's clearly real risks. It kind of feels like you should be able to say something more than that. But in truth, I think all we know right now is that we have discovered, invented, whatever you want to call it, something extraordinary that is going to reshape the course of human history.
Dear God, man. But if you don't know, we don't know.
Well, of course. I mean, I think no one can predict the future. Like, human society is very complex. This is an amazing new technology. Maybe a less dramatic example than the atomic bomb is when they discovered the transistor a few years later.
The transistor radio?
The transistor part that made computers and radios and everything else. But we discovered this completely new thing that made the whole computer revolution. And it's in this microphone and those computers and the iPhones, and like the world would be so different if people had not discovered that, and then over the decades figured out how to make them smaller and more efficient. And now we don't think about it because the transistors are just in everything. We have all this modern technology from that one scientific discovery. And I do think that's what AI is going to be like. We have this one crazy scientific discovery that led to these language models we all use now. And that is going to change the course of society in all kinds of ways. And of course, we don't know what they are.
Damn. You knew by the end of that sentence. I was hoping you would, like that's where, because we don't know. Like that's, I think, the tough thing.
There's no time in human history at the beginning of the century where the people ever knew what the end of the century was going to be like.
Yeah.
So maybe it's, I do think it was faster in the history of the century. It's certainly like, in 1930, we couldn't predict 2000 was going to be like. 2000, even less predictable. 2048. I'd like you to please not ask but that's kind of why it's exciting, and like that's kind of why people get to figure out and unfold the story as we go.
It's kind of bizarre because there's a part of me that's like, this guy's out of his mind. This guy is a wild wizard. There's a couple different things, but then there's also this part of me that's like, this guy is this hopeful guy who's like involved in this crazy space, and he kind of has this whimsical energy about the future, which is in a crazy way a nice energy to have about the future generally, is that something could happen or that things are possible. So it just, it's all kind of like, I don't know, it's fascinating. It's definitely fascinating to me. Sam, to kind of pivot a little bit, it feels like there's a race right now in AI, right? Would you say that there's a race between companies and AI?
It certainly feels that way.
Yeah. And it almost feels like you guys are the new Formula One drivers, or you guys are like the new, like, it's like Mario Andretti, or you guys are the new, like, Bubba Watts and all that, it's almost like these are the new race cars that everybody's kind of watching position themselves. What is the race for? Because you hear about AI and then you hear about AGI. and they knew here about super intelligence. What is this race that's going on? How real is it? And what is the race for?
When I was a kid, the race was like the megahertz race, and then became the gigahertz race. Everybody wanted a computer with a faster processor.
Oh yeah.
You know, Intel would come out with this one, and then AMD would come out with this one, and it turned out that those gigahertz machines eventually were not even that helpful. Like you could have one that had a lower number, and it was in practice it was faster. And eventually, I think it was Apple that realized they should just stop talking about the clock speed of their computers. And you probably don't even know what the processor speed of your iPhone is today.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was a big thing, and then it disappeared.
And I think the same thing has been happening in AI. We're having this race.
He says to the waitress the story. He does say, well, the rabbi versus the most meeting. I want you to give him your best pork dish. There's a long arm. She walks by. He's sitting there feeling so good about himself. And of course, in walks the presidium and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, not associated with this shul or anything in this neighborhood, but the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his cap, under his hat. And they walk up to him and say, Rabbi, what are you doing here? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes. It's the best pork dish on the menu. Of course, you guessed it. It's a suckling pig. A huge pig. Can you
recent on these benchmarks? You know, I scored this on this benchmark and this on that one. And now people are realizing that, like, okay, the benchmarks are kind of saturated. We were doing the equivalent of our megahertz race with our benchmark race. And now people kind of don't care about that as much. And now it's like, who's using the model, who's getting the value out of it, things like that. But I do think people still feel like we're heading towards some milestone. What the milestone is, they disagree on, but maybe it's a system that's capable of doing its own AI research and its own sort of self-improvement. Maybe it's a system that is like smarter than all humans put together. But they feel like there is some finish line across. I actually don't quite feel like it's. I think a lot of people think that there's some finish line moving across. Maybe it's this like self-improvement moment to maybe call that super intelligence. And I think there is a sort of, there's like a race to get somewhere that people don't agree on where it's to or something.
He is the author of
what are you racing towards, LA?
His early years.
It's a great question. I don't have like a finish line in mind. There's nothing I can say. I don't think I can articulate anything where I would say like, this is mission complete. But if I had to give like a self-referential answer there, you know, the moment where we would rather give our research cluster, like our, you know, GPUs that we run all of our AI experiments on, the moment where we would rather give that to an AI researcher rather than our own team of human researchers, that does at least seem like some kind of very different new era.
Yeah, and at that point, who's even we? I feel like it's just you kind of like wheeling stuff across the hall, and you know, like who's gonna like, or you know what I'm saying? It starts to get this idea, like if things were to keep leaving the people and go to the computer, you just shove like coal into the AI, hypothetically. You know?
Again, I assume that what will happen like with other kind of technology is we'll realize like. There's this one thing that the tools were better than us at. Now we're going to go solve some other problems. So let's start moving forward there. I sort of don't think it'll ever feel like we all just get to like push a button and go on vacation. Got it. Like we will. I think as one version of this is as capabilities go up, because as we get better tools, the expectation goes way up too. And so we've got to like, yes, we get much better tools, but we have to do way more to make
I think there's this hopefully to see if you come up with all
or maybe not. Like maybe the guys just put them say absolutely everything. We just think we're like, all right, that was cool.
Yeah, because at a certain point, if something has all the information, right? If something has all the information, you can think and ponder and pontificate and insert multi options of answers. Aren't we then working for that thing? Like that's what I start to wonder. Like if it's the smartest thing in the room.
GPT-5 is the smartest thing. GPT-5 is smarter than us in almost every way. You know, and yet here we are. So there's something about the way the world works. There's something about this doesn't mean it's true for him. There's something about what humans can do today that is so difficult That's also something we care about today that is so different than AI. That I don't think that simplistic thing quite works. Now, again, by the time it's a million times smarter than us,
Is part of you want to kind of get there? Like, how do you get where, like, I open the door and I say, "Excuse me, sir," and it's just my computer in there? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know, when I was a kid, I sort of thought about these technological revolutions happening one at a time. There was the agricultural revolution a long time ago, and that freed us up to do these other things. And then there was the Age of Enlightenment, and there was the Industrial Revolution, and there was the Computer Revolution, and all these things happened. And I thought of them as like these distinct things. And now I view it as just this one long compounded exponential, where all of these things come together. Each piece of technology is built continuously, overlapping on the one that comes before, and we're able to just do more. And so, in some sense, AI is this big special unique.
And there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends from the period of time that he spent in the spot, where he moved when he was 48. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which we'll discuss in a moment, the Beit Yosef. So he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis, including the Arizal that I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak, and Yosef Karo, among others. And Yosef Teitzak, who was also the teacher of Shlomo Motho, was there at the time. There was, perhaps I should say, one of the most significant elements was the Abramson rule of history at work once again. Thank you so much. Sahara gets it. Money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured a piece of parcel of land in northern Israel that would make it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because in Kemach, in Torah, if there is no flower, there is no Torah. Suddenly, in Spot, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their study. And he came into this region with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority grew even greater. Yes, please. Yeah, he got money back then earlier. And if I'm wrong, you'll never know until I put this on the web and I cut this whole discussion out. But I'm pretty sure it was the Rothschilds. Maybe Montefiore is too early. Montefiore. Yeah, I think it is Rothschild. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, now let's talk about the Beit Yosef. This is the book that really, among Sfardim in particular, he's more known for the Beit Yosef than he is for the Shulchan Aruch. And among those who learn halakha deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popularly known. The Beit Yosef is essentially an encyclopedic commentary on the most current code of the time, the Torah. And in the next few slides, I'll take you through the process of codification and why it was so significant to have a commentary like the Beit Yosef. Basically, one of the things that plagued the commentators in the creation of codes is that it was simply too onerous to explain all of their thought processes. So as much
and in some other sense, it is just part of this little arc of human progress. We talked about the transistor earlier.
Doesn't bother me anymore. And in later generations, when the author's personal status was no longer quite as well regarded, or if someone wrote a competing code, then no one could really sort out which code was appropriately followed. What the Beit Yosef did was it delved into the reasoning of the Torah. That's relevant. I'll show you in just a second. And he brought all of the relevant
but
from the Talmud.
That was way more important in some sense to AI happening than the work we do now. All this stuff has to compound. You got to build the internet. You got to get all this data. You got to do all these things. And And I want that exponential to keep going. There will be things way after AI. I'll invent all sorts of new things. We'll colonize space. We'll go, build neural interfaces for people to also do. But I think at some point, AI fades into that part of history. We don't even think about it. It's like transistors that we think about today. It's just another layer in the scaffolding that humans collectively have built up bit by bit over time. And where you sit in your day, you get to open that door. You have this like computer that only has one interface. It says whatever you want to say, whatever you want to happens. And you figure out amazing new things to build for the next generation and the next and the next. And we just keep going.
Yeah, I think the part that I think is spooky is I can build some stuff, but I can't build like any technological stuff. So then I'm like, dang, dude, well, I'm not gonna. What am I going to build over there?
Okay, so right now, I can write software, maybe you can't. And I have a little advantage if I'm going to go build some technological thing. Very soon, you can make any piece of software you want. Because you just ask an AI in English, you say, I've got an idea for now, make me this thing. And the whole thing just happens. So that's a win for you. Maybe it's a little bit of a loss for me. I think it's kind of cool for the whole world.
Yeah.
But, like, this is going to be a technology that anybody can use. You can just, like, with natural language, you can say, this is what I want. It goes off and writes the code for you, debugs it for you, deploys it for you.
And then you can say, how do I use what I just created?
Yeah. But if you have a great idea, I'll just make it happen for you. And this is a new thing. Like, I think this will make technology the most accessible it ever has been.
Got it. Okay. And that seems a little bit different. I think there's this idea in my head that I'm going to have to figure out all this coding, but figure out all of this different ways to do things to even have a possibility of use of myself in the future.
No, I think this is, without talking too much about the future and what we're going to launch, like the fact that you will be able to have an entire piece of software created just by like expanding your idea is going to be incredible for humans getting making stuff. Because right now, I think there's like a lot more good ideas than people know how to make them. And if AI can do that for us, we're really going to come up with creative ideas.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that people need to do. Do you think right now, if humans, regular average humans, most humans, could vote to keep AI going or to stop AI, what do you think that's a
great question?
They would vote.
This is like totally kind of, I don't have any data for this. I would bet most people use ChatGPT, which a lot of people, they would say like keep it going. And most